Tomb of Vampire, Kingdom of Blood and Ash, Book 4, written by D.S. Murphy, narrated by Kim Churchill. 1. The screams of battle faded behind me as the clouds of toxic ash whirled around us, kicked up by the invisible mechanism of our hovercrafts. Blood dried on my arms and face like ink blots that changed shape each time I dared to lift my palm to try and rub the tears away from my eyes. But I felt like one of the fountains from Denvato, pulling up moisture from somewhere deep below. It seemed unfair that time should continue, that new landscapes should exist to fill in the blank spaces beyond my vision. My head was filled with macabre scenes, rushing back and killing Farah, storming the walls if I had to, smashing open the wooden sanctuary that had become Damien's prison, blighting out the sun if I had to. The sun I'd released by removing the veil of toxic skies. The wind rushed in my ears, but the hum of the fans beneath us were quieter than their vibrations suggested, and the ride was much smoother than the horse and carriage. We never had to slow down or go around rocks or debris, as the craft flew a few feet off the ground, scattering dust and leaves behind us. The landscape flashed around us like a moving picture. At first, I tried to keep my sense of direction, but the sun was spinning in circles above us, and I gave up. I tried counting the signs I recognized, that Damien had pointed out earlier. Anything to block out the specter of Jasmine's face, just before she got ripped apart. One moment, she was standing there, with a half-smile, her brown eyes expressive and full of emotion. Then, my stomach twisted in knots. I fantasized about hunting down the slagpaw, cutting them open, pulling the pieces of Jasmine out of their bellies, and dousing them with elixir until they began to bind themselves together. I replayed our final moments 1,000 times, seeking ways it could have gone differently, finding fault with every decision since leaving Icklebot. I felt a buzzing in my ears, like a hive of bees. I thought it was mechanical at first, but then the world got deathly silent as my heart pounded between my ears. It wasn't the craft. It was me. I was broken. I jerked back a sob, causing the rider in front of me to flinch. "You good?" he shouted. "Fine," I said. I forced a few slow, ragged breaths, but my whole body was trembling, and my skin felt like it was on fire. My teeth chattered between my jaws, and even my skull felt brittle. "Too much elixir," our guide called back. "Ride it out." I felt like I should be asking him questions, but my head was foggy. Who was he? Where was he taking us? I couldn't care enough about the answers to incite a conversation, shouting above the wind. After an hour, my arms felt so numb I had to concentrate on just holding on to the vehicle. The hovercraft cast thick plumes of dust behind us, without leaving tracks, and we moved too quickly and quietly for anyone to get in front of us. But that didn't mean we were out of danger. I squinted through the wings of dust that spread to our sides, keeping an eye on the forests and ruined buildings for signs of hostile activity. I tried to, at least. It felt like a worthy distraction. Instead, through a pounding headache, I was thinking about hunting with my father. The anger in his eyes, and disappointment whenever I was too loud or too careless, whenever I got distracted and put both our lives in danger. He knew. He'd warned me. The wild spaces between the compounds were a death trap. He'd trained me for this, my whole life. To move quickly, to be silent and unseen, to always expect the unexpected. And I'd still let him down. I was so focused on the fight in front of me, I'd been blindsided twice. First, by assuming that Bryce couldn't abide the sunlight, and then by forgetting we were on the wrong side of the compound gates, where muted predators always had the upper hand. And now, Jasmine's death was on me. Like Beatrice's, how many more would die for my mission, because of my carelessness? But what did he expect? I thought, suddenly defensive. You weren't even my real father. You never told me the truth, I said, speaking directly to him in my head. I took care of your kids after you were gone, and your wife. I didn't ask to be chosen or to be special. Even now, I could just drop everything, leave it all behind, and let Nigel and the elites drain the compounds, leaving Jamie and Lorelei to fend for themselves in the Citadel. Is that what you want? My mother's face interrupted, pushing him aside. I sensed her gripping my shoulder. We loved you. We love you still. We've always believed that we were raising 3 children. We don't expect you to risk your life for theirs. However, there is a bigger issue at play. You've come too far now, seen too much. You know what's at stake. I shook my head, clearing these phantoms from my thoughts. I was bored, or restless, or going crazy. I felt a deep exhaustion seeping deep into my bones, the need to sleep overwhelming. But also a frantic sort of mental energy, as the last dregs of Elixir fizzled through my neural pathways. At some point, it had started raining, but I didn't realize it until my clothes were damp and water dripped down my forehead. Our mysterious escorts didn't suggest we stop for shelter. I blinked, and it was dark. I blinked, and it was dawn again. How far were we going? I glanced back at the moon and stars behind us in the clear night sky, and the soft glow of an unfamiliar landscape. The bright horizon ahead, I realized, wasn't caused by the rising sun. It was something else. My skin prickled, thinking it might be the Citadel of Lights, and that we were prisoners, being delivered as captives, to be sold or bartered. But as soon as I raised the thought, I dismissed it again. This light was different. Colorful hues, flickering like rainbow waves over the crest of the dark hills. Whatever this was, it was somewhere new. I held on to my seat as the hovercraft scaled the last of the incline, coming to a rest at the top of a grassy hill. I blinked, looking at Trevor, the colorful lights reflecting in his dark eyes. Are we still in the kingdom? I asked. Our guide scoffed, but didn't answer. He took off his helmet and goggles. All of them were wearing them, which made them look alike, and it took me a minute to realize they were 3 separate persons, and that one was a woman. It was hard to tell in their dark leather and faded denim outfits. You mentioned Augustine, I said, trying to regain some control of the situation. Is he here? You'll see him soon. I can't give you any more answers than that. Not right now. But you are safe here. Real safe. He nodded, waving his hand at something down below. A yellow crane shifted, pulling up a massive bridge. 2 of the drivers snapped it into place. The bridge led across to a tall, dark building, silhouetted by the colorful lights behind it. Down below, I could see chunks of concrete and rebar stacked around the base, fitted between dozens of large old trucks, a makeshift wall that circled the settlement, one long street framed by tall, ornate buildings in weird shapes. It was like a compound, but wasn't. Maybe one of the rebel bases, but not one I knew about. And while havoc had festered beneath a crumbling ruin, these facilities seemed better maintained and dangerously exposed. You know where we are? I asked Luke. No idea, he shrugged, stretching his neck. But we traveled probably hundreds of miles. I mean, nobody has ever been this far, that I know of. 873 miles, the woman said. She shook out her dark, curly hair. She was short and stocky, with a necklace of shiny rings tied on a leather cord. You all right carrying your friend? Or we can give her some elixir." I thought Kamina to be unconscious, but she sniffed her head up, her startled eyes rimmed with red. "We've got it," I said, feeling guilty. Had anyone even offered her some before this moment? Had I thought about her at all? She'd been attacked and fed on, but she'd had a lot of elixir before, too. I pulled out the remains of my stash, just a few drops at the bottom of an empty vial. I waited for Kamina to tilt her head back, but instead, she snapped the vial from my hand. It was the last of my elixir, but I didn't refuse. She clenched it in her fist, like she was prepared to fight me for it. Part of me wanted to respond with violence, like a dog fighting for scraps. But I knew it was just the thirst, and it was going to get a whole lot worse. I started to say something, but the words died in my throat. I didn't trust our new companions, and this wasn't the place to argue. I took a deep breath and turned around. "We're good," I said. "Lead the way." Our guides led us across the bridge, which was little more than steel wires and crossbars, before stepping onto the dark balcony of the tallest building. We crossed down the hall and past some kind of waiting area. From here, we had a view of the whole space below, a modern street filled with neon lights and activity, flashing signs, cars driving and honking, and hundreds of people walking openly through the night. I waited for them to ask for our weapons, but they never did. We didn't have much to begin with, only what we'd been able to hang on to during our escape. We followed them down a flight of stairs to a hall lined with doors. One of the men used a key and pushed the entrance open. "You'll need to stay here until you've met with Augustine." "Is he the ruler here?" Trevor asked. "We have no rulers or leaders," the woman said. "But he's an elite, isn't he?" "We don't call them that," she frowned. I shrugged as they showed us our rooms. They were small, but comfortable, with the softest sheets and mattresses I'd ever felt, almost better than the Citadel, even though they were thin and old. The rest of the rooms were minimally furnished, with a desk, a lamp, and a bathroom. The walls were cracked and chipped, and it had a vaguely musty smell of ancient rotting wood and bleach, like it had been cleaned recently. A painting of the sea hung above the bed. "The minibar fridge is full of snacks and drinks," the man said. "Should keep you alive for now." Trevor frowned at them as they closed the door. "So what? We're just supposed to stay in here?" I heard the door lock, and Trevor pounded against it. "You need rest," the woman said through the door. "Besides, your companions have drunk too much elixir. The signs of the thirst are already apparent. Tomorrow is going to be very rough, and we can't risk letting you into the city until you're in control of yourselves. I suggest you get some sleep." And that was it. I listened to their footsteps fade away down the hall, and then we were alone. I hated being locked in, but I didn't have the energy for another fight. We'd either been rescued or kidnapped. I wasn't sure whether the difference mattered. I curled up on the bed, my muscles aching, my eyes dry. It felt like the world was spinning around me. I don't know how we decided to divide up the rooms. It just sort of happened. Luke went with Kamina, and Trevor stayed with me. If both rooms were like ours, that meant a love seat too small to spread out on, and a king-sized bed that was plenty. At least for Trevor and me, who were comfortable with each other. We slept for a few hours, just deep enough for the hint of a nightmare, which vanished without a trace, apart from a rush of useless adrenaline. When I woke up again, Trevor was on the floor, shivering, and I was sweating under the pile of blankets he'd left for me. I pulled one up to his chin, wiping the sweat off his brow. I didn't even think he'd had much elixir, and I was worried about him. We didn't even know how much he could handle. In slagpaw form, it took a great deal to shift him back, but the same levels in a human would be recklessly dangerous. Is that what happened to Jasmine? She wasn't thinking clearly? She acted on impulse? But if she hadn't shot Bryce, we might have lost Kamina instead. And she knew the risks. Kamina had probably drunk the most, but the elixir would have been consumed healing the wound in her neck from Bryce's attack. Her hangover would last longer, because she'd topped off the remains of my vial when we arrived. For some reason, I yearned for the little monitor April had made me, or even the fancy one of gold and diamonds I'd gotten as a royal wedding gift. It was a tool to see inside myself and measure just how much humanity was left. I used to count each drop of elixir carefully. I wasn't even sure how much I'd consumed yesterday. I vaguely remembered drinking Damien's blood, extracted with needles and tubes. And even still, I'd almost been defeated by a wily curate. So far, apart from a headache and the aches in my joints and muscles, I wasn't feeling too badly. I searched the fridge, finding several bottles of water. Someone had written electrolytes on it in black marker, and it tasted like salt and sugar. In a brown paper bag were half a dozen hard-boiled eggs, strips of battered fried chicken, and even little apple tarts. I ate a third of everything and left the rest for Trevor. Then I checked out the bathroom. It was small, with a working toilet and shower. I flinched at my own reflection when I turned on the light. The rain had washed off some of the blood and grime, but my clothes felt stiff around my body, and my eyes were stained with the dark kohl eyeliner Jasmine had applied the night before. Or was it 2 nights ago? It dripped down my cheeks. Parts of my gown had been sliced through, and I found white lines where cuts had healed. New scars I could barely remember earning. The mirror was cracked and missing portions. A section was held together by tape, so I had to move around to study my fractured self. Part of me questioned the austerity of it, compared to our treatment in the other compounds. This building must have had hundreds of rooms. Was this the best our hosts had to offer? Or was this a sign that we were considered more hostages than esteemed guests? I turned on the water and waited, holding my breath until I saw the steam, then peeled off my clothes and stepped into the tub, sliding the glass door shut behind me. The hot water was invigorating, but my legs began to feel shaky after standing on them for only a few minutes, so I plugged the bathtub and pumped the plastic container of body wash until the water became murky and full of bubbles. Then I brought my knees up to my chin, sitting in the ankle-deep water, letting the scalding shower assault my back and shoulders, rinsing the sins of battle from my body. How much of my life could be measured by hot showers? In Allgrave, they were for special occasions, at least for us, since electricity was metered. I'd gotten used to preferring cold showers anyway. In the Citadel, daily showers had been an imposition, then a luxury. But in the last few weeks, I mentally tried to tally them all. Since leaving the Citadel, where had I been? What had I seen? The 2-minute shower in Havoc, the hot spring in the Shire. I wasn't sure either of them really counted. A shower at Penelope's house in Crawlust. That's where I first met Augustine. I replayed our conversation, wondering whether I could prepare myself for the audience. His teasing smirk as he fed on Penelope's young sister, his intelligent eyes after he'd caught me stealing, and didn't raise the alarm. He'd said he didn't want anything from me then, that I had nothing he wanted. Would he try to cash in that favor now? I'd showered in Squormhead and Icklebot, though it was more of a bath. And in Denvado? I shuddered thinking about it. We'd been through so much together, in so short of a time. And at what cost? Every time I showered, someone I cared about died. Now Jasmine was gone, and Damien captured. The thoughts spiraled. A few days ago, we were laughing around the campfire, and now I'd lost them both. You are the revolution. Damien's last words played in my brain like a broken record. But only if you survive. I scrubbed my skin raw, feeling the sting as soap found the cuts and scrapes across my brow and cheek. I ran my fingers across the ragged line of shiny skin that cut across my abdomen like a brand, from the king's sword when he ran me through above his flaming furnace of toxic ash. Seams that had come apart had been stitched together, leaving barely a scar. The elixir had saved my life, but the damage was too extensive to repair completely. The marked rebel. I was earning that title. I held up my fingers, the dark, angular marks on my hands, now bright against my pale skin, especially under the fluorescent light. I had a vague memory of an old woman in Algrave from when I was a child. She'd told my mother I was bad luck, that those marked so badly with the stains were a bad omen of things to come. I'd never believed her, even though I grew to be self-conscious of the jagged patterns on my wrists and palms. But now I knew the truth about where I came from and what I'd left behind. The last survivor from Quandam, the compound destroyed by the king for my grandfather's trespasses. And now Algrave had been evacuated in the same tragic fashion. Maybe I was cursed. The food soured in my stomach, and I realized the water had run cold, and I was shivering. I crawled out of the tub, my head spinning, and barely made it to the toilet before I threw up. Trevor's voice came from outside the door. "You okay in there?" he asked softly. I wiped my mouth, gasping for breath. Then I reached up to flush the toilet. "I'm okay," I said. "I just need a little time." I knew it was a lie. Time couldn't heal what was wrong with me. I was an ocean of rage and despair. I lay on the cold tiles of the bathroom floor, which was just big enough for me to curl my legs under the sink and lay my head next to the toilet. The coolness felt good against my flushed, feverish skin and the painful throbbing in my neck from a pinched nerve. I let gravity flatten me, the room spinning. I'd been through the thirst before, but I didn't remember it being this bad, hurting this much. I threw up again, then drank water from the sink. It seemed clean enough. Using a tiny, single serving of toothpaste and a plastic toothbrush, I rinsed my mouth. "If you are captured, the revolution ends. Then I'll really have no hope." I didn't know if I was captured. This small room, with its thin door, was nothing compared to Damien's chained and nailed coffin. But the words galvanized me. I couldn't afford to get lost in my own spiraling thoughts, to give in to the darkness. Not yet. Not when Damien was still counting on me. Trevor was sitting on the bed when I came out. "You want some of this?" he asked, pointing at the spread of food laid out across the single desk. "I already ate," I said. "Doesn't sound like you kept any of it down." "Not hungry," I shrugged. "Probably a mistake to eat anyway. I wasn't ready for it." He nodded, chewing his egg. I waited for questions, part of me eager to start planning and strategizing. But I was also thankful when he didn't raise any. "It'll be dark soon," he said, nodding to the window. Through the drapes, a thin slice of afternoon light cut through the apartment. "Think we might meet our host?" "It's Augustine," I said. "The elite from Crawlust. Remember?" "He's here?" Trevor asked, eyes widening. "I think so. But I don't know what that means, or what this place is, or anything. We should be on our guard." "It's not that bad," he said. "With Nigel in charge, we aren't safe in any of the compounds anyway, and I haven't slept that well in weeks." I was still wearing a towel, so I opened the closet to look inside. I was expecting, if anything, a pile of dark old garments. But instead, I found a comfortable pair of sweats and a tracksuit, underwear in a few sizes, male and female. Someone had put in a little bit of effort to see that we were functionally dressed. I lay on the bed as Trevor took his shower. He came out smelling like soap, his dark, shaggy hair hanging around his eyes, a white towel riding low on his hips. He had more scars than I remembered, but maybe I hadn't been paying attention. My eyes drifted lower, and I felt warmth fill my chest. I wanted him, and hated myself for it. I knew it was the thirst in my system, and my grief. I wanted a distraction, a release, anything but the silent ulcer, the aching void in my chest, eating me up from the inside. He looked at me, and I could see the concern in his dark eyes. He was worried about me. "You were right," I said quietly. "About what?" he asked. "We should have run away, before the choosing." "It's a little late for that now." He frowned, pulling on a dark t-shirt that fit tightly against his chest and torso, and a pair of boxers. I didn't look away as I watched him change. "We would have found survivors. We could have made it work. My siblings would be safe in Allgrave. I don't even know if they're still alive, and I'm risking all of this. I've put everyone I care about in danger." "You want to give up?" Trevor asked. He stepped closer and sat beside me, his arm resting against mine. "What if we aren't enough?" I asked, my eyes wide and vulnerable as I voiced my doubts out loud for the first time. "If I'm not enough?" "That will never be true," he said softly, brushing my bangs to the side with his fingers. There was something hungry in his expression that mirrored my own, so I leaned forward and kissed him. He didn't pull away, at first, but when he did, it was like removing the barbed sting of a wasp, sharp and painful. "You don't want to?" I whispered. "What about your prince?" he asked, his brows furrowed. I felt my eyes water. "You aren't thinking clearly," he said, standing up and turning away, his expression dark. I reached for his wrist. "Please," I said. He pulled away with a shaky breath. I can't. I can't be casual. Not about this. Not with you." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Come on, Emily. Sleep with me to keep me close so I'll help rescue your boyfriend? I need more than that. I deserve more. That's not someday. When all this is finished, we can have this discussion. But for me, it's forever or nothing. I'm not built to share." He kissed my forehead. Embarrassed, I tried to push him away, but he wrapped me in his big arms and pulled me down onto the bed with him. After a few moments, I relaxed into him. He was right. Neither of us were thinking clearly. Or, at least, that was an easy excuse. I could quench my thirst in other ways. I was renicent, after all. But I knew for some humans, the thirst would become a frenzied madness. I'd seen what Camina had done to Penelope, and I knew her addiction was not tamed. She might become dangerous, even violent, as it clears her system. That's why they'd locked us up. It could take days, weeks even. "You got us out of there, Em," Trevor said. "Not Damien. Nobody else. You. I've never seen anyone move that fast." He held me as a tear leaked down my cheek, dampening his chest. "I wasn't fast enough." 2. When I opened my eyes again, it was dark, apart from the desk lamp glowing in the corner. Trevor shifted beneath me, and I could tell he was awake. "I need to take a walk," he said, get the lay of the land. I'll come with you, I said, but someone needs to stay with Kamina. I knocked on the door between our hotel rooms and waited until Luke answered. He was pale and groggy, but looked clean. Kamina, however, hadn't even showered yet. She was rolled up in the sheets, her body twisted and sweaty. The scent of blood and elixir was so pungent, I nearly covered my nose. I put a hand on her forehead, but she grabbed my wrist tightly, her eyes blind with fever. She finally recognized me and lessened her grip. "She's been like that for hours," Luke said. "I don't know what to do for her." "Elixir," she wheezed. "Just a drop." "I don't have any," I shrugged. She scowled and rolled away, facing the window. The hotel was high up, looking out into the darkness behind the city. I could just make out a few stars above the dark, rocky hills. "Can you stay?" I asked Luke. "We'll go explore and try to get a handle on our situation." "I could sleep," he shrugged, sitting down in the armchair and putting his feet up. He used a remote to turn on an electric screen above the desk. "Besides, you'll never believe this, but this thing is set up with hundreds of movies and TV shows. Find some more food, and I'll stay here for a week." "What, no room service?" Trevor asked. "Couldn't find a phone," Luke said. Trevor rattled the handle of the door, then pushed it open with his shoulder. The lock gave easily under his weight. I braced myself, but the hallway was empty, so we left the apartment and went downstairs. A working elevator ferried us to a wide lobby with a fountain full of shiny coins. Cars were parked out front, mostly rusted shells with a visible motor, but a few had been carefully rebuilt and painted with shiny chrome colors. The main street beyond the entrance was clean, though some pieces had been repaired with concrete, and more than a few windows were boarded up or fixed with plastic. It was a patchwork of its former original self, but that made it no less impressive. It was a little like the miniature golf park we'd found once, but all the statues were enormous and flashing with colored signs. Tall, leafy trees, their branches filled with hanging lights, lit up one long main strip filled with hotels and shops. The sidewalks were churning with people. There were thousands of humans, from what I could see. As large as any compound, maybe larger. "How can all this exist out here?" I asked. It went against everything we'd been brought up to believe, that King Richard's compounds were the only safe refuge. Although we'd found small pockets of resistance, Haven had been the largest community, and they lived underground like rats. This was something entirely different. We paused just outside the building, taking in the sights and listening to soft guitar music playing through mounted speakers. "Emily?" A figure approached us. It took me a moment to place her as one of our rescuers. She was wearing jean shorts and a dark jacket, with her curly hair pulled up and large hoop earrings. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Gemma," she said. "I'm glad you figured out the elevator. Not everybody does at first." She was unarmed, and her casual greeting put me at ease, but in a strange way. Trevor must have felt the same. "Where are all the guards?" he asked. "You're not captives," she smiled. "And I don't think there's any call for violence, is there? At least not until we get to know each other better." Trevor shifted uneasily. We'd been at this too long to accept mere kindness at face value. "I'm sure you have questions. I can give you a tour and show you around, or, if you'd prefer to get right into it, Augustine is waiting nearby." "Let's get this over with," I said, crossing my arms. "Lead the way," Trevor said. We followed her down the street, trying to keep up with her despite the pedestrian traffic. It was strange to be around this many people, but most of them ignored us. We didn't stand out with our new threads, and although Gemma traded nods with a few people, she didn't seem to have any special authority. The street unfolded in front of us, with flashing neon lights, Bars playing music I could feel on my skin, and smells that tickled my nose. Not all unpleasant. Something savory from a food truck made my stomach growl. I was so distracted by the new sights, I almost didn't see Gemma turn off the sidewalk towards a broad building, tucked away behind a sprawling lawn. Trevor grabbed my arm and pulled me inside. The lobby had a red carpet and orchids in white and blue vases. The low ceiling was mirrored, and most of the walls as well, framed by geometric patterns in gold foil. It felt like we were walking into the heart of a shifting kaleidoscope. It made my head spin again, and I felt nauseous, but I pushed through it and kept up with our guide. In the center of the floor was a half-moon table with green felt and square tiles drawn in white chalk. Augustine sat behind it in an ornate wooden chair. He looked as I remembered, but instead of his fine dark suit, he was dressed more casually, in torn black jeans, a V-neck shirt, and a jean vest with patches. His eyes seemed to gleam in the dimness, despite the array of flashing lights from the machines around us. We sat facing him, in the padded leather chairs. He snapped his fingers, and someone brought us drinks on a tray.
"Try it," he said when I tried to wave them off. "It'll settle your stomach."
I wanted to argue, but I sipped the liquid through a straw, surprised at the strong fizziness and sweetness.
"Shirley Temple," he said,
nodding to the cherry on top.
"Some place you've got here," Trevor said. "It has its perks. Nuclear power, for example. Enough to light the strip for a few more centuries. And storerooms like you wouldn't believe. The restaurants and hotels used to get millions of visitors a year. Supplies to last a lifetime."
"Why are we here?" I cut in. "What do you want?"
"You came to me, remember?"
He smiled, revealing his fangs. I felt my chest beating in response. When the elite smiled, it always felt like a threat. We didn't, actually. We were kidnapped by your thugs.
"You were rescued, you mean. And if we're negotiating, let's review our accounts. I already saved you once in Crawlust, so that's twice you owe me."
"What's he talking about?" Trevor asked, turning towards me.
"She didn't tell you? I found her stealing Elixir from the renewal center. Making a fine mess, actually."
"And you didn't turn her in?" Trevor prompted. "Why would he? He's an imposter," I said. "A foreign elite from a distant kingdom. He was as much at risk as I was."
"Even so, I could have torn out your throat or raised the alarm. I did neither."
"I needed the elixir. It was for Jasmine." The name stuck in my throat, and I reached for my drink. I'd stolen elixir for Jasmine, to save her. It seemed so long ago now. "Anyway, I don't owe you for that. Just because you didn't do a bad thing you could have done, that doesn't commend to your character. You were the solution to your own threat, a threat of your making." The words felt sloppy, and I bit my lip to keep from saying more. I hoped they would have the intended meaning.
"Fine." Augustine crossed his arms. "As I said earlier, there's nothing I wanted from you. Before."
"And yet you saved us. What's changed?"
"I don't know yet. But that doesn't mean I don't detect some potential in you. Something valuable. My men tell me, as they approached, they saw you take out 2 brutes, moving as fast as an elite, and compulse over a dozen men. How does a chosen have the power to do that? To do any of it?"
"Brutes? Is that what they're called?" Trevor asked, leaning forward.
"That's what we used to call them. It's been a very long time since I've seen one. But let's stay on task."
His eyes fell back on me. I wasn't sure what to tell him. Damien had made me swear to keep my secret, but it felt too late for that now. He'd already seen what I could do. I'm different, I said. Renitent. If he was surprised, or recognized the term, he masked it well, even though I felt someone shuffle behind me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. But when I looked around at the other dim figures in the open space, nobody was close enough to be listening.
Ask what you are here to ask,
Augustine prompted. What are you talking about?
You need allies, I suppose. I hear you're drumming up a rebellion.
News spreads fast?
I'm well informed.
What are you offering? I asked.
That's not the way this works.
He smiled, reaching for a deck of cards. He shuffled them, and I noticed he had tattoos on the inside of his fingers, ancient and faded.
Could we help you? Of course. We skirmish with Richard's forces from time to time. The soldiers get a drop a day. The chosen get 2. We know your rules. That's why our fighters get 3. Doesn't that make us a bit crazy? Yes it does. And shaves a couple of decades off our lifespan, no doubt. But we drain the bone to the fucking marrow.
His smile grew larger, and his hands spread apart, tossing the deck of cards through the air like an accordion. It was both mesmerizing and unnerving, like the sound of a rattlesnake just before it strikes.
As far as I'm aware, your king thwarted several of your attempts already. He is powerful, though from the reports I've received, he appears to be missing. Although we have no love for your king, he is a formidable adversary. We have no wish to start a war.
He's dead, I said. He's not coming back.
And the rest of the elite are vulnerable, Trevor added, now that the skies are clear. The sun, Augustine nodded. I had a feeling that was you. But if you're expecting gratitude, you forget my nature. Did the ash even reach this far? Trevor asked. Only partially, Augustine admitted. We were in a kind of eternal twilight, gray skies on the fringes of a powerful kingdom, but it made us strong. Your elite, he continued, are poorly trained, spoiled, and weak. Think about it. They've grown up under their ashen skies, comfortable, with no real threats or predators. They haven't had to fight for survival. Not in a long time. But we are used to the dark. If your kingdom falls apart, we can take your compounds. If they come to us, we will fight them and win. And if they hole up in their citadel, draining their own stores dry, it doesn't affect us in the slightest. Why, then, should we get involved?
I shrugged and leaned back in my seat, sipping my drink. I didn't come here to beg for help. And Augustine was right. This wasn't his fight. But he had said we were negotiating. I just had to wait for him to make his point.
So here's the thing that does scare me. Let's say your revolution is successful. You kill all the vampires in your kingdom. How are your rebels to distinguish between us and King Richard's elite? Even if we helped you, how do we know we aren't putting ourselves in danger, fighting against the elite to save humans who also want us dead? To establish a human society which will grow and fester, eventually wanting what we have.
That won't happen, I said. I can give assurances.
How?
He leered. I saw a flash of metal and realized one of his teeth was capped in gold and studded with a diamond.
Your prince is now a prisoner. You've assembled a small group of rebels. Without our help, it's unlikely you'll be successful. And even with our help, I'm wondering what's the point? What's the purpose of any of it? Nature finds a way. The strongest will survive. Thinking we can outmaneuver destiny? It's a fool's errand.
He held up a Queen of Hearts, then flipped it around his fingers. When it faced us again, it had changed to the King of Spades, brandishing a sword. He tossed it into the air, and when he caught it again, it had become a laughing joker, wearing bells.
"Nice trick," Trevor said. "I'm glad you approve,"
Augustine said, a glint in his eyes. But I wasn't in the mood for games. "So let us leave," I said, standing up.
"You're free to go, whenever you please, though it's a 2-week walk on foot."
"Then give us one of those hovercrafts," Trevor said.
The elite said sadly, with a twinkle in his eyes. "Nothing here is free."
"We'll pay for it," I sighed. "Damien will reward you handsomely."
"If he's alive, and if your revolution succeeds. More likely, I'll never see it again."
We were at an impasse, and I felt the tension build between us. He wasn't exactly threatening us, but Trevor and I both knew what the vampire could do to us if it came to a fight. We couldn't force him to help us, and I felt like he was taunting us somehow. The extortion seemed almost relievingly simple, but I couldn't place what he actually wanted from us. He fanned the cards out in a wide arc before gathering them up again and slipping them into his pocket.
"This is just a brief, informal meeting,"
Augustine said. The intense interest he'd shown me earlier had disappeared, and now he seemed almost bored with us.
"A chance to catch up. But from where I'm sitting, I'm holding all the cards, and you're holding none. Until you've figured out what you have to offer, we'll have to table this discussion. In the meantime, you're welcome here, as long as you follow our rules."
"Which are?" Trevor asked.
"Very few, in fact."
The elite started walking away towards the front lobby, so we joined him. He cut through a room with round tables, filled with people playing games with colored chips made of clay.
"Chance and fortune,"
Augustine said, catching my eye.
"Hope for more, the possibility of changed circumstances, the potential for things to get better. Not for everyone, everywhere, but for themselves. Humans are innately selfish. First their own health and preservation, then those they care about. But if all their needs are met, they still won't be happy. They can't help wanting more. They say they want equality and fairness, which really means they always want just a little bit more than what the next guy has. So here, we give them that. Many chances, many options, many choices. They can choose easy paths or difficult paths, depending on how much they're willing to risk and how much they stand to gain. The rules are simple. Nothing can be taken by force. Not elixir, or as we call it, venom, and not blood. Other than that, there's a lot of gray area to maneuver. If they lie or tell an untruth, they may be liable. If they were misleading but didn't actually lie, that's not manipulation. It's showmanship."
"And let me guess, you're the judge who decides?"
"Vamps aren't in charge. We didn't crown a king to worship, and we don't call ourselves elite like some liberal college prick. Honestly, those fantasy LARPers ruined the apocalypse. I've always been more of a Mad Max fan myself. I consider us a family, but here we call ourselves the Teeth and the Blood."
He rapped his tattooed knuckles on a barred window, gesturing with his fingers, and the man inside the small booth handed him 2 stacks of chips on a plastic tray. He palmed them and gave 1 stack to each of us. "What do we have to do to earn these?" Trevor asked.
"You've provided enough entertainment value for today."
"You find us amusing?" I said.
"In your kingdom, all humans are only worth as much as the blood in their veins. It allows for no individuality. The truth is, not all humans are the same. Some are kin, some are friends, some food, some foe. We don't discriminate until they prove themselves on their own merits and discover their true value. Entertainment is our real currency, and the Strip is a meritocracy. People learn a skill or a trade. We value creativity, novelty. We pay well for it. But that's unfair,
he continued, leading us towards the exit, the shadows on his pale face distorted by the fluorescent bulbs above.
because life distributes skill and talent unequally. So we add an element of chance, games of luck, very risky, few winners, mostly losers. Sometimes the losers compete, pooling all their resources for the chance to become an immortal, one of the teeth, a last hurrah. Some spend years training for their chance, preferring an inglorious, quick death in the arena rather than a slow and painful deterioration as their mortality slips away quietly.
That's barbaric, I said.
Is it? Life and death is natural. I'm sure you know nature can be cruel. Those slagpaw that attacked your friend, blinded and enraged, not through vengeance or hatred. She was nothing to them. They hunted her for their own biological imperatives, driven by conditions and factors they can no longer remember. You can't blame them for being what they are. In contrast, King Richard's system was meant to be fair, all things equal, as far as possible. But all that means is nobody ever really gets what they want. It's a compromise without winners, because for someone to win, someone else has to lose. The only way to do that fairly is to gamble, leaving it up to chance.
And that's what you do here? Gamble with people's lives?
Mostly, but I'll let someone else give you the tour, or feel free to explore on your own. In the meantime, think about what you have to trade. As I said earlier, there are plenty of ways to earn a living here. Some slow and safe, some fast and dangerous. But as a warning, don't steal or take what isn't yours. Let chance and fortune steer your fate. But remember, long term, the house always wins.
We passed through 3 sets of sliding automatic doors, the glass dark, before stepping out into a morning sun so blinding I had to shield my eyes. My headache renewed with a vengeance, and the disorientation spread through my body like a tremor. That guy talks a lot and says almost nothing, Trevor grumbled, shielding his eyes against the light. I looked around for Gemma, but apparently we were to be left unchaperoned from now on. I felt a rising anxiety peering down the now empty strip, which looked so different from the night before. A handful of workers were sweeping up the sidewalks, hosing down stretches of asphalt, or collecting garbage from the public bins and carrying it away in trucks. But the buildings were closed and chained shut, the lights off, the music silent. The daylight allowed us to see the cracks and decay, especially of the buildings in the distance, which were practically falling over. If I hadn't known any better, I might have thought this was just another ancient ruin. Without all the people, I wasn't even sure I'd be able to find our way back to our lodgings, so I let Trevor take the lead. Luckily, our building wasn't actually that far away, now that the streets were clear. What had we learned from Augustine? Not much, but we appeared to be safe, for the moment, and maybe that was enough. The fridge had been restocked in our absence, and the bed was made with fresh linens. Someone had even left us little chocolates on the pillows. I removed the foil and let the bitter sweetness linger on my tongue, then grabbed a plastic bottle of water and gulped down half of it. We ate the rest of our food and took a nap until evening. This time, sleep came easily. A heavy stupor filled my whole body until it felt like I was sinking through the mattress. Whatever dreams I had faded as I awakened later into the dimness of evening. No one met us downstairs this time, but we waited a few minutes by the entrance anyway, just observing the activity. The city transformed at night, with 1,000 glittering lights, grungy electronic music, and noise bursting from every building, the streets packed with pedestrians. There were a handful of cars and bikes, but they seemed to cruise by slowly in loops. Small 3-wheeled vehicles drove passengers down from one end of the strip to the other, but it seemed foolish to waste fuel on such a trivial task. We made it to one end of the glowing settlement in less than 20 minutes, stopping at food booths for little parcels of fried meat and vegetables, wrapped in dough, and bottles of fizzy drinks. Trevor discovered a green bottle containing chilled beer and bought 3 of them to take away with him. At some point, we found Luke, and then Trevor excused himself to turn in early. Something was going on with him. It had been awkward since I tried to kiss him in our hotel room. I wondered if he was passing me off to Luke because he didn't want me to be out here alone, but preferred to be alone himself. I knew he'd probably just sit on a curb somewhere, listening to music and finishing his beers so he could pass out later, and I didn't judge him for it. We all had to handle our grief in our own way. After having slept well, I was actually eager to check out more of the town. I felt like Augustine had given me a test or challenge of some kind, but I didn't understand what I was supposed to do. I imagined it would be like negotiating with the compounds, offering something of value in exchange for favors. But it was clear our elite host wouldn't be satisfied with promises, and we had nothing to give after being rescued from Denvado. Luke's face was lit up from one side with neon pink and blue lights that made his dark eyes glow almost like one of the elites. I realized we hadn't spent much time alone together, even though he'd been one of my most constant companions since escaping from the Citadel. The dark stubble on his chin nearly hid the bruise on his cheek. I thought it was from the battle at first, but it looked too fresh. Maybe making him roommates with Kamina hadn't been the best idea. He saw me staring and looked away, touching the side of his face reflexively.
"She's still going through the worst of it," he said. "After the first time she lashed out, I've been trying to give her space."
"Have you ever seen anything like this?" I asked, changing the subject to something less charged.
"Not like this," he said. "Though when the Havocs talked about the future, or about how life used to be like, with people walking around in the open, unafraid, I always pictured something like this. It's almost like the Blood Wars, the Ash, like none of it ever happened."
"But it's also sort of like one of the compounds," I said. "I mean, there are elite here too, not hiding away in their walled city, living amongst them. Maybe that's why they can make all this noise without fear of the mutants." It was hard to keep track of time, with the various venues fighting for my attention. It was a maze of recreational opportunities, from casinos to dance halls to fancy stage plays with singing and dancing. Each new door or curtain revealed an intricacy of experience that went beyond all my knowledge and expectation. It felt surreal, like a place out of time. Luke was better with the money. After seeing him barter and get change, I realized Trevor and I had probably overpaid for everything the night before. We traded some of our chips for shiny tokens to put into the machines, pulling a lever until the symbols matched up, hoping to recoup our losses. I sat next to an old woman with pink glasses, curly gray hair, a salted margarita, a bucket of silver tokens, and an ashtray, putting in one coin after the other until her bucket was nearly empty. Then she'd hit a winner, and the machine gave her nearly, but not all, of her money back. Dealers were playing card games in front of a stage with a singer and a small band. Not far was a private buffet for high rollers. At first, I'd thought Augustine had given us too much, but I was surprised how quickly our stash of coins dwindled. Most people were dressed casually, like us, an eclectic mix of garments that seemed to prioritize comfort, mostly hoodies, t-shirts, and jeans. But some of the women wore skirts or dresses with a light jacket against the chill, and a few of the men had tailored suits. Several people were wearing dark sunglasses, even at night, which made me uneasy and covetous at the same time, as the flashing lights sometimes caught the side of my eye, momentarily blinding me. The more I looked, the more I noticed the small flourishes and details. Most people were subtle about it, but had obviously chosen an ensemble that created a personal style, an arrangement of identity, like a projected mosaic. A handful of figures took this to an extreme, peacocking with a collection of bizarre, bright garments and accessories that I couldn't look away from. We didn't see any other elite, though occasionally I'd smell the scent of Elixir and a rush of images raced through my mind, mostly of Damien. Luke was the one who first figured out that some people had small electronic devices with a glowing interface. They were breathing in a vaporized substance and blowing out sweet clouds that hung in the air. There was something almost sacrilegious about it. Elixir always reminded me of the renewal ceremony, which was a solemn, respectful affair. Each drop, precious and sacred. We passed a woman with a teasing laugh as she sucked on the small tube until her eyes were glowing. I even saw a guy piss against a wall before zipping up and toking on his device. We looked into getting one for Kamina. None of us were critically injured, but we had grown accustomed to at least a drop each day. Even though I didn't feel the sickness of addiction, I still yearned for it in a way that left me feeling empty, like my skin was stretched too tight. Plus, whatever we were planning next, it felt vulnerable to be without it, and I needed Kamina with me if it came to a real fight. Someone finally pointed us to a machine tucked away in an alley, filled with small plastic refillable cartridges. But the price was several times more than what Augustine had given us, and just for the capsule, not for a whole device. So, we gambled. Luke tried his luck at cards. It took less than an hour to run out of chips. "I wish Jasmine was here," I said wistfully. "She could really play." "I can play poker," Luke sighed. "I just got bad cards. You need to have enough money to lose slowly and bet big when you have a winning hand." "What about tomorrow?" I asked. "We'll need to eat." "We'll think of something," Luke said. We wandered a while through the dark streets at the far end of the strip. The lights here were more spread out, and the crowds were sparse. A handful of seedier establishments peppered the back alleys, with single red lights illuminating stairs that descended to unmarked doors. It started to rain, and we ducked into a covering just before the downpour started, hitting the tin roof above us with thunderous noise. But a few minutes later, it turned to a light drizzle. Puddles reflected the blue and pink neon signs, and steam rose from the gutters. A drunk stumbled past us, towards an empty booth at the end of the street. I watched his silhouette as he raised his arm to some kind of machine. A green light came on, illuminating his face as he winced in pain. Then I heard the sound of falling coins. He gathered them quickly in his pocket and went off in the other direction, leaving the booth open. I stepped closer to peer inside. "Nobody stays unless they contribute," Luke said over my shoulder. He was reading a strip of graffiti done in white chalk to the inner wall of the booth. Just below it was a machine hooked up to a coin dispenser. The sign said, "Donate today." "It's a blood collection," I said, my eyes widening. "This is grotesque and profane somehow." "It's efficient," Luke shrugged. "Practical. Give blood, get money.
Trade it for food or gamble to win enough for the elixir. Makes sense to me.
I guess, I said, crossing my arms. I mean, the Citadel limits its use to 1 drop a week, but it also makes renewal mandatory, and everyone gets the same amount.
Just enough to get them hooked, not enough to create violence or mania, Luke said.
You think this is better? People can stay high all the time and risk their lives on pointless bets to obtain more?
You trade blood for elixir, Luke shrugged. Honestly, I can't see how it's much different from the compound system, and I'd rather donate blood anonymously in the privacy of a sketchy back-alley booth than in some trumped-up ceremony in one of your fancy services, where everybody gives thanks to your elite lords.
So, you gonna get us some coins? I asked.
Not that desperate yet, Luke said, pulling a face. Plus, he said, studying the payment chart inside the booth, even if the 4 of us give blood every day, it would probably take years to afford one of those hovercrafts.
We don't have years, I said. I was trying not to panic, but it was getting harder not to think about Damien and my siblings at the mercy of Nigel in the Citadel. I leaned against the smooth brick wall of the alley.
Aren't you special or something? Luke asked. Maybe yours is worth more.
You think the payment varies according to the blood type? Or purity?
Or the taste?
Luke smirked.
Imagine there's some guy named Hank somewhere. An elite gets some very fine blood with a distinct taste. 6 months later, he wants some. He boosts the price for Hank's blood. Next time Hank makes a delivery, he gets more coins. But then another vampire gets a taste for it too, starts a bidding war. Suddenly, Hank's blood is worth a lot. Hank's living it up, the easy life. His friends get jealous and take his blood by force. Farm him even.
Why are you like this? I rolled my eyes.
Yeah, probably doesn't work like that. Beatrice told me once, something rare is actually less valuable, because there's an invisible cost to everything of value. It's a magnet for trouble, and will attract violence. The cost to protect it is sometimes a lot more than the price you paid for it.
We heard footsteps, and I looked up to see a group of men rushing towards us. My heart pounded, but they weren't focused on me. At the next corner, they stopped to shout and clap their hands. When we joined them, I realized there were already hundreds of bystanders stretching down the strip. But not walking, just standing around in large groups, waiting for something. I pushed through them to see what they were looking at, just as a screech of tires and the smell of burning rubber blazed around the corner. I watched as a blurred figure on foot raced a yellow sports car. The vehicle swerved, pushing her into the sidewalk where she barreled over a dozen men before rolling to her feet. She swung from a lamppost and pulled 3 blades from a strap on her thigh, tossing them at the car. One broke the back windshield, the other pierced a tire. The driver lost control, and by the time the figure had caught up again, the car had flipped over and rolled like a wooden block until it burst into flames. I saw money changing hands, and a few of the spectators raised a celebratory chorus, while others scowled back away into the alleys. At the end of the street, the racer opened the burning vehicle and dragged the driver out, her body silhouetted in the flames. His body was broken, but from the moans, I could tell he was still alive. The woman's face lit up, her eyes bright. I could tell she was a vampire from how fast she'd been moving, racing a car on foot. But I still stiffened when she latched herself at the man's neck and chewed through him until his arm was nearly severed. Then she looked up, straight at me. "We should go," I said, grabbing Luke's elbow. "Want a bite?" A coy voice whispered in my ear. She moved like a shadow, and even as I spun around, she was behind me again. Luke must have tried to strike her, and ended up in a pile of garbage cans.
"Ah, Fresh meat. She sniffed my neck, her lips red. You must be Augustine's imports. It's been a while since I tasted something new. I gasped when she stepped into the light. Her fangs protruded like daggers. Her jaw was distended and ferocious, with blood dripping down her chin and neck. In one hand, she was dragging a severed arm, as casually as a little girl's teddy bear. Augustine told us the rules, I said, my voice shaking. Nothing can be taken by force. Of course not, she winked. Care for a friendly wager. I'm not hungry, but the weather is cold, so your corpses will probably keep for a day or two. Despite the tank top and floral tattoos up her bare arms, there was something youngish about her. Maybe just her pale, smooth face. Like a young girl trying to dress edgy, or maybe like an older woman trying to appear young. No thanks, I said. Just as well, she stretched, walking past us. It's almost my bedtime anyway. She vanished, and Luke walked me home. It was hard to get lost with basically one long road, but I hadn't realized how far we'd wandered. Luke said goodnight after the elevator opened on our floor, and when I finally got back to my room, it was nearly sunrise. Trevor was passed out on the bed, so I curled up next to him. When I woke again, it was dark, and Trevor was gone. 3. The building was empty as I headed downstairs, the silent, dark corridors stretching out in each floor as I descended. The street outside was already busy, churning like a sea of strangers. There was a rhythm to it, a current, so I walked along with the crowd, looking for familiar faces. This time, I paid closer attention to my surroundings, exploring the darker outskirts of the settlement. The light was blue, with wooden scaffolding built around older sections of concrete and metal, sprayed over with neon graffiti tags. Offers and messages, symbols whose meaning I could not fathom. At one end of the street was a small camp with a few hundred plastic and canvas tents. At the other end, a junk pile of discarded crap and rotting cars. In the center, the neon lights and music pumped like an electric heart, promising 1,000 different forms of diversion. But I didn't feel like having fun, and I didn't even want to be here. How could I be trapped by something as trivial as distance? If I stole a car, would they come after me? Could I even attempt to challenge Nigel when he already had Damien in his possession? Without him, I had no legitimate claim to the throne. I also had no tolerable motivations. The headache and nausea from the thirst had faded, but now I felt a deep restlessness, like ants on my skin. My joints seemed to grind together like sandpaper. I needed to do something. I wanted to find Augustine again, even though I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. I felt like he was playing a game with me and expecting me to figure out the rules myself. But I couldn't spend another night sitting around. The moon was out, but Augustine hadn't mentioned where he lived or how to get in touch with him. The more I walked, the more upset I was at him for making me waste time seeking him out. I cut through 3 different casinos, half a dozen hotels, and a handful of dive bars and dance clubs before finding an old theater with balcony seating, long purple drapes and sleek wooden banisters. A movie screen was behind the stage, but tonight there was just a young girl with braids and a guitar singing a soft folk song. I paused to listen to the music, which stirred something in me. Then, as I scanned the half-filled seats again, I saw Augustine. His eyes snapped to mine a moment later, but he waited until the end of the song to get up and join me. "Is this an audition?" I asked. "Every day is an audition, for every one. Shall we walk?" I followed him towards the exit, letting him choose the path,
though he didn't seem to have a destination in mind. It was unnerving how low-key and unceremonious things were here. Augustine was dressed even more casually tonight, in jeans and sneakers, with a black t-shirt and wooden beads around his neck and wrists. His dark hair was rakishly styled in disarray. In Crawlust, I'd known exactly what he was, from his glowing eyes, fine dress, and pompous attitude. But here he was quiet, almost politely reserved. I still felt the tension in the air between us, knowing how powerful and dangerous he was. But with all the people and distractions, nobody really paid us any attention. In any other compound, an elite visitor would cause a stir and be surrounded by fawning subjects. But Augustine seemed to prefer being ignored. Even so, the crowd appeared to shy away from his presence, almost like an involuntary reaction, giving us a bubble of space. "I met another elite last night," I said finally, breaking the silence.
"Let me guess, red hair and sociopathic tendencies?" he said. "That's Tate."
"How did you know?" I asked.
"She makes herself easy to find."
There was something in his expression that made me want to probe further. "Was it a display for our benefit?" I asked. "I mean, she won a bet and then ate a guy, I think." This time he sighed and seemed a little annoyed.
"Tate makes her own decisions."
"I get why the humans would do it. Desperation, addiction, thirst. But why do the elite do it at all? You must have plenty of blood. I've seen your collection devices."
"The real curse of immortality is boredom," he said. "A yawning eternity of dissatisfaction."
He stopped at a small store, crammed full of yellow boxes, filled with colorful toys and piles of what I'd mistaken as trash, but was actually just shiny junk from the before. Watches, cameras, pocket knives, and devices. Even some gold chains, piled up under a hanging metallic claw that gave me the chills. Augustine put a coin in the machine and expertly guided the claw toward the center.
"We've tried gorging," he continued. "We've tried starving. Some of us fast for years, on the brink of starvation, just to feel something. Some elites don't choose to live forever. We replaced an addiction to blood with an addiction for something else. The thrill of risking it all, with real consequences."
The metal claw dropped, digging into the pile and closing its fingers. When it raised up again, it was clutching something I hadn't even seen inside the box. He tucked it into his pocket and gestured for us to continue.
"For bored elite," he said, "wagering a small vial of Elixir for the possibility of an unexpected surprise is an easy bet. Plus, blood given is blood tamed."
"What's that mean?" I asked.
"Terrified blood is a high, like a drug, spiked with cortisol and adrenaline. Simply put, it makes us feel good. Though for Tate, I think it's also about the spectacle. She likes me to watch her destroy what I've built, while playing neatly within my rules. Last night's very public, violent murder, for example. Sometimes I'm sure she's taunting me."
"Couldn't you just tell her to stop?" I asked.
"If she broke the law, she would be held accountable. But she's too smart for that. From what I surmise, they made a wager on a race, with clear terms. If the driver died in a crash, any elite would be within their rights to claim the blood before it went bad. The law does not protect the dead."
"What's her story? Tate, I mean."
"She was one of the first, a survivor. We're not exactly friends, and sometimes I think we hate each other, but we keep each other's worst tendencies in check, or else respect each other's depravities enough to believe so."
I nodded, but I wasn't really listening. I was wondering if we'd made enough small talk to discuss more important matters, but it felt strange to resume negotiations while walking together down the street. Moving lights down an alley caught my attention, and Augustine followed me inside. A rounded plaza had been filled with small carnival rides and games, rusted and aging, but their lights were still on, and a handful of people rode the mechanical beasts in dreary silence. Augustine offered to buy me popcorn or cotton candy, but I refused, even though both sounded good. We took a seat on a bench in view of the games. They reminded me a bit of the Citadel, but with a mechanical automation. They felt tragic to me, built for happier times, now derelict and creaking, crowded into the spaces between the buildings.
"You're King Richard," Augustine said. "He locked up all the humans. He kept them safe and happy, healthy. But now you think he coerced you, took your freedoms away."
Maybe he did.
"It's not the worst deal for the humans."
"I'm aware," I said. "I've spent some time beyond the protection of the compounds. But in the wild, humans are forced to hide to survive."
"And you'd still fight for the system that entrapped you, even after you've finally broken out?"
"It's my home," I shrugged. "My family." His eyes shone as he considered this. At least we were finally getting somewhere.
"I see. Brother or sister?"
"Both," I said.
"So you would kill hundreds in a war to reclaim someone else's throne for a pair of children? Does that seem like justice to you?"
"Of course not," I snapped. "It's not just about them. It's about what they represent. Thousands of other children in all of the compounds. They're all hostages, and they'll die if I fail."
"Whatever,"
Augustine said, waving his hand as if he could brush my rationalizations away.
"Your concern is justified. But to my earlier point, you think Richard's great achievement was in sourcing his own blood through the compound system. The greater accomplishment is how he tamed the elites."
"Tamed them?"
"As I mentioned before, Emily, I like my food warm. Fresh, raw blood. Fear and anger, a potent, delicious brew. In the immediacy of the moment, tasting their memories as they're still being written. Succumbing to their own death and mortality, an experience we will never share."
"I get it."
"You can't possibly," he said. "The blood from the compounds, it's nourishing, but bland. Drink enough, for a few decades, and it's almost sickening. Blood given willingly, sanitized and stored. Good for emergencies only. King Richard's power was convincing hundreds of elite to play by his rules. They gave up their nature for peace, security, and position. Not everyone took his deal. When we refused, he attacked us, pushing us away, teaching us a lesson, clearing a wide swath around his protected territories, poisoning his own kingdom to stay in control. And now, by killing the king, you've let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, and it's mad and hungry. The humans aren't the only ones who suffer from the thirst."
"So you understand the problem," I pushed.
"I understand the threat and who brought it,"
he corrected. "I wasn't trying to kill him," I said quietly. "I was just trying to turn off his machines to stop the poisonous ash. If Damien hadn't come, if I hadn't been renitent, we both barely survived."
"It doesn't change the end result. You started a war you can't finish. Nigel, from the sounds of it, will fail to rein in his cabal of hungry vampires. They will test his boundaries, breaking rules, bending an inch, then a mile. And once they get a taste for fresh, violent, terrified blood, I doubt Nigel will be able to stop them, if he even wants to. The elite will drink themselves into a blood rage and kill everything that moves."
I glanced at him through my lashes, but his expression was unreadable. I wasn't sure if he was concerned or merely pointing out facts as he observed them. He talked about boredom and risks, but he'd also been clear he wouldn't just help for free. If I had to guess, I'd say what happened at the Citadel impacted him. He obviously cared enough to pay attention. That felt like progress. Was that enough incentive to help me? Was he giving me a clue? Or was he just blaming me for it all, making me an enemy rather than an ally? I shivered, pulling my jacket over my shoulders. "I'll stop them," I said. "I have to."
"Well then,"
he said, getting up and offering me a hand.
"There's something I'd like to show you."
We headed back down the street, walking by a wide pond with a colored fountain that reflected all the neon signs. Something sparkled just under the bright surface. I leaned over to see piles of silver coins lining the bottom. When I turned around again, Augustine was so close behind me I jerked back and almost tripped into the pool. He caught my wrist firmly until I could get back on my feet, then took a respectful step back. He fished for something in his pocket and handed it to me. "A gift?" I asked.
"An example,"
he said.
"Inside that package, protected in wax and foil, is a single drop of venom. Not the watered-down elixir you drink in the compounds. Real vampire blood. Now, how much did this cost me?"
He reached into the pond and fished out a coin.
"A single quarter. The metal has no value, but they work on nearly all our games here. Anyone could have played for the same price, but few would have won the prize. I have an advantage of both time and wealth. I could afford to play that damn game for months straight, out of sheer boredom. It held my attention because it was challenging. Now, I could win every prize in there with little effort. The skill and experience gained that few others could afford to pay for now allows me a large discount."
"Is this a lecture?" I frowned. I hate lectures.
"Why spend it? Because giving it to you, a free gift with nothing reciprocated, is something that brings me joy. That is what I'm getting out of it. I don't need or want anything else, but also because it's cheap for me. It costs me nothing. Whereas, for someone else, someone in great need, this quarter might be their single last chance to save their fortunes, to change their lives."
He flipped the coin in the air, and I waited for it to drop. But it didn't. Augustine caught my eyes and smirked, then snapped his fingers between us. He pulled the coin out from behind my ear, then pressed it into my palm. "That would be more impressive," I said, "if I didn't already know how fast the elite can move."
"Look into the pond again,"
Augustine said, ignoring me.
"All of these quarters, each could have won a prize, or been traded for food, shelter, or venom. Instead, it was thrown away here. What did it buy? A single wish, something they wanted but couldn't afford."
His words resonated with me, reminding me of something Damien had said when we were forced to separate.
"With that drop of venom in your pocket,"
Augustine continued,
"you could buy yourself new clothes or weapons. Or you could give it to your friend who is still suffering from the thirst. Its value depends on the urgency of your need. It would have been unattainable for you on your own, but like I said, it didn't cost me anything, and I received a tiny flicker of joy. That hope in your eye when you realized what I was giving you, which was also a kind of test, of course. Charity is its own form of selfishness."
"You really need to work on your metaphors," I said.
"To be honest,"
Augustine smiled,
"I haven't had a real conversation with anyone in years. I suppose the words are backed up and eager to be put to use. But also, half of any good magic trick is distraction. The story is the cover people hear when they should have been keeping a closer watch."
This time, he let the words hang between us, like a riddle. We'd returned to the center now, and he had been turning back to speak to me. He didn't see the couple walking his way until he'd bumped into them. I saw a flicker of terror in the man as he recognized Augustine, but the elite just brushed him off with a warning grin. After that, he seemed more caged than usual, his face darker. He was careful to slip between pedestrians without getting too close, like the smells and sights were uncomfortable. Like Damien did when he was hungry. He even pulled out a dark pair of sunglasses.
"Here we are,"
Augustine said, running lightly up a flight of cracked stairs. The building was older, with guards in front of the doors. It looked like some kind of bank from the before. Augustine's voice echoed in the marble chamber, furnished with leather couches and potted plants.
"There's one more thing I wanted to show you. It's not something I'm embarrassed about, but also not something I'd like you to discover on your own."
"Okay," I asked, eyeing the guards nervously. I saw 4 more inside, with black and tan camo patterns and assault rifles. I felt for the tinfoil package in my pocket. Would he give me venom before putting me in a fight? Just to test me? For his own sick pleasure? But we passed down the stairs into a small office space. It was dim, other than the green glow of the emergency exit lights.
"You've seen the basics of our economy,"
Augustine said, his features stretched and distorted in the green light. I'm alone and unarmed with a hungry vampire.
"But sometimes traders get liquidated. They borrow too much and lose it all, and have to stop betting. There are other ways to survive here, but for some degenerates, they don't gamble to survive as a means to an end. They do it because there's nothing else like it, and they risk everything. You can't sell something you don't own, and you can't bet people. But you can borrow. If you have nothing else, you can pay your debt in blood. However, sometimes they make a very big wager. They bet their lives. Killing them outright would be a waste of blood, so at that point we negotiate a settlement. The standard value of one human life is 1,000 pints.
But humans only have around 10 pints of blood, I said.
In their body, yes, but we have a solution for even that. We call it the Garden of Reprobates. Let me show you."
He switched on the fluorescent lights, and they flickered to life over a long, underground warehouse filled with glass cubes. I thought it was some kind of futuristic butchery at first, with hanging rows of meat. But then I realized each crystal box held a human, barely covered with straps of white fabric. Tubes of blood connected from their arms and legs to large refillable bottles. A glowing visor was strapped to their faces, and the room made a humming, purring noise as the blood was pumped. "Why are you showing me this?" I asked.
"Just so you know, Emily, that every bet has a price. Don't risk more than you can afford to lose."
"It's a little late for threats," I said, cracking my knuckles.
"Not a threat, just a display. Something I'd rather share with you than keep from you."
He turned away toward the back wall, where a large rack of glass bottles was kept on cool shelves that misted out blue fog. He used a printer to scan a barcode and print out a label, which he stuck on one of the bottles before tearing out the cork with his teeth. "That's why we're here?" I asked, crossing my arms. "You wanted to show me your creepy collection of basement humans?"
"You are intent on destroying a functioning system, or else rescuing one on the verge of collapse. But I have yet to hear you propose alternatives, so I'm presenting my own."
"Blood on tap?" I nodded skeptically, raising an eyebrow.
"With a VR headset to induce nightmares or pleasant dreams, to infuse the desired flavor. Each month it can be something new. Then we'll change out the bottles."
"Clever," I said, hoping he'd pick up on the sarcasm.
We keep them unconscious for their own peace of mind, and we give them venom to heal faster. They feel no real pain. We keep them alive, taking a pint a day for 3 years until their debt is paid. They're released with a fresh start and a year's free rent so they can get back on their feet.
I frowned down the row of nearly naked bodies, suspended by white straps, each stuck in time like a fly trapped in ice. Next to each display was a clear IV and a hanging blood bag, along with a monitor.
We don't see it as a punishment. It's simply the fastest way to recoup their losses, so that they may pay their debt and return to society. But it's also a reminder of what all this costs.
I remembered the girls I'd seen in the Citadel, just before someone had tried to wipe my mind. King Richard's system was a lie, and the darkness was hidden. Was this gruesome display of macabre skin and bones more honest somehow? It made my skin crawl, but I tried not to show it. Whether I admitted it or not, I needed Augustine's help, and time was slipping away quickly. I could only hope Damien was still in transport to the Citadel. "I guess I get it," I said. "I mean, if it's between losing years of your life to this purgatory or a fiery death race against a bloodthirsty vampire, some would take the easy way out. Does anybody ever win?"
You might be surprised, although I suspect some elite lose on purpose occasionally, so that the hope lives on.
He seemed pleased by my casual banter, though my insides were a tight knot. Did he want to do this to the compounds? There was a good chance he was a psychopath. Whatever his intentions, the display was vaguely threatening. Augustine could kill me, right now, and add me to his collection like an exotic specimen. But somehow I didn't feel any threat from him. I felt something else, something familiar. A kind of loneliness, a need to be understood.
In the old days, he continued, they had prisons. Trust me when I tell you, this is more humane.
"Is that where you got your tattoos?" I asked. They were faded marks on his fingers, arms, and neck that sometimes seemed like living shadows.
That's a story we should save for a less horrific setting.
He smirked, his eyes filled with humor. Thank God. You think so too? I'd been working to hide my disgust, but my careful expression melted at Augustine's comment.
I'm not squeamish about it, but it's also not a comfortable setting for personal reflections. Too clinical. Come, if you want me to get nostalgic, I'm going to need a drink.
A drink of...
Don't worry, darling. I always bring my own blood.
It was a relief to be outside again. Goosebumps prickled across my arms and neck at the cold air, and I hadn't realized how stressed out I'd been, trapped underground with Augustine's garden of dreaming cadavers. It reminded me too much of the king's secret lair of skeletons. What was it about the elite that made them build palaces above the collected remains of their victims? I kept my eyes out for Luke or Trevor, even as we passed the tall building we were staying in, but I couldn't see them. A few blocks down, Augustine led me into a dark square building, where a doorman let us in and pressed the elevator button. The furnishings were simple, and not as garish as most of the Strip, with a refined elegance. I realized, once the doors closed, that I still didn't know where I'd agreed to go, or what was expected to happen there. But now I was stuck in a metal box with him, and it's not like I could do anything about it. Mirrors covered the walls, and I shifted my eyes, not sure where to look without meeting his gaze, as our reflections reproached us from every direction. The smell of Elixir was almost overwhelming in the tight space, and I wondered if he was feeling the same about me. He seemed to be holding his breath until the bronze doors opened onto a rooftop garden set with tables and white candles. Half the seats were empty, and a row of people were standing on the balcony overlooking the strip down below. We were seated in a curved leather booth in the back, framed by white terraces holding sprawling ivy. A young man was playing the cello on a raised stage. It reminded me a little too much of Jacob's private dinner in Harpoon. I was used to private chats taking place behind closed doors, and Augustine seemed to revel in doing things in the open. A waiter brought menus, and I picked something out nervously. I didn't recognize half the words, but something with chicken and potatoes seemed safe enough. I was half expecting Augustine to entrap me into a meal I couldn't pay for, especially after his economics lesson earlier, but he didn't bring it up. The waiter brought back 2 glasses of dark liquid, and he handed me one.
"Yours is sherry," he said. "Mine isn't."
He smirked as he swirled the viscous liquid in his glass, before taking a sip that stained his lips. Then he drained his glass and called for another. I tried mine, hesitantly. It tasted like raisins and toffee. "It's like the blackberry wine we had in Algrave," I said.
"I thought you might like it."
After his second glass, he seemed more relaxed. I realized his intense fixation on me was like a spotlight. 1 minute it was a hot glare, but when he turned away to appreciate the music, leaning back against the booth with cold detachment, I almost felt abandoned, like a forgotten plaything. "You're not what I expected," I said finally.
"How could I be?" he asked. "Almost everything you know about your elites is a lie. But we're just people. I never got the whole vampire vibe. You'd know what I mean if you watched the movies. Black velvet, antique furniture. I mean, sure, I had a goth phase for a while. Couldn't help it. And some of it makes sense. We're sensitive to light, to everything, really. But we move quickly. We need comfortable, loose clothing, but we learn to be careful. We are sensitive creatures of the night, after all. The hunters and the hunted. Anything else is just an affectation, a pretense. But like I said, we were humans once, and that makes us vain and insufferable. Some of us, I'm sure, are just assholes."
I snorted, in spite of myself, then looked away, hiding my smile behind a sip of wine. Augustine's voice wavered between poetic speeches and cutting barbs that reminded me of the Havoc's.
"If I seem different from those elite you've encountered,"
he said, leaning closer,
"it's because my life before all this was, let's say, challenging."
"How so?" I asked. My food had just arrived and I tore into it, but wanted to keep him talking so I'd have a chance to eat. It was much better than the cold eggs and meats we'd been eating from our fridge.
"I got locked up for dealing,"
Augustine said,
"when I was 16. Sold it to rich pricks who came to the city to sow their wild oats with hookers and drugs. Mostly cocaine, but they'd need weed to chill out the next day. Spent a decade in and out of jail, but they always sent me back for stupid trifles. You see, I was worth more to them locked up, so they could charge the government, private businesses, making millions in profit."
"You were a criminal?" I said between bites, trying to follow his story.
"I was an entrepreneur," he said, "or I like to think of myself as one. Rise and grind. They let me out of jail right at the brink of collapse. In my absence, technology had rapidly progressed, so fast I could hardly do anything with the new phones. But some of my gang, they expanded my operations, started selling drugs online for cryptocurrency. Then they legalized marijuana while I was still in jail. Years left on my sentence. Sold it in high-end boutique stores. I was serving a sentence for a crime that no longer existed. When I got out, the news was just starting to cover the outbreak. That's what we called it then. When I got home, my boys were already dead. I found my girl on the kitchen floor, a note clutched in her bloody hand. It had the passwords to our accounts. I managed to log in to see the crypto I'd received a decade earlier was now worth a lot of money. So I sold it quick. I bought a couple buildings here, kicked all the tenants out, shut down the restaurants and casinos, started loading it up with supplies. They were already well stocked, with good defenses and security. At the dusk of civilization, commerce thrived.
You had kids? I asked, my eyes widening. It was strange to think of him as a father.
Twins,
he said.
Had a girlfriend, got married on parole, but it only lasted a few months. Still, she was good to me. Tried to protect them. If I'd been there, if I'd gone straight home.
He shook his head, stealing his expression.
That was all so long ago. A different lifetime. She'd be over a century now. In fact,
he glanced at the sign by the entrance.
I named this place after her. I spent a bunch on military equipment, gold, online junk that never made it. The supply chain broke down soon after. But it was enough. I sat in my towers, hundreds of empty rooms, a mountain of food I couldn't eat, biding my time. When I got hungry, I'd go hunting. It was easy. The blood, so sweet, so fresh. I was used to being in prison, so the lockdown didn't bother me. But the humans were just as eager for my venom. Suffering, starving. Half of them addicted, violent, crazy. They set up their little villages of rusted cans, becoming tribal, fighting and killing over resources. A leader would pop up, then someone would murder him. Every few years, a slagpaw or elite would bust through their fences and kill nearly everyone. I got tired of watching it all, from my balconies. I was lonely. I started passing between them, keeping an eye on them from afar with binoculars. I'd watch them for years, before ever making contact. I'd get to know them and offer them a deal. Often, they only wanted a favor. I'd grant it, in exchange for the company. Then, one day, a girl tricked me and seduced me, chained me so her friends could keep me locked up for Elixir. A year at least. When I escaped, I killed them all. Except her. Her, I made immortal. She was my first.
You rewarded her?
I punished her, cursed her, to be alone, like me, forever.
Tate? I guessed. He nodded.
Now we're alone together. Other elites are guests, visitors. They agree to our rules and we take our price.
Elixir for blood, just like the kingdom.
Not quite.
He grimaced at the comparison.
Think about it. Do Richard's elites have any integrity? Kept in check by force and power, threats and carrot sticks. They grew weak, but it was like taming wild dogs. They'll still bite the hand that feeds them.
And your way is better?
Socialism is like water. Equal, but flowing to all parts, no matter who deserves it or needs it most. Eventually, it wears everything down to nothing. Each citizen dependent on the Tate like lambs to slaughter. Here, each man consumes what he can afford and what he can tolerate, until he can do neither. Venom is a poison, toxic, as you know, and yet they seek it out for the pleasure it causes, even as it kills them. I don't have to watch my back here, because I can trust every person to do what's in their best interests. This is what I mean by integrity, some kind of support that holds, so the edifice will not collapse. If I die, I know the system will continue without me, such as it is, because it's not forced piety or chastity, a pretense for both humans and elites. My system allows for their darker tendencies and an outlet for their fury. Besides,
he said wryly,
we also have movies.
What? I asked.
I told you. Entertainment. Music stored in offline computer towers. Tens of thousands of different songs. And movies. Thousands and thousands of them. And plays to perform. Live events.
I have a friend who does that. Luke's dad, actually. But only with books.
I'd love to trade collections,
Augustine said. He'd like that, I smiled. I still remembered the small library in Algrave, with round windows and comfy benches, with state-approved stories. Even so, there had been plenty of novels. I couldn't imagine how many books he'd have here.
We give people the chance to practice, to perform, to improve at a skill. They can become musicians if they have an ear, actors if they have a voice, or soldiers if they lust for violence. We also have games and sports, which we bet on, of course. You can open a restaurant if you want. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on your cooking. This is as close to real life as possible. People can leave if they want, though few do. We have scavengers and traders, often young men, who will leave their families, hoping to strike it rich, prospecting in the wilds, and return with enough value to buy or rent an apartment so they can move into their own space.
A chilly breeze fluttered the tablecloth, and I realized we were alone. The other diners had left, and even the servers were gone. I felt a slight dizziness, and the colored lights had a soft glow around them. What time was it? How many cups of sherry had I finished?
So, what do you think?
Augustine asked, stepping out towards the balcony. I joined him at the edge, looking down at the crowds and vehicles far below. The shifting lights made it seem like the strip was on fire. I felt like I was awakening from a trance, struggling to think clearly. Was he searching for approval? Or forgiveness? It's a lot, I said, like nothing I've seen before.
Good. Well, now that I've shown you my cards, how about you show me yours?
What do you mean? I asked, taking a step back. I felt the conversation had taken a shift, finally arriving at a sense of purpose, exactly when I was least prepared.
There are things you haven't told me, things you're keeping from me, and you still haven't offered anything I want.
You've been waiting for me to throw myself at you? Is that what you want from me? To extract a price?
I've been waiting for you to trust me, enough to ask for help.
I don't need your help, not enough to beg for it. And I haven't asked you for anything, except a ride back home, something a gracious host would grant.
Don't you?
He leaned forward, and his voice took on a more sinister tone.
Your prince is captured. The revolution has fallen. Your allies, waiting to hear from you, will lose interest quickly if they learn you've been taken by a foreign kingdom. In your absence, royal guards will no doubt round up and execute the traitors, if they haven't already. You've got a lot of spinning knives in the air, Emily Sharrow. Can you catch them all?
I hate talking in riddles. Just tell me what you want.
It's not my responsibility to tell you what I want. It's your job to offer it.
He seemed half playful, half annoyed, as if I was the dense one. He was choosing his words carefully, but leaving out the crucial meaning and hoping I'd fill in the rest.
Consider this, then,
he sighed.
You may have the ear of the king in the near future, from a powerful kingdom that has always treated us as dangerous criminals, simply for existing beyond its reach. If I do nothing else but give you the opportunity to understand and appreciate what I've built here.
I see. You want me to be your ambassador.
Not quite. Though I could be your friend. Or more, perhaps.
He leaned in even closer, and I felt a flush rise into my face and neck as he paused, just a few inches away. The rooftop was mostly dark now, except for a few candles, and the neon halo of the strip below that illuminated his long eyelashes. Was he listening to something, or trying to provoke me? My body responded to the elixir in his blood, and I resisted it. He was handsome and charming, like all elite. Is this what it felt like to be seduced by a vampire? I pushed any carnal desires away. I knew I couldn't trust them. Was he compulsing these feelings in me? Was I allowing them? Finally, the moment passed, and he turned away towards a closer table. He waved his fingers over the still-lit candle until I could smell burning flesh and see curls of acrid black smoke. He hissed at the pain, but didn't pull away. I thought elite were afraid of fire, I said. Is this another magic trick?
You know I hate that term.
He scowled. Sorry. What is it you call yourselves? The fangs?
The teeth. Venom is flammable. We aren't afraid of fire, but we are careful. We burn, and it's very painful. We are fast enough that it rarely kills us. Drop and roll to smother it, then find water. But it still hurts.
So why play with fire? I asked. He brought his hand up suddenly, in a flash of light. The flame exploded from his fingers into a bright ball of sparks, and when he flicked his hand to the side, it had turned into a white rose.
I'd rather be intimate and familiar with the things that might kill me,
he said, handing me the rose. Is that what I'm doing here? I asked quietly, rubbing my thumb against the sharp thorns.
Are you planning to kill me, Emily Sharrow?
Not yet. How about you?
I'll let you know.
4. I found Luke and Trevor near our building, at an outdoor stall made from an old truck selling something that smelled like sausages. It was a relief to see their familiar faces, but after my meeting with Augustine, I still felt unsettled. It was too much to process right now. I didn't want to have to explain the white rose and romantic candlelight dinner, so I tucked it quickly into the bushes. I wasn't sure why I felt like hiding it, and part of me didn't want to let it go. But I told myself I could pick it back up later.
Taco stand, Luke said, chewing with his mouth full. You've got to try these.
Already ate, I said, as I sat next to them. I thought you were out of cash.
It's on me, Trevor said, handing me a coin. Haven't spent all mine yet.
The cuisine was interesting, with a soft flour shell filled with meat, lettuce, and tomato. I ate, too, even though I'd recently eaten upstairs. Trevor was avoiding my eyes, but when I finally caught them, he looked sullen. When Luke went to buy us some cold beer, the silence became a pressure, like a heavy blanket. I could still smell the elixir in my pocket, but maybe it was in my mind. Is that what Trevor was smelling also? We'd all be more sensitive to it after drinking so much. Did he think I'd been with Augustine, trading blood for elixir like I had with Damien? I was expecting another accusation, followed by an argument, but instead, he finished his tacos in silence and then wiped his hands off on his jeans. Luke and I have been talking, he said, turning to face me. There's ash in the hills, just outside the city. A lot of it. If I shift forms again, 2 of us could get back. You and me. We could leave tonight. Shift. I felt a surge of hope as I pictured his plan. It would take days to get back, I said. Only a few, but we could connect with the others. Luke and Camina would be fine here for a while, until we come back for them. She'd never agree to that. She might, Trevor said. Have you even talked to her since we got here? I hadn't. I wasn't avoiding her exactly, but I'd made no effort to check on her either. I don't know what to say, I said, chewing my lip. Anyway, she's not in the headspace for a fight, Trevor said, and we can't afford to wait. We both know it. We'd need more elixir to change you back, I frowned. Unless I find an elite to eat. He grinned back at me. Each shift could take years off of Trevor's life, and if we didn't find more elixir soon, he'd get stuck. Until he lost himself for good. I hated that his offer tempted me anyway, even though we both knew what it could cost. Was I really willing to sacrifice my oldest friend? It's too risky, I said. He started to object, and I reached out for his hand. It's a good idea, I said. Smart. And brave. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You found something better? He asked. Augustine showed me around. Doing what? Trevor asked, his expression tense. I'm not sure exactly. Just talking. I learned a lot about this place, and him. What I haven't figured out is why. I have a feeling he doesn't do anything without purpose, and after what he showed me tonight, well, I can't imagine he has any more skeletons in his closet. Honestly, it's weird. Sometimes I think he's the most authentic person I've ever met. Other times, I'm sure it's all an elaborate lie, a web of words to ensnare me before I realize I'm already caught. Shit, Em. Yeah, I know. It rubs off, I guess. Also, I'm tipsy. Well, that makes two of us, Trevor said, finishing his beer to grab the one Luke returned with. The sweet scent kept grabbing my attention to the elixir in my pocket. I hadn't had any for days, and even though I'm sure the scent was subtle, its beacon was incessant. I needed to get rid of the temptation. Let's go find Kamina, I said. I've got something for her. But what's our move? Trevor asked. Give me another day, I said. Then we'll all decide together. Did he say it was my idea? Luke piped up behind us. For the record, I think it's insane. You both are. You can't go back for him. It's suicide. It's better if you just leave him there. He'd never know. I'd know, I scowled. I mean, you did kill his father. That's not easy to forgive, right? And he told you to leave him behind. He also told me to meet him in the Citadel. Luke shrugged with a careless grin. Sometimes I wasn't sure if he believed anything he was saying, or if he just liked to piss people off. I followed his eyes to a group of girls in tight, sparkly dresses. They were rushing across the street with panic on their faces. Something was wrong. A few people were standing in front of a dance club with flashing lights that smelled heavily of booze and sweat. A woman under the streetlight caught eyes with me. She was covered in glowing neon body paint that shimmered in the shadows. I thought I saw her jerk her head inside before she put out a cigarette with her heel and headed up the street. Inside, people were dancing inside under black lights, which made them look like writhing fluorescent skeletons. The music was heavy with bass and euphoric vocals. But one side of the room was standing still, craning their necks towards the back, or walking away nervously to join the crowd outside. We pushed our way past a pair of bodyguards into a private lounge area. Some kind of exclusive gentleman's club with fancy whiskey and expensive furniture. Kamina was sprawled out on a couch, her bare feet up on the table. Her blonde hair was wild and her eyes nearly manic, and wearing only jean shorts and a black t-shirt. She took a long drag on a cigar with a strong scent of elixir, harsh and smoky, but unmistakable. I heard moaning and looked past her to the man on the floor, then found 3 other bodies, tangled under an overturned table and broken glass. 2 of the men had visible bruises, but they all seemed to be alive. My pulse spiked, remembering Augustine's warnings. Where did you get that? I asked, batting the cigar out of her hand. It landed on the rug, smoldering, but Luke picked it up before it could start a fire. "Kamina, what did you do?" As if on cue, our exit was blocked by a row of guards before Augustine stepped through them like a summoned demon. "It's not her fault," I said, standing in front of Kamina. "She didn't know the rules. I didn't tell her. That's on me."
"All transgressions have a cost," Augustine said.
But his expression was stern and caged. There was a tense moment as I pondered violence and wondered what the punishment would be. "Relax," a new voice chimed in. Tate, wearing a sequined dress, was sitting on one of the men. He protested weakly as she let go of his wrist. Her chin and the top of her dress were stained with fresh blood, which made her white fangs stand out like pearls. He bet he could make her smile. She bet she could beat him up and all of his friends for one of his fancy cigars. I bet on her, and she won. I'm currently extracting my payment from this gentleman. See? No big deal, and all perfectly legal.
"Is that what happened?"
Augustine looked at the men with piercing eyes. None had the courage to refuse Tate's story. "We're having quite a riot, actually," Tate said, glancing up at me. "I thought you were the interesting one, but your friend is much more my speed."
"Why don't we settle this later?"
Augustine said, grabbing her arm. She jerked back and then shoved him away, so hard he stumbled. "Why waste time?" Tate said. "Kamina filled me in. Your little collection of refugees need a ride home. You won't loan them a vehicle, stingy bastard. Trying to extort them, no doubt. But I'd be happy to make things interesting. I'll even loan you one of my cars. If you win, keep the car. If I win..." "I've seen what happens when you win," I said, "and we don't drive in the compounds." "I can drive," Trevor offered. "Damien taught me." I glared at him. I couldn't believe this was happening. "Don't look at me like that," Trevor said. "Is this any less risky than our other options?" Luke sat on the edge of the couch, took a drag from the spiked cigar, and then passed it back to Kamina. "Tell you what," Tate said, pressing her advantage. "Even if you lose, your little pals can keep the car. A life for a car. A ride home. That's about fair, isn't it, Augustine? Or, if he's feeling merciful, we can skip the race and put you straight into one of his blood pods. Go save your kingdom. Come back in 3 years to retrieve your ally."
"Tate,"
Augustine said, a warning in his voice. "We are not doing that," I said. "Why do you get to decide?" Kamina asked. "I accept your challenge, whatever it is, but only if it's on equal terms with Elixir." "Can't you stop this?" I hissed at Augustine. Tate watched the chaos she'd created, thriving on it.
"It's a bet,"
Augustine said sternly.
"But it's already late. I suggest proper consideration for so weighty a wager. It'll have to wait until tomorrow. In the meantime, we'll leave you. I trust you can find your own way home."
"It's my life," Kamina said fiercely, before I even raised an objection. "No, it isn't," I said, nodding at the bullet necklace she was still wearing. "You promised Jasmine, right? She wouldn't have wanted this." "You don't get to say her name," she snapped back. She stood to face me, with fire in her eyes. "Or use her memory to manipulate me to your cause. And besides, what concessions have you been offering our host behind locked doors? Making your own private deals? First the prince, now Augustine." I felt the sting in my palm before I realized I'd slapped her. Her surprise turned to rage in a flash. She pinned me against the wall, a hand to my throat. I could smell the elixir surging through her. But it wasn't anger in her eyes. It was pain, a pain I recognized. It mirrored my own. Trevor strode forward, but I held out a hand to warn him away. We had to finish this conversation.
"Why didn't you stop them?"
Camina whispered, her eyes wide and haunted.
"The slag paw. I've seen you control them before. You could have."
It happened so quickly, I didn't have time to react. But you're right. I screwed up. I let my guard down, first with Damien, then on the bridge. If I hadn't, she'd still be here. But you wouldn't be. Camina blinked. Then her expression softened. She loosened her grip and let me down.
"We were kind of in the middle of a huge battle," Luke said. "They came out of nowhere. Jasmine was crazy to fire that gun."
"She made her choice," Trevor said. "In another second, Bryce would have snapped Camina's neck or dropped her off the bridge."
"It should have been me," Luke said. "I had the gun, but she was so fast."
"It's nobody's fault," Trevor said. But of course it was. My mission. Unnecessary risk. A revolution I never really believed in, that Damien didn't care for. Jasmine had already lost her brother, and she still joined me on my mad quest, even after finding happiness of her own. "She's gone," I said, with a tear on my cheek. "But she died to protect you. Don't take that away from her." Camina scowled and turned away. "What difference does it make if I die in your battle for the throne or sacrifice myself to win you a car? Either way, I'll have served my purpose, just as Jasmine served hers."
"You're both idiots," Luke grumbled. "She made her own choices. She loved you. She saved you. She's a goddamn hero, and you're trying to take credit for her victory."
"But she left me," Camina said, her voice cracking with emotion. "She promised me a life, then chose death with the bullet I gave her."
"Without that bullet, she'd be sitting here without you. It allowed her to risk everything to save the person she loved," Trevor said. "You don't think she'd make exactly the same choice if given another chance? Luke's right. Her courage, her sacrifice, that's all on her. If anyone is to blame," Luke said, "it's that asshole curate from Denvado. He's the one who turned on us."
"Rasha," Trevor nodded, "and Farah. They must have called for backup." "To be fair," I said, "we put them in a tough situation. Nigel is the one making this so difficult. And we will make him pay. For all of it. For everything he took from us. I swear it. If you want, I'll leave him to you." Camina scowled at me for a second, but then nodded her head. It wasn't much, but it was something I could give her. Something to look forward to. Like Augustine said, hope is the most valuable thing in the world, even though it's free. We walked home in silence before splitting up into our private rooms. I was tired and passed out after taking a shower. I woke up again when I felt Trevor squeeze under the blankets next to me. "So you're still planning your attack?" he asked. "You think I'll back down now, because we lost a friend?" I said, with a confidence I didn't feel. I wouldn't blame him if he wanted out, but there was never any choice for me. "You've got the rebels," Trevor said. "A bomb, some sharpshooters from Icklebot, if they show up." "They'll show up. And we've got more than that. We've got the antidote, remember? We just have to find a smart way to use it. And we've got the daylight. That's more than we had a month ago. More than we've had in 100 years. Plus, we may have more allies than we think. Look where we are." "You think Augustine will fight for you?" Trevor asked. "I don't know," I said, curling up in the blankets. "But he wants something. Something I haven't given him yet." We couldn't afford to wait any longer. Both Trevor and Camina had offered to put their lives on the line for me, and we all knew time was running out. Damien would probably have arrived at the Citadel already, as a captive prisoner. Who knew what Nigel would do to him? If I did nothing, Camina would enter into a foolish bargain and probably get hurt, or end up with a debt too big to pay. There had to be another way, Otherwise, why had Augustine spent so much time talking with me, telling me stories? I felt like the elite we'd met so far were more subtle and cagey than those in the Citadel. Maybe they'd had to be, without the easy protection of Richard's kingdom. It was clear Augustine wasn't happy about the stunt Tate pulled. He'd been trying to back me into a corner, mesmerize and trap me with his maze of delights. Tate shattered the illusion he was trying to cultivate, peeling back the carpet to show the bloodstains. Which meant he probably wouldn't want this race to happen either. And I knew he could stop it. I just had to offer him something concrete and specific. Something he wanted. What did he want? He told me so much about himself. He was lonely. He wanted a family. He wanted to be surprised. It was time to play all my cards, and I was holding a royal flush. Something that shouldn't have existed. Something impossible. At least, I hoped that's how he'd see it. It was time to close this deal, before it was too late to matter. I waited until sunset, and this time I let Augustine find me. I figured he could smell my blood if he wanted. Still, it was an hour after dark, the street starting to fill, when he finally showed up at my side. "Took you long enough," I said. "So, what's on the menu for tonight? A little mayhem, death, and destruction? Some city you've got here."
I told you earlier, Tate loves the spectacle of carnage, as well as ruining my best-laid plans. I prefer to negotiate slowly, a very subtle dance, like a kind of intimacy. But she's determined to force some kind of splashy shit show, and neither of us wants that. This is our third evening together. I think it would be a good idea to formalize the nature of our collaboration, if only to stop your friends from doing something reckless.
"I agree," I said quickly. "I have to get back to the Citadel, as soon as possible. Too many lives are at risk." I bit my lip from saying more, when I saw him beginning to smile. He knew I was desperate. Whatever the cost. I was sure he had a price in mind already. I just had to force him to admit it, and see whether it was something I could afford to pay.
Well, in that case, would you mind joining me in my office? It's where I prefer to conduct business agreements.
I shrugged and followed him down the street, into another building and elevator. It was hard to remember sometimes that he owned nearly everything. The apartment upstairs had a dark, velvety interior, like chocolate, with a large bed behind a curtain, a widescreen TV on the wall, and a leather couch and glass table facing the wide window looking down on the strip. He put something on the screen with a remote, some kind of movie, then changed it to a faux fireplace that was just a projection of real flames on a screen. I settled into the couch as he put on a record of classical music and then brought me a glass of wine.
"The curse of immortality,"
he said, gesturing at the TV.
"It's enjoyable at first. I spent years consuming media. I watched everything. Thousands and thousands of hours of content. Gritty detective series and romantic comedies. But it steals too much attention."
I had no idea what he was talking about, having only seen a handful of movies in my life, but I imagined it was a bit like reading, how you had to be enthralled in the story, tuning everything else out to really enjoy it.
"The only thing it taught me," Augustine continued, "was how boring regular life was, compared to the fictional worlds of human creativity. So I focused on the arts, music, even writing for a while. Then, magic. There were a ton of magicians in the city in the early days, until they died out. I learned all their tricks. Reality is a construct. How we feel about it depends on the story we tell ourselves, and stories can make us feel good or bad, mostly depending on who the heroes and villains are, and who triumphs in the end. They all have one thing in common: an unstated promise that interesting things can happen, that happy endings are possible. Happiness is a kind of fantasy, of calculating all the steps and seeing an orderly progression to the ideal outcome, culminating in a satisfying resolution. The pursuit of this dream gives us sense and meaning, makes our emotions more palatable. But happiness is a myth. The fleeting joys, hopes, and thrills we encounter endure for an instant, pleasurable because they are limited, because life never ends up with a hard, closed resolution. Happiness implies a continued, stable state that doesn't exist in reality. For most humans, it's enough. The illusion that happiness might be possible and the unending, inevitably fatal pursuit of it. But elites know better, at least those that have been around for a while, though there are few of us. We've sifted through history, and we can see that we are in the very end of humanity, the last drops in the bottle, the final grains of sand in the hourglass.
5. I was getting used to his speeches, but it still caught me off guard when he stopped speaking and looked at me with a penetrating gaze. It was hard to keep up the tempo of the conversation when his observations droned on for several minutes, fading into the background noises of the scratchy record and soft crackling of the simulated fire. It was disarming, like a fish being given too much line and then snapped back with a sharp hook. "That went dark," I said, sipping my wine. "You and Damien really would get along."
"That's nice," he said, "but Damien's not here, and I'm not making a deal with him. I'm making one with you."
"But why?" I asked. It was inarticulate, but I let the question hang in the air, and it seemed enough to elicit a small smile of approval.
"Firstly, we're bored and restless. Few fights are any challenge, nor do any bets hold real risk for us. Some of us dare to adventure, but there's so little left out there, uncomfortable and dangerous, even for elites. The older we get, the more we have to lose, which takes all joy from our existence."
"That's why you visit the compounds? The thrill of the forbidden? Of getting caught?"
"Something like that."
Augustine nodded.
"King Richard's kingdom lasted much longer than I expected, and it grew. It wasn't the best solution, but it was a solution, and it kind of worked for a long time. As far as I know, there are few alternatives. Small realms like my own, I'm sure, separated by thousands of miles. Any truces made between them would last a decade before failing, and fighting wars in the wilderness would only feed the mutants."
"So, what are you saying?"
"I'm saying, Emily, I've always felt like I was preserving some kind of human culture, waiting until things got better, and I could spend my remaining wealth to help humanity back on its feet. But that day is not coming. Not for a very, very long time. I'm a torch of light in the wilderness, waiting to be snuffed out entirely. I keep all these humans alive because of their faces, the thrill of watching a story unfold for the first time, of experiencing something new and unexpected, something I lost a long time ago. I felt it, you know, in Crawlust. Your unexpected arrival, then your attack on the renewal center. That's when I first realized something was different. Something was changing. I had spies follow you from a distance, keep eyes on the compounds. Allgrave abandoned. Your little insurrection in Icklebot."
"That's how you knew we were in Denvado?" I asked. He nodded, meeting my eyes and leaning closer. But then he stood up to face out through the windows, as if he realized he was being too intimate.
I'm taking a chance on you, Emily. Flipping a coin. Because I know what happens if I do nothing. Humanity dies out. There will be no children to marvel at my silly tricks, no awe or reverence for education that dispels the unknown. Nothing but ancient vampires in young, handsome bodies, their eyes dead, surprised or entertained by nothing, squeezing out every last drop of humanity until there is none left, and all our thousands of years of creative work sits there abandoned, absolutely useless and without meaning. You've given me a dark gift, Emily, something I thought I'd lost a long time ago, something I never thought I'd feel again.
And that is? I asked, standing to join him.
Hope. Not a trick, not sleight of hand or an illusion to be spoiled. Real, genuine optimism. It feels like cotton candy in my soul. It's more dizzying than blood, more intoxicating than oxygen, and just as flammable.
I heard once, hope is like water, I said, just as precious and vital. Maybe for both humans and elite. He nodded thoughtfully, crossing his arms behind his back. Through the window, a small balcony looked out over the precipitous drop to the street level. Through the window, the pulsing music below was nearly silent. It was easy to imagine him standing here, in 100 years, when the streets were truly empty, all alone forever.
I haven't made a meaningful bet in a long time.
He turned towards me, his expression raw and eager.
Because there hasn't been anything worth risking for. If I'm a collector, a purveyor of the entertainment industry, maybe helping humanity preserve its culture is a valiant step. But only if they survive. That's a future I can embrace. My name remembered. Passing on the legacy of everything I've preserved. No doubt making a fortune in the process.
So you'll help us? I pressed.
That depends on what you're asking. Look at it this way. You've already got soldiers, snipers, and explosives. But that's not enough. As I understand it, you barely made it out of Icklebot, and Denvado was even worse for you. I'm sorry about that, by the way. So, let's play out the scenarios. 1. You roll up during the day, blow a hole in the wall, fight through 1,000 soldiers. Nope, that's out. Sneak the bomb inside somehow, kill all the vamps? Nah, they don't all sleep together. Too many casualties. If not during the day, then you go in at night. That's option 2. But even if we helped you, a few more elite won't even the odds. Not by a long shot. You need a magic wand.
What's that mean? Like a miracle?
No, literally. You know what a magic wand is for. What it's really for. So you have a reason to go into your pockets. Let me put away my wand. Now I'll bring the wand back. Give them a plausible excuse for what you're doing, and they won't question it. They won't ask to look inside your palm and see what else you're hiding. They're looking over here.
He flicked his palm far to the left,
when the real trick is taking place over here.
My dress doesn't have pockets. I frowned.
It's a metaphor, but I'll add that to your Christmas list.
So we need a distraction, like the bees we used to get into Algrave. Never mind.
A bit of sleight of hand.
He nodded.
An illusion. A trick.
Isn't the bomb a distraction?
Only if it isn't useful.
He sighed.
If you use it as part of your actual strategy, the bomb will be the war cry, an announcement of your presence and purpose, that will draw everyone together and begin the battle. Sure, it might be a way inside for your main forces if you're lucky, but as soon as you use it, they'll know you're there, and it should be used during the day when the elite need to hide from the sun. But then, any teeth I bring to your aid will be out of play, and if we wait until dark, we'll be outnumbered 10-1.
Oh, right.
Even if you somehow had superior forces, even if you tried to burn the whole citadel down, the elite would just escape over the walls. Unless you also had a way to keep them inside.
But how? The elite can jump as high as the walls. I've seen it.
Yes, that's correct.
He smiled knowingly. What? I asked.
Well, we've identified the problem you need help with. Or rather, I have. I've also thought of a rather clever solution. It'll be risky, though, and dangerous.
What is it?
We can discuss the details in a moment. Let's give it a minute to settle, so you can see its value.
Why? I asked.
Right now, we're just trading information, and information isn't free. I've found something you need, and figured out a way to give it to you. Do you have anything similar to offer?
I felt the frustration rising in my chest. We'd just started making progress, and now he was retreating back into his games. He refilled my wine glass, and then went to an oak cabinet near the record player and began leafing through a stack of files. I'd taken them as vinyls, but I caught a glimpse of detailed charcoal sketches. Dozens of faces, the corner of each stained by a thumbprint in blood. What's that? I asked.
The private indulgence,
He said.
The blood banks down below are kind of like the state treasury. But as I mentioned, I prefer my negotiations to be a little more intimate. I started with photographic records, but it felt too sterile, so I decided to practice portraiture. I'm not as good as I'd like, but I enjoy the process. I hope you'll humor me and allow me to capture you.
You want to draw me? I asked.
It'll pass the time as we finalize our agreement.
I shrugged, looking around the room awkwardly for a place to stand. Most of the others were stretched out on the bed or sofa, in revealing garments. I felt self-conscious in the tracksuit I'd already been wearing for a few days, but it's not like I'd been offered anything else to wear. He seemed to guess what I was thinking, studying my clothes as he set up a small easel with a fresh pad of paper.
There should be something in the closet that's more comfortable,
he said. I'm not your doll, I shot back, crossing my arms. I couldn't help thinking about the guard's snide comment in Ichabod, about the elite preferring their consorts in pretty clothes.
It's up to you,
he shrugged.
I'll confess, aesthetics aside, it's just easier to sketch simple dresses than something as mundane as that ensemble you're wearing. And since we're marking the occasion, committing it to posterity, you might want to think about how you'll be remembered.
I frowned, but checked out the closet, where a dozen gowns and strapless dresses hung from the rack, along with a tall row of shoes. It was disappointing, somehow, to find out Augustine was just like other elite. I should have realized it earlier, but this whole room was obviously just a penthouse to play with his toys. The wide windows would make it impossible for him to actually sleep here, and I had a feeling the bed wasn't accidental. Who puts a bed in their office? I felt like I was being coerced, but I also knew he couldn't take anything from me against my will without breaking his own rules. And I was a little sick of wearing the same clothes for days. If this was all it took to finish our conversation, it wasn't too great a burden. Even so, I picked out things I liked, refusing the skimpy short dresses and choosing an embroidered dark satin blouse and a long pair of thick black tights. I even grabbed some well-maintained black sneakers with soft cushions, surprised they fit me. And, just to spite him, a gold bracelet full of gemstones. I didn't think he'd let me keep it, but it seemed like it could be worth something. It was a weird ensemble, but it was comfortable enough. He smiled when I came out again, his eyes tracing my figure. Then he gestured to the bed. I chose the couch instead, allowing myself to be coaxed into the position of his choosing until he began to sketch. I wondered how long it was going to take, but his pencil flew over the pad, scratching my likeness.
"It seems to me," he said after a few moments, "you may not need to fight a war. You just need to kill one elite. A quiet assassination. This doesn't have to be a kamikaze battle, go in guns blazing. Save Damien, kill Nigel, and you could end the whole thing. Do you know anything about chess?"
he asked, nodding to a small table in the corner with an ornate chessboard. "I'm familiar with the basics," I said. He put his pencil behind his ear and rose to bring the board closer, sitting beside me again. He replaced the white king with the black king, and then spun the board around.
"The objective of the game is simple. Kill the king, and you win. But the complexities lie in the limitations. The queen is actually the most powerful player. She can move infinitely in any direction. But if she moves recklessly and is taken, the other side has an improved chance at victory. The kings, meanwhile, are slow and plodding. They can only move one step at a time. They can be trapped behind other pieces on the board, but if given too much space, they are remarkably tricky to pin down."
"Are we done with the drawing?" I asked.
"Almost,"
he said, rising again to resume his work behind the easel. After a few moments of sketching, he started speaking again.
"You seem to be expecting Nigel to just wait around for you. But who are you expecting him to duel? Just you and him? Or just him and I? Or would you make your prince fight your battle? Are you sure you can win? You're like a queen, confident in her power, rushing into battle alone. But one tiny step in the wrong direction, and everything could be lost. Nigel won't fight a losing battle, and if he escapes, he'll always be a threat. What you need is a way to keep the elites contained and distracted, while you make a few innocuous beginner moves. That comes first. Save your prince, your brethren. That comes next. Start there, win with manipulation and illusion. Immobilize the majority of Nigel's forces and trap him into a losing encounter. I have an idea about that. Several ideas, actually."
"You mentioned. Care to share them?"
"The problem is, it's still not enough. You may be able to fight, but you're reticent. The Chosen have been trained in combat, but they are mostly against you, as are the elite and royal soldiers. Even with the light on your side, even with guns and swords and bombs, Emily, this is a battle you may not win."
"Then it's a good thing I have an ace up my sleeve," I said. I'd finished 2 glasses of wine and was feeling tipsy and a little bold. I still wasn't sure if I could trust him, and I was semi-aware that all his little affectations and personal flourishes were a kind of manipulation. He'd told me as much himself. But I could also tell he wanted to help me, to be a part of something that mattered, something more than the deals and frivolous entertainment he provided at the outskirts of civilization. he wouldn't have visited the compounds otherwise, or gotten involved enough to keep tabs on me, to save us. He'd already risked a lot, actually. And for what? He said people needed hope. Maybe that's what he was after. And it was something I could give him. You know I'm reticent, I said, leaning forward. But not why. It's because my grandfather was working on an antidote to the Elixir. A cure. To turn elite back into humans. At this, Augustine stood up straighter, his eyes gleaming. He gestured for me to resume my pose so he could finish his drawing, and I obliged reluctantly. For this trespass, I continued, trying to hold my chin still. His entire compound was destroyed. My mother was barely smuggled out as an infant. But he'd already safeguarded the formula in her blood, and she passed it to me. Damien gave me the location of a buried chest full of my grandfather's notes. We broke into the Citadel to steal the key and experimented with the formula. It didn't work at first, until we figured out that I was the catalyst. But it does work, and we do have it. We just need a way to duplicate and distribute it. Augustine held out a pale hand for me to slow down.
A cure for immortality. That is a fine thing.
You mentioned wanting to preserve culture, or else wanting to end things entirely. Either way, this gives you more choices. And as a weapon, it's unparalleled. You're right. The elite are too fast and strong, and there's too many of them. But what if they weren't? At the very least, it can slow them down and make them vulnerable. If we can produce more of it, vaporize it like with those vaping pods you have here, filtered into their coffins while they sleep, or something, there are dozens of ways to sneak it into their blood supply. At any rate, it's better you know it's out there.
A dangerous, powerful weapon,
Augustine said slowly.
If it's real.
You don't believe me? I asked.
It's a lot to accept on faith.
Not faith, I said. Actual fucking magic. By which I mean science. You can taste memories, can't you? Here. The proof is in my blood. It won't work without the rest of the formula, but my memories are there. You'll be able to tell I'm not lying, right? I held my wrist out to him, and he studied it thoughtfully. Then his eyes lifted to my neck. Fine. I rolled my eyes, tilting my head to the side. He only hesitated for a moment. Then he caught me in a tight grip and sank his fangs into my throat. But he was gentle and drank lightly. I leaned back against the pillows of the couch as he hovered over me, cradling my head, his fingers tangled in my dark hair. I told myself this was just a business transaction, that I was not aroused. But the elixir rushed through my veins like fire, and I bit my lip to contain a moan. I gave him one scene, one memory, of Damien's scar and Nigel's missing eye, the chest and April, working on experiments in her lab. I pulled away when I felt the memories slipping into other intimate moments of privacy I didn't want to share. Augustine stepped away, wiping his mouth and keeping a respectful distance, even though I could see the fierce, dark hunger in his eyes. He wanted more, and so did I. I felt the blood drip down my neck, curling around my collarbone, staining the top of my blouse a deep crimson, but I couldn't be bothered to wipe it away, and the warm, sticky texture against my skin felt somehow erotic. I wasn't sure if it was a mesmer, compulsion, or something else. Maybe just the thirst for the elixir in his veins, a dark addiction I couldn't control, that went against everything I believed in or thought I wanted. Was it just yesterday I'd thrown myself at Trevor in my grief. I barely recognized that girl. Myself. Fallen to pieces. But I wasn't going to be seduced by this foreign vampire. I was the only one who could get us out of this. Whatever it was. I needed to stay sharp. I watched him as he wiped the last of my blood from his lips with his thumb, and then pressed it firmly against the pad of paper, leaving a bloody thumbprint in the corner of my portrait.
"You're right, Emily,"
said the vampire, his voice low and husky, his eyelids hooded.
"This knowledge has value. Thank you for sharing it with me."
"So what's it worth?" I asked, reaching for a box of tissues and dabbing the stain of our transgression from my skin. "How about once we get home, I'll brew a batch for you, or share the formula. That's a fair price for a ride home. You'll get the better end of the deal, even if you don't help us fight."
"Careful, girl. Now you promise too much."
"We can iron out the details later."
"And you'd trust me to keep the bargain?"
I hated negotiating without the others, but I couldn't really see how this could hurt us. After all, the antidote was only a threat to the elite. "It's not like I have much choice, right?" I said.
"Agreed,"
he said. But he'd turned back to the drawing now, stenciling in the detailed marks around my wrists.
"Still, we'll have to figure out what to do with the compounds."
"What do you mean, we?" I asked.
"You know what we see when we look at your compounds? Reservations, concentration camps. But worse, you don't have modern entertainment because that would make humans too aware, too self-conscious. They would ask questions, get inquisitive. They'd find out that their entire existence, their peace, is built on a lie. That they're infants in a cradle, being rocked to sleep."
"What are you asking for? A chance to dictate our policy?"
"Not necessarily, but it would be foolish not to consider what will happen if your coup succeeds."
"It's not a coup," I said. "Not really. Damien is the rightful heir."
"That's a weak claim when there has never been a transition of power. Any compound ruled by elites will never let humans reach their full potential. But let humans rule, and they'll fight and kill each other over resources. Peace requires institutions, jobs, a sense of purpose, legal and physical securities and safeguards, rules of society and civilization. I'm not saying our way is better. Maybe it isn't, but neither is yours. Maybe together, you and I, we can build something new, something better than both of us."
"I like that idea," I said, choosing my words carefully. This hypothetical acknowledgement seemed harmless enough.
"Good,"
Augustine said.
"There's just one more thing to discuss. A price. And I'll warn you, it's a steep one."
"My information wasn't enough? What more do you want?"
"A night's entertainment."
He grinned, revealing his fangs. "I'm not for sale," I said quickly. "Not like that."
"It's not what you think," he said. "And your friend Trevor will fulfill that particular role. But I want you to understand, I'm not a king. I don't command my army. Each warrior who joins me will be paid according to their risk and value. This is a debt that I would incur for you. But I am a bank, not a gift. I will need collateral and assurances."
"Like what?" I asked. "I don't have much to offer."
"Then I won't take anything at all. Only the promise of something you might have in the future."
"That sounds fair. What is it?"
"Your firstborn child."
6. I laughed at first, thinking he was kidding, but his face fell into an apologetic tension. Even so, I could tell he was pleased with himself. He'd been building this snare for days, and I'd just stepped into it. "You're serious," I said, my heart racing.
It's not as crazy as it sounds. Monarchs often traded offspring to secure peace, something each loved to keep them in check.
Does that mean you're giving me something of equal value?
I am. Each of my men, their very lives at risk, based on the promise of something that may take many years to materialize.
But what do you want with my child? What do you plan to do with it? I asked, fearing the worst.
Nothing,
he said.
What I want is your attention, and a debt you can't repay.
You're extorting me, I said, seeing how much I'm willing to give up. You want something personal, something to hurt me with, to control me.
What is a child except a weakness to be exploited?
He said, with a grin that showed his fangs.
And yet, one wayward child can change the course of destiny. Like your mother, floating down the river in a basket. There's something almost biblical about it. You were an orphan who, through accident and fate, is about to become a queen. But your victory is not assured. Anything you promise me right now can be taken from you. Except one thing.
A hypothetical child, I said, half elite and half human.
Something like that. It's poetic and showy. Centuries from now, when they tell our tales, it'll be a piquant bit of folklore. The woman who sold her son for a kingdom. For now, honestly, it's the only thing you can afford, and puts nothing into my pocket or out of yours. It's merely an affirmation of your absolute commitment. I only profit if we succeed and keep the peace, long enough for your union to be consummated. If we fail, and you die, I lose nothing.
That implies marrying Damien, carrying his child.
Is that a problem for you? Rescuing your prince, I hope, is an agenda we are already in agreement over. You are his chosen, he is your betrothed. Are you having second thoughts?
No, I said, not about that. But he'd never agree to this.
Then it's a good thing he isn't here,
Augustine teased.
I could demand 1,000 pints of blood a week to feed my troops, and you'd have to work that out with your citizens. That would be more practical. But the truth is, blood is cheap. Yours comes willingly, due to a very complex and elegant scheme. But as you can see, we have no shortage of it. The one thing the elite desperately need, the only thing, is the ability to procreate. You mentioned a miracle of science, and I've decided to accept your offer. And while I'm happy to share the process of your discovery, I'd rather have the first fruit it bears.
Charming, I said, but I was tired of his flowery words. Still, if he'd asked this of me when we first arrived, I would have refused in a heartbeat. Did that mean I was actually considering this dark proposal?
As I told you,
Augustine said,
we're efficient. I suspect, once you take the Citadel, you may find out more about what King Richard was working towards than you expect. In time, perhaps with your help, I'll be able to have children of my own. It was never something I wanted. Then it became something I lost. Now, who knows? Imagine the possibilities. A few hundred years from now, not two symbiotic races, but one race, faster and stronger than anything that came before. If such a race exists, perhaps you are one of the first members. If Damien gets his throne and you join him, Your child could be the first half-breed.
Not the first, I said. My mother. My real mother. I am born of elite, I think. That's what I've been told.
Then it's already begun. Whatever happens next, for the future of humanity, it's going to depend on two things: a system greater than each of ours, a network larger than a handful of compounds, and science, experimentation. Perhaps, with your antidote, you've already discovered what we need, what your grandfather was searching for. Now that the ash is off, I see no reason for humans not to reclaim the world and begin repopulating. Let's say they are a scarce resource, and I'm making a long-term investment in you to restore the species.
What about the compounds? I asked.
I have no interest in them. You'll marry Damien and rule your kingdom, a throne which I helped you win. You may govern your society as you see fit, and I'll do the same with mine. But it will cost your firstborn, who will live and be raised according to our laws. So, do we have a deal?
I thought of stalling, to discuss this with the others, but this wasn't something I needed to ask their approval for. For better or worse, I was the leader here, and he was asking something of me, not them. A personal deal. I'd never really thought about having children, and there was an implicit promise in Augustine's reference to his laws. Nothing could be taken away from him without permission, which meant he would be safe. You can have 10 years, I said. The child will be sent at 7 years old and returned when they are 17.
15,
Augustine said.
From birth to adolescence. After that, they will be free to choose for themselves whose hearth to darken.
I hesitated, bartering the details of someone else's future life. But it was a better deal than I'd had myself, growing up in Algrave, waiting to be old enough to be served up to the elite with no autonomy at all.
You've already won a few battles, Emily,
he purred.
It would be awful to lose everything and end up leaving yourself and all the compounds much worse off than they were before. With my help, you've got a shot, but you can't do it alone.
He was leaning forward now, eagerly. If I hadn't been reticent, I would have wilted beneath him. I need some time to think about it, I said.
You have a few hours, until midnight. I've promised the town a great spectacle tonight, and I intend to deliver. If you refuse my offer, I'll be forced to let Tate extract her own price from your friends. And I assure you, my terms will be preferable.
What about the drawing? I asked, standing up to look at it. The sketch was half finished, but the outlines traced my features with surprising accuracy. Deep charcoal lines detailed the marks on my hands, my bare shoulders, and one soulful eye beneath a tangle of dark hair. It looked a little wild and manic.
I'll finish it later,
Augustine said.
Don't worry. I won't soon forget your face.
It was busy when I hit the strip after leaving Augustine's. He didn't offer to join me, nor did he excuse himself for private affairs. He just nodded as I crept out of his dark apartment, closing the door behind me. I kept the outfit I'd picked out, but also kept the lightweight sports jacket, which had a high enough collar to mostly hide the bite marks on my neck. I stopped in a public restroom to scrub my skin and hands, but I still felt dirty. The dark brown marks on my fingers and palms wouldn't wash away, and now they were immortalized in Augustine's sketch of me. The vampire had barely touched me the whole time, yet I still felt somehow like I'd left a piece of my soul in the room with him. Maybe it was the very small amount of elixir, which had made me feel so warm and good, but was already going cold in my veins, leaving me empty. I was grateful for a chance to get away, so I could run through the whole conversation for clues and be alone with my thoughts, outside the elite's scrutiny and influence. But I also wasn't eager to see Trevor or Kamina, both of whom had accused me of selling myself for private deals behind closed doors. In my head, I was already defending myself from the snide comments that were sure to come. I merged with the foot traffic and let myself be carried forward at a steady pace by the endless loop around the strip. But I saw little, other than the few feet in front of me and a few flashes of light from when I glanced up to check my progress. I'd almost made the full loop back when Luke found me. He linked arms in mine, which was weird for him, but he looked a little tipsy already.
"Had enough brooding?"
he said. "I'm not brooding. I'm thinking."
"You know, Emily, I don't think I've ever seen you smile."
"Should I grin for your pleasure?" I said harshly.
"That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you can't solve every problem by smashing through them or thinking them over. Sometimes you have to relax and see what happens."
I bit my tongue, resisting a caustic remark. Easy for him to say, I fumed. He never had to make any important decisions. But what I do matters. He has no one he cares about, that he's trying to protect. I stopped myself, my feet freezing in place so fast it made Luke stumble. He grabbed my arm and steered me to the side so he wouldn't get knocked over by the crowd. I bent over, forcing myself to breathe into my lungs, racked by guilt. Luke rubbed my back in concern, but it only made me feel worse. Because I was thinking about Beatrice. She'd been like a mother to him, and she'd been one of the first casualties in my personal war with Nigel. I could talk lofty about saving the kingdom, but this all started because I'd pissed off the wrong elite, and people were still paying the price for it. If my siblings died, if I lost Damien, who's to say I wouldn't also be getting drunk somewhere, telling people to chill out? And Luke was still here, for whatever reason. That counted for something. "I'm sorry," I said. "And thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for trusting me with all of this."
No offense, but get your head out of your ass."
"What?" I asked, surprised by his tone.
"We were fighting this war before you came around, while you grew up in your sheltered compound. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad for the help, but I'm not here for you, your prince, anybody else. I'm here for the hundreds of people from Havoc, which was destroyed. I want them to have a shot at something, some kind of future."
Is there any future out there? Really? You saw what the slag pod did to Jasmine. Can humanity ever thrive without the protection of an elite king?
That's not something you can decide, Emily. Okay, check that. I won't make the mistake of underestimating you, which I admit I did at first. You turned off the fucking sky, so who knows? But the future of humanity? No wonder you feel like shit, keeping all that weight on your shoulders. Nobody knows the future, but we have a pretty good idea of what will happen if Nigel wins. Even with the king dead and the skies clear, he'll kill everyone and start from scratch, just like Quandam. Nobody will remember you, us, or this rebellion. We'll be erased.
But can we even beat him?
Not by wallowing in self-pity or living in the past. Life is brutal and short. The lands are full of predators. But what's really changed? We lost one soldier, a friend, someone close to us. Of course, that hurts. It always does. But how do we honor her memory, her sacrifice? She knew what she was doing. She chose it. Don't take that from her.
He thought I was still upset about Jasmine, and, of course, I was. It was easier to let him believe this than open up about my conversation with Augustine and the terms of his private deal. I wrestled with keeping my secrets versus the urge to share and be consoled, to discuss this problem with someone else, to name my fears and speak them out loud. "I can't keep making deals," I said, my voice shaking. I don't know what to do next. What if it's too much? What if they're asking for more than I can give?"
"Pay attention," Luke said, "because I'm about to say some nice things about you, and I won't repeat them sober. Ready? First, yes, you're important, but not because you were chosen, and not because of Damien or anything else. You listen to people, instead of just pressuring them into your way of thinking. Not everyone is used to being treated that way, but you're not afraid to stand up for what's right when it's important. You care about people and try to protect them. That's why I know you'll get us out of here. You won't let Kamina do something reckless and stupid, or Trevor. You'll think of something clever and get us all home so we can continue fighting. And I'd say you probably have a few hours before something really bad happens, so better get to it."
"Worst pep talk ever," I said, summoning a tight grin.
"Fine. How's this?"
Luke said, raising his arms like a curate and deepening his voice.
"People believe in you because of what you've done, not who you are. You're not afraid of anybody or anything. Emily fucking Sharrow. Legend."
He was yelling now and swiping his arms, enough to earn him a few dark looks as people moved to avoid him. I grabbed his arm and we headed back toward our hotel.
"Listen,"
he said, once we'd reached the lobby.
"I'm just here to hold you accountable. That doesn't mean you have to have all the answers or be responsible for everyone. Don't give up too much just so nobody else suffers, because that will burn you out. There's usually a simpler, easier way. Like, for example, if you want to just kill Augustine, take his blood, and steal a vehicle, I bet Tate would help you."
"Maybe," I said. There are some mixed feelings there for sure. Somehow, Luke's words had actually started to make me feel better. And hadn't it always been like this? Exploring the woods with my father, then alone, risking danger to feed my family. Maybe I was raised like this. Maybe this is who I was. I shouldn't risk my own life in case the revolution died with me. But I also wasn't going to let others fight battles I could prevent. Things had unraveled too quickly after Jasmine's death. Even with my friends, I felt all alone. Now Amber was in the Citadel, with my siblings, with Damien. Everyone I loved, separated by a 100-foot stone wall, hundreds of vampires, a deranged elite usurper, and a shield of warm-blooded humans who would suffer if my violence got out of hand. But I couldn't do anything about all that, until I found a way back home. We found the others, and Luke offered to buy us all dinner. We got a close-up look at how the blood machines worked. You could only give a pint a day, and it still wasn't enough to afford much. Luke looked disappointed at the brightly lit diner menu when he realized he didn't have enough to feed all of us.
"Holy shit,"
Trevor said, looking at the pictures, which offered burger sliders, ketchup from a bottle, Coke, fries, and milkshakes.
"Where do they even get meat like this?" Luke pouted. "Way out here."
"Don't ask," Kamina said. Instead, we found an omelet filled with sausage and green onions and some kind of protein paste, fried on a hot grill in the street, on a little cart fixed to the back of a moped. It wasn't high-end, barely better than the food in Havoc, but it was enough. "You good?" I asked, nodding to the Band-Aid on his arm.
"Fine," he said. "A little lightheaded. Nothing a few beers won't fix."
"I don't think that's how it works," I said. We sat on a bench at one corner of the strip, watching the people and lights. It was the first time we'd all been together in days. I smiled at Kamina, meeting her eyes when one of the boys said something funny. We hadn't spoken since she attacked me, and I wasn't exactly sure where we stood, but she'd been angry and grieving, probably drunk and high on elixir as well. She had every right to blame it on me. Though, according to Luke, I didn't have the right to blame myself. Jasmine had made her own choice, and that made sense too. We saw a group of kids in some kind of uniform on their way home from what I assumed was a class or school of some kind. Most were walking alone, though a few of the younger ones had a mother or father leading them by the hand. I wondered if there were any kids here. Trevor nodded. We've hardly been out during the day, and maybe they aren't into gambling or drinking. Not exactly the kind of place to raise children.
Or is it exactly the right kind of place? Luke asked. I mean, no offense. I wouldn't have minded growing up here rather than in one of the compounds, bowing down to elite rulers.
You literally just donated your blood to buy food. Kamina scoffed at him. Not exactly a utopia. It started raining again, so we took cover beneath a large awning. I don't know, Trevor said. It has its charms, but mostly vices. If this is all there is, well, I'm glad it's not. Not yet. Augustine said something similar, I said. He made a big show of negotiations, but I think he was just looking for a reason to help us. He thinks we can do better. You spoke to him already? Trevor asked, his expression hardening, searching my face for confirmation. We reached an arrangement, I said. He'll give us rides. All of us. I hadn't known until that moment whether I'd be accepting Augustine's offer, but once I said it out loud, I felt a sudden calm. Where to? Luke asked. Well, that's the question. We didn't get that far yet. What did you have to give up? Trevor asked. Nothing I couldn't afford. Basically more future promises, like the other compounds, I lied. We get a ride back, and some of his soldiers, and some of his elite. They'll help us. But unless we actually win, well, I can't pay what I owe if I'm dead. Can't collect from a corpse. Geez, Em. Trevor frowned. Sorry, I'm nervous. There's a lot to do. Now that the decision was made, my mind was racing with plans for what would happen when we actually returned to the kingdom. Other elite, Kamina said, glancing down the busy streets. How many do you think are here? Just a handful, I guess. Maybe 6? Against hundreds? It's a lot better odds than we had a few days ago, Trevor said. What's our plan? Well, if Damien is still alive, we'll have to try and save him first. If not, I don't know, maybe kill Nigel and put Tobias on the throne? Kill all the elites and start over? One thing at a time. We can't just rush straight into the Citadel of Lights all at once. And first, we need to contact everyone or regroup or something. We should split up, Luke said, holding up 3 fingers. Ichabod, the Shire, Harpoon. Fill them in and then travel with them. All meet up somewhere central, not that far outside the Citadel to finalize plans. I don't think we can count on Denvado, I said. Not with Farah in charge. You saw her. She's not on our side. Let them burn, Kamina agreed, with a hard glint in her eyes. But there's 4 of us? I asked. Well, someone should also set up a base camp, Luke said. Somewhere we won't be found. What about Allgrave? Kamina suggested. It's empty. We saw it being evacuated. We should be fine there for a few days, even with larger numbers, because of all the standing buildings. That's not the worst idea, Luke said. I lifted my eyes to Trevor, and he nodded. Then I should go in first, I said. I know it best. I can scope it out, prepare the space a little. Not on your own, Trevor said. Tate or Augustine could go with me, I guess. The elite probably won't take the scooters. Or maybe they'll meet up with us later, at night. Or when one of you reaches the Shire, You could send Penelope ahead after sunset. You know how fast they move." I paused briefly to study their faces. Was I taking their support for granted? We hadn't really discussed it. I need to ask, do you even want to do this? It's not like nothing happened. Losing Jasmine, Kamina flinched. I mean, if it's too soon, if you don't want to fight, I understand. You can stay here or we can drop you off. There's no obligation. Shut up, Emily, Kamina said. We're in this, all of us, until the end. I glanced at the boys, and they nodded. Then we leave tonight. Or, more probably, tomorrow. Augustine has something else planned for tonight. A sending-off party? Not exactly. Something else. Something about entertainment. He mentioned Trevor. I don't know, but it starts at midnight. Wait, what about me? Whatever it is, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But let's hear him out. It's either this or something worse. I have a feeling it'll be better than Tate's proposal, or spending 3 years in a glass cube. One way or another, this is our last night on the Strip. Then we better make some memories and go shopping. If you give any more blood, Kamina deadpanned, you'll have an aneurysm. 7. We found Augustine in another part of the city. Despite the crowds, somehow it wasn't difficult to find him this time. He was on a raised stage surrounded by a crowd, but they weren't here for him. They were gathered for a rock band concert on an adjacent stage, with flashing strobe lights and dancers. Augustine was on some kind of raised dais, a VIP area with red velvet ropes, surrounded by at least a few more elite and a handful of his private guard. Not quite soldiers, and probably not protection either. More like an entourage. But they made a statement, in very fine, if eccentric, clothes. Augustine himself was wearing a long black coat, but underneath he had on a mesh shirt that left his waist bare, some gold chains, and a pair of rough, dark jeans with strategic tears and glittering embroidery. I recognized Tate behind him, in a stunning white dress with a matching top. It was held together by thin straps and had flowing trails that whispered like liquid around her when she moved. Augustine waved for us to join him, glaring at a few of the others until they moved away from the couches. "What's going on tonight?" Trevor asked. "Some kind of talent show?"
"Well, sing all you want," Augustine said, "but the ceremony is actually sort of an event, a happening. Not something we'd usually open to the public at all, but it's been years since we've done it. A few of the new elite and most of our fighters have never seen a brute, though some have faced down a slagpaw. Few survived."
"Wait, there's a brute here?" Luke asked, looking around nervously. "Not yet." Tate smiled over his shoulder, nipping at his ear.
"The elite brutes were one of King Richard's programs. I haven't seen any around for a long time, but I know what they are from how my gang described them. In the beginning, he made all his guards like that. They're strong, but dumb. Easy for an elite to kill, and unnecessary for any normal criminal. He thought they made him look like a thug, which they did, so he stopped. But they're also effective."
"How are they made?" Kamina asked. "The ash, isn't it?" Trevor asked. "I was like them. Only I go full slagpaw."
"The key is balance. Ash, elixir, blood."
"Whose blood?" Luke asked.
"Someone you love,"
Tate said, filling in. She seemed annoyed with Augustine's slow drawl.
"A little ash to bring out the wolf, a little elixir to keep you in control, and blood to ground your humanity while your body is fighting the toxins. You'll be strong, but aware. We already prepared the formula."
"Hold up," I cut in, raising my palm. What exactly are we talking about here?
Trevor's gonna Hulk out, Tate said, and I'm gonna kick his ass. It will be a controlled transformation, Augustine said. For a small, very private gathering, I assure you.
He glared at Tate for ruining his surprise. This doesn't look small, I said, eyeing the crowd nervously. Is it safe?
I can't promise that, no. But it will hurt less than his previous experiences, and he's handled those pretty well. Not everyone does. If Nigel has started making them again, we have to assume them into our plans.
You want to use brutes in the battle? Kamina asked. Augustine nodded, obviously preparing for a long answer. Tate scowled and grabbed a bottle of champagne, sinking into the sofa with her feet up on Luke's lap. He sat up straight, and I saw his cheeks turn red.
For most people, the ash is toxic, but for a few, it can change them, corrupting them into mutants. In the old days, we'd test a dozen people. 10 would die. We'd get 2 brutes. Everybody wanted to become one, because it was better than being weak. But that's when fighting for survival was all that mattered. If you get the formula right, you can stay in control. Not shift all the way into a slagpaw, but end up halfway between man and monster. You're at your fastest, most lethal, against an elite in full muted form. But brutes are tougher. An elite with a sword would still cut right through you. But against the king's troops, even amped up on Elixir, with brute force, you're still something to contend with. Maybe as good as 20 men, maybe more. You'll be able to do things regular men can't, change the course of battle. Richard used to send them as pawns, Augustine continued. We retaliated in kind, but it wasn't worth the cost. The brutes suffer the thirst much worse. A dozen shifts, maybe twice that, and their humanity will be lost. If they shift all the way and go full slagpaw, like Trevor did, they could get stuck as senseless creatures, roaming the wastelands sniffing out the elixir that would bring them to their senses, barely conscious of why they desire it so badly. And they consume a lot of elixir to maintain. There are less expensive ways to rule a kingdom.
How many can we have? Luke asked.
They aren't toy soldiers to be bought or traded,
Augustine said, with a slight frown, as if we were missing the point. Everything has a price, Kamina said coldly.
Not this,
Augustine said.
Not everyone can handle the change. But I've kept records, run tests. Nothing scientific. I don't know how to describe it exactly. I've sampled a great deal of specimens and developed a taste for it. The unique genes. The potential. I think I've found 6 volunteers who are willing. One of them, if you choose, will be you.
I saw a gleam in Trevor's eye and knew he was already on board. Augustine really was a magician, but it wasn't his card tricks. Tate's candid pitch had been too crass. We would have rejected it immediately. But after Augustine's story, his careful words, Trevor couldn't help to be interested. Hold on, Kamina said. What's that have to do with fighting Tate? How come I don't get to fight her?
Anytime, beautiful.
Tate winked at her.
The town needs to blow off steam, Augustine said. The problem with entertainment, the kind we have here, is that it's isolating. Someone could stay in their own room and be entertained without making any meaningful relationships. Before the culling, there was an epidemic of loneliness and isolation. So you want to solve it with a cage match?
Luke nodded.
Can I bet on the vamp? Bred and circuses, Augustine shrugged. Besides, this does a few things for us. 1, it's a chance for Trevor to shift and try to stay in control, to be aware and cognizant. As a slagpaw, individual consciousness is barely there, at a base level. As a brute, he'll still be him, but at about half the intelligence. It would be good for him to see how that feels before you send him into a real battle. You could think of this as a test in a controlled setting, a trial run which just might save his life later.
And two? I asked. He still hadn't answered Kamina's question, and I didn't trust Tate not to rip Trevor apart when she had the chance.
It's rare we're allowed to show our full potential,
Augustine said.
And we haven't been training for a while. We'll bring the crowds together for a bloody display. Then we'll ask for volunteers for Emily's war. This stunt might be a good recruiting tool.
So it's not just guys getting drunk and beating the shit out of each other? I asked, remembering some of the fights I'd seen in Havoc.
It's a little like that. You think games and entertainment are just a distraction, a waste of time. They aren't. Before you get people to risk themselves to save your world, you have to prove that the world is worth saving. You have to make them feel good before you can mobilize them by taking those feelings away. Something to care about before they'll care if it's lost. Plus, many of the vampires have never seen a brute. Fighting another elite, well, that's just like fighting any human, just really fast. And we train more than they do. But fighting one of these, this will give them a chance to study their opponent. They will volunteer, but they should know what they're getting into, and it's a risk. Trevor's been through it before. He's been there and back again. They'll want to know it's reversible.
And this is really necessary? I pushed, holding his eyes. I sensed that Augustine would honor the terms of our deal, but also that Tate couldn't be trusted.
Yes. Besides, we must allow Tate her games. I'd rather have her in the spotlight than gnawing on the cables. She wilters without the attention.
Is it even a fair match? Kamina asked.
Elite are faster and pretty durable,
Augustine said.
Brutes are stronger. Give them both a weapon, and the elite will almost always win. But unarmed, it's more of a contest. Each can take a lot of damage. Brutes are slow, but effective for clearing blockades, for crowd control. A slagpaw is cunning and faster. Less decision-making and thought, more biting and slashing. A slagpaw and an elite, without weapons, the slagpaw might win more often than not. Which is why most elite prefer to be armed with a sword. They're vulnerable without one.
So we'll bare-knuckle it, Tate said, a little too eagerly. Fight until first blood. I promise I won't go too deep. Not the first time, anyway. This is your spectacle? Trevor asked, crossing his arms. Public humiliation?
Isn't it still dangerous? Luke asked.
Of course I am, sweetie, Tate replied, baring her fangs.
He will survive the match,
Augustine promised.
What happens if we win? Trevor asked.
You won't, Tate said. But the good news is, it doesn't matter. The terms of the deal have all been worked out. This is just a cherry. Emily and Augustine are tossing us a bone to make us feel included and valuable, so we don't fuck shit up. A flash of anger crossed Augustine's expression, and when he flinched, his fingernails gouged deep tears into the leather couch. I pulled Trevor to the side. You don't have to do this, I said.
I want to, Em. I've been having nightmares about those beasts, about myself. Honestly, I've been afraid to shift, in case I lost control and hurt someone. And then, after what happened in Denvado, I hate myself for not shifting earlier.
That wasn't your fault, but the situation could have turned out differently, he said, his features hardening.
You heard him. One brute could turn the course of a battle. And this sounds like a half measure, something I'll be able to control without going full muted. We've only got one shot at this, and we'll need every weapon we've got.
12 shifts, I said. How many have you already had? How many do you have left? I was prepared to run all the way back to the Citadel, remember? This can't be worse than that." "I don't know," I said, eyeing Tate out of the corner of my eye. "If there's one thing I learned growing up in Allgrave," Trevor smiled, "it was how to take a beating. And it's not like we'll be fighting forever, right? We take the throne, and it's done. After that, I can retire. I don't ever need to do it again." I took a breath and exhaled slowly, then squeezed his arm. It wasn't the worst option, and it's not like we had others. "I'm in," Trevor said, turning back towards the others. "What happens now?" Augustine snapped his fingers and Gemma stepped up to the platform. She was dressed differently tonight, like some kind of priestess, with a dark dress with leather straps and black studs. A single slagpaw claw hung against her collarbone, and pads of coarse gray fur graced her shoulders. "We can show you," Gemma said, stepping up to the side of the platform. "It is within our knowledge. However, we have an initiation, a protocol of sorts." "More tests?" Luke asked. "Not in the sense you think. It's not a judgment, at least not from us. We just want to make sure your body can handle it, that you really want it." "Like signing a suicide waiver," Trevor joked. "There's just one more thing," Augustine said, standing up. He held my gaze, and I nodded at him. He raised an eyebrow, so I mouthed, "I accept your terms." His lips curled into a smile, and he shook Trevor's hand, but glanced at me over his shoulder. Conspiratorial, like we were both in on a shared secret. Trevor and I followed Gemma, while Luke and Camina stayed behind with Augustine. Another man joined us, one of our drivers from before. Gemma introduced him as Nathan. He was thin and wiry, with a goatee and bright blue eyes. We had at least another hour before midnight, and I was still having trouble wrapping my head around what we were about to do. I studied Gemma in the lights as we curved behind the stage into a new area of town. She was older, with curly dark hair. Short, but confident. Pretty in her own way, but tough. She reminded me a little of Jasmine. "What are all the rings for?" I asked, nodding to Gemma's necklace. I saw Nathan's lips curve into a smirk. "It's a running joke," she said. "Rings are easy pickings in the Badlands. Find a corpse and check the fingers. When one of the boys finds one, they propose to me. I've started a collection." "Are you joining us?" Trevor asked, turning to Nathan. "To fight, I mean." "Not sure yet. I'm more of a scout than a fighter. We go out on missions, gather resources or information, but we stay pretty far away from the compounds or the kingdom." We stopped a block away from the strip. I was surprised how dark it became off the main street. We were in some kind of repair shop and junkyard. I spotted a few of the newer hover bikes near a pair of motorcycles and a classic car. Half the space was covered by a rusted metal awning, but the other half was open to the sky. A short patio was edged with bricks and weeds. It had been fitted into a practice yard, with dummies made from rubber tires. A few guns, from what I could see, but mostly lead pipes, clubs tipped with nails, and chains and machetes that dangled from hooks along the wall. None of it seemed like it would be effective against an elite or a slagpaw. But maybe they had something else, nets or traps or something. I hoped I hadn't overestimated the value of Augustine's support. A misshapen basketball hoop was fixed against one wall. Across from it, an altar made of melding candles and the ancient remains of a slagpaw, with scraps of dried flesh peeling from the skull. The stench was faded and old, but it still triggered alarms in my subconscious, and I squeezed my hands into fists as my heart beat faster. Half a dozen men were hanging out in the back, drinking beer and watching a game on TV. Gemma nodded to the other side of the open warehouse, featuring a beat-up couch and small coffee table. "I wish we had a better place to do this," Gemma said, "but just in case you become a bull in a china shop, we thought we'd start here." Even so. She nodded to the men, and they turned off the TV and stood around us. 2 of them grabbed a pair of heavy chains. "What is this?" I asked, standing in front of Trevor. "We'll take them off after the transformation, when we know he can control himself and isn't a threat to anyone." I felt a whisper behind me and looked over my shoulder to find an elite barring the entrance. I hadn't seen him before. He had straight blonde hair that fell to his shoulders and bright gray eyes, like cracked ice. "And who's that?" I asked, when he made no move to introduce himself. "Insurance," one of the men said, "in case he goes full slagpaw and has to be put down." "Augustine didn't say anything about this," Trevor said. "Augustine can be careless," the elite said, his palm resting loosely on his sword. "I'm not." "Don't worry," Gemma said, brushing the men aside and placing a large old book on the coffee table. "Look, we've got all the instructions. Careful, though, it's 50 years old. We copied it from an older manuscript." She flipped the pages loosely. Inside were handwritten notes and sketches of muted creatures. "So you've never done this before?" I asked. "No, but, well, it's hard to describe. Part of this place is Augustine's, but another part is ours. After the culling, humanity became more tribal. They had their own initiations, ceremonies, what they would call blood magic. Venom was a sacred experience of the divine. Ash was a toxic gift from the gods. The myths helped us survive. I've never performed this ritual, and few of us practice the old ways anymore. But it's still a part of our culture. Small rituals we barely notice, but do out of habit, as we were raised to mimic our parents. So yes, it's my first time, but it's not foreign to me. We don't know exactly how it works, so we'll perform the ritual as best we can, even if it's mostly a superstition. As for the formula, that's pretty straightforward, and Augustine checked it personally." "It's fine," Trevor said. "I'm ready." Gemma gestured for him to take off his shirt and lie back on the couch. Nathan helped another man tighten the shackles around Trevor's ankles. "So you need 3 things," Gemma repeated. "Elixir, ash, and blood." Trevor looked at me, and there was a heavy moment. My cheeks blushed. Being surrounded by this many strangers felt too intimate. Even more so when Trevor took off his shirt, revealing his scars and tattoos. "How much?" I asked. 3 drops, Gemma said. She pricked my finger with a needle, and I squeezed it over a glass jar Nathan held out to me, counting out each drop of blood. He nodded, then brought the jar over to a metal shelf that served as a kitchen area. I watched him measure out some elixir and add 2 cups of ash. Then he tossed everything into a blender and added a dozen eggs, shells and all. Gemma had to raise her voice over the mechanical whir of the machine. "There are different formulas," she said. "This is the lightest. It should take you about 25% slagpaw. Increased muscle mass, bone density, that kind of thing. But not enough to get your teeth and claws out. Then it's a whole different game." Nathan handed her the glass pitcher from the blender, which was full of a chunky gray concoction that looked like pea soup. "I know," she said when Trevor wrinkled his nose. "But your body will need protein quickly. It'll make the transition smoother." Trevor gave me a grim smile, then chugged it down, stopping only for breaths. "Now what?" he asked. "Lay back, relax. Let us do our thing." I stood to the side as another woman I didn't know and an old man with spectacles knelt beside the couch. The woman had a bronze pot of blue paint, which she painted onto Trevor's skin in detailed, swirly patterns. The man had a tattoo machine that he turned on and off with a foot pedal. It sounded ragged, like a distant chainsaw. The others formed a circle around us, with fire batons and torches. 2 held bundles of burning sage, which smoked up the room and rolled slowly out under the roof into the open sky. Someone turned on some music, like a tribal electronic beat, and the men began to sway and move around. Not really dancing together, each just moving to his own beat. It was surreal, both spiritual and casual at the same time. Some of the men were in robes or fancy clothes with painted skin like Gemma, but others had tangled long hair and dark leather and denim. One held a beer bottle in his free hand, another a cigarette. The elite stood just outside the entrance, looking bored. It was startling to me that the men felt comfortable enough to dance in his presence, that they weren't terrified by the threat. One of the men was drumming a steady rhythm with the music, on a small leather drum strapped around his shoulders. The others picked up the beat with spoons and bottles, until it almost sounded like pouring rain. Gemma was whispering something to Trevor, reading from the book. At some point, she paused and waited for him to nod. A private agreement, something I wasn't part of. The woman added a few flourishes of gold paint around his eyes and wrists, and the man rubbed away the blood and ink of Trevor's new tattoo. Some kind of animal print, like a wolf's paw, over his heart. His eyes were wide and his muscles strained. He'd started to sweat. I wasn't sure if it was the tattoo or the potion, but he was in pain. I knew what exposure to the ash felt like. I couldn't imagine consuming this much of it all at once. I'd never seen Trevor shift before, and I flinched when he began to struggle. The others moved away warily toward the edges of the warehouse as his muscles bulged and contorted. It looked like rats had burrowed under his skin and were trying to push their way out. "Go to him," Gemma said from behind me. "Let him catch your scent. Your blood keeps him human. As long as he can smell you, he should keep enough reason." 8. I stepped carefully towards Trevor, leaning in close and rubbing his forehead with a wet towel. He grunted, shivering with fever, but then his eyes focused on my face. "How do you feel?" I asked. He took a deep breath. His voice was deep and raspy when he spoke. "It tickled at first, then it stung. But now, it's like there's a storm inside me." "You didn't hesitate," I said quietly. He looked up in confusion. I raised my pricked index finger. "The blood of someone you love." "Neither did you," he sighed, leaning back again and shivering against the wood. "Just saying, you didn't flinch at that part." "Of course not, Em. But it's nice to know it's worth something. Maybe not to you, but to me at least." "I do love you," I said, laying my head against his chest, which was much larger than I remembered it. He was growing beneath me, his muscles rippling. "But not like that," he sighed. A few moments passed as we drifted in the music and the smoke. It was weirdly private, even though we weren't alone. "Did I ever tell you what my tattoo means?" Trevor asked. His voice was lower now, and slow, like he was having trouble getting the words out. "The arrow and the snake," I said, running my fingers across the ink designs of his tattoo. His skin was hot and hard. He was still trembling, and his veins had turned dark purple. "Let me guess. I'm the snake?" "You're the arrow. Sharp. Fast. You make me feel like time is moving quickly, like life is more alive. I'm in love with you, so I'm changing into a savage beast to fight a vampire so that you can run off and save your prince. The others have wives, girlfriends. I have you. But so what? It is what it is." "Does that make you the snake?" I teased. "No. The snake is the whole damn toxic covenant. You're the arrow, trapped in the viper's nest. But the only one. And without it,
I'm disarmed.
His pupils went wide and dark, and he gazed over my shoulder like he was watching something. When he spoke again, it was nearly a whisper, and I leaned closer to catch every word.
I've always wondered where the birds fly each year, where the clouds go, and now what lies behind the horizon that catches the falling stars.
Are you high from the elixir? I asked.
Probably.
He grinned. His face softened and seemed years younger suddenly. He looked happy, at peace, hopeful, in a way I hadn't seen him look in years.
Run away with me?
He asked suddenly, reaching for my hand. I braced myself from his fumbling grasp as his chubby fingers clutched my wrist. Where would we go? I asked. His eyes narrowed, and he seemed to come to his senses, for a moment, studying my face. He lifted a hand, nearly as big as my head, but seemed stunned by its size and pulled away.
Your position, the politics, this war,
Trevor continued.
What has it gained any of us? Do you think the kingdom is safer for us now? More secure? No compounds, nothing? The intoxicating rush of freedom.
That's a dream, I said. Look around you. Look where we are. Farther than we ever imagined, and it's just a poor reflection of King Richard's system, with a single vampire tyrant controlling absolutely everything. It's just a different type of captivity. Addiction, compulsion, free to work and spend, options to shop and purchase or sell, games and merriment for distraction. What else do you think is out there? That there's a place free of violence, of thirst, of murderous rage, life for a life, eye for an eye, blood for blood.
Havoc wasn't so bad,
Trevor pouted. Your nostalgia is coloring your memories.
We had a good time there,
he said.
We were happy. For a few weeks, at least.
You may have been. This time he looked upset, like a scolded child. He wanted to belong somewhere, to someone. I understood that. But he wanted it to be me, and I'd taken that from him. I'd left him moorless, adrift. While I was chasing after Damien, the security that I'd felt in his arms for a few brief moments. I was renitent, stronger than Trevor could ever be. Damien was my match, but Trevor felt like half of my soul.
Free to go where we like, love who we like. A marriage for love, not for the crown,
Trevor mumbled, mostly to himself.
Just remember, I asked you first.
It's not because he chose me, I said, trying to explain. I'm choosing him.
I know,
Trevor said.
And that's all I wanted for you. I just wish it had been me.
Maybe Tate's comment had been too close to home. Augustine was giving Trevor a purpose because he knew he needed one, and he knew I needed him. He was insightful like that. Trevor was safe. He felt like home. But Damien was like air. I couldn't breathe without him.
I'll hate the man you choose, Trevor said. But I'll be happy you're not alone. I'll try to be, anyway.
You're a good man, I said.
I have my moments. Too bad I didn't have more of them earlier. Maybe we should have more. But this moment with you, I'm glad to be here, despite everything.
Me too, I said, squeezing his hand.
Now let's go rescue Amber and her fiancé so we can have a wedding.
Is that what you're looking forward to?
You've got to admit, it would be nice. We used to steal cake at weddings we weren't invited to, didn't we?
We were never invited to any weddings, I said.
Troublemaker.
He smirked. I raised my head and gasped when I realized how big Trevor had grown. His head looked too small for his body, and I jerked away as even that seemed to swell like a balloon, turning red and distorting his features. The gold and blue paint was partially smudged or marred by drops of sweat, and his skin glistened in the light. He flailed his arms, stretching out like a cat, rolling his neck as if he had to get used to his body again. The couch had begun to sink beneath him, dangerously close to the floor. When he stood, his arms seemed to hang low and limp. He tripped over the table and nearly fell before righting himself. The men scattered out of the way, but I grabbed his arm to steady him. He towered over me. He seemed confused for a moment, looking down at me like I'd startled him. "Okay, big guy?" I asked. He raised a hand and flexed his jaw to each side. Gemma approached cautiously. Trevor held up his fingers, then lifted up the couch with one hand, grinning at me. "Not gonna lie," he drawled. "That hurt. But this is pretty cool." A few of the men chuckled, and I heard sighs of relief. Then someone started cheering. They crowded around him, slapping his broad arms and chest playfully. One started howling, and Trevor joined in with a hearty chuckle. It was weird seeing him like this, so carefree and relaxed. Maybe the smaller brain size suited him. We moved as a group down an alley with broken concrete and twisted roots, then descended through an underground parking lot and into a ruined shopping center. It was a little bit like Havoc, but closer to the surface instead of buried under ruins. One half was completely destroyed, with a tumble of rubble and a few rusted cars pinned between thick slabs of concrete, overgrown with shrubs and moss. But the other half was still covered by a glass roof like a greenhouse, and 2 floors connected with massive pillars. The bottom floor was an open plaza, with trees growing tall towards the ceiling. Rusted escalators led to the second floor that wrapped around the edge, offering a view for spectators. It seemed like the concert had ended, and people were already streaming into the building from various other entrances. They froze when they saw Trevor, pointing and staring. I looked up at him, feeling protective. He looked like the brutes I'd killed in Denvado, but only half as twisted and deformed. He still mostly looked like himself, but with a wide frame and bulging muscles just unnatural enough to be frightening at first glance. Muted, deformed, monstrous. He scanned the crowds with worried eyes until he found Augustine and Tate watching from up above, in a raised alcove in the center of the second floor. Luke's eyes went wide when he saw Trevor, and Kamina looked shaken. But Trevor gave them a small wave, and they waved back. Augustine nodded, and Gemma shoved Trevor forward. "Move around a bit. Get used to your body. Show off a little. But be careful. You're a lot stronger than you're used to. Don't bring the building down and kill everybody." Sure." Trevor's eyes filled with worry. I scowled at Gemma, and she smirked back, as if he didn't have enough to worry about. "Tate won't kill you," I said. "I'm pretty sure. She just wants to beat you up and look good." "You don't think I can win?" he asked. "It doesn't matter if you win. What matters is you don't get too hurt. This isn't a real battle, remember? It's training. See how long you can stay in control, stay yourself." He nodded, then walked forward into the center of the space. It was darker than most of the strip, but lit well enough with hanging bulbs. He paused in the middle, looking around at the audience, who looked back in hushed silence. Then he raised his fists and started jabbing at the air a bit, warming up. The crowd responded with cheers and applause, which put Trevor at ease. He started moving around more, jogging the perimeter, dodging and ducking an invisible challenger. He almost tripped over a length of metal pipe, careening to the side as he lost his balance. But he figured out the weight and found his feet again before he took a tumble. The audience laughed and cheered again, so he started clowning around even more, with exaggerated pantomimes. He picked up the metal pipe and bent it nearly in half. Then he looked around for anything bulky enough to lift. He He found a large, potted urn filled with dirt and lifted it carefully to his shoulder before putting it down again. Then he made poses to show off his muscles. The crowd went wild, and he grinned and waved, thinking it was all for him. But then he turned and found the small figure behind him dressed in white. "Enough playing around?" I heard Tate say as she challenged him. The lights dimmed around the edges, and spotlights illuminated the central area between them. In the sudden stillness that followed, I felt like I was holding my breath with 1,000 others, eagerly awaiting the spectacle Augustine had promised. I was sure they'd seen fights in here before, but not like this. The fight was supposed to be till first blood, but how much would Tate make Trevor bleed before she was finished with him? My heart pounded with worry as Tate taunted him forward. Trevor glanced back at me once, and I nodded, hating myself. He was doing this for me. I didn't love the blood sport, but Augustine's motivations had been sound enough. He was less likely to get hurt here than a real battle in the Citadel. I hoped. Trevor swung first, punching the air as Tate vanished to the side. He rolled his shoulders and attacked again, but Tate moved easily away from his flailing fists. His form was sloppy, either from his unwieldy bulk or, I wondered, whether he really knew how to fight at all. Apart from a handful of tavern brawls and childhood fistfights, Trevor was probably used to winning because of his strength, but had no idea how to handle a smaller force that was crafty. And nobody could fight an elite. I only hoped it would be over quickly. Trevor eventually stopped chasing Tate around, and I felt the moment things shifted, as Tate went on the offense. She stepped easily between his arms and pummeled his side, before finishing with a powerful punch to his stomach. He groaned and stepped backward, but righted himself quickly, holding his ribs and fighting for breath. But when he realized he wasn't injured, he cracked his neck, then smiled back at me over his shoulder. For the next 5 minutes, Tate landed hundreds of blows. The strongest punches and kicks would leave ugly purple bruises. But they faded quickly, and Trevor seemed to be gaining confidence. His new skin was tough, and while Tate was fast and ferocious, he absorbed most of the blows easily. Her speed also came at a cost. She was burning through more energy by darting and rolling around Trevor's attacks. At one point, she stayed in place a second too long, and Trevor grabbed her leg when she tried to kick him. She scratched towards his face, but he held her at arm's length and then threw her across the room. She tumbled through the air like a cat, landing on her feet in a crouch before charging at him again. But he was ready for her. He feigned with his right fist, which she avoided easily, but then struck hard with his left, and the blow connected. It was like she'd sprinted straight into a wall of concrete. Her neck snapped back, and her legs crumpled. Trevor slammed his fists into the ground as she rolled out of the way, leaping around his arm and crawling up behind him to wrap her arms around his neck from behind. He threw her off him and then charged after her. This time she ducked away, towards the shell of a car against the far wall. She dove through the window and disappeared. Trevor tore open the rusted metal with his fingers, ripping off the door and then picking up the vehicle to look beneath it. Tate shouted from above, where she'd been hanging onto the ceiling beneath the second floor, and scratched deep gouges down his back with her fingernails. Trevor's eyes went wide with pain, and his face contorted in anger. He grabbed the car door and hit her with it, swinging like a tennis racket. The metal dented, and Tate was flung back much harder, tumbling across the floor. This time, she didn't get up as quickly. When she stood, it looked like she had to reassemble herself, stretching her joints back into position. There was a dangerous look in her eyes, and I had a feeling that this was no longer just a game. They could do each other serious injury if they kept going like this. Tate would heal until she ran out of blood. Then she'd be forced to escape or forfeit. Or she'd find something sharp and end the fight more quickly. Luckily, it wouldn't come to that. Someone was shouting, pointing at Trevor as he stepped back into the spotlights. Cries went up, chanting, "First blood!" until Augustine stood and raised his hands. He jumped down from the balcony and called both fighters to the center for inspection. Trevor's wounds were still bleeding, soaking from his back down his leg and staining his footprints as he walked. Tate's white dress was splattered with his blood, and her fingers and hands stained red. She licked them off, smiling maliciously, preparing for Augustine to declare her the winner. Instead, he paused in front of her, passing his thumb across her lower lip, then waving his fingers beneath his nose. She touched her lip, and her eyes widened when she saw the purple stain of elite blood. "That's not fair," she said. "He used a weapon." "He responded to the environment." Augustine shrugged. "Still, I got him first." "Probably." Augustine nodded. "Unless you were already bleeding, and that's why you retreated into the shadows under the ledge so I wouldn't see." "But I could have got him earlier," she pouted. "You know I could have. I was just stalling to give you a good show." "But you didn't." Augustine smiled. "So, is it a draw?" I asked. Trevor bent down and whispered something to Augustine. He nodded, then raised Tate's arm and declared her the winner. She took a bow and blew kisses, then they joined us at the side entrance. "What just happened?" I asked. "Trevor conceded," Augustine said. "Tate's right. It's impossible to tell for certain whether she bled first. Other than her own integrity, taking her word for it, which wouldn't satisfy the crowd. A tie is no good for anyone, as everybody feels like they lost. And Trevor's blood is more profusely visual. To the crowd, Tate is the winner. They saw it with their own eyes. To counter that belief and let Trevor win on a technicality, a nearly invisible drop of blood that few but an elite could spot and smell, it would have caused some frustration. We gave them a good show. We proved the concept. Nobody died." "So, are we good then?" I asked. "One more thing," Augustine said. He took out a small thimble with a curved metal barb and used it to pierce his own wrist. The elixir started to bubble up to the surface immediately, but Gemma caught it in a large mug and handed it to Trevor. He grimaced, but drank it down. The change was faster this time. As we watched, Trevor seemed to melt away, like an ice cube left on the table, shrinking layers of muscle, skin, and bones that evaporated away in a cloud of steam and sweat. His brow contorted in pain, and he gasped for breath, doubling over and shaking. Nathan wrapped a heavy towel around his shoulders. The bruises, which had faded, blossomed to life, like purple fireworks erupting across his body. Then the elixir started to work. He took another shaky breath, then stood up again. "You okay?" I asked. "Ask me again tomorrow," he said, clutching his ribs. Augustine led him back out into the open again, raising his hands, and the crowd celebrated him, though this time it felt more like sympathy or disappointment. He was still a large man, comparatively speaking, but compared to his previous size, he looked small and weak. "In a real battle, I'd have had a sword, and it wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds, Tate grumbled. "Thank you," I said, "for going easy on him." That seemed to mollify her a bit, and she was smart enough to realize I was just placating her. The truth was, they both looked a little shaken from the fight. Now that Trevor was himself again, and no doubt feeling the pains of both his transformation and the beating he'd just taken, I knew even unarmed, an elite could pierce a rib cage or skull and easily extract a heart or brain from a common. He'd never faced an elite. Not really. Not like this. But few ever had, because one punch should have been all it took to take down any challengers. but Tate, too, seemed unnerved. I wondered if she'd been around long enough to see real brutes from the early wars. She hadn't seen the ones in Denvado, who were much bigger. Still, the potion had been enough to make Trevor somewhat of a contender. If not a threat, still maybe a greater challenge than she expected. I wondered if this was also part of Augustine's plan, to show her that the elite weren't as powerful as they assumed, to reduce overconfidence or recklessness by showing their weaknesses. I had a feeling Tate would use this experience and be more careful going into battle than she would have been otherwise. Trevor had managed to draw blood, after all, even if just a drop. Luke and Kamina joined us as the crowds filtered out towards the exits. "I hope that ass-kicking earned us a ride home at least," Luke said.
"A deal is a deal,"
Augustine answered, though he was looking at me shrewdly, no doubt confirming our agreement.
"You should travel in the daytime. Secure your allies and resources. Tate and I will join you later."
"They won't be happy seeing you show up. Meet us in Allgrave. I'll head there first and make sure you're safe." "Thoughtful of you," Tate said, though she didn't mean it.
"The rest of the details you can work out yourselves. I suspect you'll have more joining you, eager for their own taste of blood and battle after tonight's showing. Let it settle. Gemma and the others will put a quiet word out and finish preparations tonight. You should leave at dawn. In the meantime, I suggest getting a little sleep tonight, if you can. It's been an honor to welcome you in the Strip. I hope you've had an educational experience in our little slice of paradise."
9. We walked quietly down the hill. The trail was overgrown with logs, covered in bright green moss. The ground was still gray with ash and blended in with the fog until it looked like I was floating in a dark and gloomy sky. Even when I snuck out past the fence, I'd always been careful to return before dark. This moody twilight kept me on edge. I glanced back at Penelope, her eyes bright and nearly glowing in the shadows. At one time, the presence of an elite would flood my system with anxiety and adrenaline. But I knew I was lucky she was with me. And she was different from the others. I'd known her as a chosen, a human, not so long ago. We'd both suffered since then. The rest of us had split up a few hours earlier. We'd made most of the journey together, setting out at dawn and driving until sunset. The hoverbikes rode smoothly on ancient roads, even those covered with bark or leaves, and even zoomed over piles of brick and collapsed buildings. But a few times we had to go around larger obstacles. I'd never seen this part of the world before, so it was tricky to orient. Sometimes, on the horizon, I could see the remnants of what looked like huge cities, even larger than the ruins where Havoc had been located. A few impossibly tall towers stood out from the overgrowth. Monoliths of metal and glass, half swallowed in creeping vines that had begun to sprout without the toxic ash. In between the dark forests were wide stretches of valley, with pale sage and purple wildflowers. It was almost beautiful. We stopped at dusk to separate. Kamina went back to Icklebot, Trevor to Harpoon, and Luke to the Shire. I wished there was a faster way to communicate, but we had to be careful. The hovercrafts were quiet enough not to attract Slagpaw, and we were careful not to carry too much elixir between us. But it was safest not to broadcast our plans, at least until we had a chance to check in with our allies and regroup. If all went according to plan, Augustine and his elite would meet us later, once we all gathered in Allgrave. It was up to me to make sure my former compound would be a safe haven, at least for a few days. Emma was my driver, but she was uncomfortable going into the compound alone, so we decided to wait outside of the gates until Luke could reach the Shire and send Penelope to rendezvous with us. She arrived an hour later, and together we hiked towards the entrance. Algrave looked so small and so familiar in the valley below. But it was empty, dead. The gates still standing, the doors open. Things had been abandoned on the road by the refugees, things too big or heavy to carry. A piano, a large potted plant, a stuffed bear. Suitcases of clothes strewn across the path, torn open by scavengers. Once we reached the road, I startled a family of raccoons. But other than that, Algrave was deserted. The tall main gates were slightly parted, the chains casually draped around the bolts but unsecured. It was easy to slip inside. I felt my chest tighten as the silence became threatening. It was too much like Quandam. Lost. Forgotten. All those figures in ash, frozen in perpetual terror. This was not quite that, but something else. The ghosts lingered, in empty stools on desolate porches, the constellations of leaves across the sidewalks that should have been brushed clean. I nearly walked past a pile of refuse before I saw the bodies. An open grave of Algrave's most elderly. A dozen, maybe. Their bodies drained and wrinkled, wisps of gray and white hair. All that life, that experience, the light in their eyes. Nothing more than a midnight snack. Easier to eat them than to move them. "You okay?" Penelope asked. "Sure," I said. I waited for a wave of nausea to pass, but it was difficult with the fetid stench in the air. We had to keep moving. I don't know what I was expecting to find, but this didn't surprise me enough to worry. The dead couldn't hurt me. I tapped down the spark of anger, adding it to the slow furnace that burned in the pit of my stomach. "Come on. I live this way." The route was familiar enough to me that I didn't need to look where I was going, but I found my eyes pulled towards every empty window and doorway until my skin was crawling. It smelled like rot and sour milk, and the stench from the market, spoiled meat buzzing with flies. I lifted my skirts as we crossed through the mud. It was our job to clear the town and make sure we weren't all walking into a trap, but I didn't know exactly what to look for. It was so quiet, without the purification engines, and so dark. There were 1,000 places to hide. I blinked in confusion as we got to my house. Or where my house should have been. But the entire street was reduced to charred rubble, the black pillars of the scorched foundations. "They burned it," I said. Just my house, and all the houses around it. A black spot on the map, like a smudge. I wanted to lay down in my bed, sip tea in the small kitchen, or curl up in the tiny nook I used to read in. When I could no longer fit inside, it became Lorelei's secret spot. But there was nothing left. I'd stopped the sky from burning, but somehow this smoldering pile of soot and ash cut sharper and deeper than the poisonous air. This toxin hit in a rush and made me sway. Nigel promised me once he'd tear me apart, but I didn't realize it would happen this slowly. Part of me had been eager to come home, to connect with a shred of my former self. But I had no home left to return to. No roof for shelter, no childhood keepsakes for comfort. He took this from me. My heart raced. He knew where I lived with my family. Did he know about Lorelei and Jamie? Was this a warning? Surely Jessica would have told him by now. And even if he didn't, he'd evacuated every citizen of Algrave to make sure he had someone I cared about. This was a message for me alone, that he was just vindictive enough to make this personal. King Richard had destroyed Quandam, and the family I could not remember, out of one man's transgression. Now Nigel had done the same for me. Thousands of people's lives on my conscience. My responsibility. But how could I protect any of them when I couldn't even save Jasmine, one of my closest friends? When I finally turned around, I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but I was alone. The darkness flickered, and I paused to listen, but it was just the light of the moon shifting with the clouds. I still wasn't used to it. The purification engines had kept the ash away, but never enough to see the sky. I paused in the central plaza, which was already half decorated with pine trees for Winterfest, with red and white bows and strands of light that would have been festive, if there were anyone left to enjoy them. Memories teased at the back of my brain, and I could almost taste the spices of the mulled wine and hear the carols we'd sung when I was younger. I made my way back to the nicer area of town, looking for Penelope. A single candle in the mayor's window guided me like a beacon, even across the square. The house was so dark I could barely see, but finally I found Penelope's eyes shining in the darkness across the room. I took the candle from the window and used it to avoid the furniture, but paused when I heard whispers. "Who are you talking to?" I asked sharply. "Myself," she said, patting the seat beside her. I eyed her warily. Her eyes were too bright in the flame of the candle, and her lips were stained a deep red, nearly concealing the sharp white points of her fangs. Beside her was a crystal decanter, half empty, and a small glass. "One thing I've learned about the compounds," she said, "is that the mayors usually keep some blood around for rare occasions." "Haven't they been feeding you enough?" I asked. "If you mean begrudgingly debasing themselves for my sustenance," Penelope said, "and then making it weird and awkward between us, sure. But this is so much more enjoyable. Smelled it from halfway across town. Honestly, I'm surprised the predators haven't gotten into it yet." "You are the predator now, remember?" I managed a wry grin, though my chest still felt a hollow ache. "Oh," she said, "right."
"Is that Emily?"
a familiar voice said, startling me. I scanned the dark room, but we were alone. Penelope smirked and held up the boxy device in her hand. "Marcus? Where are you?" "Still in the Citadel," Penelope answered. "Tobias is on his way. He left this for me, but it's the first time I've been close enough to use it."
"Something Zane worked up,"
Marcus said, his voice crackling over the connection.
"Short-distance radio. Private channel."
"So, Zane is on our side. And Damien?" I asked. "Have you heard?"
"Damien is alive. That's all I know."
"Can you free him?"
"Not without blowing my cover and ending up beside him. And if he's dead, things get a lot more confusing. An elite ruler, or a human traitor and assassin.
"I'm not—"
That's the story they are sharing. Nigel is telling everyone the king is dead, and the prince and his rebel whore killed him. Excuse my language. That's the excuse he's given for keeping Damien a prisoner. We can't change the story until we have power. Tobias will tell you everything, but we should keep this channel clear."
"And my siblings?"
"I'll find out. I promise. But Emily?"
"What is it?" I asked.
"He's using the king's murder to declare himself temporary monarch."
"He's going to crown himself? He'd need the curate's blessing."
"He has it, apparently. Or, no doubt, he'll get new curates."
"Are you in danger?" Penelope asked.
"Not until after the ceremony. I don't think he'd move before then. If anyone wants to oppose him, it'll have to be before. After it's done, most will feel no choice but to support him."
"When is it?"
"Tomorrow night."
I blew out a sharp breath, and Penelope drained her cup.
"I don't know what he's planning," Marcus continued, "but with twice as many people and no way to access the resources from the colonies, things are going to get bad soon. It's crowded in here, not enough food. He's blaming all this on you. Whatever you're going to do it quickly."
"When was the last time you slept?" Penelope asked, putting the glass decanter away in the wooden cabinet. I blinked at her, but couldn't remember. Instead, my eyes took in the details of the room in the candlelight. The polished wood and high molded ceilings, the shimmering of gold trim and old frames. Part of me felt like I shouldn't be here, like I could get in trouble. When I was younger, I got scolded for even playing on this side of town. I was too poor, too dirty, too uncivilized. Penelope had grown up in a house like this, practically a noble, but it was still foreign to me, even after all the time I'd spent in Damien's posh apartment in the Citadel. It should have felt impressive, but instead, it felt small and weak. The mayors had no real power, but they got all the best stuff, merely to keep the system running. I could barely remember the face of the man who'd been in charge, and now there was nobody here, in this big, expensive house. Nobody but me and my elite escort. Penelope had been executed for treason, but had still managed to cheat death. "Hold on," I said. "I heard the mayor had an electric cold storage." The house was so large, it took me a few minutes to find the stairs to the lower level. I barely recognized the framed paintings and photographs that lined the hallways. I tried to remember the mayor's children, but couldn't. He'd never known I existed before my choosing, and even afterward, I'd gotten nothing from him but a smile and a nod. I'd never been in his house before, and I still felt like I was trespassing. It was an uncomfortable, childish fear that I couldn't seem to escape from. I found the freezer downstairs and returned to the living room with a tub of ice cream and a silver spoon. "Oh man," Penelope said, "I'd kill for some of that right now." "Can you taste it?" I asked. "Not really. What's the flavor?" "Chocolate and vanilla, butterscotch, all swirled together." "Sounds divine," she said. "It's sticky and sweet. If we start a fire, I could make some tea." "Let's wait until the others are here," she said. "Anyway, there are several rooms upstairs. Grab one." "And you?" "Point the way to the cellar," she said. "Bring a mattress down at least." "Of course," she said. "I'll keep watch until dawn anyway. After that, you're on your own." I took a small bottle of whiskey with me to bed, hoping I could drink myself drowsy, but it only messed with my vision. The ice cream and alcohol cramped my stomach, and before long I was sweating with a pounding headache. I chose a smaller room, sparsely furnished, probably a guest room or even a servant's quarters. It reminded me of the hotel I'd stayed when Damien was visiting. The night I was arrested as a rebel. The night my mother died. I could still feel the weight of Trevor's pistol in my pocket, the sound as it struck the floor. The look of horror in Damien's eyes as he saw that awful, cursed weapon and thought I'd betrayed him. It was barely enough to kill a slagpaw or an elite, but managed to kill everyone else, even when the bullets weren't meant for them. I twisted in the sheets, thinking of Damien, now a prisoner, my siblings at Nigel's mercy, and Jasmine. The thought was like a razor at the edge of my brain, and I winced whenever I got near it. I wondered if this is how Trevor felt after he lost me. Now he'd lost everything. Years ago, a traveling performer had arrived with a cage full of captured pigeons. Blue feet, yellow beaks. For a small fee, you could set one free and watch it fly away. Trevor wanted to pool money and purchase them all, but my dad told him it was just a trick. The birds were trained to return to their cage just outside the compound. Trevor tried to get his money back, but the merchant refused. Some of the other boys laughed at him. He wasn't big enough yet to earn respect in other ways. I was young and foolish. I was angry at the merchant for taking advantage of Trevor's goodwill, as if believing in good things was a weakness to be taken advantage of and ridiculed. So I snuck out and hunted them down. I only caught 3, but it was enough to make a large pie and some bone broth soup. We invited Trevor's family over for an outdoor picnic. This was before my dad died, before my mom got really sick. Jamie and Trevor played with wooden animals, and Lorelei had barely started walking. It was the last time we were all together. I wondered if I was like one of those freed birds, going in circles, trying to find a cage I could return to. Hunted by predators in the wild, incapable of fending for myself after a lifetime of captivity. And even if I'd somehow survived, what about everyone else I'd put in danger, now stuck in the Citadel? Would they come back to Algrave if given the chance and the choice? Or would they risk their lives to secure their freedom? A heavy weight seeped into my bones, and I drowsed off into a recurring nightmare. A boy with a crown in a dark forest, beckoning me forward. I take a step and see the path split, a fork in the road. The next thing I know, my stomach has been ripped open, and a raven flies down and tugs out my intestines while I'm still alive. They writhe like earthworms. I bent down, scraping the rough ground with my raw hands, my mouth open in a silent scream. I could smell the fresh soil, and at some point realized I was awake. Somehow, I'd made it to the edge of Algrave, the orchard where we bury our dead. I stared at my dirty fingers and the handful of shallow holes around me. Had I been digging? Looking for something? Large family crypts dwarfed the smaller headstones, though a few graves were marked only by a simple wooden sign. I scanned these, looking for my mother's resting place. I should have asked Trevor what happened to her body after she was killed. It was unthinkable to me that she wouldn't have been placed next to my father's single granite headstone. But I saw no trace of a second grave. I curled up on the cold ground, wishing I had flowers or some trinket to leave him. But then I remembered the custom I'd learned in Squirmhead. I didn't need pretty things to honor the dead. I reached through a gap in the perimeter fence to scoop a handful of toxic ash, marking it on my forehead. It felt like a private sacrament, a ritual promise between my adopted parents and myself. I would make us whole. Bats whizzed overhead as I returned back into town. I caught the scent of Elixir and stiffened. But it was faint, old, and yet pungent, real vampire blood, and it didn't smell like Penelope. My senses caught it easily, since it was already low in my system. I stood confused in front of my former house, burnt and charred, a ruin beneath the starry skies. Moss and green vines curled in through the cracks, starting to tear up through the floors. How long had it been since I was arrested? A few weeks? A month? It felt like a lifetime. I kicked over the rubble until I saw it, a small wooden box with a bronze clasp, tucked away in a corner. Perfectly preserved, in a way that stood out. This had been left recently. I lifted it with shaking fingers in the moonlight, brushing off the top and opening it slowly. 2 long objects, pale, nearly bone-white. I gasped, clutching my chest when I saw they had fingernails. I could smell the elixir in them. Sweet. Familiar. Damien. Without thinking, I pressed the bloody stumps against my tongue, tasting the blood. I saw a flash of memory, and Nigel's leering face. "I'm waiting for you, Emily. I'll cut off a finger for every day you're late. Don't worry, they'll grow back in a few months, if he lives that long." Something clattered in the box, and I tilted it, dumping a masculine sapphire ring into my dirty palm. I slipped it onto my thumb. My chest felt tight, so I focused on breathing. I studied the scorched walls, which seemed to expand and contract, swelling with each breath. A fragment of a colored drawing in chalk under the remains of the kitchen table, felt like an anchor in a storm. 10. It was still dark when I woke later and heard someone else's breath in the darkness. A dark shape was in the chair by the door. I stiffened when I smelled Elixir, but then I recognized his handsome profile. "You made it," I said, pushing away the blankets.
"Yeah," Tobias said, in his deep timbre. "Everyone's downstairs."
I studied him in the darkness, his pale, beautiful face and long blonde hair. He was wearing one of the fine suits from the Citadel, black, trimmed with purple velvet, a loose-collared shirt with gemstone cufflinks that winked in the darkness. But his shoes were dirty, and he looked older than I remembered. More anxious, maybe. Even though elites don't age, I felt like the added pressures had robbed him of a touch of his youthful beauty. Now he looked calculated, sullen, more like Damien. When he caught me staring, however, he offered a half-smile. "I thought you'd be with Penelope," I said.
I am. Just checking in on you."
"What time is it?"
"Late or early. Sun's not up yet, though."
"The others are here?" I asked.
"Almost."
I sat up suddenly. I didn't remember getting back to the mayor's house. Was it all a dream? I lifted my palms, which were covered in dirt, my fingernails red and swollen. In the dim light, Damien's ring sparkled from my thumb. Tobias caught my wrist, his eyes widening. I told him what happened and what I'd found. He turned away and punched a hole in the wall, baring his fangs in an expression of fury.
"That snake,"
he said. I gathered the ruined sheets off the bed, feeling like a graceless guest. As if I'd confirmed every prejudice against me, that I was a rabid animal. The reflection from the small mirror over the desk seemed to confirm it. My nightgown was torn and muddied, my bare legs scratched, my eyes and hair wild, with a mark of ash on my forehead and smears of elite blood across my cheeks. But I had no idea where to bring dirty laundry and didn't want to search for a hamper in this state. So finally, I just set the bundle down again. Tobias was watching me carefully from one corner. I was sure he was going to ask how I was feeling, or lecture me about my appearance, but he did neither. "You going to watch me dress?" I asked.
"I'd recommend a shower first," he smirked, "if you don't mind the cold water."
"Please," I said, rolling my eyes. I grew up on cold showers.
"We'll get him back," Tobias said suddenly. "We have to."
I nodded, touching his arm. "Promise me something," I said. "If it goes wrong, if we can't take power, just get him out. Take him somewhere safe."
"You know he'd make me swear the same for you," Tobias said softly. "What if I can't save you both?"
"Choose him." I knew it wasn't fair to ask. He had to look out for Penelope. But secretly, I wasn't sure how many of my allies cared at all for Damien. One elite was as good as any other, besides maybe a dead one. I needed to make sure, to confirm, that he meant something to someone else, that someone cared. There was a strange glint in his eyes, and I wondered what he'd been doing in my bedroom, watching over me as I slept. No doubt consumed with dark thoughts. I had a feeling he'd been preparing to ask me for a similar favor, but he stepped outside while I got changed. I didn't feel like a cold shower after the warm bed, but filled a bucket in the bathroom and used it to scrub my body with scented soap, lavender and rosemary, before rinsing myself off. My underwear and shirt were dirty after the long journey, so I found some loose clothes in another bedroom that seemed to fit. They were fancier than I was used to, at least for Allgrave, but also sturdy, practical garments. Tobias nodded approvingly when I found him again downstairs. I realized he needed me to clean up, to present myself properly. This was the first time my allies would be in the same place, held together by nothing more than tenuous, hasty promises and poorly made plans. "Today might be more important than the battle ahead," he said, as if reading my thoughts. I wondered how much else he could see with his gifts. There were secrets I wasn't ready to share, even with him. He straightened my jacket and brushed off my shoulders as Penelope came in, her hands and face dirty. "You should have left them," Tobias said. "A reminder of why we're doing all this." "They deserved their rest," Penelope said, washing her hands in the sink. "It was the right thing to do." "You buried them?" I asked, remembering the open grave near the entrance. I'd spent the night feeling sorry for myself, while Penelope buried the bodies of people she didn't even know. Guilt turned in my stomach. I'd grown so used to death in our travels that it hadn't even crossed my mind. Still, I was glad she'd done it. "Thank you," I said. "It might have been more for me than them," she said. "The stench of death is difficult for an elite to handle. And I was human, remember?" she said. "And not long ago, in Crawlist, we'd send them into the waves on a floating pyre. Maybe I needed to do something to remind myself who I am, what's important to me." "Still," I said, "elite are supposed to get a royal welcome in the compounds." I could have tried harder. "You needed your sleep," Penelope said. "Besides, it was a lot faster for me than it would have been for you." Just before dawn, Tobias and Penelope shut themselves into a storage area behind the basement. I watched the sunrise from the porch with a glass of strong black tea, waiting for the others as the sky changed colors. Luke and April arrived first, a few hours later. My heart dropped when I saw that they were alone, but I wasn't surprised Sam hadn't volunteered more of his people. April's backpack was nearly larger than her, and they carried a trunk between them. It took me a moment to realize it was the same one we'd dug up in Quandam, the one my grandfather had buried. I found them rooms in the house next door, and a place for April to set up her research. We'd barely had a chance to catch up over a tray of crackers, cheese, and sliced meats I'd found in the mayor's cold storage before Trevor arrived. Steve and Jacob stood behind him, their faces drawn. I scanned the small group behind them. Less than 20 men, with boxes of artillery and supplies. Somehow I became host, getting them settled in nearby buildings or finding a place to store their supplies. Trevor helped move the boxes. Some had arrived on horses, and we had to find grain and water for them. A few set up tents between the houses, or even further towards the trees. I was about to head back into the mayor's house again when I saw another group appearing between the trees outside the gates. I saw a movement to my left as one of Jacob's men raised a rifle, but I signaled him to drop it when I saw Kamina. I counted roughly a dozen men behind her, walking silently through the woods with small torches that gleamed off their silver armor. I was keeping a tally in my mind, but it was coming up short. What had I traded? What had I lost by trying to recruit more allies? We kept our voices hushed and only lit small fires inside for cooking. It was strange, being in the center of Allgrave, with the doors hanging open, vulnerable to everything outside the compound walls. We were far enough from the Citadel of Lights that our presence wouldn't be noticed, but our assorted gathering seemed tense and on edge. The fighters from Icklebot were the least wary, sometimes bursting into occasional laughter or raising their voices. They were used to being invulnerable, protected, but they also had a fierce gleam in their eyes and kept their axes ready. Jacob's men were used to surviving in the wilds and wore muted, organic colors and moved softly. Then there were the guides, our drivers, from the Strip. I didn't know what to make of them yet. At first, they'd simply dropped off passengers beyond the gates and rode off on their humming hoverbikes. But later in the day, someone had cut through the chains and opened the gates enough for them to park inside, in a neat row. They set up camp around their vehicles, wearing dark colors and long coats, but with the eclectic style of the Strip: goggles or sunglasses, choppy hair. They didn't talk much, though I nodded at Emma, and she smiled back at me. I could smell the elixir on them, and could almost see the clouds of shimmering venom that hung in the air between them, from their black vape devices. Augustine said they drank 3 drops a day, though I also knew these weren't soldiers for him to command, and they could probably drink a lot more if they needed to. They carried themselves with a cautious edginess, like black cats, and everybody stayed away from them. I finally made it back inside in the afternoon, after leading a search for weapons and supplies. The small pile of snacks I'd set out had become a full table of leftovers, and everything my friends could salvage from downstairs and the surrounding houses. April was at a side table with Luke and Jacob, making sandwiches. Steve and Trevor were standing near the window, bathed in warm light. Kamina was in the corner by herself, picking at a plate of chicken. They all looked up at me when I came in.
"Are we expecting anyone else?" Jacob asked after a moment.
"Tobias and Penelope are downstairs. They'll be up after sunset. And Augustine. And Tate, I think."
"Elite," Trevor explained, "but on our side."
"Not much," April said, "for a war."
"Maybe not," Luke added, "but for a coup, I think it's just the right amount." "Well, you brought us here," Steve grumbled. "So tell us, what needs to happen for this to go right?"
I started to wring my hands together, but then resisted the urge and shoved them into my pockets instead. I moved the contents of the table into roughly the shape of the Citadel. "Let's start with what we have," I said. I arranged a spoonful of peas on the wooden table and patted them in place. About 50 men, a handful of chosen, and a handful of elite. We also have a legitimate claim to the throne in Damien, but he's being held in the Citadel. I took half an eggshell and placed it in the center. Firstly, we need to get inside.
"They've got a big fucking wall," Steve said, "but we've got a bomb."
Right. So if we need to, that could provide a quick entrance or exit. Once inside, we need to get rid of one king and replace him with another. After that, the guards should fall in line.
"The guards aren't the problem," Jacob grumbled.
"Maybe not," I agreed. Tobias and Garth have been feeling out sympathies. But you're right, the elite are faster and stronger, and there's more of them. Luckily, we're not without advantages.
"They can't go out in the sun," Luke offered, "so we can attack during the day. Most of the elite lock themselves up in vaults when they're resting."
"That'll give us some time to prepare, at least. And we've also got the antidote," I said, nodding at April. "I'm not sure it's ready."
"We know it works," Trevor cut in. "Emily's tested it on multiple elites. It slows them down, stops them healing."
"We don't know if it can fully change an elite back into a human," I agreed. "But it should definitely make them easier to kill."
"You've got enough doses for every elite in the Citadel?" Jacob asked.
"No," April said. "I need more supplies, more equipment." "The Citadel has a laboratory," Kamina said. "A good one." "And we have someone inside," I added. "We'll get him on the radio later. He can prepare what you need and then mass produce it during the day."
"We can't make a move too early," Steve said. "We'll need to be careful, and they won't just stand still so we can inject them."
"Maybe we won't need to," Kamina said. "Most elite feed when they wake up in the evening, after sunset."
"So we poison their food supply," Jacob said, with a shrewd look. He was dressed in dark travel clothes, less showy than I was used to seeing him, with a long green rain jacket that contrasted against his dark skin.
"Right. Most will have their own consort, but if we could get Madame Breezing's girls at the pub, that's where they go for easy blood, a snack."
"Or they'll eat at home," Trevor added, "with their chosen."
"So we poison the chosen?" Steve asked.
Not all of them, Kamina said. The newest ones, they'll be in training. All their elixir is kept in a box in the training area. Maybe we can get the Chosen to help us, April started. They won't, I said. Kamina, me. I looked around for Jasmine before realizing she wasn't with us. Chosen like us, we're not normal. Most Chosen are fiercely protective of their elite. That's what we were made for. The mood shifted, and I realized I was only giving them more reasons to doubt me. I didn't have a plan. Not really. I had a few ideas and was waiting for someone else to put it all together. You may be wrong about that. I felt the air stir behind me and turned to find Penelope. I glanced outside and realized the sun had already set behind the mountains. Tobias stood behind her in the shadows, his body tense. At first, I thought he needed to feed, but I'm sure Penelope had introduced him to the mayor's stock of vintage blood. Steve went rigid, and I glanced at his belt to see if he was armed. I felt like maybe I should make introductions, trying to keep track of who knew who, but instead, I just nodded at her to keep talking. She was already a part of this. I just needed to let her voice be heard. Most Chosen get elixir from their elite, Penelope continued, at least during the first few years. But gradually it becomes more of an inconvenient chore, and if the elite gets bored, they are left without resources. So Master Svoboda also keeps a stock of elixir. We're allowed 2 drops a day, if we want it, even after training. And she keeps us supplied. You think the Chosen can be turned? Jacob asked. I'm just saying, not all of them are madly in love, and not all of them are dependent on their elite for elixir. But if they hesitate and fail to save their elite, they could be punished severely later. It's a risk supporting us, but one many might make. Unfortunately, it's not something they'd be willing to entertain or consider, but in the spur of the moment, you may find less resistance than you expect. Let's hope so. But the safer bet, it appears, would be to spike the blood supply at the training center, Jacob said. It's probably not something Nigel is paying close attention to. It's locked, I said, and Master Svoboda wears the key around her neck. I don't see the problem, Steve grumbled. One old lady is hardly an obstacle. She's fierce enough to tear you in half, Kamina said, and not to be underestimated. An elite, then, Trevor said, could overpower her. Let's be stealthy, if we can, I said. Remember, we need to give April time in the lab and make contact with allies on the inside before we strike. One wrong move, and someone could raise the alarm. I'll bet Augustine knows how to pick locks, Luke said. I'll bet he does, Trevor said. I'm kind of disappointed you don't. Luke smirked and shrugged his shoulders. We can talk to Claire and the maids, I said. The vendors and shops. At daytime, at noon, get them to open all the blinds and curtains, all over the city. That should keep the elite trapped inside, limit their movement, at least until dark. If we make a big enough noise, Jacob said thoughtfully, we might rouse them out of their chambers. Non-sympathizers, we stake, while they're sleeping. Or at least jab with the antidote. What about the guards? Steve asked. They follow the elixir and the crown, but most of them will have orders to maintain, Tobias said. They won't be wandering around looking for us inside the walls. They'll be guarding the gates and watching the horizon. If our revolution is swift enough, they won't even realize what's happening. There will be some fighting, sure, but not a huge battle. Some of the elite will try to leave the city, Kamina said. They'll hide until night, then make their escape. They won't make it far, Penelope said. At night is when the real fighting will begin. All the citizens should stay inside, lock the doors. We have the bomb, we have the sharpshooters, Trevor said. Why not lure the elite to the gates, explode the bomb, then pick off whoever is left? Won't the bomb attract the slagpaw? April asked.
Yes, but so what? Luke asked. They'll go after the elite first, not the humans.
In fact, Trevor said, Augustine had an idea. One of his men told me about it, even though it's supposed to be a surprise for later.
I hate surprises, Jacob said,
pursing his lips. I couldn't tell if he was serious or if it was just, a dumb idea, like a joke. But if they drove in some loud bikes, across country from the strip, making a lot of noise, firing off guns, and even maybe leaking a trail of elixir, they could round up a dozen or so slagpaw, get them to follow them back to the Citadel. The Citadel would be surrounded, April said, like a siege. The elite wouldn't be able to escape, even at night.
It would certainly give them pause, Luke said, holding his hands up like claws. Get it? Pause? That could actually work, Jacob said. We make more antidote, do whatever we can to limit their elite warriors. You find and save Damien and your siblings, get them safe. Then we storm the Citadel, fighting, pushing through. Keep all the residents indoors. At night, we blow the door. We let the slagpaw inside. They'll dig out the elite like truffles, Steve added. What about single bullet crew?
Tobias asked, looking at Kamina, the only representative from Icklebot.
Everyone who is not drugged will be shot,
Jacob answered for her.
Only the elites would dare fight the slagpaw. We just need to slow them down enough to be targets, though we can practice on any royal soldiers who get in the way.
This is such a messy plan, April commented. I mean, the timing would have to be perfect. Bring in the slagpaw, and none of us would have a chance of getting through the gate. They'd have to be, in the area, close enough to hear an explosion, but not too close, until after we're inside. I glanced at Kamina, who looked sick. I didn't love the idea either, remembering my first encounter with a slagpaw who invaded my bedroom. Everyone knew the wilds were dangerous, but somehow it was worse to discover a monster in a place you thought offered protection. I'd barely managed to survive, thanks to a vial of elixir Penelope had left for me. Jasmine hadn't been as lucky. And I hated that Augustine had kept this secret plan from me, if it was even real. So many people are going to die, Kamina said, without emotion, like a fact, rather than an objection.
You thought we'd win the war without casualties?
Jacob asked, with a grim smile.
I don't know. Kind of, Luke said.
I don't hate it, Penelope said, crossing her arms. I mean, if we know it's coming, the elite on our team can find somewhere safe. It'll be one hell of a fucking distraction in any case. And group the elite together, fighting the slagpaw, while we're actually completing the main mission. Maybe it never comes to that, I said finally. But we should be prepared in any event. And even if all that works, no doubt there will still be a battle. But if we take out half the elites, the chosen, the guards, and punch a hole into the Citadel walls, we'll have greatly reduced their advantages. We can deal with the rest after it's over.
What should we do while you're quietly killing your enemies? Steve asked. Sit around and wait for you?
Well, there is another option, Trevor said. What? I asked. You go in earlier, just you and April. I mean, you'll kind of have to. You're fast and easy to overlook, and with Emily's compulsion, it's not impossible. If you could rescue Damien and kill Nigel, Penelope said, I mean, once he's on the throne, he should be able to command the army. The other elite will probably fall in line. The wall remains intact, and we just call the whole thing off.
You think that's likely? Jacob asked. Look, I got nothing against killing elites, Luke said, but we all know this whole thing is a long shot. I get what you're fighting for. But me, the rebels, let's say the lines are pretty murky right now.
You think they'll back out?
I don't know. You're counting on a lot of things to go right. A lot of luck. Get to Damien and free him, or catch up to Nigel before you get captured. It's risky going in alone, but worth it. Because, Emily, this entire thing depends on you. Otherwise, we might sack the Citadel, kill dozens of elite, but it won't be over. And eventually, in a fair fight, we'd lose. We just don't have the numbers. If we don't win right away, if we don't gain control of the kingdom, then we fail. And it could be 100 years before someone else tries again.
There was a long pause after Luke's ominous summary, but no one contradicted him. If things went well, all this preparation would be unnecessary. But if it didn't, it wasn't nearly enough. "She's infamous," Kamina said finally. "Someone will recognize her."
"I'll get them in," Tobias said. "Stragglers from Algrave, who were hiding out and didn't get evacuated."
He held up his hand for a moment, his face tensing. April gasped and pointed to the window, where I could see a reflection of 2 older women who looked nothing like us. Tobias dropped his hand, and the illusion faded.
"Holy fuck,"
Steve said, rubbing his eyes.
"That's some trick," Jacob said. "Most elites have some degree of compulsion," Tobias said. "A way to use their will to get what they want. Mine is just a little more intrusive." "We know," Jacob said. "That's why we had mirrors at Havoc. But I've never actually seen it. Not like that."
"Most elite can't get into your minds like that," I said. "The king was the most powerful, but now, I don't think there's an elite stronger than Tobias."
"Another advantage."
Jacob nodded, looking pleased. "Garth is inside, and Curate Marcus," Penelope said. "I'll make contact with them so we can communicate. Maybe we can set some of the fake Icklebot soldiers on guard duty, just in case anything goes wrong." "We'd have to go soon," I said, "while it's still dark. Will you be safe inside the Citadel after sunrise?"
"I live there, remember?" Tobias smiled. "Penelope will be trickier, but I trust my staff, and I am sure we'll be secure during the day."
"I'll be useless until sunset," Penelope said. "Better if I stay here, so we have someone covering our retreat." "Are there mirrors in the Citadel?" April asked. "At the gates, I mean."
"Why would there be?" Luke asked. "The elite don't guard against their own."
"We'll get April set up in the lab," I said. "Then I'll see what connections I can make. Tobias and Garth will quietly alert sympathetic elite to our cause. We'll find and rescue Damien."
"And your siblings,"
Trevor added. "Spike as much blood as we can," I continued, "and hope most of the elites consume it. Then, after the sun sets, we attack. There shouldn't be any fighting before then, because the 3 of us can't take on the whole kingdom ourselves." There was one more thing. Trevor's new ability, and the other men from the Strip who'd volunteered to become brutes. But that felt like a secret after the quasi-religious initiation ceremony, and it wasn't mine to share. I hated keeping things from our allies. I wondered how much they were keeping from us.
"The light will hold them in for the day," Jacob said. "The slagpaw will hold them in for the night. After that, it's anyone's guess. But we've got about 24 hours to make our move."
"We'll go in at first light," I agreed. "Just before sunrise."
"Sneak in at dawn, attack at dusk," Luke said.
What could go wrong? 11. I left the others to discuss their roles, while Tobias sketched out 4 rough maps of the Citadel. Half of them had never even been inside, but they marked out positions and a plan of attack. I tuned them out. They could argue over the details. I had my own mission to prepare for. Outside, the crisp evening air settled my nerves. Despite all the destruction, Algrave still smelled like home. Trevor had lit his forge during the day, and now the heat smoldered around him as he sharpened weapons on his grindstone. It looked good to see him working again. A small crowd grew around him, with a few men assisting him, and then an assembly line of arsenal managed by Kamina and Steve. The metal weapons reflected the yellow light of a hanging lantern. April stood behind a table, in front of the antique chest, which had been refitted with soft velvet shelves that held a few dozen syringes. It wasn't much, but we could make more in the Citadel. She seemed reluctant to part with her hard work, but distributed them equally among the group leaders. I found a spot by myself at the base of a tree and helped wrap and sharpen arrows. Some of the others had done a sweep of the town and found a handful of bows in need of repair. I could find weapons inside, once I made it to the training center. Until then, I couldn't afford getting in a fight anyway. We had to go in unarmed, apart from a small basket of supplies that April would need to produce more antidote.
"What if I squirt some of this on me, like cologne?" Luke asked, holding up one of the extra vials.
"What, like vampire repellent?" April responded. "I don't think it works like that." "Besides," Tate said, "your natural musk is strong enough to keep away anybody sensible with refined palate." I hadn't seen her arrive, but she was standing near Emma, wearing a cute black hoodie with mouse ears, jean shorts, and fishnet stockings. Emma had a punk rock vibe, with frizzy hair and leather fingerless gloves. One side of her head was shaved, and her bangs were dyed purple.
"I think that was an insult," Luke said, "but I'm going to pretend it wasn't. A bullet through the heart or brain won't always be fatal," I heard Steve say to a group of soldiers nearby, referring to a display of selected weapons. "A crossbow bolt has a much better chance, since they can't heal around the wood sticks. They're very difficult to hit, but you'll have short-range UV lights strapped to your armor. Also shotguns filled with rock salt and garlic. Might put a hole in their chest. Wait for the perfect moment before shooting. Take a breath and aim."
"Will any of that actually work?" I asked Tate, standing to join them. "Only if we're standing still," she said. "And like the man said, it will mostly just piss us off." Luke was still staring at the vials of antidote. Finally, he took one and put it in a large bronze bowl before smashing the glass with a rock. "Hey!" April frowned, her hands on her hips. He ignored her, dipping the sharp end of a crossbow bolt into the glowing potion and holding it up. Steve had stopped speaking, and a few men gathered around him.
"A single drop of Elixir gives me a head rush, and energy for days," Luke said, holding up the sharp projectile. "Who's to say a single drop of antidote won't have the same effect on the elite?"
"It would have to break the skin," April said, raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms. "Well, good thing that's what we're going for," Kamina said. She dipped the blade of her dagger, coating both edges and then waving it to air dry. "A thin layer of antidote," she said, twisting her lip into a smile, applied with a vigorous stabbing. "It might slow them down," I shrugged. Some of the fighters from Icklebot followed her example, dipping their bullets and soaking their axes. A few muttered some kind of prayer or protective spell. The line grew to include Jacob's men, and even Steve joined in at one point, with a pair of hunting knives and 3 throwing stars, carefully tipping each sharp point into the shallow pool of antidote.
"Sink 2 points with 3 stars," he said. "That's 6 drops of Elixir straight into their veins. I don't know if the dosage is comparable, but they should definitely feel it. If they hesitate, or their healing slows for a few moments, it could mean the kill."
It was a spectacle to see the men from Havoc and Harpoon anointing their weapons like ritual magic, sprinkling antidote like holy water. We even opened a second vial so they could rub down their swords and long-bladed spears. A few came back a second time, marking their wrists and foreheads like a benediction, as Luke had suggested earlier. It was superstition, probably. But who cared if it made them feel safer? Luke had a clever squint in his eye, and I wondered if he'd orchestrated this. 2 vials of antidote for a measurable boost in confidence. It's not like it would be much use anyway, if we had to get close enough to stab them with a syringe. Even at my fastest, I wasn't as fast as an elite.
"Pistols and assault rifles," Jacob said, addressing his men. "Unloaded, safety on until we're inside. And even then, only fire if absolutely necessary. If the wall is breached, that means you aren't safe from Slagpaw."
"Best option is to find cover before sunset," Kamina said, seeming restless at the display of force. "A small room with a sturdy door and a view. Block the entrance and fire from a narrow window." The Icklebot sharpshooters nodded, with their long-barreled sniper rifles over their shoulders, painted in muted natural colors. Apparently, Tarbin had another group camping nearby, but they hadn't wanted to enter the compound.
"And if you do have to fire," Steve said, "assume you're already dead and unload the rest of your fucking clip. A bullet or two might miss, so fire 100.
The Havocs chuckled at his bravado, while the Icklebot shooters smiled knowingly. "Arrows are safer," I muttered, instead of firing blindly into a city full of innocent people. The weapons brought dread to the pit of my stomach. I knew the damage one bullet could do. Had done. Dozens of guns, hundreds of rounds. A bullet for a life. This table seemed as macabre as the pile of freshly buried corpses near the entrance.
"Then perhaps, Emily, a demonstration."
I felt my cheeks go red as Jacob addressed me, and his men turned in my direction.
"I've heard you're a good shot. Not everyone here has had as much practice with a bow. It might be reassuring for them to see how competent you are."
He stressed his words, and I tried to parse whether it was a challenge or a dare. "I'll help," Tate volunteered. She headed to the far section of an open yard in front of a wooden house, crossing the space so fast I couldn't track her until she waved. She picked up an acorn and held it out in her fingers. "Too small a target?" she smirked, reaching down for a large pine cone. I narrowed my eyes at it, picking up a bow. I could make out her pale fingers in the dark evening light, but the pine cone was hardly more than a shadow. I felt my blood pump, but it was just nerves from being put on display. Jacob stepped closer, holding out his palm. Inside was one of the portable black machines from the strip. "How did you—" I asked, my eyes widening.
"Traded a good assault rifle for it. Not sure I got the better deal, but the technology is interesting."
I lowered my eyes, discreetly taking the box and vaping in the elixir, holding it until I felt it fill me. "Thanks," I said, handing it back. A few of the men clapped as I tested the twine, then strapped a quiver around my waist. I drew back an arrow and let it fly smoothly. It missed by an inch, slamming into the wood wall behind it. There was something teasing in Tate's face. Had she moved the target at the last minute? I grabbed another arrow, pulling the string back to my cheek and checking my posture. I let out a breath and took another. This time, the arrow neatly split the pine cone before implanting near the first. "One more," Tate called, holding up another pine cone. This time, I was sure my aim was true, but flinched when Tate screamed, flailing around before falling flat with an arrow in her chest. I raced towards her as she convulsed on the ground, with Luke right behind me. But there was no blood, and the arrow was pinched harmlessly beneath her elbow. She'd caught it under her arm. She giggled as I helped her up. Luke scowled, and a few of the men groaned as she took a deep bow. "What?" she asked, "just in case I don't get a dramatic death later. Something to remember me by." "Now, my turn." "For what?" I asked. "You're fighting teeth, or elite, as you call them. But I hope after tomorrow you choose a better name. But few of you have ever faced one. Not really. Even the chosen aren't trained against their own masters. So, let's have a real demonstration."
"And how do you propose we do that?" Luke asked. "Trevor in brute form was barely a match for you."
Right, she smiled. Most humans are small and weak. You'll do nicely. Luke swallowed as she grabbed his wrist and led him forward. The gathering parted in a circle around them. Even Jacob and Steve stood nearby, looking on with interest. All right, attack me. Take your best shot. Now it was Luke's turn to be put on the spot. He slapped the air playfully, and she didn't flinch. When he went for a punch, he broadcast his moves and overextended. She stepped easily to the side and then tripped his front foot, causing him to go down hard. He got up with a groan, but more determined. Tate spun easily out of the way as he threw a series of flailing punches, but then held still suddenly. Luke punched her hard in the face and seemed so surprised he staggered back, clutching his hand. I watched as her cheek turned purple and a dark bruise appeared over her eye. A moment later, it had faded again, leaving no mark. A single drop of blood stained one nostril, but she wiped it away with the back of her hand. She stretched her neck, prowling around Luke, who looked visibly nervous. She nodded down to a hasty wooden shield, and he picked it up. "We heal quickly," she said, "and we are fast. Not terribly strong, maybe, but we make up for it in range and momentum." She sprinted the short distance to Luke and barreled into him with her shoulder. He went rolling a dozen paces backward. Before he could get up, she hoisted him to his feet, propping him up with one arm around his neck. Some of the men looked angsty, but I saw Jacob raise a hand to calm them. They hated the elite, but Tate was right. They should see this up close. Tate grinned victoriously, flashing her fangs before letting Luke go. "You can't fight an elite. You'll get tired and run out of juice. Each injury will affect your ability. The elite will always heal and never run out of energy. But we aren't omnipotent. If you did manage to tire one out, they'd just go find more blood from a less reluctant source. During the battle," she continued, "they won't be looking for food. They'll go after the leaders, the biggest threats first. They won't attack you unless you get in their way, and then they'll either tear through you or ignore you completely. That said, these elite, they probably won't think about blocking or wearing armor. They'll grab your arm and body, exposing your neck, or slash at you with a sword, if they feel you're worth the effort. The longer they engage, the more they drink, they may become reckless. That much blood in the air, it can be disorienting. This will make them more dangerous, but also easier to kill if you go at them together. Trap them in a net or entangle their legs with something if you can. Bullets, if you got 'em. Bleed them out until they're hungry. Then they'll hide out or start hunting according to their nature."
"What about fire?"
Steve asked. "Sure," Tate said, super effective, "but we are creatures of the night. Let's say Emily shoots me with a flaming arrow. That would take me out of the fight quick. But vampires hate fire so much, I'd see her light that arrow before she had a chance to fire it, and we could easily dodge it if we knew it was coming. Bullets are harder to dodge, but also less effective." There were nods and some polite clapping. Then the group disbanded to continue preparations. The display was sobering, but it was better than some wordy speech like Augustine might have given. "Thanks," I said, gathering together with a few of the others. "I was holding back," Tate said. "Killing for an elite, it can be personal. We crave a bond. So if we're just slashing, if we aren't hungry, we'll be careful. But if we're feeding, we'll drag our prey into a dark hole, sink our teeth in, wrap lips around them like a tit, and suck them dry."
"Thanks for that image,"
Luke said. "Besides, why kill people unless they remember your face as they die? It's a little fetish I have, I suppose. Whatever elite we kill in there will probably be farmed out to the compounds. I like to imagine them in their churches praying to their king and covenant, partaking of their artifice, and seeing my face. The little girl that ended their gods."
"That's dark," Trevor said.
When you've been around as long as I have, you run out of legitimate pleasures and pastimes. You're either numb or twisted. Can't be both. That explains the outfit, Kamina said. What, this old thing? Tate said, giving a little twirl. Feeling cute, might delete later, IDK.
What?
Luke asked. Never mind, you wouldn't get it.
Tobias would like you, Trevor said. He's into pageantry.
Careful, or Penelope will kick your ass, I said. You think that pampered, compound-born, newly immortal chick is better at fighting than me? No way. Tate crossed her arms.
She was trained as a consort, Kamina shrugged, and fought with the rebels before she turned. Plus, she's... Her face darkened. She suffered more than you might think. And recently.
Whatever. Here, she said, holding out the back of her hand to Luke. I saved this for you. You earned it. A small amount of elixir sparkled against her pale skin. Dark purple, like a birthmark. Luke's cheeks flushed red, and he rubbed the back of his neck. He looked like he wasn't sure whether to kiss it or shake it.
Oh, he stammered. Can I get it later?
I'm not a vending machine, Tate smirked, walking away. I saw Emma hold back a grin following behind her. As soon as they were gone, Trevor burst out laughing. She's probably old enough to be your great-grandma.
Yeah, but she's hot, Luke said, and cool. Make your move then. Just let me know, so I'll be far away.
Really? Kamina said. I'd stay and watch. See how Luke takes a punch.
Want to find out? Ow! He said, as Kamina punched his shoulder.
That was just a tap, crybaby.
Anyway, what was I supposed to do? Luke asked. Lick it off her hand? I mean, was she even serious, or was she just teasing me?
You heard her, I said. She likes to play with her food. It means you amuse her, Kamina said. If she teases you, it's because you've got her attention. That's not nothing. Luke's eyes widened, like the secrets of the universe had been revealed to him. He settled in with a group of people around a flickering campfire not far away. Someone was plucking at an old banjo, but it was a small gathering. I guessed the rest were sleeping or, more likely, guarding the perimeter. Steve and Jacob were smoking cigars at a wooden table outside the mayor's house. It was so dark, I almost walked past them before I saw the red glow of their embers.
We've been thinking, Jacob said, gesturing towards an empty seat.
Steve offered me a cigar, which I turned down. But someone had left a pack of cigarettes near the porch, so I lit one up, just so I'd have something to do with my hands. I took a drag and blew out a cloud of smoke that curled into the leafy branches above us, their dark limbs masking the starry sky. What is it? I asked. He pulled out the vape machine I'd borrowed earlier, sliding it across the table.
Most of the elite will be at Nigel's crowning, right? At least those loyal to him?
I guess so, I said.
And you'll be getting more of the antidote inside the Citadel? So imagine a machine like this, a vaporizer, but on a larger scale.
You want to make it airborne? Like a virus?
Could that work? Steve leaned forward. If so, we could gas them all, while they're in the same place.
I don't know, I said. We'd need a lot of elixir. It wouldn't be nearly as strong, especially in such a big space. I picked up the device, prying off the panel to expose the battery inside. I could let April play around with it. She's pretty techy. And Zane is good with electronics. And he'll have better access to resources inside the Citadel. But they'll be busy working on the antidote. I'm not sure they'll have time for another project. Jacob nodded, picking up the device again. He took a last drag before placing it back on the table.
I've always known the elite were powerful, but I wasn't afraid of them. That was before today, and what your friend Tobias showed us.
The glamour? I asked. Augustine says magic is just appearances, the brain tricking itself.
Exactly, Jacob said. But that, what he did, he got into my mind. He changed what I saw. That kind of power is absolute. I never understood why the compounds remained so loyal and committed to their king, but I understand it now. Maybe King Richard was all that kept up the illusion, infesting everyone in his kingdom with an unwarranted sense of love and duty. I've read records from the before of a violence so terrible that all future wars became unthinkable. A bomb that could wipe out whole cities, poisoning the world for decades. Conflict suddenly became too great a risk when the results could mean extinction. What he did to Quandam and Penelope. Maybe it was like that, a violence that kept the peace for a century until you defeated it.
It's not over yet, I said.
No, it isn't.
Jacob smiled.
But if abilities like that are rare, maybe Nigel isn't so great a threat. Maybe you won't even need us. Though in that case, we'll still collect on the rewards. When it's over, you'll have an elite king being protected by a powerful accomplice.
Do you mean me? Or Tobias? I asked.
That's the right question, Steve grumbled. Make them fear you, Emily Sharrow.
His eyes lit up with sudden passion, no doubt from the elixir.
Show off your power and what you can take from them. Show them the antidote is real, that you control their fates. Don't leave it up to chance or rest the fate of humanity in the hands of the vampires. You can start with this.
He took my hand and pressed the vape pod into my palm. You don't need it? I asked.
It's pleasant, but slow. We have our own elixir. Take it with you, in case it's useful. If we're both still alive tomorrow, give it back to me then.
Deal, I said. Inside, I found my room and lay back on the bare mattress, trying to rest for a few hours. But the pile of dirty sheets in the corner and the box containing Damien's fingers on the dresser kept reminding me of how close I was to losing my sanity. Jacob expected me to be strong and fierce, but inside, I felt broken. I didn't know if it was all the elixir I'd consumed recently, the lack of sleep, or the deep, desperate longing for Damien that felt like a constant tide pulling me away from the shore. Everyone seemed to have opinions about the best way to rule, but that all seemed like a dream. Damien was all that mattered. Without him, we were doomed. I was doomed. I spun the sapphire ring around my finger, counting the slow rotations until I drifted off. It felt like a moment later that Tobias woke me so I could get ready. I took a shower, finally, at Penelope's prompting. Even though the water was cold, it felt good to focus on something small that I could control, like getting the dirt out from under my fingernails. I was getting changed when there was a knock on my door. "Come in," I called over my shoulder, pulling on a baggy sweatshirt. It was Trevor, with an awkward look on his face, gripping the crown in his palms. But then he was pushed inside by someone behind him, rolling a standing mirror. "What's this?" I asked, as Tobias came in, his tousled hair a mess, his eyes bright. Penelope followed, her arms full of fabric. "I found this in the closet," she said.
"Picture this," Tobias said, spreading his palms apart. "Red dress, gauzy chiffon, a gold armor, a big sword, a crown."
"It's a bit showy," I said.
"For this, it's perfect. Red for blood, white for teeth. Just like Augustine's little gang, but on a much bigger scale."
"Plus, there's a good chance all the elite will be in their finest tomorrow night for Nigel's crowning," Penelope called from the hallway. She'd already changed into a sleeveless white gown, but she was wearing it under a rough leather jacket. "You'd stand out more in the weird, casually stained ensemble you've been collecting since you lived there." "Maybe Damien should wear it," I grumbled. "And can we find a bigger room?"
"The crown or the dress?"
Trevor asked with a smirk.
"You'll need to bring the crown with you anyway," Tobias said. "The dress might help you access some areas you're not supposed to be in. The nicer you dress in the Citadel, the less people seem to look at you.
It's just a piece of metal, I said.
It's a symbol. People are simple. What's the difference between a man and a king? The thing that marks him as more than just a rich asshole. A crown.
You think I'm a rich asshole? I frowned. You pay more attention to what I wear than I do.
I have better taste, Tobias said. Then he leaned closer. Can I tell you a secret? I'm already planning to commission a mural of this battle. You and Penelope slashing away mutids and vampires. A chosen turned elite and a chosen turned queen. Side by side, lit with rays of the sun, monsters fleeing from your wrath. Very proto-feminist.
Sounds great, I said, thumbing through the dresses.
It will be. I already have an artist in mind for it.
So you want me to pose? I asked.
I'll record the whole thing for inspiration.
Taking pictures?
Of course not. I'll hack the drone feeds later. I'm sure the security cameras will pick up everything.
I'd forgotten. The Citadel was full of cameras. I had to keep my guard up. My mind flashed back to my encounter with the masked elite. Someone who needed to hide their identity. Someone that was still in the Citadel and could compulse, at least a little. Tell you what, I'll bring the crown to Damien. But I'm not wearing that dress. I'm never wearing a dress again unless everybody else is wearing dresses too. Besides, I'm going in first, remember?
Oh, right. It'd just be a better picture if you were side by side.
When this is all over, if we're still alive, I'll stand wherever you want.
Deal,
he said. Penelope kissed my cheeks, then stuffed the dress into a leather satchel and shoved it into my hands. In case anybody gets too curious, she said. Guards are weird about women's clothing, and they'll know from the fabric that you're either a noble or some elite's personal escort. Be safe. Wish I was going in with you. I followed them downstairs, where the others were waiting. It was a few hours before dawn. Steve and Jacob were still outside at the table, but now they were cleaning weapons with a handful of their men. Tobias had brought some extra elixir from the Citadel, and he split the small vials between them.
No more than 5 drops total, or you'll lose your humanity. Given how you treated my wife in Havoc, I doubt you have much left. Penelope will protect you while I'm gone, he said. And if anything happens to her, I'll kill you. Painfully.
The men shuffled nervously, though Steve stood at the threat. Jacob put a hand on his arm, as if he needed restraining.
We're the ones who found her, feral and wild. If she was contained, it was only because she was dangerous. But you're right. We treated her poorly. If only we had your many years of experience, I'm sure we would have made better choices.
Penelope pulled Tobias away, and we continued to the front gates. April was waiting near the exit, a shadow in the darkness until we were close enough to see her face. The sky was deep purple on the horizon, outside the black iron gates and perimeter of strung barbed wire. Kamina was up to see us off, and I figured everyone else was sleeping. No hesitation if you're seen, she said. You can't be discovered. But if you are, strike quick and keep moving. I nodded, squeezing her arm. Trevor stood behind her, his eyes dark. I reached around behind his neck, feeling the coarse hair behind his ears. It's too long again, I said. Want me to cut it for you?
Sure, he said. Do I need to make an appointment? I know you've got your hands full with storming the Citadel and everything.
I'll save the storming for later. We can enjoy it together.
Promise?
He asked. I linked my fingers through his, then joined April and Tobias just outside the main gates. I'll see you both tonight, I called back. After sunset. They waved us off and watched us head up the trail to meet Emma, who was waiting with a hoverbike. The road was clear enough by moonlight, but the dark trees scratched like black talons, erasing the stars. 12. We'd gotten a ride until we were about a mile away from the Citadel. We could just see the lights through the trees. The stars were bright enough to light the smooth asphalt of the King's Road, even though the moon was a sliver that looked like a witch's nail. "Why does it do that?" I asked, looking up at the sky from beneath my hooded robe. "Get smaller? The moon reflects the sun's light, but part of it is always in Earth's shadow, so it waxes and wanes," April said, without looking up. "The planets spin, Earth and the moon, like marbles." Tobias nodded and smiled.
To be honest, I'm not sure I could have given a better explanation. Science stuff was never my thing.
"What were you into?" I asked, "before all this."
"What has Damien told you?"
Tobias asked, peering to the side of his dark collar. "Not much. Only, you've known each other a long time."
"We were never friends, and not quite enemies. We found each other here, elite in his father's kingdom, saddled with responsibilities that we were too young to understand. Maybe it was our guilt that drew us together, but maybe that's true for all of Richard's elite."
"How so?" I asked, though I remembered Damien's chilling story about when he'd first turned. Had Tobias wrestled with his immortality in a similar fashion?
Think about it. A bloodthirsty elite may get off on the power trip of abuse, taking whatever he wants, but it's difficult to be your worst and keep friends around, so they often travel and hunt alone, and a lone elite in the wilds is just slagpaw bait.
So the elite who joined probably aren't all psychopaths? How do you explain Nigel, then?
Some, like Damien and I, hated our bloodlust and how it separated us from people. We felt shame and guilt about it. But in Richard's world, offering blood was a privilege. We allowed ourselves to live in a society where we weren't shunned, detested, evil. Instead, we were saviors and protectors. We knew it was a lie, but it was a comfortable fiction.
But others didn't? Augustine said something about taming the elite.
That's part of it, maybe. Luxury and comfort are valuable, especially after years of fighting for survival. But after what happened at your trials, I've started to suspect Richard created the slagpaw on purpose. Genetic engineering, combined with the unexpected mutations from the ash.
"Monsters," April said, "to force the humans into the compounds and the elite into the Citadel."
"Some of the elite probably just got tired of slumming it," Tobias said. "I mean, we're immortal, but we're not insensitive. We like a shower and a soft mattress better than anyone. But there were probably also some elite, maybe the younger ones like Damien and me, but those who appear older as well, that turned too suddenly, without notice, and hurt people we cared about. We weren't murderers, until we were, and we had to deal with that trauma. Moving to the Citadel, locking ourselves away in a private apartment, getting a fresh supply of blood every day without violence, until we came to terms with what we were. In exchange for a small weekly donation of the magic formula in our veins, it was a way to grieve in comfort. It doesn't mean we agree with everything, or that we like it. It's just easier, convenient."
"Then why are you doing this?" April asked suddenly. "Why fight with us?" She was a little ahead, and I didn't know she'd been listening until she turned around to wait for us. She seemed more curious than hostile, but it still felt a little too direct. I wondered what she was getting at, or if she just didn't trust him, like the others from Havoc.
"I'm younger than Damien," he said. "I mean, I was born later. I barely remember anything from the before. A kindergarten, maybe? A video game store? Then a few years of being quiet, locked inside at night, being hungry. I don't remember what happened to my parents, but I was with a small group of adults for a few years. We were attacked, and they were all killed. Woke up in Gostras with a full belly and a warm bed."
"You were in the compounds?" I asked, grabbing his arm. Somehow I couldn't picture it.
"One of the first," he said. "At the time, we weren't given much to do other than play games, color, and paint. That's how Gostras became the art center of the kingdom. It was another decade before the compounds had any kind of standard curriculum. We kept ourselves busy, telling stories and acting them out.
That explains so much, I smiled.
King Richard was more attentive in those days, still working on his science, running experiments. He collected our blood samples himself, when we were just a few hundred kids locked away in a private town. He saw something promising in me, and asked me to come to the Citadel. A few years later, I helped him draft the basics of what would become the choosing ceremony.
I sucked in a breath. He was responsible for my entire life, everything I'd been raised to believe, and so long ago.
Finally, he turned me. I wasn't sure if he suspected my abilities, but he seemed to enjoy having a disciple of sorts. He helped me improve my compulsion, and in return, I served him for many years. Damien was around in those days, but I rarely saw them together.
And then you met Penelope, I prompted. His face broke into a wide smile.
You skipped a few decades in the narrative, but yes, I suppose she is the next most important thing to happen to me. She was so passionate about everything, but good in a way I'd stopped trying to be. Once we knew each other well enough to be candid, she said I was helping the king abuse power. She suggested I force him to change, or try planting ideas in his head. Looking back, I can see why she joined the rebels, and why she didn't tell me. I'd gotten apathetic. The human concerns she raised didn't bother me. Their lives were short, but safe. I'd bought into the rhetoric. They were happy here. They were lucky to be here. I just wanted to enjoy her as long as possible. I knew I'd have to turn her or lose her eventually, but I was distraught at the thought of making that choice. I was so focused on savoring each day with her, I almost lost them all.
She was caught, April said, following the story. She'd heard some of this from me earlier.
And the king used her as a display, and me, his weapon.
He compulsed you? April asked.
He did, and in that moment, I realized what a terrible instrument I'd been to him all those years. How violating the gift he groomed in me.
It was awful, I breathed. But Tobias saved her. When you kissed her goodbye, right? You gave her Elixir?
I didn't know if it would be enough. I didn't know if it would save her. I hadn't even considered that she'd become an elite, though I'm glad she did.
We fell into silence, retreating into our own thoughts. He'd changed Penelope into an elite, without her permission. He hadn't meant to, but I could see it weighed on his conscience. But who wouldn't save the one they love, at any cost? We crossed through the sparse woods until the path led over a ridge, and we could see the Citadel. Its sparkling towers were lit up like crystal daggers, so brightly it cast a halo into the dark sky. The stars twinkled like diamonds above it.
"Ready for this?"
Tobias asked. The subtle embroidery in his dark cloak shimmered in the moonlight. It looked expensive, but not showy. His loose, flowing hair danced in the wind for a moment. I took a deep breath. The air felt cold, with a hint of fennel. A rabbit darted across the road, and I resisted the instinct to reach for an arrow. Up ahead, flickering torches lined the perimeter walls, and bright fluorescent beams shone down from the guard towers. Different from the Strip, which had been lit by soft-colored neon. These lights were blinding. The dark silhouettes on the ramparts trained their bows at us as we approached. I shivered, realizing that these were probably the same men who'd shot at us a few months ago, after escaping during the trials. But I couldn't hesitate now. I hustled to keep up with Tobias's long strides, as the Citadel loomed above me like a mountain. Even the doors were taller than the buildings in Allgrave, controlled by inner mechanisms. But we kept our hoods up until we reached the gates, all except Tobias, who lifted his and looked up clearly, scowling at the guards who moved to stop us until they backed away. The main gates were still closed, however, and a pair of burly uniforms blocked the smaller side entrance.
"You know me, idiots," Tobias snapped. "You, yes. Don't recognize them."
The guards leaned closer to peer at our faces with a burning torch. April pulled her hood back, but I kept mine up.
"Of course not," Tobias said. "They're from Algrave." "And they sent you down to rescue a pair of old strays?"
Tobias sent him such a glare, the man flinched and backed away.
"Nigel wants the whole town evacuated, and your lot screwed up. So yes, he sent me to fix your mistakes. But maybe I shouldn't give you the chance to make any more. Maybe I should charge you for the time you've already cost me."
He smiled, revealing the sharp edge of his fangs. This made even the captain stand down, and he took a key from his pocket to unlock the small side door and lead us into a narrow guard passage beneath the stone walls.
"Sorry, Nigel said to look out for anything dodgy today, even from elite. Then you can keep your head and your job for now. Honestly, I don't care enough to do anything about it. I probably won't even remember your face."
We followed closely behind Tobias as he made his way through a tight wooden corridor, which delivered us just inside the citadel. I let out a slow breath of relief. "Bit harsh, don't you think?" April said.
"I was acting," Tobias said. "I had to sell it."
"And you kept our masks on the whole time?" I asked.
"See for yourself."
He nodded. Nearby was a fountain with a smooth pane of water. I leaned over it to check my reflection, which was one I didn't recognize. I watched the old woman fade away until my dark eyes were looking back at me, and pulled down my hood to make sure my face was covered. "That was easier than I expected," I said.
"Easy for you, maybe," Tobias said. "You didn't have to do anything."
He looked paler, and his eyes were rimmed with crimson.
"They should have had more elite down here, but I guess everyone is still pretty squeamish about the sunrise."
"Good thing, though," April said distantly, "or we'd all be fucked." She was scanning the sprawling city within the walls. It was dark inside the citadel, apart from the rows of street lamps that carved out small halos of warm light between the shadows. But the sky was lightening, and already some vendors were starting to open shops or set up their stalls in the market. It smelled like fir and pine, with spices, like cinnamon and nutmeg. Hot mulled wine for Winter's Fest. Tall pine trees strung with lights surrounded the wide circular square in the center of the citadel. "I've never seen it in the winter," I said, feeling nostalgia hit. "It's beautiful," April nodded, clutching her bag tightly and looking around with wide eyes. "Like the culling never happened." I knew what she meant. Even after having spent months here, there was always some new corner or street I hadn't explored. And compared to the wilds or the ruined cities, it looked well maintained. Though my sharp eyes could pick out signs of distress, like the remnants of the painted X's that covered the doors, when King Richard had turned off the purification engines and checked each house for rebels.
"Great," Tobias said. "Maybe we'll sing carols later, after we're done killing everybody."
"The only carols I know are praises about the monarchy, I think. Oh, and being joyful and grateful. I'll teach you some new ones," April said, squeezing my hand.
"Anyway,"
Tobias cut in, eyeing the horizon nervously. "Right," I said, giving him a quick hug. "Get home safe. Thanks for getting us in."
"Go to the renewal center. Marcus is waiting for you there. We're counting on you, Emily. But whatever happens, we're on your side."
April and I walked for nearly 15 minutes across the citadel, which seemed more spread out than I remembered. It was easy to keep the renewal center in view. It rose like a thorn in front of the palace, on a raised plateau above the city. But we kept getting sidetracked by narrow alleys and thin bridges. I wished I could just jump onto the roofs and sprint across them like Damien could. Finally, we cut through a park of roses and statues to a steep flight of crisscrossing stairs, which we took up to the perimeter wall and followed it around until we were at the wide marble plaza in front of the renewal center. "Shit," I said, hearing voices. I wanted to duck into the bushes, but April grabbed my arm and led me closer to the crowd. "Blend in," she whispered. "People are here for a reason. Standing around will look suspicious." The renewal ceremony was packed, with lines wrapping around the building like a noose, even at this early hour. "What is it?" April asked. "It must be Sunday, or something. Or Nigel has changed the date of the renewal ceremony." The sun broke above the walls, cutting through the city and glinting off the bronze towers of the renewal center. "What should we do?" April asked. "They know my face, but they don't know yours," I said. "Can you find Curate Marcus? Will you recognize him?" "I think so. I mean, I've known him since I was 12. But not if he's all dressed up in whatever that is," she said, pointing at one of the curates standing between a pair of guards by the door. I tried to think back to when I'd first met Marcus here. I'd run away from him when he approached me, but I don't think his costume had been this extravagant. The curates wore bright purple and white robes, carrying silver chalices like they were divine relics. A crowd of them came around the corner, carrying something between them, and the lines parted and began to file in behind them. They held sticks of incense, with bells on their fingers and beards pulled into geometric shapes. A few of the curates were even more dramatic, with tightly braided piles of hair on the top of their heads, pinned with gold ornaments and gold bangles around their wrists. I glanced at my wrist, looking for the device April made me. I'd already had 2 drops of Elixir, one this morning before leaving, and one just before the gates. "You've still got that thing?" April smiled. "It's useful," I said, "and I kind of like it. Damien gave me one made of diamonds, you know. This one suits me better. Duct tape, colored plastic. Do you want some Elixir? If we need to fight or run?" "If we smell like Elixir before the renewal ceremony, that'll be suspicious. The rest of them haven't had Elixir in a week." "Oh, right," I said. My stomach fluttered nervously, but the sun was out, which meant the elite shouldn't be, and nobody else should be able to smell that well. "Are there always this many guards?" April asked. I scanned the crowd, picking them out. A few were in resplendent armor and red capes, standing at attention around the major entrance points. Not far away, however, I could see small bunches of 5 guards evenly spaced around the cathedral, just close enough to intervene if there was trouble. "Nigel's probably just paranoid," I said. "This is his first renewal. They canceled the last one, out of respect for the king. It's got to go smoothly. No fights, no theft or attacks. He's probably worried, especially with all the refugees." "That's why it's so crowded," I realized, talking to myself. "All of Algrave is here too, and he can't do anything about it, unless he moves the ceremony to this evening." "Why doesn't he?" April asked. "Because that's his crowning. Probably wants everyone feeling happy during his ceremony. It's a promise that he can take care of them, that the traditions King Richard set up will continue." "So why didn't we just bomb the renewal center? I mean, before all these people were here." "He'd just turn that into another excuse to seize power, blame it all on us. Look at them. They only skipped a week, and they're desperate for more Elixir." We walked past the entrance towards the other side of the building, but all the entrances were tightly guarded. Outside, against one of the walls, a slideshow of images was being projected against the wall of the building, showing the ceremony inside, and then a series of photos of King Richard. The next image showed a large, clear picture of King Richard in his royal attire, with his crown. Building the compounds and the citadel, early construction projects, shaking hands and kissing babies. The last image faded and was replaced by one of Nigel, though it must have been taken earlier, because he still had both eyes. We allowed ourselves to be swept inside by the line of people, passing directly between the guards. I held my breath, keeping my head down, but nobody moved to stop me. Inside, the curates hustled to give the sacrament to each person before escorting them towards the exits, balancing pomp and ceremony with crowd control. "The king is dead. Long live the king," they said in a reverent mumble. An endless, buzzing litany, like a hive of bees collecting honey. The altar was dressed up in red bows and white floral wreaths. The central altar usually always had a picture of the king, but this too had been replaced by a picture of Nigel, smiling behind the rosy candles and a large black coffin with detailed engraving, surrounded by gifts. "Shit, is this a funeral?" April asked. "A memorial, maybe? They couldn't have his body, but the people won't know that. Maybe we should show them that the coffin is empty?" "We're not here for that." I frowned. A small part of me was touched by the ceremonial display for the founder of the Covenant. It felt heavy and pressing, though maybe it was the thick incense or smell of Elixir, which reminded me a little of Kamina's Venom cigar from the Strip, or the organ pipes playing a slow, dreary dirge that hummed and resonated off the stained glass windows. It would be easy to let my emotions swell and get caught up in feelings of power and respect and gratitude. If it weren't so damn crowded, a constant reminder that the Citadel wasn't built to accommodate this many people. We surged around the external wall, filled with private alcoves and rooms for prayer and study, stumbling to keep up with the crowd. April's eyes started to panic as we got closer to the center altar and the line of curates offering the sacrament. "Follow my lead," I whispered. When it was my turn, I knelt on the padded banister and waited for the curate to hold the chalice up to my lips. But it worked differently in the Citadel, or maybe Nigel had changed the service for expediency. Each curate had a silver tray of small rice wafers, each dosed with 1 drop of elixir. I saw April scoot in beside me and reach for a wafer, but I slapped her hand away. I kept my chin down and opened my mouth until I felt the curate place it on my tongue. I shut my mouth, feeling it dissolve. Thanks," April mumbled beside me. The curate paused to stare at her, but I grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Our spots were immediately filled by the people behind us, and we were ushered toward the nearest exit. I looked back over my shoulder, but I didn't see Marcus. What if he was captured? Taken? I blinked against the light, exiting the renewal center with elixir rushing through my veins. Suddenly, the crowds pressed in around me, each trying to shuffle in a different direction. But I didn't know which way to go next. When someone grabbed my elbow, I spun around, twisting his wrist to the side. "Ow!" Zane said, rubbing his arm. He appeared out of nowhere, and I was disturbed he'd been able to sneak up on me at all. He looked about as I'd last seen him, dark skin, well-trimmed beard. His clothes were functional but slightly upscale, comfortable but not cheap. I realized I didn't actually know him that well, nor what he did for the Citadel. "Sorry," I whispered. "I'm just anxious. Where's Marcus?" "Helping with the ceremony. He couldn't get out of it. Apparently they needed all hands and then some." "This is your scientist?" he asked. "April," she said, holding out her hand. Zane looked at it skeptically for a moment. "So you're smart and cute." He grinned. "She's more of a tinkerer, like you, but without the resources." I dangled my wrist to show off her craftsmanship. "Anyway, we've got a lot to discuss. Come on, you don't need to go to renewal, do you? Confess your sins? Be absolved? I better wait till I'm finished, I said. Something tells me I'll have a lot to apologize for tomorrow, if we survive that long. That's the spirit, Zane said, though this time a flicker of worry crossed his face. We kept our heads low, heading away from the renewal center as everyone else was starting to progress toward it. Soon the streets were so packed it was like wading upriver. This was dumb, April said. We're going in the wrong direction. Only because Nigel moved the date of the ceremony. Nobody knew until last night. We're not sure exactly what changed. He was waiting until he had Damien. Out there, a lost prince was too big a threat. But now that he's captured, he can confirm his own power. But that was days ago, April said. I tried to remember how long it had been since Denvado. More than a few days, but less than a week, I was pretty sure. And how long before that, since I'd killed King Richard? Another week, maybe. That's 2 weeks since the last renewal ceremony, right? The last one was cancelled, Zane said. Nearly caused a riot, but Nigel said it wouldn't be right to celebrate the Covenant with its founder missing. He used to attend most of the ceremonies, you know. Richard, I mean. Sometimes, once a year, offering himself to his congregation. He did that in Allgrave, when I was chosen. I felt light on my face, so bright I squinted against it. The morning sun's rays had crept above the walls and refracted off the shimmering glass around me, casting splinters of light that unfolded with hidden colors. The buildings in this area were more modern, and I had a feeling I'd been here before, but couldn't place us exactly. We'd gone around and behind the palace, into a series of upscale shops and office buildings made of glass and stone. A few more blocks, and we'd be at the back ramparts, looking over the thick forests behind the citadel. It'll be guarded, Zane said, pushing a door open for us. But not by soldiers. The king kept his sensitive research from prying eyes. He didn't want soldiers around, so he set it up with passwords. I doubt Nigel even knows how to access everything in the Citadel. Normally, you'd need an eye scanner and voice activation, but I already hacked through that with a backdoor access, which leaves the door code and electronic bolts. There's motion sensors on the halls, but it's a black box inside, completely separate system. I can blind the cameras for 15 seconds, but longer than that and it'll be flagged, and guards will come to check it out. So, we're going to have to run. Ready? I nodded, even though I wasn't exactly sure what I was agreeing to. Zane pressed a button, and we dashed down the hall and descended a flight of stairs. I saw a blur of clear windows looking into dark, empty rooms until we reached a larger door at the end of the hall. Zane typed in a 4-digit code. I held my breath as we waited a long second. Then I heard the bolts unlock. Zane pushed the door open, and we slipped into the darkness. 13. Zane flipped a switch, and the lab flickered to life. Bright fluorescent lights, a computer station with several monitors, and a lot of medical equipment I didn't recognize. It was mostly clean and sterile, though a few personal touches were out of place. A small area in the corner had a rug, a couch, and a table with a record player. A pair of potted ferns in bronze vases, a framed painting, a small bookshelf. King Richard's man cave, I guess, Zane said. A place to get away from it all. Looks like he didn't use it much, April said, swiping her finger through a layer of dust. There was a fridge with glass beakers and test tubes, with samples of elixir and blood, from what I could see. Bunsen burners and blue glass coils and pots. 2 large sinks, and a metal table in the center that almost seemed clinical. Not exactly cozy, I said. I don't know, April said, opening a cupboard. Check this out. Instant noodles, espresso powder, a microwave. I could be happy here. Well, good, Zane said. Settle in then.
We've got a lot of work ahead of us."
"Don't you have somewhere else to be?" April asked. "I mean, won't you be missed?"
"I mostly worked as a kind of independent contractor. Not everybody gets the old tech. The guy before me was old. When he died, I took over."
April unpacked her small basket and began laying everything out, including the research notes, which she let Zane peruse. Near the door were a selection of full-body plastic suits and rubber gloves, but they ignored these for now.
"All right," Zane said, turning on the computer and a few of the machines. "I found everything you need and made a base formula with the active ingredient, allanase."
"Is that why you smell like garlic?" April asked. I didn't want to say anything, but she pinched her nose and turned back to the computer. Zane led us to the back of the lab for what I thought was storage. We found 3 large barrels, half-sheltered in a cold air vent that kept the temperature stable.
"Anyway, we have everything except the catalyst," Zane said, looking at me.
"Oh, right," I said, rolling up my sleeve. "How much do you need?"
"Honestly, I have no idea."
He frowned, looking at April.
"You just said we'd be making a lot, so—"
Shit, I should have thought of this earlier. "We didn't take much last time," April said, "for the vial we tested on Damien. And if you're dosing many elite, we'll want to make a very strong concentrate." I felt dizzy looking at the large barrels. It was much more than I'd anticipated, but April said it would reduce down significantly. A few hundred doses, 1 for every elite in the Citadel. But did I have that much blood to give?
"If we get the formula right, or isolate the unique DNA markers in your blood," Zane said, "we might be able to nearly replicate it."
"You can do that here?" April asked, looking around.
"I'm not sure," Zane said. "Truth be told, I've never even been in this room before today, and I'm better with computer code, not medical stuff."
"That's better anyway," April said. "If these computers know how to do it, you can probably find it. Run a search, find the process." "What was King Richard doing with all this stuff?" I asked. "Well, he was a scientist. Maybe it's just like his version of a panic room. Familiar tools of the trade." "I don't find this room very peaceful," I said, eyeing the long syringe April was preparing for me. I sat down on the metal table, and April took my blood. She even used disinfectant and gloves this time. 1 vial, then 2. After the 3rd, I started to feel lightheaded.
"That's probably enough for now," Zane said, holding up 1 vial to the light.
Then he grabbed a visor and a gown from the door. "You think that's necessary?" April asked.
"Who knows?" Zane said. "But we're fucking with shit I can't even comprehend. I mean, it's basically poison."
"Not for us," I said.
"Probably," he shrugged. "But we don't know anything for sure. Wait a couple hours for us to sequence the formula and run some tests. Then we can take more if we need it."
"Can't wait," I said, standing up. "I bet there's some elixir in the fridge," April said. "Just check everything to make sure you know what you're drinking." I closed my eyes, feeling the cold breeze from the fridge as the fan whirred on. I hadn't realized how warm it had gotten. I squinted at the rows of bottles. The fridge was larger and deeper than I expected, built into the wall. Hundreds of samples, each marked with a handwritten label. Names, dates, all unfamiliar to me. Going back decades. What was he trying to do? One shelf had more space, with each specimen displayed alone in a wooden block, with a metal label, like a trophy. I scanned them until I saw a name I recognized. Patton. My grandfather's blood. A token? Or a memory? There was also a row of slides, each with 1 drop of blood, something like the database Augustine had for every citizen, but most of these had the same names on them. Richard, and Damien. The beakers on the bottom shelf had yellow tape on them, with initials and numbers scrawled in bold marker. Trial MB1-73. I started feeling dizzy, and my eyes darted to a row of clear elixir, sparkling blue. I snatched it up and drank half before stopping myself. My pulse spiked, and my vision sharpened. My bracelet beeped, but I covered it with my palm. I didn't need to be nagged. I was getting a feel for how much I could handle before reality started washing away around me. I was about to turn away when I spotted something on the top shelf. It looked like a jar of olives that had gone bad. I reached for it and pulled it forward, but jerked when I realized what it contained. It was a jar of eyeballs. They spun slowly, bobbing in the murky solution, until one seemed to look right at me. And it was achingly familiar. I turned it over to read the label, but all I found was a handwritten note. "Your sister is looking for you, Emily." I dropped the jar. The sudden adrenaline and blood loss had made me shaky and overreactive. I cursed as the jar shattered, splashing my boots with sticky fluid. The eyeballs bounced like gumdrops, rolling under the counters and into the corners. "Seriously?" April frowned at me, her gloved hands carefully holding an eyedropper half full of blood. She was mixing it into half a dozen petri dishes with the base serum. "Sorry," I said. "I'll get it." I found a closet with a mop and began soaking up the blood and broken glass, biting back tears. Zane helped, though he looked disgusted as he picked up the eyeballs one by one. I couldn't bear to look at them. I tried to forget what I'd seen, hoping I'd just made it up. But I'd recognize Lorelei's bright blue pupil anywhere, flaked with amber and the unique star-shaped iris. And the note was confirmation. I realized it was still crumpled in my hand in a tight fist. I wanted to break down and cry, but the elixir in my vein turned all my emotions into blinding rage, a thin, cutting edge. My blood simmered as my brain started working again. He'd known I'd be here. But who? The handwriting seemed to match everything else in the lab, so I took a deep breath and held it in. Maybe this was just a cruel joke, the last one King Richard would ever play on me. He must have set this up earlier, before Scormhead. Whatever he was planning, I'd put an end to it. Zane was halfway through mopping when I realized the viscous liquid was moving slowly under the fridge. Something tickled the back of my memory. For a moment, my vision flickered. The fridge disappeared, and I could see a dark passage in its place. I felt around the side of the fridge, rocking it back and forward. "Hey, now, haven't you done enough damage?" Zane asked. "Help me with this," I grunted. I tugged harder, gritting my teeth. But Zane just reached past me, feeling around the edges where the fridge met the wall, until he pressed something loose I couldn't see, and the whole fridge snapped open. I pushed it aside like a door. "How do you know that was there?" he asked. I shrugged, nodding to the now uncovered drain. "Whoa," April said, looking up at us behind her lab glasses. "A secret laboratory? What if it's booby-trapped?" "Why would it be—" "Never mind," Zane said. "Why don't you go first?" The room looked almost like a mirror of the front one, but much older and less maintained. The walls were covered with high racks and shelves, another desk and computer, and a large screen for projecting images. A bulletin board held faded photographs and an early sketch of the compound system, as well as architectural plans for the Citadel. There was even a drawing of the furnace in Scormhead. "This must be one of the oldest buildings," Zane said, nodding to the small window in the back that was painted over with black paint. Before the ash. Kind of amazing one man built all this when he couldn't even handle the sunlight. Yeah, I frowned. Amazing. Zane found the light switch and jumped back away from a rack of shelves as the lights flickered on, illuminating the large glass jars that contained all manner of strange specimens. "Warped fetuses," he muttered, "but they're not all human." I checked the faded labels. Some of them were organized by a numbered system, but an older shelf was unmarked and dusty. Half-grown mutids that had no right to exist, a blend of man and beast. Some had hair and fangs, no doubt slagpaw precursors. But there were winged creatures, like pale little bats, with big fangs, ears, and teeth. And some other unnatural abominations with twisted bones, huge eyes, scales, and fins like aquatic creatures. Dust covered some of the jars completely, but I wasn't curious enough to wipe it off with my sleeve. I looked nervously at the cobwebs stretching between the shelves and saw something dark and furry scuttle out of view. Cool, Zane said, backing away. "I'm going to go help April. You all right in here alone? I wouldn't be." I nodded, even though the room gave me the creeps. I wasn't through exploring. What other secrets had the king hidden? I turned on the computer and scrolled through dated files, some of which seemed to match the blood samples I'd found earlier. I flinched when I clicked on a video file marked retinal extraction. The king's voice filled the small space, so close it felt like he was in the room with me. He was facing the camera, looking innocuous in a white lab coat. The bodies of 2 girls twitched on metal tables behind him, hooked up to machines. Needles and metal claws had removed their eyes. "Test subjects 327 and 329, Richard said. He paused before taking a breath. "Both reacted negatively to the treatment. When I first made the elixir, it was too strong. The thirst in the blood for regeneration can be overpowering. Unless fed, elites will lose all sense of reason. I had set a 20-year goal, then 50. Now we're closing in on 100 years. My temporary solution, my social farce, has not been without hiccups, but continues to run as I planned, if marginally well. Of course, there's no one else who appreciates what I'm really doing or what the end goal is. I wish I could tell my son, but I'm not sure he'd understand." "You guys have to hear this," I called through the open door. "Tell us about it later," April called back. I waited a few moments before hitting play again. "The obvious weakness is that the elite cannot procreate. How can they be the apex predator they were meant to be, the next evolution of mankind? Stronger, faster, and healthier than any organic being before them, if they can't even reproduce. The primary biological imperative. The other obvious problem is their continued dependence on human blood. Even though our bodies are themselves inert, we depend on living tissue from organic hosts. Without constant transfusion and fresh blood, our bodies quickly deteriorate into a feral, animalistic state. In an ideal world, I would find a way to make elite self-sufficient, and we could do away with the problematic human communities, while also being able to procreate, or alternatively, alter human DNA to the extent that it's half-elite. Not immortal, exactly, but stronger, with robust systems that do not depend on blood or elixir, and can handle organic energy supplies. As close to elite as possible, while still being able to reproduce. Unfortunately, the young girls we've tested so far have not responded well to treatments." I paused the video as King Richard finished the file and placed it into a cabinet in the corner. I scanned the room. The furniture had been moved, so it took a moment to find the same cabinet. I opened it and peered through the hundreds of files. Each one had a number and a face. Young girls, pretty, smiling or nervous. And then another, with their corpses and crossed-out eyes. Failed experiments, deposited outside the walls in secret, mixed in with the trash. How could this have been allowed to happen? Where did all these girls come from? "What did you find?" April asked, as I rejoined them. The king was running experiments, trying to merge the races, I think. Not human or elite, just one thing. But it didn't work. "Didn't it?" April asked. "I mean, you're here." Renutant. Had my grandfather befriended Damien to steal this research and continue it? Was I the product of all this horror? "It didn't work right away, in those girls," Zane said. "But the catalyst that John Patton smuggled out. Maybe he changed his own DNA, but it affected his wife, his daughter. She survived, and then years later she got pregnant and had you. Maybe the king figured out what you were, and that's why Damien wanted to keep it so secret. You were the thing the king had spent decades searching for. Accidental, in the wild, not under the control of his creepy little laboratory." "Does it change anything?" April asked. "I mean, right now?" "I guess not," I said. But I felt the weight of the kingdom's history as it pressed down on me, making me anxious. If we do this, poison the blood supply, turn all the elite, that means no more Elixir, no more renewal, no more curates. You're okay with all that?" "These are long-term, theoretical questions," Zane said. "None of it matters unless we actually have the power to do something about it. So let's do that first. Seize control. Oh, and Curate Marcus told me to tell you about your siblings. He checked around, but can't find them. Richard stashed them somewhere." "He threatened them," I said. "In Squirmhead, just before I killed him." "So they must still be alive," Zane said. I didn't answer. I questioned the logic, and I wasn't ready to tell them about why I'd really dropped the jar. Would we even be able to find them? Or would King Richard make me search for their pieces, tucked in jars around the Citadel, like a twisted scavenger hunt? "I'm sure they're fine." April squeezed my hand. "What about Damien?" Zane asked. "Don't we need him?" "Yes, I need to find him first, and free him before the crowning. But I need weapons. And, just in case something goes wrong, I need to do something with all of this," I said, gesturing at the bubbling chemistry set. "Then do it." April nodded. "I think it's ready. Here's the first batch, at least. I'll prepare some for you." She poured the solution into 2 long vials. The purified antidote was a shimmering pink. Then she carefully put the leftovers into 3 small syringes I could carry with me. "I'll try Madame Breezing first," I said. "She was aiding the rebels before. She's connected, and she might help us. I'll give her 1 vial. The other I'll take to the practice center before training." "What about the lock? They can't know that you were there." "I'll figure it out," I said. "All right. Come back after that. We'll need to take more blood and finish up here. Then I'll help you find Damien and your siblings." I nodded, tucking the vials into the leather satchel strapped around my shoulder under my cloak, then stepped outside, sprinting down the hall as Zane disabled the monitors. Now for the hard part. 14. I pulled my hood low, covering my face as I crept through the Citadel, walking as casually as I could not to draw attention, though I wanted to duck into the shadows, or sprint between the large open plazas that seemed to stretch forever. At least they kept everyone at a distance, since there was no reason to crowd. It was cool enough that I wasn't the only person wearing a coat or cloak, though I saw a few eyes drawn to my leather gloves. They were a cheap pair of work gloves I'd found in Algrave, but they were better than the alternative. Somehow, I felt the marks around my hands were more recognizable than my face. My stomach growled as I passed a row of food stalls. I nearly stopped for a cup of coffee before I realized I hadn't thought to bring any currency. The proprietors would have been honored to host me, if I was still a chosen. I wasn't sure exactly what my role was now, but I doubt I'd be welcome to a free espresso. The renewal ceremony was apparently over, and someone had donated a rather large pile of wine casks that were distributed every few blocks. Nigel really wanted this to be a party. The presence of guards was noticeable, but not overwhelming. They seemed more decorative than functional, but there were plenty of them. Otherwise, the Citadel was much as I remembered it, though twice as crowded. I brushed the hair out of my eyes, squinting into the sun, then pulled my sleeves lower as I caught a woman staring at my wrists. I crossed a narrow bridge before finally making it into the lower staircase that wound like a screw beside the exterior walls, and then tracing the narrow alley behind the buildings as it sloped towards the front gates. The dramatic blue sky framed the Citadel like a marvelous painting. During the day, Madame Breezing's place was so unremarkable, I thought I'd taken a wrong turn. But then I spotted the brown building of metal and wood and the faded sign above the door. There were guards on the wall above the street, but they were busy scanning the horizon for external threats. A collection of motley stores sold junk from the before or upcycled clothing, and a few vendors sold fried muted crickets, as big and crunchy as a corn dog. It wasn't Augustine's palace of entertainment, but I suppose the king had left it alone as a place reprobates could sate their dark needs. I studied the entrance for a few minutes, then crossed hurriedly, the trim of my robe licking the muddy path, and peered in the dark windows. It was open, apparently, by the two men sitting alone at the tables. I couldn't see their faces, and the glass was frosted. It fogged up with my warm breath, and I wondered whether it would be less obtrusive to wipe it away or let it fade on its own. I felt the blade at my throat before I noticed the presence at my back. But I wasn't expecting the feminine voice that purred in my ear. "Look what the cat dragged in." "Rivka, you working security now?" "Was just out for a smoke. Thought I'd say hello." I looked over my shoulder to catch her smirk, but she kept the blade firm. I couldn't remember being this close to her, close enough to see the makeup and pores of her skin. She was still pretty, but that sharp beauty was at least partially cosmetic. I don't know why that mattered in the moment, but it was a reminder that she was just human, like me. I knew she could fight, but so could I. "You here to see Madame Breezing?" she asked. "Maybe," I said, thinking about how best to disarm her, without accidentally getting my neck sliced. "You know," Rivka said, "she could get a pile of gold for turning you in, or her head removed for even speaking to you." "I need her help," I said. "Sure you do. Everybody always needs something from her. But she's an entrepreneur. I told you once, I wasn't chosen. I don't have a contract. I don't give my blood away for free. My body, my blood, my choice." "I understand," I said. "You really don't, if you think this is a good idea. You haven't even heard what I have to offer. I'm just saying there's going to be a price. Talk isn't cheap, not anymore. And given the risks, I don't think it's one any of us can afford." I met her eyes and nodded. "Nothing is free," I confirmed. Message received. I wondered if spending time with Augustine had made me better at this, trading favors and promises. No wonder Damien hated politics. But she was protective and cautious. That was good. Anything less, and I'd have suspected a trap. I knew the stakes. Rivka dropped the knife and put it away, clapping me on the shoulder before stepping inside, brushing past me and leaving the door open. I followed her, keeping my hood up and glancing at the handful of men, drinking quietly in corners. "So, you're alive then," Madame Breezing said, coming out of a back room by the stairs and wiping her hands with a rag. "Can we speak?" I asked, in private. "Don't mind them," she said. "They're still drunk from last night. Just haven't found their way home yet." I frowned and nodded towards the basement, but she led me upstairs instead with a wave of her hand. Rivka followed close behind me, with dark eyeshadow and curly black hair. I could smell Elixir on her, but wasn't sure if it was in her blood or coming from the small vial around her neck, tucked into the top of her blouse. Madame Breezing took a seat in a couch near a pair of tall windows, in a room flooded with yellow light. The table was crowded with dishes and teacups and a few half-finished cigars, either leftover from a recent party or some early morning meetings I wasn't a part of. Rivka perched by the door. "Can we trust her?" I asked, glancing back at her. "Can I trust you?" Madame Breezing responded, a little harsher than I'd expected. "You're the one who showed up on my doorstep, uninvited and unannounced. Nigel is crowning himself tonight. We have to stop it." "Do we, dear? Business is booming. Triple the street traffic." I glanced between her and Rivka, but their faces were stone, giving nothing away. I felt like none of us were willing to put our faith in the others. But it had been a while since we'd seen each other, and much had happened since then. "Is it true," Rivka asked, "that you revived the sun?" "It's not like that, but yes. And now you're safe from them." "Half the time. Only when the sun is out. And living here, with them, like this, that's still too much. And they are in foul moods." "Like a coin left in the street," Madame Breezing said. "One side will grow dark and fester. They come out at night, angrier, more violent. King Richard had tamed them with a whistle, and you've taken their toys away." "You shouldn't have to be afraid of them at all." "That would be stupid," Madame Breezing said. "And I didn't think you were the type for lofty rhetoric. Just tell me why you're here, and speak plainly." "Things are going to get worse," I said, leaning forward. "There will be a siege, and the food will run out quickly. There are too many people. Once they begin to starve, the elite will become desperate and cruel, preserving every last drop of sustenance." "Nigel has thousands of soldiers, 100 elite and at least 50 chosen. The Citadel walls are nearly 5 miles around. You're going to siege a kingdom?" "I'm not alone," I said. "Is the king really dead?" Rivka asked. "He is," I said. "And Nigel killed him? Is that what people are saying?" "I've heard some speculation, that or Damien, but since Nigel is the one in power, it stood to reason that he'd orchestrated it all somehow. I found out what was causing the ash. It wasn't from the coaling or the race wars. What we've been told about massive weapons that destroyed the atmosphere? It was just another engine, like the ones that purify the compounds and the Citadel. But in reverse, kind of. And he tried to stop you. He did. And he failed. Damien was also there." "Aha, I see. Saved by your prince," Madame Breezing said. "And now you want to kill another king. When will it stop?" "You know Nigel, his cruelty." "You think Damien is better?" Rivka sniped. "I'll tell you something that took me years to learn," Madame Breezing said. "Nobody really knows whether they're good or bad people, not until they have the power to take away other people's choices.
Then it gets messy." There was a pained expression on her face for an instant, shadows of past regrets. But she put it away quickly and began piling up the plates and moving them to a cart in the corner. "The only difference I see," Rivka said, "is that with Nigel on the throne, I'll be the one next to him, whispering in his ear. Why give that role away, that power, trusting you to use it more wisely?" "What do you want?" Madame Breezing interrupted. "You can't expect us to fight with you. Rivka's capable enough in a scrap, I suppose, but she has the sense to avoid trouble. And I'm just an old lady." "You're much more than that, and you know it," I said. "When the elite wake up tonight, they will feed before the ceremony. Some of them will come here to sate their thirst, or call one of your girls." "That's not the way it works, sweetheart. And we haven't seen many elite recently. They're all feeling a little vulnerable, I suspect." "But many of them have favorites," I said, eyeing Rivka. "They may have privileged access tonight." "I don't command them. They come and go as they please." "You make the arrangements," I pressed. "You know them. They trust you." I pulled out the vial of antidote and held it up so they could see it. It looked like a melted pearl in the sunlight. "You want us to poison them?" Madame Breezing asked. "If your staff drinks this before the elite feed, it should do the trick." "You want us to poison ourselves," Rivka cut in. "It won't harm them, though they may not feel the usual health boosts they're used to." "And it will kill them? The elite, I mean?" "Might do the opposite, actually. Turn them human again. Make them vulnerable." Rivka squeezed her hands around the vial, and I let her take it from me. She twisted off the cap and smelled it, wrinkling her nose at the pungent scent. Madame Breezing drew the shades, and Rivka's eyes reflected the soft pink vial, almost like she was an elite herself. "And you've tested it?" Madame Breezing asked. "Did Nigel tell you how he got that scar?" I asked, allowing myself a small smirk. "They'll realize it immediately. It's too dangerous. They won't agree to it." "Then don't ask them," I said. It was more callous than I'd intended, but I was wasting time, and the elixir pumped through my blood like a metronome, announcing each passing second. Madame Breezing strode towards me, a look of fury on her face, and I rose to the challenge. If they refused to help, I might have to fight my way out. But I couldn't risk them raising the alarm, and people would notice if they went missing. Rivka stepped between us, her palms up to keep us apart. "You're a child," Madame Breezing said. "You want to murder all the elites indiscriminately because of what they are, and put the rest of us in harm's way for your own personal cause." She glanced at the wall, which was covered in framed photographs and newspaper clippings going back decades. I saw a face that looked familiar, and then another I was sure I recognized. It hit me in a flash, all at once. The missing girls. The vials marked Trial MB number. "It was you," I said. "You supplied the girls for the king's experiments." She flinched as if I'd struck her, and the rigid expression faded from her face. Suddenly she looked young and vulnerable. She turned to Rivka, who was stunned into silence for once. "What's she talking about?" Rivka asked. "I can explain. All those missing girls? It was you? This whole time?" Madame Breezing sat heavily on the couch, hanging her head in her hands. "So it's blackmail, then?" she asked weakly. "You really have settled in quickly." "I don't have time to care about all that," I said. "Well, I, for one, think we'd better hear it," Rivka said. "Like right fucking now." "I never knew what they were for," Madame Breezing said. "But one of the elite visited me, decades ago, when I was a young woman, working for my grandmother who founded this boutique. He said if there were any young women who needed help but weren't yet old enough to work, he said he had a place for them, an orphanage of sorts. And you believed him? Rivka asked. I wanted to. Or maybe I allowed myself to be deceived. I went along with it for far too long, imagining the girls safe somewhere in the Citadel, maybe even working in the palace. But as the years passed, and whispers grew of young girls who had disappeared, we even had some parents come looking. I helped you search for them, Rivka accused. I hung posters. We raised charity funds, collections for their families. You were lying the whole time. I'd made a bargain with the devil, Madame Breezing said. It came with certain favors. We were never raided. There was an invisible halo around this whole neighborhood. It has had its uses, and I didn't want to give it up. He killed them, I said. All of them. Madame Breezing took a deep breath. Then it is as I always feared. It wasn't your fault, I said. He may have compulsed you. It wasn't compulsion. Greed, maybe. Or fear. But I knew what I was doing. Do you remember who it was? Rivka asked. No, someone I haven't seen for a long time. More recently, I just gave the girls an address, and they'd go there of their own accord. I didn't know what happened after, though I suspected it couldn't be good. To voice concerns, to allege crimes without proof, it would have been seen as direct rebellion. You can make up for all of that now, I whispered, sitting closer to her. If we manage to defeat Nigel and claim the throne, Damien and I can help make amends, and you will have power. I glanced at Rivka. But you won't have to buy it with blood and sacrifice. If your plan fails, Madame Breezing started. Say I dosed your wine without your knowledge. They'll just add it to my list of crimes. We'll take care of the rest. You just stay locked inside. Safe. It'll be over by tomorrow morning, one way or the other. She nodded and gave me a hug. Rivka bounced her curls as I left, her arms folded around the vial, which she clutched to her breast possessively. I thought I saw something malicious in her eyes. Could I trust her? I didn't have any choice. I left them behind with the antidote, hoping they wouldn't rat me out for a reward. One errand down, one to go. I felt conspicuous in my hood, so I borrowed a brimmed cap from the lost and found bin at Madame Breezing's and tucked my hair up. Then I added a long coat, even though it would be too warm. The fashion in the Citadel had always been eclectic, though the nobles set the fashion and it filtered down into knockoffs months later. Only recent immigrants still wore regional garb from their respective compounds, but there was enough diversity with all the new people from Algrave that I didn't stand out too much. I wondered at the people around me. Were the refugees from Algrave holed up, or were they out exploring? Tourists rather than hostages? The weather and brightness brought out rich colors, and there was an air of festivity, of hope. Laughter and red cheeks. Children with wide eyes looked up in wonder at the palace and cathedral on the hill, the tall statues and cultivated gardens, the winding staircases and covered bridges connecting towers. Was I right to risk everyone's lives, for mine and Damien's? Yes, I thought fiercely. They didn't know what it had taken to build all of this, and were being seduced by the Citadel's jeweled facade. But it was a shiny crown on top of a rotting skull, a history buried, its screaming jaw filled with earth in the caverns down below. I saw by the large clock in the central towers that it was nearly noon. Afternoon practice would start at 1. I had to get to the training center before that, but I couldn't be seen. The large glass building wasn't that far from Damien's apartments, a collection of high-rise towers in a tight group to the left and below the renewal center.
There was a strange sense of nostalgia as I cut through the covered corridors between the buildings, half expecting to see Damien cross my path. His pale face and tense expression that sometimes softened into a teasing smirk that made my insides melt. The practice room had a stunning view and absolutely no privacy. It felt oddly familiar to be back, even comforting, but I knew I was no longer welcome. The door was slightly ajar. I held my breath as I slipped inside. The locked cabinet was in the same place as it always was. I felt the seams of the door and studied the lock, wishing I'd paid more attention to it before. Emma had shown me how to pick a lock, but I hadn't gotten enough practice. I slipped 2 hairpins inside and tried twisting them, furrowing my brow, but no luck. I was concentrating so hard I didn't notice the footsteps in the hall until they were too close to avoid. I swore under my breath, then rolled under the counter behind Master Svoboda's large oak desk. I saw her legs come into view. Maybe I could talk to her before class, convince her to help. But then someone else came inside. She wasn't alone. A guard's boots from the look of it. Maybe a general.
4 drops today, he said. Nigel's orders.
I don't take orders from that man.
Who else then?
The guard grumbled.
Look, I'm just doing my job.
He left, but then the chosen started to arrive, in sneakers and simple black workout clothes. The class was smaller than I expected. My class was nearly 20. Now only about 7 girls remained from what I could tell. They trained hard, mostly unsupervised, for an hour. I thought about sneaking out, but there was no way I'd get past all of them. I cursed myself for wasting so much time this morning. My neck was cramped when they finally took a break. Master Svoboda came to stand so close to me, I was sure she was about to fling the door open. But instead, I heard the light clinking of a chain and key being turned. She lifted the small cabinet and set it on the desk, pulling out a large container of raw elixir and opening the top before pouring it into a glass pitcher. When she turned to retrieve glasses, I darted out and dumped a vial of antidote. Thankfully, it only changed the color slightly. I slipped back into hiding just as the girls came back into the room. Master Svoboda served the drink, carefully dosing a row of plastic cups half filled with water, then put the rest of the elixir away. Remember, the rebels have attacked before during state events. We must stay vigilant. 4 drops will make you faster and stronger, but it may also make you reckless, even manic. Make good choices tonight. And now, you'll have to excuse me, she said. There's somewhere else I need to be, to prepare for this evening's event. She shut the door, and I listened to the chosen pack their things and leave the room. I held my breath in the sudden silence. Had she left with them, or was she still in the room? I thought I sensed a presence. Just as I was about to open the door to check, an arrow pierced through the cabinet door, rattling loudly just above my head. I screamed a little as the second arrow hit lower, its fletching slicing my cheek. You should just come out, I heard Master Svoboda say. I'll kill you anyway, but it'll be easier to clear you off the floor than inside that tight space. Don't shoot, I said, pulling the door open and raising my arms, which were trembling slightly. Master Svoboda's eyebrows lifted when she saw me, her blonde hair tied back, her eyes blue like ice. They softened when she saw the blood on my cheek, dripping down to my chin. Let's get that cleaned up, she said. Elixir? I'm fine, actually. I'd already had more than 4 drops, and was feeling jumpy after my confinement. I see, she said, wiping the blood away with a rag. I touched my cheek, but the shallow wound was already healing. I did tell you not to draw attention to yourself, she said, to be careful of standing out. You did. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. No, I suppose not. Are you going to arrest me?
Maybe. But why don't we have a drink first? A real drink. You're not a little girl anymore. Come. She led me down the hall to a more comfortable office I'd never been in. She pulled 2 glasses and a bottle down from a shelf.
I've been to Icklebot, I said, recognizing the label.
With Kamina? She asked.
Yes, I said. And Jasmine. She turned to study my face, no doubt hearing the tension in my voice.
What happened?
I couldn't save her.
Chosen are meant to die to save their elite, and only that, for no other reason.
I know.
Then you gave her something she could never have hoped for otherwise. A death of her choosing. Master Svoboda poured out 2 shots and downed one, then poured herself another and nursed it by the window. I was 17, of course, when I was chosen. My husband kept me for another decade, and we were happy. I wondered if I should call out her lie, tell her that I knew she'd taken her sister's spot and would have actually been older. But I couldn't see the point. Maybe she'd been telling this story so long she'd started to believe it. I sipped my glass, feeling the alcohol burn down my throat, filling me with a pleasant warmth. I wasn't sure what I was still doing here, or whether I should just bolt for the exit. But it seemed too late now that I'd been caught. She hadn't killed me yet, but that didn't mean she wouldn't turn me over to the royal guards. I knew she'd been loyal to the crown, but she had no love for Nigel. I just needed to figure out whose side she was on. What actually happened? There are rumors, but that's it. Something about, you failed to save him, so you blame yourself, because a chosen should always protect their elite. I was devoted to him, and to the Covenant. I was grateful for my position here, though the daily doses certainly helped with that. But one day I realized we'd grown apart. We were never in love, exactly. I was strong and proud. He was quiet. I had my projects, and he had his. I suspect he was getting his blood elsewhere, and I got my elixir from the state, no questions asked. I thought we were both happy. He wasn't? He wasn't cruel, though he was distant, which maybe was worse. For years he'd gone to the choosing ceremonies, but he told me he wasn't really looking. It was just for appearances. King Richard had to make an effort to make sure the compounds didn't present their daughters to only 1 or 2 nonplussed elite. It had to seem like there was interest. This excuse, I believed, for longer than was rational. I shouldn't have been surprised when he chose again. He chose again? While you were still together? It's not against the rules. We were never intimate in that way. It's not that uncommon, to be fair. It's a complex relationship. But I thought we were friends of a sort. Companions, certainly. But he didn't turn you. I mean, the Ascension. I didn't ask. She smiled sadly. Anyway, he picked up a new chosen. I wasn't invited to the ceremony. Chosen gradually grow old and fade into the background. It's expected that the elite will want fresh, vital, strong companions, as they don't age, and their thirst is strong. So it wasn't a big deal, until it was. The new chosen got pregnant. They tried to keep it a secret, but I flamed the rumors. She was accused of adultery, removed from my household. I told myself it was for the good of the kingdom, but I was proud and spiteful. She was returned to Algrave in disgrace, and I celebrated her downfall. I felt the blood drain from my veins. She was from Algrave? Everyone assumed she'd had a human lover, Master Svoboda continued, but they kept the affair private. After the 3-month trial period, they returned her, to avoid the scandal. I thought my husband would get over it, maybe return to me. But he was destroyed. He thought she'd betrayed him with a human. He was angry, then remorseful.
He began to travel, dig up secrets, became obsessed. Then, one day, King Richard approached me with a deal. He said the chosen I'd sent back had been murdered by her elite in a jealous rage, and that he must be punished for breaking the terms of the covenant. He said it had to be me, that it was my role to mete out his royal justice. So I betrayed my husband's trust and put a stake through his heart. I was the assassin, sent by the king to destroy my elite consort, and the struggle nearly killed me. It wasn't your fault, I said. If you hadn't obeyed, he could have just compulsed you. Even so, he died by my hand, and killing elites carries a death penalty. No one knew the truth, however, only that I'd failed in my sacred charge to protect my elite with my life. I bore the shame of that failure, rather than confess the truth of my transgression. I've lived in fear ever since, waiting for someone to challenge me, to punish me, to uncover the stain of my betrayal and kill me for it. I'm glad it's you. 15. That's not why I'm here, I said, feeling my pulse beat a steady rhythm beneath my skin. I'd already sipped half the vodka, and now I was trapped in a small room with a formidable adversary. I'd let my guard down, wanting to trust her, but she also seemed to know something about my past. I'd been so mesmerized by her story, it had blinded me to the dangers. I'm not here to fight you, I said more clearly, even though she'd made no moves to attack and didn't seem to have a weapon on her. Even without one, I wasn't confident I could defeat my former mentor. Then you've come to ask for help, to recruit the chosen to fight in your rebellion? They'll never agree. They're too thirsty, too naive, thoroughly smitten with their new lives, addicted and willing to die for the covenant. I know, because I trained them. I was never like that, I said. No. She smiled softly. But you weren't meant to exist. At all. It's poetic, actually. A romantic tragedy. That woman, from Algrave, she was my mother? It seemed too much to hope for. But then why else had she told me the story, confessing her sins as if on her deathbed? Master Svoboda sighed, looking weary. Not frail, of course, beneath her fine white suit, and not as old as her sister Kari. Living in the Citadel had been kind, at least to her physical appearance. She was a little too intimidating to be called beautiful, and her skin was marred by a lifetime of royal service, but she had a hard, noble character about her. Even so, I'd never seen her look this defeated, like she'd already given up. There was always something remarkable about her, she said wistfully, her silhouette outlined by the window, the light picking up sparkles of gold and silver embroidery in her dress. Large, haunted eyes, but sharp, clever. I trained with her. She was different, but I didn't know it at the time, and I was too young to understand. I found out years later that the elite, my husband, never really killed her, as the king had said. He loved her. I didn't see it happen, but I imagine the king was simply purging the world of anything outside his control. A scientist to the end. He wanted clean results. She was renitent, I guessed, and the king killed her for it. He used me to clean up his mess. She nodded, and bind me to him with our shared secret. He told me to keep my mouth shut, and he'd confirm my position in the Citadel as his drug dealer. A third of the elites have a chosen consort, and they're addicted to Elixir. 2 drops a day is unpredictable for humans. They turned us into addicts. Many of the girls flame out or get into tiresome challenges. Some lose their minds after a few decades. The churn rate is pretty high. They are missed for the grill. So you see, she finished, it's not their fault. But if there's a battle,
Most of them will side with the crown, no matter who is wearing it.
What about the soldiers? I asked.
The guards, they have no idea what to do. There's never had to be a peaceful transfer of power, or any transfer at all. They probably believe in the covenant, such that it is, but they've also never had to endure unjust violence against them. But the chosen are tied to their elites, and most see it as their honor and purpose, even to the extent of tolerating violence, because that's exactly what I told them it was. And for some, it's preferable to the opposite, being ignored, unwanted. The dream was never quite the reality, but it was enough for those closest to the seat of power. But now, with the king gone, the dream is dead. Whatever happens next, it's not my battle. My secrets died with the king, and I felt it was time to share them with you. All I ask is if you do face off against the chosen, not to hurt them too badly.
You're letting me go? I asked.
You were never here, she answered.
She downed the rest of her shot glass and set it on the table. Then her eyes seemed to sharpen with clarity.
Whatever Nigel is planning tonight, it's not good. I've barely spoken to him, but he has to know this is unsustainable. I suspect as soon as he's crowned, he'll start taking players off the board and culling the innocents. I doubt he'll keep me around for long after that.
She put away the bottle, then strode back into the main room and selected a pair of short blades from the wall. I felt a chill and rubbed my shoulders, but she set them on the desk for me to collect.
Those should be easy enough to hide beneath your cloak, but you're a better shot, and you can't just walk around the Citadel with a bow.
You've got something better? I asked. She smiled, then reached under her desk, unlatching a hidden drawer. Inside was a miniature crossbow in red velvet, attached to a leather brace.
That looks like a toy, I frowned.
It isn't.
She strapped it tightly to my wrist. 6-inch wooden stake. You'd have to be pretty close range, though.
Well, that defeats the whole point, I said. Knives would be faster.
Suit yourself, she said. Though like I said, poetic. The king designed this for me, I believe. Or his engineers did. It's a weapon uniquely suited to killing elite. Perfect for a vampire assassin. But of course, there aren't any of those, because killing elite is forbidden, and being caught with a weapon like this would be a crime. She held my gaze, then tucked the device under the sleeve of my shirt. "When you're ready," she said, holding a hand up to my chest. I could feel my heart beat beneath her palm. "Tuck your fingers into these little sockets, then squeeze your hand into a fist." I felt her fingertips graze my breast, and then she lightly punched me, right over my heart. It was strangely intimate.
"Is that how you killed your husband?" I asked. I couldn't bring myself to ask the rest of it. My mother was renitent, like me, which meant this elite could be my actual father, unless it really was just some guy in Allgrave. She nodded, but seemed to have run out of words and was steering me towards the door, her eyes cautious. "What was his name?" I asked, before she could shove me outside into the hallway.
"I'll tell you tomorrow," she said softly. "Trust me, you don't want all this in your head before a battle."
Did my mother ever know the truth? Where she was really from?
She was just a girl. I doubt she understood all of it. It took me years to piece it together and realize what must have happened.
I nodded and opened the door gently. I had so many questions, but I'd already lost too much time. Master Svoboda leaned against the desk, facing the room and the racks of weapons along the walls. She looked strangely peaceful in the afternoon light, less rigid and strict than I was used to seeing. I wasn't sure if she was with me, but at least she wasn't against me, and that had to count for something. The sun moved like the hands of a clock, subtly shifting the shadows of the Citadel in the late afternoon. There was something disorienting about daytime in the Citadel, when each hour it looked different, depending on the light. I kept my eyes peeled, sticking to the back streets and avoiding crowds. It still took nearly half an hour to cross the city, heading back to the lab to get more supplies and leave an offering of blood. There seemed to be an increased guard presence, and I wondered if they were looking for me. Somewhere in this city, my siblings were prisoners. Nigel was scheming for the throne, and Damien was his prisoner. But Nigel and the other elite would have gone underground, hiding from the light. That bought me a little time, until sunset at least, to stack the deck in my favor. But even with Madame Breezing's help and Master Svoboda's confidence, I was counting on many things to go right, and all of them depended on what I was about to do next. Even so, it was difficult to focus on the task at hand. My head was reeling from new revelations as I played back the conversation with Master Svoboda. I never had a reason to doubt my parents, until recently. No concept of a real father, and no reason to look for him. I should have felt rage after Master Svoboda admitted to killing him, but I couldn't mourn for someone I'd never known. I'd asked for my father's name, but not my mother's, and I realized I knew neither. My father was a blank slate. The elite were beautiful on the surface, but cold, with depths that had simmered for decades. I felt more sympathy for my mother, and an unnerving amount of accidental convergence between her story and my own. She must have been so scared and alone. Her consort thought she'd betrayed him with a mortal lover because he couldn't imagine her with his child. It shouldn't have been possible. Yet somehow, it was. And here I am, enacting justice for a crime I never even knew about. Had the king killed her and blamed it on my father, then forced Master Svoboda to kill him so she'd be entangled with the guilt of the crime? It seemed to fit him, even if it was petty and cruel. Or maybe not that. He didn't care enough to be cruel, but it was calculated, an elegant, complex solution to a difficult problem that canceled itself out of existence without so much as a ripple. I was so distracted, I barely realized I'd nearly returned to the lab. I glanced around to make sure I was alone, but foot traffic was scarce. I just had to message Zane and tell him to cut the camera feeds. I was pulling out the device he'd given me when someone grabbed my cloak from the back, spinning me around before slamming me into a cement column. I stumbled to my knees, then looked up as my attacker stood over me. I'd been expecting a guard, mostly from the force used, but instead, it was a pretty girl in a nice suit and fashionable jacket. Mary looked so different, it took a moment to place her. Her hair was pinned up in pretty loops, probably for tonight, and expensive jewelry sparkled from her wrists. Life in the Citadel had been good for her. Or bad. I recognized the influence of Elixir, the overconfident gleam in her eyes. She was too lean and thin, with pale skin and faded bruises, probably not eating enough.
"Now we're even," she smirked. "You stabbed me once."
"You were in my way," I said, getting up cautiously. "But it seems you didn't learn the lesson." I shouldn't have antagonized her, but I was too close to the lab and couldn't risk the others getting discovered. I prowled around her to the side, checking the roofs and alleys for more chosen. If she'd followed me from the training center, there could be others.
"I'm sworn to protect my elite," she said, "and I will die for the privilege."
There was something wild in her eyes, and desperate. I hadn't seen her in class earlier, but she'd no doubt received more than her fair share of Elixir today. I wondered if I'd have time to reach into my pocket and drink a few drops, but I didn't risk it. I didn't think she'd pose a real threat, but I needed to keep my hands on my weapons, just in case. I studied her features in the warm light, wishing I'd known her better growing up in Algrave. I'd only interacted with her a few times in the Citadel, and most of our relationship had revolved around violence. We'd been friendly, to a point, before she tried to kill me in the trials. But I knew she was being compulsed. Master Svoboda said we couldn't save most of the Chosen, but Mary was from Algrave like me. People she cared about were under Nigel's control. Maybe I could use that. Instead, I focused on her elite. If you want to protect him, I said, keep him away from the crowning tonight. It'll be a bloodbath. I was trusting her too much, and we both seemed to sense it. Her posture shifted warily. You can't kill the elite, she said. They're too powerful. Tell that to Bryce and Thomas and a few others I killed before I learned their names. Besides, don't you see? We're exactly the same. How do you figure? She asked. But at least I'd gotten her attention. I saw the camera lights blink off behind her. I'm chosen, like you, and Damien needs me. I'm sworn to protect him, above all else. He's a traitor, she scoffed, but the confidence fell from her eyes. We'd both grown up revering Prince Damien like a god, and now he was a prisoner. According to Nigel, I said, running a kingdom he has no right to. The Covenant was created by King Richard. Are we still even sworn to it? If its throne sits empty, it's not empty. Nigel has claimed it. Why? How? With what power? Will the same rules be maintained? They've already been broken. Algrave imported like sheep during a storm. The demands of blood increase, while the rewards diminish. Is killing citizens still illegal? We found a handful of bodies in Algrave, from those who didn't make it. Who will be punished for those crimes? I didn't decide any of that, Mary started. By opposing me, you're maintaining his power. But forget about politics. Let's assume the Covenant holds, and we are bound to our elite. I didn't choose Damien, and I don't control his actions. But I'm sworn to him, and I'll die for him. Surely you can understand that. This is what they've made us. Weapons to use on each other. They decided our fates. There was no choosing. Not for us. Only rejection or approval. And now we are here, each fighting to protect what? Our elite? Damien isn't a threat to Stanley, as far as I know. But those who side with Nigel tonight may have an inaccurate view of how things will play out. What's that mean? She asked, her eyes narrowing. What have you been plotting? I had her attention, at least. I stepped closer, within striking distance, but kept my palms up. Your parents are here, I said, trying to establish an emotional chord. Have you seen them yet? Everyone from Algrave, all of them, under Nigel's thumb. Are you sure of their safety while he's in charge? Your siblings? Mine? I'm not. I could see her faltering, my will against hers. I wasn't trying to compulse her exactly, just get through to her. Remember the people she cared about. I might have been able to hold her still like I'd done to Jessica earlier, but now that she knew our plans, I couldn't afford to let her go again, leaving us in an awkward stalemate. Just when I was sure she was about to lower her weapons, April tased her in the back of the neck. Mary's eyes blinked rapidly and she spun, before crumbling into my arms. I had that, I said, frowning. Probably, April said, but it was taking too long. Besides, I found this in a drawer and wanted to check it out. Seems effective, she said, raising the device and pressing the button again, unleashing blue arcs of electricity. Help me carry her inside, I said. Zane looked up when we dragged Mary over the threshold. Everything went well, then? All things considered, I said. April grabbed some thick wires and tied them around Mary's wrists and ankles. Zane handed me a larger communication device, like the one that had been in the compound, and told me to check in and update the others. First, I called Algrave. Trevor picked up, and we confirmed the details. It was good to hear his voice, but we kept it brief. Then I called Curate Marcus. I tried to be careful about the specifics of what I'd accomplished, eyeing Mary warily. But then I figured we could just keep her tied up. She listened with interest, though I doubt she could have pieced everything together anyway. "And Damien? Or my siblings?" I asked him.
"I had tabs on them," Curate Marcus said, "but Nigel removed them yesterday, and I haven't seen them since. Not in the prisons, palace, any normal place. I've checked everywhere. Same with Damien, which is weird. He's a high-profile prisoner. It wouldn't be easy to keep that kind of secret, and with the sudden influx of people, nobody is paying attention to new faces. He needs a vault, somewhere secure, that he can't get out of himself."
"He couldn't even get out of his own coffin," I said. "They could have just kept him in that and stashed him away somewhere." After hanging up, I sat on the counter as April took more blood. I went to the fridge to pull out more elixir, but only had a small sip. Somehow, I'd managed most of my to-do list and wasn't dead yet. But I needed a rest. Zane handed me a cold bottle of soda and some kind of flatbread with cheese and meat on it that he'd heated in the microwave. April joined me on the small couch as Zane continued to work on making more antidote, which seemed to be a time-consuming process. I got up to get more food for Mary, pushing it into her hands. "You should eat," I said. "Your body needs it." We sat chewing the hot food in silence for a few moments, which was pretty good, considering it was made in a blood lab. The timer on the microwave felt like a countdown as the minutes passed closer to sunset. I still had a few hours at least, but that wasn't enough time to scour the Citadel searching for Damien, when he could be anywhere. We had a few contingencies in place, but none of them were good. I had to assume Nigel would use Damien against me, threatening him with harm. Damien could fight, but we had other fighters, and Tobias was our most powerful player. "So, what happens now?" April asked, as if reading my thoughts. But it made sense we'd both be worrying about the same problem. Might as well voice it together. "If I can't find Damien," I said, "we'll interrupt Nigel's ceremony, try to capture or kill him. Avoid much of a fight, maybe, but defeat whoever opposes us. That's the best-case scenario." "Worst case?" April asked, finishing her food and standing up to clean her plate in the sink. "Nigel hides out and lets the guard fight his battles. Hopefully the elite will wait it out, and if they do finally join in, we'll have already impacted their ability to fight us. Once they realize we've got an antidote, they may be more inclined to run. They'll go outside the walls, where the Slagpaw will eat them. Unless the Slagpaw are within the walls. Right. So, Slagpaw versus elite. Guards versus rebels. Chosen versus me and Kamina, I guess. 10-to-1 odds. Plus a few thousand civilians who hopefully will have the sense to stay indoors. It's either a quiet assassination or a civil war, April said. Probably somewhere in between. But it would go smoother with Damien. If I can save him and my siblings first, I'll be more focused. But with luck, I can save them after, by taking out Nigel. "Nigel will kill you," Mary said. "He'll kill us both." "Nobody is safe," I said, considering her. "Not when there's an imbalance of power. Not when they can change the rules. Algrave was our home. The elite burned it. They killed my mother, and she wasn't the only one. Sure, if you're chosen, maybe life's not that bad. But the Covenant was meant to protect the compounds. You are sworn to protect the kingdom. Damien is the rightful ruler, and he's with me. That should tell you all you need to know." "I know where he is," Mary said, a little too quickly, then seemed shocked at herself. But she straightened her neck and pulled her shoulders back, adjusting her bound posture into something a little more respectable. "The Chosen were talking about it earlier. One of the elites mentioned something about Damien being kept in his father's shadow, in a prison of eyes and fingers. We thought it was some kind of riddle. Something tugged at the edge of my memory, then fit together in a moment of clarity that felt a little too profound, like I was being stroked by the threads of destiny, like all of my experiences and actions were being coerced and monitored, taking away my agency. "I know where to go," I said. "At least, I think so." I glanced at the clock again, then stood up to prepare myself. April and Zane would finish the antidote and get more out to the rebels as soon as possible. I'd done everything I could for the revolution. The next few hours were just for me. "If you stay here," I said to Mary before leaving, "you can claim you were a prisoner, regardless of who wins. It's safer for you, for all of us. If we let you leave—" "I won't tell," she promised. "You were right. I'll find Amber and my parents." I wondered if she was using Amber's name to try and manipulate me. But I wanted to believe her, and we did need someone who could get word to the refugees and make sure they stayed safe. "You've got to tell everyone not to go to the crowning," I said. "Stay home, lock the doors. And if you see more chosen you can trust, or elite you can't, use this." I grabbed another vial of antidote and a handful of the syringes and tucked them into a white canvas medical pouch before bending down to untie her. "Can we trust her?" April said, crossing her arms. "We don't have a lot of allies," I said. "What can we do?" Zane said. "There is one thing I need." 16. The daylight faded as I stepped through the glass hall, past the modern offices and political centers, framed with trees and tall statues, to the industrial sections and buildings around the back of the palace. There were a handful of men around, with worn faces and dark brown clothes, but few guards. Most of the citizens were gathering in the central plazas, where large screens had been set up to display tonight's crowning. All of it to give a polished veneer of a state-run event. The day had slipped by, minute by minute, and now I was out of time. If I could find Damien and free him before sunset, we had a chance at avoiding violence. But somehow, it felt too late even for that. Would Jacob listen if I told him to stand down now? My heart pounded every time I passed a young family or old couple holding hands, dressed in their finest, out to enjoy the holiday festivities. I wanted to grab them and hide them somewhere safe. "Don't you know what's coming? Don't you know what I have unleashed?" I quickened my pace, and soon I was sprinting. It had seemed distant and hypothetical when we were planning outside the Citadel walls, but now it felt all too real. And there was one more possibility that I didn't have the heart to name with April earlier. If Damien died, then, even if we killed Nigel, we'd have nobody to replace him with. There would be a power struggle that would probably last for many years, with skirmishes and battle, violence on both sides. Putting Tobias on the throne was the only alternative that I could see, but he'd probably be forced to use his compulsion to create a fake peace and security. With that much power, who's to say he wouldn't become another vampire tyrant after 100 years of rule? Deep down, I knew my urgency for saving Damien had nothing to do with politics. I was like a rubber band, pulled so far back, the strain had become painful and dangerous, and I was snapping back, being pulled by an invisible thread between us. I got lost several times, and each time my nerves shot up, until I saw a more familiar street. Finally, I found the small gardened path I'd walked with the king, to the large steel door in the side of solid rock. The city was a labyrinth around it. I probably wouldn't have even noticed it if I hadn't been looking. I scanned the door, and the electronic pad beside it, with the built-in retinal and fingerprint scanner. A prison of eyes and fingers. The king's personal monument of death, a reminder of the threat used to scare impressionable young girls or enemies of the state. I was pretty sure no part of the king escaped the volcano of ash unscathed, but I imagined Damien would have access. And if so, it was the perfect place for Nigel to keep him. A prison nobody could unlock if the key was trapped inside. I just needed an eye and a finger. But I had a finger. Damien's. Was it a clue or an oversight? I knew that if Nigel had sent me the fingers, then he must be expecting me. That it was probably a trap, and it was stupid to go in alone. But maybe Nigel wasn't expecting me until later. The sun was still out, and I felt it warming my skin as I stood outside the entrance. That should keep the elite away. I only had maybe an hour until sunset to secure any advantage before the others arrived, to make sure Damien and my siblings were safe. Curate Marcus said he'd checked everywhere else. They had to be here. But in what condition? It was like the riddle about a cat in the box, both alive and dead until it was opened. Deep down, I wondered if my opening the tomb would be the very thing that condemned my elite prince. I checked my weapons and drank more elixir before walking in. I couldn't drink too much, not before the real battle began. I decided on 4 drops, like the other chosen had received. Though I'd already had more earlier, I felt like it canceled out from the blood loss. That should put me ahead of the guards and other chosen, at least. I checked April's monitor, carefully this time, because it was much higher than I'd expected. I felt it in me. The clear focus, the sense of control, the power. I felt energized, but not shaky. Even so, I took a few deep breaths, lowering my heart rate. Part of me knew I was being reckless, but wasn't this always the plan? I pulled Damien's fingers from my pocket, unwrapping them from the bloody handkerchief, and held one up to the scanner. Then I took out the small device Zane had given me for communication. I'd taken a picture of one of the king's royal portraits, which had hung everywhere in the citadel until this morning. When the guards began tearing them down and piling them up, I broke one out of the frame and ripped out a section showing his eyes. Zane made a high-resolution close-up, and I zoomed in until it filled the screen. I held my breath, hoping it would be enough, but was still a bit surprised when the heavy door clicked open with a hydraulic hiss. The tunnel was so dark, it took my eyes a moment to catch up. When the door closed behind me, I was plunged into darkness. I waited for my eyes to adjust enough to see the outlines of the dark tunnel. Then I followed it, trailing my fingers against the wall until I stepped into the large cavern. Here it wasn't completely dark. A shaft of light pierced the gloomy room. Roots hung from the ceiling in twisted ropes. A section far above, a round hole, was a well of some kind. I hadn't noticed it before, when the cave was lit with colored ground lights. At night, under the gray skies, it would have been invisible, but now it seemed almost like a flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The cavern was as ominous as I remembered it, the thousands of skeletons, their bones tangled beneath the silent water. A gruesome, untended mausoleum. There was something calm, even serene about it. All this death, from the war before the Covenant. The king's cave of bones, his reminder that the blood wars were not to be repeated, but also that they were finished. Parts of the wall had been sculpted into relief illustrations of previous battles and important precursors to the Covenant, a crude recounting of events. The king's lie, carved into stone. But just beneath it, I could see the remains of older structures from the before. I realized this cavern must be connected to the other stretches of underground Trevor had shown me earlier. Pieces of a buried city from long ago. I seemed to be seeing far more detail this time, but I wasn't sure if it was from the elixir or if I'd been so distracted by my royal tour and my private audience with the king that I hadn't been paying much attention to my surroundings, apart from the initial horror of the display. He'd warned me about becoming the thing that I became, the thing that destroyed the kingdom. But by warning me, hadn't he in some sense created me? A thin mist swirled around my ankles as I strode into the damp cavern. There was a sense of timelessness about everything, like I was fulfilling some ancient prophecy, but also like I'd been here before. The lake was turquoise, but still treacherously clear and deep at the edges, full of the mountain of bones that barely broke the surface, creating the small island in the center where the king's sword had been displayed between a pair of benches. I crossed over towards it on the narrow footbridge that gave just enough to ripple the water. It was so silent, my footsteps echoed, and I could hear the dripping of water and the soft scraping of bones tumbling into the depths in slow motion as I upset the careful balance. Specks of light spun like stars as I disturbed the peace. The thin light picked up the casual gleam on a lost sword or makeshift helmet, half submerged in the shallow water. Towards the center, small pockets of bright green grass sprouted to life, framing dark purple flowers with yellow centers. They looked hungry and wild, but also half timid, bent over, as if not sure whether they should thrive in such a stew of death. Soil from above had made little mounds of dirt, like freshly buried graves, which made the partially exposed skeletons look like they were trying to dig their way out. Small pockets of mushrooms grew out of their jaws and eye sockets. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped into the light, my senses alert and muscles tense. The elixir had kicked in, making the colors and details even sharper. I heard scratching and found a beetle climbing through a rib cage 100 paces away. But it was mostly quiet, a hushed, painful silence, like someone holding their breath. Movement caught my eye, and I stumbled, looking for a place to hide, but nothing offered protection. But it was just a large insect, with black wings and a skull on its back. The death moths must have gotten in here somehow and breeded. There were hundreds of them, their wings fluttering like velvet eyes. They made the ground ripple like waves. I looked past them, my eyes adjusting, to find a white shape, chained to a pillar in the shadows near the far wall. Damien's shirt was torn open, with angry red slashes across his chest. I gasped when I saw his hand, even though I knew what to expect. The missing fingers burned a hole in my pocket. Bloody stumps where they used to be were wrapped in soiled bandages. I rushed towards him, but stopped before I got too close. He thrashed against the chains, his eyes red and dark, his cheeks sunken, black veins under his porcelain skin. He was hungry, but I'd never seen him like this. I scanned the dark cave, glaring up at the pocket of warm yellow light, but it wasn't close enough to hurt him. I looked around for something to pry open the chains. The best I could find was a broken spear with a long iron tip. I splashed into the water and wrestled it out of the pile of bones. I was about to stand up when I heard noises behind me. I wasn't alone. Something growling, like an animal, but like one I'd never heard. My mind reeled with all the experimental creatures I could be about to face, my imagination making monsters out of the darkness. I kept my back to Damien, trying to protect him from this new threat, but just far enough out of his reach that he couldn't seize me with his grasping claws. Something small flew out of the shadows from the side, slashing and biting, with enough force to send me tumbling backward. I was too surprised to do anything, but she attacked like a feral squirrel, her blonde hair a web. crawling up my side and slashing at my face, inhumanly fast. I could see the bright gleam of Elixir, the sweat on her skin and hair. I used the spear to force her back as she snapped her teeth at my neck and scratched my face with her fingernails. But she was small and frantic, not even an elite. I brought a leg in between us and kicked her off me. She rolled to a stop, but lifted her face to scowl at me. My heart turned to ice. Lorelei's face was pale, but her eyes were gone, replaced with carved X's that slashed deep into her brow and cheeks. The perfect face I'd watched grow up from a baby, now a plundered treasure. Her clothes were torn and soiled, and deep purple bruises marked her neck and arms. Someone had taken her eyes, just like the girls I'd seen at the Citadel months earlier. But at least she was alive. She was drawn to the elixir, desperate to relieve the pain. If I could give her a little, maybe it would bring her to her senses. But I didn't get the chance. We both froze when a low chuckle erupted behind us. Nigel's dark silhouette was framed by the steam of the shallow water, but he was being careful to stay hidden against the craggy walls at the edge of the cave. When I looked again, Lorelei had scampered into the shadows, leaving me alone with Nigel. I could feel the deep gouges she'd left in my neck and shoulders begin to heal, using up the elixir in my system. But I was glad she was safe, for the moment. I maneuvered slowly into the dim spotlight in the center of the cave as the elite circled me, his eyes bright in the shadows like a wolf. Nigel was a coward, but I knew he was strong. I hadn't counted on facing him directly. I felt panic rush through me, but I wasn't the same girl I'd been when he attacked me in the meadow, before my choosing. And I didn't see him the same way either. Perfect, untouchable immortals. The elite weren't better than we were, and I knew some of them could be kind. He was just an immortal asshole, and we were both marked now. One eye was split and smoky, like burnt coal, and the trace of a scar cut across his brow and cheek. Somehow it made him look even more distinguished, in a black suit, his dark hair tousled, the collar of his white shirt unbuttoned. But also unnatural. A face that hadn't changed in decades now seemed thinner, with deep purple bruises around his eyes and mouth, which was stained a deep crimson, like he'd been feeding all day and hadn't bothered to wipe his mouth after. Layers of dried blood, applied for show like cosmetics. He smirked at me, his good eye twinkling, running a tongue past the edge of his fangs and sucking his teeth. I had already killed 2 of his friends, although indirectly in both cases. I wasn't as fast or strong as a slagpaw, but he made no move to attack, and I was protected in a halo of sunlight. "You're so predictable, it's disappointing," he taunted. "The one place in the Citadel, the dark heart of the kingdom that the light cannot pierce, and you came rushing down here, expecting, what, to save him? You think I didn't expect you? You're here because I wanted you to be. I lured you here like a spider and a fly. Let me guess, you're the ugly one." "I'm the one that wins," he grinned. I glanced up at the rays of daylight, checking to make sure I was completely surrounded in the golden glow. It should keep me safe for the moment, but its protection wouldn't last long. If I could get Nigel to attack me, step into the light, it might slow him down just enough for me to jab him with the antidote. It wasn't the worst plan. "Damien is a prince," I said, still clutching the spear, but spinning it to use the jagged wooden edge. "You have no authority here, no real power. As soon as the people find out that I've been keeping him here,
Damien was rescued from the rebels and brought here for his own safety. But the treacherous assassin who killed his father infiltrated our defenses and finished him off.
That's not what happened, I glared.
It will be soon, he said. Besides, he really isn't. A prince, I mean. He's just the kid of the man who ended the world. If anything, he should be held accountable.
Let him go, I said.
Sure, if that's what you really want,
Nigel purred, stalking me from the cavern's edge.
Here's the key,
he said, pulling a golden chain from around his neck.
Come and take it from me.
He swung the key from the chain slowly, like a pendulum, before putting it away again. I squeezed the tip of the spear between my fingers. I could feel the elixir thrumming in my veins, flaming my hatred. But was I fast enough? Strong enough to challenge him?
But first, Nigel said, take a good look at your fiancé. See how hungry he is. You think you can fight him off from fresh prey? You may be able to hold off his advances, but I'd wager not without considerable harm to both of you. And in his desperation, he'd probably go after easier prey. Someone small, weak, and blind.
Lorelei, I breathed, my eyes widening. If I freed Damien now, in his current state, I'd be putting my sister in danger.
And Jamie?
Nigel nodded.
Yes, I've bothered to learn their names, though they were both a crushing disappointment to me. Now, I'll spare them for entertainment. So you see, you're in no position to make demands.
Where is he? What have you done to him?
He's around somewhere, I think. Though if you free Damien, I'm sure he'll find your brother first. Hungry vampires are excellent hunters, after all. Take a good look, Emily. This is what we are, at our worst. If you let Damien out now, he'd kill you and your siblings in his bloodlust. Wasteful and monstrous. You think you know him? This is the real him. Just another beast. Maybe the most violent, muted of them all. Fitting he should end up down here, in his father's den of bones.
This wasn't his fault, I said. He's nothing like you.
You're partially right. The truth is, Damien doesn't deserve this kingdom. He didn't build it. He wasn't even here in the beginning. You think Richard slaughtered all these humans alone? I was one of the first. I protected him. I helped him bury the bodies. We used them like juice boxes, discarding the waste in a pit until it was too full and foul. We needed a better system, one in which humans donated willingly over many years.
The Covenant, I guessed, feeling a chill down my spine.
I helped come up with that slogan, though the kingdom somewhat softened the meaning of the words. For me, it was a threat, an ultimatum, something I said to him once in passing. They can live with us, as part of our ecosystem, or die by our hand. Not just for our own preservation, but their own as well. A simple choice.
Live together, die apart, I murmured, mostly out of habit.
But then his son came back and I was brushed to the side as the kingdom prospered. He coddled Damien, who was always too sensitive and refused his nature. The years we've spent being told who we can feed on and who we can't. Does the falcon ask the mouse if it's in the mood for dinner?
I'm not afraid of you. Who's to say I'm not the hawk and you're the mouse? I've already left my mark on you. Maybe I'll take the other eye this time.
It's cute that you think this playful banter will help you. But the truth is, you've already lost. There's nothing you can do. No way to get out of here. You know you can't defeat me alone.
I took out the king.
That's true, though from what I hear, you barely survived.
He scanned my abdomen.
Even with Damien helping you, he won't help you this time.
I'll stop you, I growled. This time his laugh was full and grating, and it echoed in the cavern.
You still don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
This moment is a culmination that took decades of planning. Damien was always his father's weakness. And who do you think was funding the rebels into civil unrest? I was just waiting for my chance, my opportunity. I knew by claiming you, I'd provoke Damien into getting involved, and he's very hard to provoke. A pretty rebel that the prince fell for enough to destroy his own father. The narrative writes itself.
I destroyed his father. Damien was just there.
He was there for you, and the king was there for his son. I didn't steal the throne. You handed it to me. You think you can stop me now? I couldn't have done this without you. I made you for this purpose, and you've worked out better than I could have hoped. Look at everything we've accomplished together.
17. My head was spinning. I wanted to deny it all, or accuse him of lying. But somehow his words carried a weight of conviction, and they rang of truth that cut me to the core. He'd used me from the beginning, and I'd fallen for it.
You know, I have to thank you,
Nigel said.
I'd nearly forgotten about Richard's experiments until you reminded me. He was obsessed with it when John Patton died, but it seems he's made great strides again recently. Before you killed him, he was trying to create a new species. One race, no blood wars. Well, I don't think that's a particularly good idea, though I am intrigued with the possibilities.
What are you talking about?
He was looking for a cure, but not all elites want to be cured. Most of them would have supported me for that reason alone. But his vision was limited. He didn't see the true potential. The renitents can consume more elixir without being overwhelmed by madness, which makes them powerful, a threat or a weapon. But I won't kill them like my predecessor did. I'll breed them myself.
You're insane.
The only problem is, the king killed them all. Until you. But you were, unfortunately, unavailable. When he realized what you were, the thing he'd been searching for, the thing he had all but destroyed, he risked too much. Congrats on that, by the way. Still no easy feat. But with you gone, it was harder to recreate the antidote you'd made. It stood to reason that it was genetic, so I started with your family. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the king had already caught them for me after your incident at the trials. Together with the king's research, I was sure I'd find what I was looking for. But the scientists said it was missing a catalyst, one that your siblings don't have. That means, Emily Sharrow, that you aren't who you say you are. You were never just a simple girl from Allgrave, and that woman I killed wasn't even your real mother.
The woman I killed. His confession hung in the air, vibrating like the toll of a bell, and curdled in my stomach. I hadn't even known for sure that Nigel was in Allgrave just before my arrest, though I wasn't surprised to hear it. My hate spread like a living thing, igniting the last of the elixir in my system until my skin felt like it was on fire. "What did you do to them?" I asked, trembling. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't let myself lose control. I had a feeling he was toying with me.
I took her eyes, like you took mine. Not out of spite or revenge, however. It was an experiment. Research. I thought she was like you, but she isn't. And that's your fault for lying to me.
I curled my hands into fists, so tight the wood bent and cracked beneath my fingers. We were separated by a simmering pool of death, but I felt like he was stalling for time, waiting out the clock until I was swallowed by darkness and vulnerable to attack. I had to keep him talking, enough to goad him into making a mistake. "Can we skip the gloating speech?" I asked. "What do you want?"
I want what the king wanted. Everything. He was powerful because he wasn't alone. With Tobias and Damien, he was too unpredictable. I couldn't afford any direct maneuvers. But now, I'll create my own dynasty. Next year, I'll choose a girl from every compound. You know why I've never married. I couldn't imagine being tied down, responsible for hungry mouths. But now, I don't have to choose just one. With my new escorts, I'll raise sons and daughters, a ruler for each compound.
"You're a monster," I spat.
They're almost ready,
he said, ignoring me.
Ripe, firm young girls, renitent like you. They'll make fertile wombs for my immortal seed. In 20 years, imagine it, an unstoppable private army.
A chill ran down my spine. If this was Nigel's dystopian future, somehow it was even worse than I'd imagined.
In a few years, maybe I'll even allow your sister the honor, if she's still around. I probably didn't get the dosage right after I took her eyes. I wanted her to heal, after all. I wouldn't be surprised if she's consumed by thirst until she gets into trouble. Remember, the punishment for attacking an elite is death.
"She's just a child," I said.
I can wait,
he said, adopting a casual pose. I wanted to hurl insults at him, but bit my tongue. He was expecting caustic remarks, hungry for them, and I was running out of steam, worn down by his vague threats. I had to draw him close enough to hurt. "How about a trade?" I asked, reaching into my bag for the golden crown I'd brought for Damien. "Let them all go, and I'll give you this."
A crown doesn't make you king,
he said, crossing his arms. "It kind of does, actually."
Blood is thicker than gold,
he replied.
This kingdom is already mine. Look at all these bodies beneath us, nearly as many souls as in all the compounds combined. How many do you think Damien put here? No, these dead are mine. They are my receipt of purchase for a kingdom bought with blood.
I raised the tip of the spear into the rays of sunlight, casting them in his direction. He hissed and drew back into the shadows, as specks of refracted light sizzled against his face. He bared his fangs and charged at me. I was ready for him. I swung the spear in his direction, but he jumped over the slashing blade, dodging to the side. His dark cape flapped like a flock of birds as he tore through the air, a blur of black silk, pale skin, and sharp fangs. His fingers teased my hair, and his nails carved a biting trail across my back, shredding through my sweater and exposing my shoulder. I flinched against the pain, then turned around to face him, trying to dodge his blows. He danced in and out of light, never more than a second, before fleeing back into the shadows. He landed a kick that made me stumble, and then slapped me so hard I tasted blood. I wiped my lip with the back of my hand, leaving a red stain. My heart pulsed in my throat, and I sensed Nigel stiffen. Was he thirsty? Even now? Could I use that to my advantage? I waited for him to attack again, but he didn't. Instead, he glanced up at the roof thoughtfully before crossing his hands behind his back.
I was the one who stole the research, you know, not your grandfather. Or at least, I whispered the idea and pointed him in the right direction. I just wanted to take something away from the king and Damien. He was clever, like you. He probably wouldn't have gotten caught if I hadn't told on him.
The king destroyed Quandam for that, I gasped.
The last revolution was short and brutal, Nigel said. Nobody was really paying attention to some skirmish in the compounds. The other elite and chosen stayed out of it, though it was hard to look away. A power conflict between Damien and his father that ended with the total devastation of one of the colonies. Over 1,000 people killed. It was a reminder, but not to the humans. They weren't allowed to know what had been lost. It was a reminder for the elite that nobody was above the king's law. I told him he needed to make an example of his son or lose trust among the elite. I'll admit, it went a little too far, though I don't regret it. It was meant to hurt them both, and it did. I damaged them so much, their relationship never recovered. You could say it finally paid out with the king's death. You were a nice surprise, but I'm nothing if not patient. And now, thanks to you, I have everything I need to start over. You took one eye, and I've taken 2 from your sister. It will always be this way. No matter what you take from me, I'll repay it with interest. Sure, you may kill dozens of elite tonight, hundreds of guards, but we will win in the end. You know what every good founding myth needs? A villain, an enemy. It's a good story. The chosen who seduced the king and his son, then killed them both to destroy the kingdom. And she almost succeeded, if it wasn't for me.
That's not what happened.
That's what people will remember. During your little uprising tonight, we'll kill everyone who doesn't support us, and then blame it all on you. The purge will be justified, especially after the spectacle your friends are about to provide. Tangible proof of the rebel threat. A reason for the kingdom to come together. I needed you here, and you came. Don't you see? You're already mine.
I loathed the accusation that Nigel had manipulated me into being his puppet, and glanced back at Damien instinctively. His pale shape was wrapped in chains against a pillar, his mouth open in a snarl. Nigel had lured me here using him as bait, but he hadn't killed me yet. He was taunting me, stalling. But why? "What do you want from me?" I asked.
Absolutely nothing, Nigel said, except to watch you suffer, as you witness the consequences of your actions. You helped me destroy his father, and now you'll kill the prince you love.
"I'd never," I snarled.
And yet he'll die by your hand, not mine.
"You can't compulse me," I said.
I don't need to.
Nigel smirked, nodding at the beam of light that was inching closer to Damien.
Don't you see? You've already killed him.
"What are you talking about?" I asked, my heart pumping in my veins. My back felt tight from Nigel's wounds and damp from blood and sweat. But the elixir was holding me together. I was prepared for a fight, but not for this.
You turned off the ash. You brought back the sun. Now you'll watch as your prince burns, and your siblings will listen to his screams.
I realized with dawning horror that the beam of light that had served as my sanctuary was about to become my destruction. It had been creeping backward across the cavern floor, inch by inch, and I'd been shifting my position every few minutes, which had brought me closer to Damien's outreached arms.
I've been saving him for you,
Nigel smirked, folding his hands together.
For this, I'll just sit here and watch. I wish I had some popcorn.
His expression was warped with malicious satisfaction, his eyebrows hooded. I had the feeling he'd practiced this speech, rehearsing it in his mind as he waited for me in the dark.
"He's only here because of you," he continued. "The penalty for killing an elite is death. Maybe he could have changed the laws one day, but right now, today, those are our laws, the laws his father made that protected him all his life. They are the same laws that will condemn him."
Which elite was he talking about? How many had we killed? Did it matter? 2 of his friends, Thomas and Bryce, and Damien's father. 2 more in Icklebot I couldn't name. Which ones did Nigel know about? "You don't know it was him," I said.
"Are you volunteering to admit to murder and take his punishment yourself? To die for him?"
"What if I am?" I asked.
"You'll hear no complaints from me. Either way, I get what I want. The throne. Watching the 2 of you torture yourselves for love is just a bonus."
"But why?" I asked. "I mean, all this effort. You must have been waiting here for hours. It's like you're obsessed with me or something."
"Somehow, despite all evidence, you've failed to understand that the covenant is necessary. That the compounds are a gift of kindness, yet your insipid rebels fight to destroy it. So I thought I'd make it personal. You want choices, but the responsibilities that come with it are paralyzing. That's what this revolution is all about, isn't it? The right to choose? Well, with power comes responsibility. Let's see if you can bear the weight."
There was a pompous air about him now, as he strode the edges of the shadows, his eyes gleaming. He was a tiger, and I'd fallen into his den. I wanted to wipe that self-satisfied smirk off his face. But was I fast enough? Maybe if I could reach Damien first. But how much could I drink before he attacked me? And even so, I wouldn't be as strong as either of them, would I? And I couldn't fight them both together. Nigel followed my eyes and chuckled, waving a hand like a showman.
"You expect it to be easy," Nigel said, "to kill those you hate. But the truth is, someone always loses, and those who love greatly have the most to lose. All conflict has a price, and you don't always get to choose who pays. If you want to rule a kingdom, you'll need to make much harder decisions. So I thought I'd give you a small taste of what that means before you die. Damien, mad from bloodlust, will drain you if you step near him. Your sister, blind and addicted to Elixir, will tear into him with her little fingers. He'll kill her first, of course. Your brother, bleeding out somewhere, the fresh scent of blood like a blooming rose. Kill Damien, take his blood. Cure your brother if you can find him, if he's even still alive. But he's so close to death already, he might turn. And I have to warn you, new vampires are voracious. Or save him."
Nigel slowly took the key off from around his neck and tossed it a few paces from me. I watched it sink a foot into the water and marked the location in my mind.
"Let him go, and he'll eat your siblings. Leave him there, he'll burn. Your kin or your king. Simple, elegant. It's a metaphor, only it isn't. You know, originally, I was thinking of turning both your siblings into elite and letting them feed on you. But that would have been too easy. You can't suffer without guilt, and that requires accountability. You see, leadership is a burden, and humans aren't strong enough to carry the weight. But elite are vulnerable as well. Damien will kill you if you let him loose, and then be crushed into inaction by his own guilt. I win either way, and it's worth it just to see that look on your face. Oh, but hurry. The light through that well floods this cave with light only once a day, just before sunset. I haven't seen one of us burn for nearly a century. I'm looking forward to it. It really is quite a marvel. You probably have a few minutes."
Rage and frustration flooded through me, the unspent elixir smoldering like hot ash in my veins. A few minutes to make an impossible decision. All I wanted to do was rip Nigel's throat out. Maybe I wasn't trapped down here with him. Maybe he was trapped down here with me. But killing him wouldn't solve this problem, and we both knew it. "Unless," he said, his lips curving into a smile. I felt the sweat on the back of my neck as the warmth of the beam of sun widened around me with a cursed slant. The bones in the puddle of warm water sucked at my wet shoes, and rising steam blurred my vision. I felt like I was stewing in a broth, being warmed up like the pizza in the microwave, stirred and shaken to improve the flavor of my blood. But he needed me alive, for now. He would use tonight's violence to seize control and blame it all on me. But that couldn't happen if I died too early. And he needed my blood to make more of the antidote. He wanted me to beg. He wanted me broken. Unless what? I asked. If he'd gone to such great lengths to humble me, then I had something else he wanted. I sensed a bargain to be struck, though I hated the idea of any kind of compromise with my tormentor.
"Well, there is another way this goes," Nigel said. "I let your boyfriend go free. You swear to serve me alone. It's the only way you both don't die tonight."
My skin prickled at his offer. Was it relief or almost joy? How could I even consider it? But I'd already made worse deals. I'd almost lost track of all my promises. Could I give myself to Nigel in order to save Damien?
"Join me, and they'll all be safe," he promised. "I'll release him right now. He'll be banished, of course, but you will live forever, and you'll be more powerful than you could even imagine."
He wanted to turn me, out of cruelty, as Augustine had done to Tate, but not as a reward, as a punishment. I felt for the vial of antidote in my pocket through the folds of fabric. If I could only get close enough to him, I could take away his powers. I'd just have to pretend for a moment. "Come on then," I said, raising an eyebrow. His eyes widened when I stepped out of the light, into the shadows, my palms exposed. He was on me in an instant, but I didn't resist. I stiffened as he dragged me across the cavernous tomb and lowered his dark mouth towards me. I could smell the elixir on his breath, like wilted roses and death. His eyes were black and hungry, and my breasts heaved as he tightened his grip on my throat. I felt sick, but I needed him to lower his guard. And I remembered what Tate said earlier, and what I'd heard from Augustine. Elite liked to savor their food and taste its flavors. Blood like mine, spiked with adrenaline and roasted in fear, should be enticing. It might not make him weak, but it could make him careless. "You won." I pushed against him, exposing my throat. He drew his rough thumb over the vein in my neck, feeling my pulse. "Take your prize," I whispered, looking up at him through my lashes. I was disgusted with myself, but hadn't I already bartered away Jasmine's life and that of my unborn child? Maybe this was all I had left to give. His scarlet lips drifted lower, below the range of my mouth and chin, pausing above my throat. I could feel his hot breath on my neck. My throat began to tingle at his shivering touch, and then I felt the hard dents of 2 sharp teeth, scraping and pushing against my soft skin like daggers. The feeling made me uneasy, some longing for the elixir in his blood, and at the same time, some mortal terror. I knew his fangs would inject venom straight into me, and my body melted in hesitant expectation. And in that moment, as we were attached and he was invested, I could end him. I closed my eyes and waited, feeling our heartbeats clash an unsteady rhythm between us. He snarled and sniffed, reaching around my waist and pulling me against him. But he didn't bite me. Instead, he reached into the satchel at my hip, drawing out the crown with a cruel smirk and pushing me away roughly.
As if I'd be stupid enough to drink twice from the same poisoned chalice, he said. There's nothing you have that I can't take. I've already taken everything of value from you. Now you're nothing, just like him.
I slashed at him with a dagger, but he caught my wrist before the blade could pierce his skin. He flung me across the bridge and slammed me into the far wall of the cavern, so hard I felt my bones threaten to snap, and the elixir rushing to heal my body. His fingernails dug into my neck, drawing blood this time. My head was pounding and my vision blurred. He scowled at me, licking his teeth like an animal. Wrestling with himself, to risk everything and drink from the open wound right in front of him. It was the moment I needed. I grabbed his coat and pulled him towards me until we were eye to eye, so close I could kiss him. And then I made a fist above his heart, firing the concealed crossbow straight into his chest. He flinched in pain and surprise, but only for a second. The crossbow bolt had punctured through his clothes, enough to draw a scarlet stain, but didn't have enough force to break through his rib cage. It glanced sideways, sinking into chest, but missed his heart by an inch. Maybe I'd aimed improperly, or sitting in a shelf for over a decade had weakened its efficacy. Nigel grabbed me by the hair and lifted me off the ground. I pulled the syringe from my pocket and swung it at his neck, jabbing with my fist, but he blocked my arm so hard I felt my bones strain. The vial flew from my hand and shattered on the ground, a sticky pink stain surrounded by shimmers of broken glass. I scratched at his face with my fingernails, but he shoved me away and kicked me in the stomach. I tumbled several paces, feeling a burning pain spread through my torso. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, but my lungs wouldn't work. My vision exploded with black stars as my brain grew desperate for oxygen. But Nigel was already above me, holding my head under the water with the weight of an elephant. I gasped, coughing out the stale liquid, now stirred up with the slimy sediment of rotting corpses.
I gave you a choice, but you squandered it. You know, after thinking about it, I'll keep your siblings after all. There's a certain appeal of a king with sons, even if they never age. It gives the appearance of dynasty, stability.
What are you talking about?
Your brother, Jamie. I'm going to turn him after my coronation and raise him as my successor. Wouldn't you like that? At least for now, for appearances, until I have children of my own. Your sister will help with that. Then he can be replaced.
So this was his plan. He didn't want to kill me. He wanted to destroy me, carving out every good thing from my life and devising the worst possible punishment, to remind of everything I still had left to lose, and to watch as he took it from me. I felt the fight go out of me, my body limp under the pressure of Nigel's foot, my cheek in the mucky coating of the cavern floor. It had been surprisingly close, I noted with satisfaction. He held a chunk of my hair in his fist, but I'd left deep gouges across his cheek and neck, and a thick pool of blood was staining through his chest from the crossbow bolt. I'd made him bleed, which seemed to surprise both of us. Nigel raised me up, pinning my arms behind my back. He lifted my chin, holding my eyes open to watch the spotlight of sun move closer to Damien, now only a few feet away. He was tugging against his chains and growling, his eyes frantic. I'd lost the antidote. My weapon had failed, and I was out of time. Nigel was too strong, and even if I could defeat him somehow, it was too late.
"Beg me,"
Nigel said, his lips at my ear.
"and save your prince."
"Never," I said.
"Then watch him burn, and remember as he screams that you did this. These are the results of your actions, the choices you've made."
I was squirming so hard I didn't feel the vibrations at first, until Nigel stumbled and pebbles fell around us. The sound hit a second later, a deep crack like the world had split in half. The ground trembled, and the entire cavern shook like a baby's rattle as 1,000 skulls tumbled in place.
"What was that?"
Nigel asked, looking towards the entrance. "My army," I said, spitting blood. "And they've breached the walls." 18.
"Right on time,"
Nigel chuckled.
"You put together a nice little resistance, Emily. Though I am annoyed, I won't be able to stick around to watch you break."
My heart pounded in terror, but I forced a stoic expression. "Don't tell me you were expecting a torpedo," I asked. "Wait until you see what else I have in store for you."
"Oh, I'm sure you've planned a bunch of fun surprises."
Nigel grinned.
"But there had to be blood. It had to look real. Some questioned my narrative, that Damien would really kill his own father, that we weren't safe even in the Citadel. And now you're here, proving you're exactly the threat I said you were. You've even gathered up and exposed all the people who hate the Covenant, collecting them from the compounds like a gift basket. Whatever happens next is your fault. I wasn't sure you'd be so stupid, but I guess love makes us do stupid things."
I sucked in a sharp breath. The whole city was a damn trap, just like the cave had been for me. I had to warn them.
"Now that your friends have attacked, I can kill whoever I want with impunity without breaking the Covenant. Don't you see? I can extinguish the revelation for good, pulled up by the roots. And you've absolved me of all wrongdoing the night I take the throne."
"What are you going to do to them?" I asked. I felt a swelling in my mouth and lips, and pain in my teeth and bones. A sign the elixir was running its course through my body. I was healing, but I was weak again.
"You know what you do when the winter comes?"
Nigel asked.
"You preserve the fruit so it doesn't spoil. Tonight I'll start over. Purge anybody who doesn't come to my ceremony. I'll blame it all on you. It'll make a pretty story. The treacherous, bloody bride who snuck into the Citadel with the revolution on her heels to die with her elite lover. Or to finish off Richard's line completely. I haven't figured out the details yet."
"You're going to kill them?" I asked, my eyes widening. Not just my allies, the rebels, those who knew the risks, but regular citizens.
"What did you think would happen?"
Nigel gloated.
"Too many mouths to feed. Why feed the humans when you can juice them? But don't worry. Everyone who attends the crowning will be saved. And only them. Everyone else will be harvested."
Nigel paused for effect, considering my face, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. His wounds had no doubt healed, but he must be getting thirsty, and he'd want to change his clothes before his big ceremony. My best efforts, and I'd only been a minor inconvenience.
"Nothing as wasteful or gruesome as quantum. No, I'll collect them from their beds while they sleep and turn them into preservatives. Blood pudding in little portable containers. Humane, really, if you think about it. They'll die quietly, which is more than I can say for your rebels. Without you and Damien to lead them, I doubt they'll last long in a city of vampires. There's no way out of this tomb, but perhaps you'll hear their screams."
"Not all the elite are with you,"
I said. Maybe. But thanks to you, I have a cure, remember? A way to weaken them, age them. Maybe I'll poison them all until I'm the only immortal left, a king with divine powers.
I doubt they'll take kindly to that, I said, thinking of Augustine. If the walls had truly been breached, were my allies already fighting? The real battle wouldn't begin until the sun went down, and Nigel seemed in no hurry to leave. But the light was only a foot away from Damien now, and moving swiftly.
I'm not going to ask them. I'll raze the compounds, down to their roots, starting with everyone in the Citadel, one by one, purging them of everyone but the children. And I'll start again. I won't need all the extra blood supply once the elite numbers are reduced. In 10 years, it'll be like none of this ever happened. The only king they will remember is me, as will their children and grandchildren. What do you think? Everyone under 10 or 5?
Counting, chicken, eggs, I said. How does that go again? I turned away, acting disinterested. Wouldn't it be ironic if the reason I beat you was because you wasted so much breath dreaming up fantasies before you'd won the battle?
Well then, since you aren't feeling chatty, I'll leave you here to rot with your prince. Maybe you'll be more servile after Damien is a heap of smoldering ash. It shouldn't be long now. Unfortunately, I won't be here to witness it. I have a coronation to attend. But I'll check back after my crowning. Or maybe in a few years, I'll come back to see how your bones have scattered and decipher how you spent your final moments. All romances must end in tragedy. That's the point, and the appeal. Happy ever afters are boring and predictable. The greater the suffering, the greater the satisfaction. And love between an elite and a human, it's just not possible.
I wanted to get in a last retort, but my tongue was dry. Nigel raced up the entrance and slammed the gate shut, leaving me in the chamber of bones, my heart pounding in my chest, a silence like the gallows ringing in my ears. I stumbled closer to Damien, clutching my ribs and feeling my throbbing headache spread down my neck, to the bruises where Nigel had grabbed me. He jerked up when he smelled me, but his eyes were wild and dark red, his fangs fully extended. With his injuries and not enough blood, his body was burning, like a machine without oil. All he could feel was pain and thirst. The chains around him were as thick as my arm, not something I'd be able to break, no matter how much elixir I had in my system. I stood out of reach, a dozen paces away, my heart beating like an alarm, as the sunlight crept closer. Nigel was right. If I unlocked Damien, he'd feed on me, or my siblings. He couldn't help it, and I wouldn't be able to stop him. He'd probably kill me before I could even unlock the chains, which meant he'd burn with my corpse in his arms. That's why Nigel had toyed with me, baiting me into a fight, to make sure I was weak and helpless. I scanned the shallow water for the bronze key, but couldn't spot it, and there wasn't time to search. All we'd been through, to get the elixir, the cure, to be so close to success, and it had led to this. The sunlight cut through the darkness like a razor, the weapon I'd unleashed. An unstoppable march across the floor, a wall of light that seemed to move several inches each time I looked. All the elixir, the anger and rage, was purged from my body, and I felt numb. I still wasn't fast or strong enough, not for a hungry elite, not even for one who loved me. The king was right to fear me, and Damien was a fool for loving me. I had brought the king to ruin, and Damien to his death. All these thoughts sped through my mind, sparkling like fireworks before flashing out. I had to stop Nigel before he turned Jamie elite, before he killed all of my friends, everyone I'd enlisted in my mad quest. But that challenge seemed distant and too daunting. I stepped closer, wringing my hands. I couldn't solve this problem with reason, or make a choice about who to save. I couldn't lose any of them. My pulse spiked as I watched Damien. Even if I managed to get out of here, I couldn't stop the sun, and I wasn't ready to let him go. His eyes connected with mine, black and empty, but there was a kind of sadness there too. A yearning. For me, for my blood, for life. I wondered how much awareness he had left. The light moved closer in slow motion, like golden honey, until Damien's toes were illuminated. He hissed and shrank away from it, tugging at his chains so hard I thought the pillar would shatter. My heart broke seeing him in pain. Love wasn't a choice. For some reason, Nigel's infuriating speeches had reminded me of Jasmine's advice. Their words and faces mixed up together in my muddled brain. Everyone wanted me to be something, wanted to steer me, use me like a weapon, just like Tobias had been used, a pen to clutch. But what about what I wanted? I was in love with Damien. If he burned up, I'd die with him. I'd roll up and become a stone. My flesh would rot off like the thousands of skeletons crushed beneath my feet until moss grew from my skull. And I could have allowed myself to do that. But my allies would be defeated and tortured. My brother would be turned, and my sister would end up as one of Nigel's repentant brides. I didn't care what was best for the kingdom, for the compounds. I couldn't think about all that right now. I couldn't think at all. All I knew was I couldn't lose Damien. One of us had to survive this, and it had to be him, because I was useless without him. If I didn't save him now, I'd have nothing else worth fighting for. The cave was as silent as a tomb, but my thoughts were screaming like a tea kettle, racing for just one more bargain, one more solution, no matter how dire or unfavorable. I would give anything to stop this. But it wasn't about what I could give. It was something I had to take. The broken vial of antidote sparkled a few paces away, in a constellation of shattered glass. My only option was something Nigel didn't expect, but should have. The antidote. There was one way to save Damien, and make him immune to the sun's burning fire. It was reckless, and I had no idea whether it would work. But I didn't hesitate. I raced to it and bent my head, slurping it out of the festering, shallow water of graves and bones. The formula sparkled on the surface, shimmering pink. I scooped it up with my stained palms and fingers. I licked it off the shiny crown of a skull, tongue darting between the eye sockets to catch every drip, feeling the sweet stickiness in the back of my throat. I could feel it bonding to the catalyst in my blood. Not like Elixir, but different. A calming strength. We hadn't fully tested it yet, so I didn't know what to expect. Would it make him mortal again? If so, I'd be stealing his immortality. Even if he didn't die today, he would eventually. I was ensuring his death. But it wouldn't be today, and that was enough for me. I hated that I couldn't ask him for his permission for such a weighty decision. But I had to do it. I couldn't just let him die. Anything else I could handle. But losing Damien, too, after we'd come so far. Part of me knew that if I turned him human, the revolution was over. The elite would never accept a human prince on the throne, and I'd have no position of power beside him. All those promises I'd made, I'd have no way to fulfill. The people counting on me, they'd be let down. But none of it mattered. I gave myself to him before I knew what I was doing, simply walking into his grasp and letting him pull me into a binding embrace. He was rough at first, But when I didn't resist, he settled around me, nursing quietly like a bottle. I felt blood dripping down my neck as his fangs clenched deeper, digging for a vein. A small flow of venom from his bite kept me together, even as he twisted my neck painfully to the side. But it wasn't enough. I needed more, or he'd consume me. "I'm sorry about this," I said, with tears dripping down my cheek. I stabbed him as he fed on me, a small prick on his collarbone. He flinched and scowled at me, but then went back to his desperate feeding. I sat on his lap, feeling light-headed, then lowered my mouth to his chest, sucking as much elixir as I could, more than I needed. If it was anything like turning humans, I had to drain him before he could be reborn. My bracelet buzzed an alarm, but I was beyond caution. His immortality was slipping away from him and into me. I let it drip down my chin, slurping it off my fingers. When I felt so dizzy the world spun, I started spitting it to the side before going back for more between breaths. I held my breath as we were engulfed in light. Flames flickered across his skin, and I threw myself against him, smothering the flames and trying to block the light with my body. The sun fell like 1,000 arrows, and my arms wrapped tightly around him, holding him still as light flooded into the cavern. The moths filled the air like a black cloud, disturbed by the vibration of my potent anxiety, until their whispering wings grew into a soft murmur. They responded to me when I noticed them. They were my silent scream, the fluttering of their wings becoming a hissing roar, a pulsing vibration, expanding and contracting like a black velvet heart. I glanced above us, glaring at the sun, willing it to move faster. As I did, the moths found the exit and erupted into the sky. Far away, I could hear screams and the sound of fighting. My allies needed help, but so did I. I caught them with my will as the elixir burned in my veins, the last desperate rush of Damien's immortality before he went still beneath me. I forced them into a shape, a symbol, a bow and arrow. I held it for a few moments, hoping someone would notice. It seemed like forever, but finally, Damien stopped thrashing and the light passed. It was gradual at first, and then dramatic, plunging the cave back into darkness. Damien seemed to have grown weaker and hung limp across the chains. He convulsed and whimpered beneath me. His chest and his arms were red and blistered, in some parts his flesh crisp and blackened. I kissed his cheek, holding him to my breast. His body was warm, warmer than I'd ever felt it, but he was shivering, and sweat clung to his brow. "Please, Damien," I stroked his cheek lightly. "Come back to me. I can't do this without you." His eyes flickered, focusing on my face in the darkness. For just a moment, he seemed to find himself and recognize me. "You are the only one who can," he murmured. Then he slumped sideways against the post, going limp, his pale body slick with sweat in my arms. I waited another minute before gently extricating myself from Damien. I didn't know what he was anymore, what I'd done to him. But for the moment, he was alive, and that was enough. I stood up shakily and checked myself, rolling my neck and shoulders. Without the elixir I'd taken from Damien, I wouldn't have survived. It pulsed through my body, crackling like electricity. I felt unbound somehow, as if I existed beyond the limits of my flesh and skin. I had to get out of here, somehow. But there was one thing I needed to do first. My senses were so heightened, I could feel the other presence in the cave, soft and whimpering in the shadows. I found Lorelei chewing on the wooden stake I'd shot Nigel with, like a dog with a bone. Her pale, rosy cheeks, the angry scars where her eyes should have been. They shouldn't have healed so well. Nigel must have filled her with elixir. No wonder she was hungry for it. She flinched when I stepped closer, lifting her face towards me. "Emily," she said. "It's you, isn't it? I heard your voice." "Yes, Lore, it's me. I knew you'd come back for us. But then you didn't. I tried, I swear. What happened to you after? The king took our blood, but that was all, until a few days ago. Or yesterday, maybe. It's hard to keep track. They'd forgotten to feed us. An elite came and let us out, but then he attacked me. Jamie tried to protect me. He got hurt. I'm so sorry," I said, pulling her closer and wrapping my arms around her. She stiffened at first, wrinkling her nose. "You smell different," she said. "Was it true, what he said, about us not being sisters?" "You're the only sister I have," I said. "It's you and me forever." I held her face in my palms, studying her soft lips and pale hair, the scars crossing her face, the grotesque purple sockets. I rubbed her cheek with my finger, wet. Could she even cry anymore? Or were they mine? I felt wetness on my cheek and salt on my tongue, but it felt different. I felt everything. "Listen, I have to go. This isn't over yet. Nigel still has Jamie, and I have to save him. There's not much time. Will you be okay here on your own?" "But I'm not alone," she said, turning her face towards Damien and sniffing the air. "Am I? He's locked up, but he can't hurt you now. And there's a key. If he wakes up, if he talks to you, you can help him. But be careful, and don't trust anyone else." "Why can't I come with you?" "You're safer here, and I need you to be safe right now." I took her hand and led her to the spot where Nigel had tossed the key. It still took a few minutes to find. I gave it to her with one of my daggers, pressing it into her small palm as dust and pebbles rained down from the ceiling. "Anyone down there?" a familiar voice called. I saw a shadow far above, in a silhouette of the open well, and then a long frayed rope holding a rusted bucket fell halfway into the cavern. "The rope! It's too short!" I yelled. "Then jump," came the reply. Jump. Like I'd seen Damien jump, or the elite. This would be nothing for them. I couldn't imagine jumping that high. I'd led everyone into a trap. They'd followed me here, to their destruction, and I couldn't even get out of a hole in the ground. But I was buzzing on Elixir already, straight from Damien, the last of him. I glanced at my bracelet. It had gone silent, no longer worrying me with alarms. I thought it was busted, but was surprised to see the faded number at 57%. Nearly double what would have driven other humans mad. Far more than I'd ever consumed before. A calm fell across my shoulders, not like a weight, but like a blessing. I needed his power. I bounced a few times on the balls of my feet, then raced around the pond, stumbling over the bones, trying to find firm footing. I increased my momentum until I was fast enough to scale the walls. I didn't overthink it. I ran up the side of the cavern and pushed off towards the nearest hanging vine, grasping it with my fingertips and then seizing hard. It tore the roots, but held my weight, so I climbed higher. It wasn't all that different from climbing trees to get over the perimeter fence, which I'd done hundreds of times. Even so, I tried not to look down. The angle wasn't right once I was close to the ceiling, so I swung the gnarled root to the side until I could grab the rope and give it a firm tug. It looked ancient. Would it even hold me? I took a breath and yanked the rope as hard as I could, launching me up until I could latch onto the stones above. The twine snapped, and I heard the bucket splinter as it crashed to the ground below. I clawed the rest of the way up, blinded by the light, digging my fingers into loose dirt and roots. I was almost up when a rock moved, and I lost my grip. Gravity took hold of me, but then a hand caught my wrist and hauled me to the surface. I spilled out of the well and sprawled onto the soft grass surrounding it, my world spinning. 19. It was nothing but a forgotten patch of overgrown lawn in the back of the palace. Almost idyllic, and framed with wildflowers, despite the horrors it was harboring below. I flinched when a shadow fell across me, and I remembered I wasn't alone. "Ready to join the fighting, Princess?" Gemma said. "Are we really doing this?" I asked, rising to my feet. "Well, it's a little late to call it off," she said, gesturing down below. I let my eyes adjust to the pink evening light, ignoring the twinkling of stars, and focused on the city of glass and stone that spread out before us. The setting sun reflected off the Citadel towers, and the acrid smell of smoke stung my nostrils. A black plume was rising into the sky near the gates, which lay open. In the distance, I heard the clash of metal and shouting. I was late to my own war, and I was coming bare-handed. "How'd you find me?" I asked. "Trevor saw your signal, sent me to check it out." Right, the moths. A few of them fluttered nearby, hovering above the grass. "What happened? It's not sunset yet." "Yeah, the plan went a little awry. Hard to coordinate everyone. Some of your havocs were intent on starting the battle before the elite were around. Others were opposed. They didn't exactly reach a firm agreement. But it worked. We're in. And if we're stealthy, we've got a little time left before sunset. How'd it go with Damien? Your siblings?" I shook my head, a little confused. Down in the cave, I felt like I'd already conquered the sun, but up here the last of its golden rays wrapped around me like a warm cape. "They're not coming," I said. "But we have to stop Nigel. He's planning on killing everyone after tonight, as soon as he places himself on the throne." "Won't exactly be a nice ceremony," she smirked, "if there's anybody else left. You have anything to change into? You'll attract every slag paw smelling like that. Plus, you'll terrify our allies. You look like you just rose from the grave." I surveyed my body in the cool air and fading light. I wasn't injured, though my clothes were drenched in mud and muck, and glittering trails of purple elixir cascaded down my chin and neck. "What about you?" I asked. Gemma was in jean shorts and a leather jacket, with plated armor at the shoulders and elbows, carrying a machete and a pack full of gear. Her dark curls danced in the wind, and her eyes were bright with elixir. "I can handle a few slagpaw if we move quickly," she said, "but I'm not bringing bait along." "Just a minute." I reached into the bag for the dress Tobias had made me bring. The crown was gone, but I'd just have to get it back. After I killed Nigel. I stripped down and tried to wipe my skin as best as I could with my soiled garments before slipping into the lightweight dress. The scarlet fabric felt cool and smooth against my skin. "Come on, the others are waiting." She blazed down the hill, and I followed as quickly as I could, sprinting after her. My body felt foreign to me at first, but once I found a rhythm, I realized I could push myself even faster if I wanted to. The alleys were dark, even though the sun was just barely visible on the horizon, blazing a deep orange warmth. I crept after her silently, stepping over bodies as we darted between dark corners of the Citadel. There seemed to be far too many, but I could only hope most people had the sense to stay indoors. We froze when we reached a larger intersection after spotting a slagpaw, chewing on a royal guard, crunching through his armor like a can of tuna and licking the insides. "They'll go after the guards first." Gemma nodded. "More elixir." "What about you?" I asked, though I should have been more concerned about myself, having just bathed in Damien's blood. "You've got my back, right? There's about a dozen of them, but they're scattered, and it's a large city. When the light goes down, if the elite come out, they'll keep each other busy. We'll just have to stay out of their way." We hustled through the alleys, my senses sharp and keen. Each sound seemed too close and startled me, making me jump. Somehow our plan had launched too early, and the slag pod drawn by the explosion had found an easy entrance into the Citadel. Now they were locked in here with us. But at least it was a suitable distraction for the royal guards. "The lab," I said. "It's not far from here. We can get more antidote." "You mean this?" Gemma asked, pulling out a pink syringe. "The Chosen found us, helped April pass it out. And if you're short on elixir, I'm not. Even so, take it. It's from your priest, and I brought my own." She handed me another syringe of antidote and a vial of elixir. I tucked them both into the leather satchel at my hip. The gown was impractical and silly, though I was actually thankful I could move so quickly, in nearly silent swishes of silk. Even so, I felt like a target, like the red flag a matador would use to drive bulls into a rage. And after consuming so much elixir in the cave, reality seemed to shift and blur around me like moving water. We cut through the Citadel, going through buildings and rooms, out balconies and across rooftops, trying to stay off the streets. Gemma seemed to know her way. I caught glimpses of courtyards below strewn with blood and bodies. "Most of the fighting is down by the gates still," she said. "They've set up a series of blockades, but we got in early and avoided them." I'd just stepped out of a doorway when a royal guard grabbed me by the throat. His eyes were wild with elixir, his burly form covered in black iron armor. But Gemma tore him off and threw him against the far wall. He kicked off it and launched himself forward with an agility that surprised me, taking Gemma to the ground. Just before he could strike, the whir of an axe cut across the room and pinned him against the wall, cracking his skull. Blood dripped down across his face, then his gleaming eyes went blank as his spirit left him. Kamina blew the hair out of her face and offered Gemma a hand up. Then she pried her bloody axe from the wall, eyeing the wet blade. She was wearing a black tank top with a blue armband and a few pieces of mismatched armor. "My hero," Gemma said. "We should move," Kamina said, "before the light's gone." "We have to cut across to the center," I said. "We're heading to the palace. You're with us?" "It's a shit show out there," she answered, peeking out the window at the long open plaza leading towards the grand staircase at the upper level of the Citadel. "We can't sneak past the blockades without being seen." "Then follow me," Gemma said. "I have an idea." We followed Gemma through the city, nerves tense, clutching our weapons. But aside from a handful of royal guards we quickly dispatched, it sounded like the fighting was happening further up in the city. Gunshots and the occasional scream were followed by a deep silence that felt out of place in a city this large. I hadn't wanted it to be like this. Weapons were prohibited in the Citadel, which meant any civilians accidentally caught up in the fighting would be no challenge for the armored guards, who were hyped up on elixir and slashing their swords at anything that moved. One of them grabbed me from behind. I spun and twisted his wrist until I felt the bones snap, then kicked his legs out from under him. I was faster than I expected, and stronger too. For a second, I was alone. Then Kamina poked her head back into the alley and waved at me to hurry up. "Here," Gemma said finally, stopping short at some kind of mechanic shop, full of spare parts. She lifted a tarp, revealing a sleek black motorcycle. "How did you know this was even here?" I asked. "Who do you think does work on the prince's bike?" "Let me guess, one of Augustine's spies?" "Think you can ride it?" she asked. "I've ridden one before," I said. "Then go," she said. "Drive straight into the city. The others, they're waiting for you up ahead. We'll join as soon as it's safe." "You're not coming?" I asked. "I'll catch up." She grinned, starting the engine and pulling the bike into the street. "Wait," Kamina said, grabbing my arm as I reached for the handles. She ducked out of the shop and flicked her wrist, sending a dagger up above the roofs. A moment later, a body came tumbling down with the blade in his neck. She grabbed the bow and quiver strapped around his shoulder and handed them to me. "I'll drive," she said. "You shoot." I nodded, taking the weapons. Well-made, royal equipment. Though not as familiar as I'd have liked, I knew it would shoot straight. I straddled the bike behind Kamina, hitching my dress up to my thighs, and leaned back to make room for the bow. The Citadel wasn't designed for vehicles, but the main streets were wide enough, and thankfully free of pedestrians. The motorcycle wasn't as quiet as the hoverbikes, however, and drew attention. Arrows followed behind us until I took out the 3 archers near the gates. We roared past the center and the cafe where I'd once sat with Penelope, the glass now broken and tables overturned. Kamina swerved suddenly as a massive slagpaw bounded on our left and took a swipe at us. I put an arrow in its eye, but it didn't slow down. "Hang on!" Kamina shouted, pulling off the road and through an orchard, swerving between the low, scraping branches. A lone figure stopped in front of us, his blade gleaming. An elite, wearing a long hooded cape, mirrored goggles and gloves, steaming in the faded light of sunset. Garth gave us a nod and tightened his grip as we flew past, then sliced straight through the slagpaw chasing us. A minute later, 2 more were on our tail. "This is so not a good plan! Up ahead!" Kamina shouted over her shoulder. A barricade of barbed wire and wood crossed the main road, blocked by a few dozen guards. I shot 2 in the head, creating a path, but we were still going too fast. "When I say jump, jump!" Kamina yelled. "What? Now!" Kamina rammed the bike into the barricade, where it flipped and took out a handful of guards. We were thrown into the air, but since I'd had warning, I managed to control my jump, using the momentum to leap over the guards and take a few more shots before rolling to a stop behind them. The cuts and scrapes on my thighs and shoulders began healing immediately, and I raced up the steps, ducking around more guards. For a moment, I was surrounded, with sharp sword tips aimed at my neck from every direction, but the slagpaw followed us through the barricade and attacked the guards. I ducked to the ground as a razor-sharp claw cut 2 of them in half, rolling out of harm's way. It was so much louder here, with gunfire and shouting and the sharp sound of metal on metal. My heart was pounding a weird cocktail of the catalyst in my blood and Damien's elixir. I spun as heavy footsteps alerted me to a pair of brutes behind me with long, flat swords. I dodged when the first one struck, smashing the marble of the courtyard. I glared up at his muted, barely human face and bulging muscles. Big bodies, small brains. I'd killed 2 brutes before. It wasn't that hard, but my memory was fuzzy by that point. I was all rage and elixir, practically frothing at the mouth. He was at least twice as tall as me, but he was in my way. I ran up his weapon like a ramp, just as he was raising it to strike again. I kicked it out of his fist, then reached for the handle and swung it like a guillotine, cutting off his leg. The other weapons felt unsatisfying, sharp and precise like needles, but too contained. This sword matched my mood, spraying great splashes of blood. I swung it around me until I made a clearing and ran to Kamina's side. The other brute was tackled by a slagpaw, and they rolled down the steps, flattening the soldiers pursuing us from below. "Hurry," I said, grabbing Kamina and shoving her up the steps. It was mayhem, with hyped-up soldiers fighting off the rebels and slagpaw. There were only a few dozen of us, but the chaos worked in our favor. An elite was thrown out a window, bursting into flames before running and climbing up the wall, attempting to escape, only to be snatched up by a slagpaw near the gates. A steaming, crunchy snack. It turned my stomach, thinking of Jasmine. We were nearly to the top of the stairs when the light changed. The palace was so large, looming above us, that it blocked out the light entirely. We'd stepped into a wide swath of shadow as the sun set behind the great marble dome rimmed with gold-studded towers. I blinked, and suddenly our path was blocked again by 5 elite in white masks, Nigel's personal guard. Another 20 guards and 3 more brutes filled in the space behind them. "We're outnumbered," I said.
"Not by much,"
Augustine said, appearing with Tate at my side. A second later, Garth appeared, followed by his handful of rebels in guard uniforms. I was about to attack when beams of light cut through the air like white lasers, targeting the vampire menace in front of us. The elite flinched in surprise as their skin melted, glancing at the distant walls of the citadel. Rebels had climbed ladders, holding up spears tipped with mirrors to reflect the last rays of the sun and direct it as a weapon. Less than a heartbeat later, a volley of shots pounded like thunder, and each of the elite's heads snapped to the side as a bullet found them. The 3 elite behind me darted forward, severing their heads just in case. I shot one through the heart with an arrow before his knees hit the ground. "What the hell was that?" Tate asked. "Ichabod," Kamina said grimly.
"Glad they're on our side,"
Augustine mumbled, eyeing the ramparts warily.
"I'd rather not receive a bullet to the brain for my troubles."
"Glad you could make it," I said. "But this won't be the last of them. There will be more." "Then I'd better feed," Tate said. She grabbed one of the fallen guards, biting deeply into his neck with a bloody smirk that revealed her fangs. I nodded at Garth as he stepped forward, pulling back his hood. His skin was red and charred in some places. He'd risked his life to protect us.
"Where's Damien?"
he asked. "He's sitting this one out." He frowned, but nodded.
"I take it not everything went smoothly?"
Augustine asked. "Not everything," I said, composing my expression, but I saw Augustine's dark eyes soften in response to my pain. "We'll hold them off," Tate snapped. "Get a move on." I bit my lip as they turned to fight the reinforcements rushing up the stairs toward us. I hated lying to them, but the 3 elite should have no trouble dealing with the guards on their own. And they were right. Even without Damien, I couldn't stop now. Nigel had taken everything from me. First Quandam, and now Algrave. Even the rebellion, started by him to sow discord between Damien and his father. The death of my grandfather, what he'd done to my siblings. There were so many reasons I wanted to kill him, but mostly it was because of what he'd made me do to Damien. He'd clipped all the branches of my family tree, and I was alone, the fruit of a dead family, the last survivor of his treachery. He called me a poisoned chalice, and maybe that was the point. All of his decades of nefarious machinations had resulted in me, a pawn in a game of vampires I had no knowledge of. But he'd pay. Whatever else happened, he couldn't survive the night. "Stakes kill elite fastest," Kamina said, handing me a staff of splintered wood. "Unless you take their head off with the sword. Either one is damn near impossible, unless you've had so much elixir you can't think straight." "What about the Chosen?" I asked. "They'll have to be incapacitated. If they're wounded, they won't heal as quickly. Most of them carry their own elixir or have access to it." "Meaning?" I asked. "Give them an injury they can't walk away from." She shrugged. "And they'll be out of the fight until they can heal." With the sun down, the citadel was plunged into a deep purple shadow that spread like a bruise, but there was still plenty of light to see, at least for my sharp eyes. We crossed over to the side of a stone barrier and used the ridge to sneak up alongside the main passage, through a grove of rose bushes, but it was only a few moments until we were spotted again. Kamina jumped down and twisted the guard's neck before he could shout out, but the other guards were already charging toward us, shining flashlights. It made them easy targets. I took out 7 with my arrows until they were close enough to strike, wishing I'd kept the large sword from before. But it was too heavy to carry and imprecise. When they got too close to shoot, I moved like a shadow through their attacks, my attention hyper-focused and alert with Elixir. If I fixated on one at a time, I could freeze them or shift their attack, causing them to stab each other. I felt like a blowing leaf, occasionally sprayed with a light mist of blood. If I timed it right, I barely had to lift my weapon. But then a sword came down hard on my shoulder, nearly cutting to the bone. I kicked the guard in the stomach and then slammed him to the ground with one hand. I dodged as an axe swiped at my head, just in time for the blow to cut into the man beneath me, severing his neck. I grabbed the decapitated head by the hair and swung it, blinding them with blood before tossing it at them. I punched one in the mouth and felt a stab of pain as his tooth embedded in my knuckle. There were 2 or 3 more, but they blended together. A flash of armor, a dark beard, a sharp blade. A moment later, they were a pile of bodies. We slipped away into a dark alley, making our way around the side of the palace. At one end, small wooden alcoves were set up with fancy tables for the nobles to relax and drink tea with a view of the city. "Give me a minute," Kamina said, breathing heavily. She pulled out one of the vaporizers from the strip. She took a long drag and blew out a cloud of sparkly blue vapor. Her lips parted to speak when she was torn away from me, thrown into a pile of trash near a dumpster. The elite snarled down at me, his fingers clawed like talons, ready to strike. But a bright flash of pink light blinded us both. The elite hissed and turned away, shielding his face, just as a shotgun blast threw him against the window behind us, cracking it. I turned to find Luke and April. Kamina, on her feet again, shouted a warning as the elite straightened, apparently annoyed at the rather large, smoking hole in his chest. But his expression froze as a blade cut through his neck. Tobias stood several paces away, his back to us, as he put away his wet sword. Penelope appeared next to him, her wavy hair and figure silhouetted in the moonlight. Curate Marcus darted forward and grabbed my hand. "Where are we heading?" I asked.
"The palace," he said. "We need to get inside before the coronation."
"It won't be much of a party."
"Anybody with any sense will stay indoors, which leaves the guards and the elite. If they attack us, we'll defend ourselves, but they aren't our enemy. Is Damien meeting us there?"
He flinched when he saw my face and nearly stumbled. He looked at the ground for a moment, stroking his chin.
"We'll figure that out later. Sometimes, if you don't risk anything, you risk everything. Are you ready for this?"
I nodded. I was tired of playing it safe.
"Let's burn it all down."
We shuffled up the cobblestones, our footsteps a whisper against the smooth marble. A few stars shimmered between the dark clouds in the purple sky, and the moon was a crescent sliver that hung like a scythe. Sparks hissed from the fires below us, and the clashing of gleaming swords marked skirmishes yet unfinished. Around us I could hear grunts as Penelope and Tobias cleared our path, silently executing the guards. I saw a shadow on the rooftop and drew my bow as 6 elite tried to block our path. They moved quickly, leaping and jumping, but slow enough I could track them with my eyes, and more than one was surprised when my arrows found their mark. I missed half of my shots, but a few flung true, and at least one, I was pretty sure, pierced a heart. Another vampire jumped out the window above me and knocked me to the ground. I put 5 arrows in his chest, 2 in his heart for sure, but he was still moving. Curate Marcus took a torch and lit the bundle of arrows on fire, and the flames leaped up from the wood, consuming his face. He screamed away, a burning pillar in a fancy black suit. Another latched onto my neck from behind, gouging a deep bite and gripping me with vice-like fingers. Luke sprinted towards us, his palm extended, shooting a beam of light purple from his wrist. The vampire recoiled, his flesh turning red in the ultraviolet rays. 6 bullets tore through his skull, and his head exploded, splattering me with blood and brains. "Neat trick," I said, nodding at the UV device on Luke's arm.
"I let him up, she takes him out," he said, nodding at April's shotgun. "Or sometimes they do," he said, casting his eyes towards our allies on the upper ramparts,
with sniper rifles too far away to see. "Can I call you Sunshine from now on?" Penelope teased.
"I'll think about it, if it comes with a raise."
"You guys are getting paid?" Kamina muttered under her breath, with a sly smile.
"You okay?"
Curate Marcus asked, gripping my arm when I stumbled. I was shaking, but not from exhaustion or disgust. I rolled my neck, checking the wounds in my shoulder. A ragged chunk was missing from my neck, but the sinews had already begun healing back together, stopping the flow of blood. Elixir sparkled against my bare skin, oozing directly into the wound. My other shoulder was coated in blood that dripped down to my waist from where I'd been cut earlier. I poked at it, but found only the deep white scar that sliced down to my collarbone. I barely felt the pain, but my heart was beating too fast, and I was feverish and sweaty. "So much for clean clothes," I said. I grabbed a sword and chopped off the ends of sweeping fabric around my legs, so I'd be less restricted. Now that we'd stopped, the cool air felt refreshing against my bare skin. I'd lost far too much blood to still be standing, but the elixir in my veins fought to save me. Doubts and fears came crashing back with a vengeance as my sobriety returned. We were about to steal a throne, with no elite prince to sit on it. Was this really just about saving my brother? Was I putting everyone else in danger for an unattainable goal? And how many guards had I killed in just the last hour? I couldn't even count them. I barely saw their faces. I watched Penelope pull an elite woman with dark hair off April in a pretty green ball gown. It reminded me of the dress I'd worn for my choosing ceremony. Tobias held up a hand, and the elite went stiff, holding out her arms as Kamina staked her from behind. Across the raised courtyard was the renewal center, framed with winged statues and scowling golems. And we were nearly at the base of the wide steps leading up to the palace. I peeled chunks of splattered elite off my face absently, my body hungry for the potent elixir, and chewed on it like vampire jerky. Luke made a face of disgust, but didn't make a snide comment. There was something else in his eyes, like awe or horror. But I didn't care. I licked myself clean like a cat, feeling a rush of energy and the buzz of adrenaline. I'd been raised to treat each drop of elixir as a precious gift, and now it was distributed in bloody pools around me, sparkling from the walls and marble tiles, sinking into the earth of the Citadel gardens. We could still do this. Even without Damien, I had Tobias and a handful of elite, the sharpshooters from Ickelbot, and our allies inside the Citadel, and we'd already made it this far. But then an icy chill ran down my spine, an unnamed dread I couldn't place at first. "Something's wrong," I said, scanning the way forward, lit by moonlight, the dark silhouettes of the cathedral spires.
"What is it?"
Luke asked, looking up.
"The power is out,"
Curate Marcus said. I hadn't noticed it at first, but as night settled like a blanket, the darkness seeped like black soot. For the first time in 100 years, the Citadel of Light had gone dark. 20. I gripped the fabric of my dress, hitching it up so I could creep forward into the shadows. A second later, the others were behind me. Somehow, the din of battle had faded into the distance, but there was something else in the air, a subtle trembling. Even with the sundown, the Citadel was usually lit brightly by street lamps and the glow of 1,000 windows. Now, only a handful of soft, pulsing red lights lit thoroughways, beckoning ominously. I could barely make out the black silhouettes of the buildings against the dark sky. In the open spaces between them, the soft, pale blue, dim light of the crescent moon was more than enough to see the path, but in the shadows, the darkness was as thick as smoke. Some of the rebels turned on bright patches of UV light, suspended around their necks or from their shoulders, that glowed like purple neon accentuating the outlines of my friends as we moved together like a pack. They formed purple halos of protective light around us, like bubbles. A few even had night goggles, but I could see keenly enough already. Occasionally, we would hear gunfire or an explosion, or worse, a pinched scream as someone met their maker. "Was this part of the plan?" Kamina asked. "I don't know. It doesn't exactly give us an advantage. The muteds and elites have better night vision." "What was that?" I asked, spinning around. "I don't hear anything," Luke said. But Tobias met my eyes. He heard it too. A growing roar that started as a buzz but was quickly growing louder. From our perch, we could look out at the city and gardens below, the central courtyards. They were writhing with people, but moving too quickly to be human. The dark surge of bodies rushed towards us like a breaking wave, their limbs and fabric flapping in the wind, and then they were upon us. Hundreds of new elite, their eyes black, fingers ripping and slashing. A few had swords, but most were unarmed, and though they were vicious, they were clumsy and seemingly half blind, driven by scent alone. But there were too many of them. I gasped when I stopped a dagger with my bare hands, then ripped it away by the blade and slashed it through the man's neck. I turned around to face another elite, her cheek ripped open, exposing a toothy grin up to her ear. She snarled towards my throat. I kicked her over the balcony and retreated against the smooth stone wall. There was a burst of fire from nearby that knocked me backward. Steve was wearing a large container on his back and holding some kind of flaming hose that spit fire. The elite screamed and flailed as the flames engulfed them, lighting each other up like a pack of matches. Jacob and 6 of his men with automatic rifles fired rounds into the flaming horde, wearing red bandanas on their arms or forehead. I saw a man toss a grenade that shook the ground, exploding a wet hole in the middle of the writhing bodies. There were still too many, and they were too fast. They parted around us like water, ducking into the bushes or shadows, climbing up the walls behind us like spiders. Luke and the rebels turned on more UV lights and pointed them outwards in all directions, protecting us from the back and top. Steve lit a few piles of crates on fire, keeping them at bay. Others tore down whatever would burn, creating a tight ring of bonfires. The elite fell back, just out of reach of the fire and the neon purple light. Then the Slagpaw attacked, drawn by the gunfire and noise, but they found easy prey nipping off the exposed elite on the other side of the large crowd. The rest of the elite stood in the shadows, their eyes bright, pale faces and fangs, waiting for an opening. They weren't wearing the fine clothes of the Citadel, however, and these faces were familiar to me. The recent immigrants from Algrave. And we were killing them. "They're just regular people," I said. "Not anymore," Jacob replied, lighting a cigar in the hot jet flame of Steve's weapon. So this was Nigel's plan. His main supporters were safely locked inside the palace, and everyone else would die in the purge. Hundreds of new, hungry vampires to thin the herd and root out his enemies. And now they were coming for us, desperate for human blood. "In a few minutes," Jacob said, "this flamethrower is going to run out of gas, and my men will run out of bullets. I suggest, whatever it is we came here to do, you get it done before then." He'd changed clothes again, a white shirt stained with blood, gold chains, green cargo pants, black boots. I looked around at the scene, feeling a rising dread. The Slagpaw wouldn't attack us, not when they had plenty of better options. But my allies were boxed in, surrounded by hungry vampires. And soon, they'd be food. "Some will die," Tobias said, reading my mood. "But they're here for you, to give you a chance to end it. You have to keep going." "We got this," Steve said, nodding to me. He was wearing sunglasses that reflected the flaming, screaming bodies. "You want me to go ahead alone?" I asked. "But what will you do when you run out of fuel and ammunition?" "I'll stay and try to get the others out," Tobias said. "We'll be right behind you." He wrapped his arms around me and jumped into the sky. A moment later, I was on the roof of the walled compound behind me, stumbling on the terracotta tiles. I could see the whole of the citadel spread out beneath me, the pockets of fire and smoke, the barricades studded with fallen bodies. My allies penned in down below, a small haven of light in a fallen kingdom. The wind rustled, and then Kamina was beside me. She kicked in a wooden door and crossed through the open apartment, then climbed down in front of the palace. I followed, holding my breath. It was still quiet up here, and dark. We moved our way forward, up the final flight of steps, emerging onto the open courtyard below the palace. The courtyard where Penelope had been executed. The stones were empty and bare in the moonlight, easily illuminating the single person sitting alone, her head down, a spear through her chest. Around her, at least a dozen bodies, wearing the training uniforms of the Chosen. Master Svoboda gasped as we approached, straining to look up at us, then fell back, her boots slick with blood, the spear piercing straight through her and nearly skewering her to the ground. "Who did this?" Kamina growled, holding her shoulder. "They found out what you'd done," she said. "They came for me." "I'm so sorry," I said, curling my hands into fists, my fingernails biting into my skin. I felt a pain deep within me, blossoming like a storm. It hurt more than any of the injuries I'd sustained in battle. I hadn't meant for this to happen. "I had to stop them," she said, stopping to cough blood. "He would have used them against you." She pulled me closer, holding my arm. "This battle must be won. Finish what you started, girl." "I can heal you," Kamina said. "I have Elixir." She raised a vial to her lips, pulling off the cork, but Master Svoboda brushed it away. "I can't," she said with a sad smile. "I'll turn." "Then turn," Kamina insisted, a little too harshly. Master Svoboda reached out a bloody hand to Kamina's pale cheek, leaving a red mark, like a blessing or a benediction. "I'm so proud of you both," she whispered. I dug into my satchel for the woven bracelet made of colored yarn that Kari had given me in Icklebot, hating myself that I'd forgotten to give it to her earlier. I slipped it onto her wrist and tightened the ends. "From your sister," I said, with emotion in my voice. "She says it's time to come home." Her eyes lit up for the last time, and she died with a hint of a smile. Then she was still. Kamina didn't want to leave, but I grabbed her arm. There wasn't time to grieve, to even consider all of this. I had to keep moving, even though I felt tears blurring my vision. Every time I thought I'd already lost too much, it couldn't get any worse. Every time Nigel had managed to tear more away from me, to increase the pain on my conscience. It was like he'd planted seeds of black thorns in my heart and was now pulling them out from the root, scraping out my insides as slowly as possible. If I couldn't stop him, no one from Algrave would survive the night. Unless I did something in the next few minutes, our revolution would play out exactly as Nigel predicted. Killing Nigel wouldn't save my allies down below from the vampire hordes when their tricks ran out. But it was too late to stop now. We were halfway across the plaza, darting quickly across the open space, scurrying like rats. I'd been scanning the perimeter bushes and trees, and even the many curved balconies of the palace, but didn't see them until Kamina screamed. I twisted around to see the giant winged beast that had her in its clutches. It was like a gargoyle come to life, with grotesque feminine features, bare breasts and feathery black wings. I rolled to the side as a second creature scraped my arm and back with sharp talons. It felt like daggers being dragged through my skin, tearing off pieces of my dress into bloody red strips. I shuddered when I felt them glance off my ribcage, the icy chill of death, what should have been a mortal wound. I sprang to my feet and fired 3 shots at the monster who took Kamina before she was out of distance. Then, my quiver was empty. One arrow found its mark, piercing the great black paw and giving her a chance to slip its tight grasp. I could make out a struggle and the flash of a sword in the moonlight. Then the muted screeched and flailed, crashing through a building a few levels down below and out of sight. I could only hope Kamina had survived the fall. I continued forward alone until I saw movement in the shadows. A slag paw, chewing on the remains of an elite corpse, its ribs and entrails exposed. His snout dripped with elite blood, dark purple and sparkly. He looked up and growled defensively, pawing his prize. I backed away slowly, but it followed. I smelled like Elixir. He wanted me. I squared my shoulders and prepared for the attack, but then realized I was unarmed. I sucked in a breath to curse, but the slag paw had already coiled like a spring and pounced. I raised my arms in defense and ducked to the side, sending out a blast of compulsion that surprised us both. It hit like a shockwave, sending us tumbling in opposite directions. I clawed to my knees, as it was already preparing for a second pass. If I could just hold him off. I raised a hand, sweat perspiring on my forehead. I could feel the effort of will building up between us, but this slagpod didn't know me. He wasn't half-human, like Trevor, and most of the elixir in my system was busy holding me together. A shape bounded up between us, right as my energy was about to give way. It was a bizarre-looking brute with rippling muscles covered in gray fur, sharp teeth, and pointy ears. It grabbed the slagpaw by the tail and spun it around, tossing it out of view. Another attacked from the side, and he grabbed it by the neck before slamming it into the ground, and then smashing it in a full-body slam with his elbow. The slagpaw lurked around him for another moment, but then howled and scampered off. The beast turned towards me, rippling muscles and fur, long claws, red eyes, but not fully animal. He gave me a dumb smile and a thumbs up, both of which were terrifying in his monstrous form. Then he picked me up and licked my cheek with a tongue as long as my arm. "Ew! Nice to see you too, weirdo." Trevor turned, his massive paw on the ground next to me, looking up at the palace. The shadow of the building darkened the entrance, but I could make out rows of guards and elite blocking the steps, their eyes and swords gleaming, waiting for me. I absent-mindedly stroked Trevor's coarse fur and pulled a vial of elixir from my bag. My companion whined at me, licking his chops, but I scolded him with my finger. "Not yet, buddy," I said. "This one is for me. We need you in this fight." I downed the vial whole, swallowing it in one gulp. My bracelet gleamed, a subtle white glow that illuminated the dark stains on my wrists and fingers. My birthmarks were nearly hidden beneath blood and grime from battle. April's bracelet beeped a warning, but I ripped it off and tossed it to the side. Restraint was a liability I could no longer afford. Too much elixir, and I'd lose control. Too much, and I might never come back. But it didn't matter. This had to end now. I was a mortal engine of death, and I needed fuel. If I broke, I could be fixed later. Probably. The red dress flitted around my ankles, revealing my bare legs. It was barely hanging on by one strap. Trevor, in beast form, awaited my command, standing protectively behind me, his long claws hanging by his side. I waited until I felt the elixir flood through my system, filling me with energy. Then I mounted Trevor like a horse and squeezed my thighs together, tapping his head. We barreled through the line of guards, tossing them aside. Trevor threw one into the pillars of the tall Gothic building, then dented his helmet with his paw. He slashed through 3 others with his claws. I grabbed a fallen sword and swung with abandon. I moved in a bubble, feeling everything around me like it was my own skin, like I was floating underwater or being carried by the current. I was a wound that wouldn't heal, a gash of pain, the edge of a razor. In less than a minute, I was alone, standing on a pile of the guards I'd slaughtered. The crescent moon behind us cast a long shadow. My dark hair and the shredded fabric of my dress fluttered in the wind. The darkness flickered, and I was surrounded again by a new batch of elite I only half recognized. A few of them were older, grizzled men in polished suits. Behind them, massive mechanical brutes stomped into view, in gold armor, nearly twice my size. I heard someone shouting my name, and then 2 canisters rolled past my ankles, fuming pink smoke. When the elite attacked, they were black vapors flitting through the coiling plumes of antidote that swirled like iridescent serpents. I felt an explosion of compulsion as the first vampire slashed a blade an inch from my neck. I spread my fingers and froze him in place, willing him to stop his attack. I caught the second and third this way as well, but they kept coming. Even weakened by the antidote, I could barely hold them in place. I caught 5 more in my snare, but was shaking with exertion. Trevor snapped them up, biting into them like ears of corn and spitting out bloody chunks, bounding around like a puppy. The mechanical creatures, impervious to my charms, began to close the distance. I glanced up at the heavy, ornate doors of the palace, sealed in place. I scanned the entrance for weaknesses. Just above the roof, I saw a shooting star, and then several dozen. The flaming arrows crossed above us silently, then fell like a cloud of darts. I held my breath. It was like Denvado all over again, only this time, the arrows didn't hit us. Whoever they were helping. The elite around me fizzled like fireworks as the elixir in their blood ignited like gunpowder. They sputtered into each other like melting candles, torches bathing the courtyard in flashes of bright light. One of them streaked past me in a fancy dark suit, clawing at his shoulder blades, his pale, half-charred face in agony, a slew of flaming arrows in his back. The rest of the elite in my grasp snapped suddenly as bullets pierced their temples. The strain and tension of my compulsion disappeared as their consciousness faded. Those few unscathed ducked away into the shadows when I released them. A dozen whirring drones descended from the sky, buzzing around the large mech brutes and blinding them with spotlights. It kept the machines occupied, swatting at their new assailants like flies. Trevor nuzzled my arm, and I scratched his chin before climbing onto his back again. As I did, I noticed his tattoo, now stretched and obscured beneath his fur. I'm the arrow. I took a deep breath, and we charged forward. I hated to use him like this, but I had to get through that door, and this was our only chance. We dashed between the 2 metal guards, darting under their slashing swords, and burst through the entrance, violent and unstoppable. I shielded my eyes from the shards and splinters, barely seeing the glint of sharp metal until it was too late. The bear trap snapped shut around Trevor's ankle, yanking him into place and catapulting me forward towards the sweeping staircase of the grand foyer. I looked back at Trevor, howling in pain, his eyes wide. His leg was caught in the steel jaws of the trap and fixed with heavy chains to both walls. The wreckage of the door and his bulky, muted frame filled the entrance. I tried to soothe him, but a moment later Penelope's head appeared in a gap next to him. "Go!" she shouted. "I'll keep him safe until the others arrive." I nodded reluctantly, then headed up the stairs. I crept my way forward, through the ornate, dark halls, the rounded high ceilings and impressive architecture. I'd never spent much time in the palace, and the inky blackness made everything foreign. But I guessed the throne room would be in the middle, or the top, and so far I'd made my way unimpeded. The floor squeaked under my feet, and the silk dress ruffled around me as I tightened my grip on the royal sword I'd stolen earlier. Nothing as fancy as King Richard's gem-studded weapon, or Damien's lighter blade. This one had probably seen little use in the decades before my birth. A time of peace, which I had come to destroy. It felt too long and unwieldy for this enclosed space, the tight corridors and high decorative ceilings. But I kept it in lieu of other options. I was nearly at the top floor when a shadow stood across from me at the end of a dark hallway illuminated by windows. A second later, I was shoved backward, so hard I felt my back shatter through the door and then the far external window. I rolled to a stop at the edge of a wide outdoor balcony, wincing as I felt shards of glass pierce my palms and wrists. Jessica gazed down at me, her features harsh in the moonlight and her pale hair like fine straw. She was wearing a deep purple, gauzy gown that was nearly translucent under the moonlight, showing off her long limbs and slim figure. Dark satin undergarments covered her waist and chest. "Been waiting for you," she smirked. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "This is my room, idiot." I glanced at the spacious, royal apartment behind her, then back to her glowing eyes and pale skin. She moved like lightning and gripped a long, fine rapier, like the ones I'd seen the elite use. Had Nigel already turned her? I couldn't see any fangs. "I'm human still," she said, twisting her shoulders a little like she was showing off her new look. Her hair was pinned into an immaculate bun, studded with gold and diamonds that shimmered in the moonlight. "Renitent, like you. No more unfair advantage. And now that Master Svoboda is dead, maybe I'll become the new trainer." "You let Nigel experiment on you?" I asked. "Better to be enhanced in a lab than birthed in a swamp like you," she returned. "I was made on purpose. You were a terrible accident." "I should have killed you when I had the chance," I glowered, wishing it didn't have to be like this. But maybe it always did. I dove for my sword and barely raised it in time to block the first blow. Our advances were fierce but awkward. Neither of us had much experience with swords, but I could tell she'd been practicing. She deflected my wide attacks, then jabbed at me with the end of her weapon, drawing blood as she pricked into my arm and stomach. I felt for her mind, hoping to stop her like I'd done before outside of Allgrave. But she punched me in the jaw, then kicked me to the edge of the platform. Before I could get up, she held a foot at my neck, pinning me down against the broken marble. "You can't compulse me now, bitch." I gripped at her leg as she slid me farther over the edge until my head and neck were hanging down, my dark hair tickled with gravity. Far below, the rabid elite scrabbled, their dark, stained hands reaching up towards us, mouths open to catch each drop of blood. "I don't want to kill you," I glared. "It's cute. You still think you could. I always knew I was better than you. But now, you don't know how good this feels." Her eyes were wild and glowing. Whatever Nigel had done to her, she could handle more elixir now than most humans. But not as much as me. I twisted my lower body up and wrapped my legs around hers, using all my weight to yank her feet out from under her, and then scrambled up her body until we were both hanging from the ledge. She drew a knife with one hand, slashing at my face. I caught her wrist, our faces inches apart, contorted in effort. She pushed the tip of the blade into my chest, then turned it to the side to slip past my ribcage into my heart. But it was her left hand, and I was using my right. Maybe that's what gave me the advantage. Or maybe some difference in our genetic makeup, or the looming pressure of imminent death. She scowled as I pried her arm away carefully, turning the edge toward her own body. "Get your dirty hands off me," she said. "Don't you get it? You're food, just like me, and nothing more." She glanced down at the elite below with a grim, dangerous smile, and then she let go, wrapping her arms around me with all her weight and pulling me towards her. My fingers fumbled at the ledge with one hand, barely keeping my grip as she tried to wrench my arm away. We might survive the fall, but not before we were torn apart by the hungry elite below. I heard whistling, and then 3 arrows embedded in her chest from the side. Her eyes widened, and she coughed up blood with a ragged, wet breath. The elixir would heal her, but not until she removed the arrows, and her arms were currently wrapped around my waist. She climbed up me, disappearing over the ledge and giving me a chance to pull myself up. A second later, someone kicked Jessica from behind, and she stumbled, tripping over me. I spun around to catch her wrist as she dangled in the sky, like a sparkling Winterfest ornament. "I won't be saved," she spat. "Not by you." The dark eyeshadow around her eyes was smudged and dripping. Her lips were stained with blood. "As you wish," I said, wrenching my hand away. I watched her fall into the dark, writhing figures far below. They thronged around her, tearing her apart into pieces and absorbing her body. A figure pulled me up and brushed me off. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I thought it was Jasmine, with her dark, curly hair spilling out under the hood of her navy cloak, and with an embroidered high collar like I'd seen in Denvado. But the faces danced in the shadows, adding decades, the smooth features wrinkling with time and age. Salma's dark skin and wise eyes were discerning, half hidden by the hooded cloak. Beneath it sparkled the hilts of throwing knives, strapped across her thigh and waist. She rubbed my back carefully, checking my wounds until I could catch my breath. As the elixir burned through my body, the pain of my injuries caught up to me, a deep, scorching pain that thrummed through my whole body, but mostly from the gashes that Flying Muted had left across my back. "You came," I said, finally able to speak. "I'm glad to see you."
"I couldn't help you in Denvado, but we do take hospitality seriously. Jasmine's death. That blood is on our hands, the hands of her people. That it happened on our doorstep, to one of our own chosen. It drove a deep crevice into our fragile peace, igniting decades of animosity. But we are here now, for her. We all are." She nodded at the row of archers lining the ramparts. "It's not over," I said. She handed me a vial of elixir, pulling out bits of broken glass from my wounds. "Then you'd better keep going. Take your crown, and remember to reward our bravery later. The spear of Denvado is with you."
"Honor her memory instead," Amir said, appearing next to us like a ghost, in blue robes and a single black feather against his bare chest. "Denvado will take care of itself." "Deal," I said. I took a last look across the sweeping rooftops of the Citadel down below, the gilded domes lit by fires, the streets filled with blood and screams. Rolling dark clouds fought the bright gleam of the crescent moon in the moody night sky above me. I let my lungs fill with the smoky night air, as if I was preparing to dive underwater. And then I returned to the royal palace to finish what I'd started. 21. I retraced my steps through the broken door into Jessica's posh apartment until I found a long, wide corridor filled with gold paintings and marble busts, leading to a large engraved door. I pushed the heavy doors open, my sharp eyes adjusting to the darkness, careful for more traps. I dragged the sword behind me, letting it scrape, listening to the echo on the empty walls. The silhouette of my torn dress was framed in the arched marble doorway. The throne room was so large I had to squint to make out the distant features. Eerie red emergency lights blinked in pulses, illuminating tall Gothic ceilings, marble pillars, and a long red carpet leading to a raised alcove, trimmed with ornamental decorations of embossed gold. It was a slightly cozier version of the Renewal Center, with narrow ironwork windows instead of stained glass, and empty stretches of smooth stone instead of tight rows of wooden pews. This was the king's private chamber, visited only by trusted allies or groveling sycophants. But I had the feeling Nigel had stripped the walls bare, in preparation for his own dominion. Pale blue moonlight came through the windows, casting muted patterns across the stone floor. Nigel sat alone on the raised alcove in the center, on a tall leather seat made of oak and black velvet. More modern than a throne, but with the same authority. A crooked crown of jagged black iron framed his temple, and his furry cape was lined with gold and red satin. He looked like a shiny ring in a cushioned box. The line of curates around him scattered or hid, scuttling away in their dark robes, their curls and ornaments bouncing. But Nigel seemed in no hurry to press on with his ceremony, studying me as I approached. Was it already over? Was I too late? I followed the red carpet, looking up at the golden hanging chandeliers, their bulbs black, expecting an ambush from above. Soft music was playing, like an organ hymnal, but I couldn't see a band, and it felt distant. As I rounded a pillar, I saw the toothy smirk of an elite with long hair and fine garments, but he faded into the shadows. The scent of Elixir was strong, but not overwhelming, and mixed with incense. I guessed there were only a handful of elite in the room, including Nigel. I counted them, standing in the shadows, their eyes bright, pale faces withdrawn. But none of them attacked. They were waiting for something. For me. Which meant Nigel was going to fight this battle alone. Had our plans worked, or were there more elite on our side than I'd guessed? Maybe they were just waiting to see who won. Maybe they could still be swayed. "Red," Nigel said, with a condescending glare towards my gown. "Oh, gauche. Tobias's idea, I suppose, meant to show the triumph of human blood over vampire magic. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. You have no idea how powerful we are." "I have some idea," I said, raising my sword. Nigel leaned back lazily, as if he were already bored with my audience. The gold threads sparkled from his dark suit when he moved. His black hair was pulled back away from his brow, giving his face a bony, stern look. With the scar and milky eye, he looked older than I remembered. He could have covered it up, I realized. But he didn't. It was part of his costume. "I see you got all dressed up for your performance as well. Too bad nobody else showed up."
"No matter. It was pageantry anyway. You're right. There's no use performing anymore. The compounds are mine. I own them. Like chickens you keep in a pen, you take their eggs until you feel like wings. Some you let breed. Some you eat for breakfast. Others for dinner. The kingdom is mine. As you can see, the curates have already crowned me."
"That's not a crown. It's a can opener."
"As my first royal decree," he said, ignoring me, "arrest this treasonous whore."
He waved his hand, and a line of soldiers filed in from the sides, and a handful of elite blocked my exit through the main door behind me. The soldiers were strong men, with black capes and swords. but even with 5 drops of elixir, they were no match for me. Any more and they'd go mad, probably turn on Nigel, consumed by thirst. I checked my wrist before remembering I'd removed my bracelet earlier. No more measured doses. Just all of him against all of me. I sipped more elixir anyway, tossing the empty vial to shatter just as the first guard lunged at me. I stepped under his blow and punched him in the nose. It felt like a tap to me, but his head snapped back hard enough to send him tumbling into the corner. The next, I sidestepped as he swung, then kicked his sword away, and without planting my foot, twisted around and kicked the next in the chest. He spun backward, taking out 2 guards behind him. The rest of the soldiers paused, circling nervously with their swords raised toward my throat. I blew my hair out of my eyes, with a dagger and a sword in each hand. "How's Damien?" Nigel called, still seated in his makeshift throne. "He'll live, which is more than I can say for you." "You think you can take me?" He smiled. "Let's find out," I shrugged. "You feeling lucky?" "Silly girl. A king doesn't fight his own battles." He snapped his fingers, and a row of young girls appeared. I didn't recognize them, but I could see the elixir burning in their remaining eye. The other was covered by a black patch that matched their loose, dark lace gowns, thin as negligées. Their skin was painted with red and gold decorations that glistened from their cheeks and arms. "My little spy told me all about your visit," Nigel said, curling his finger to the side. Rivka appeared to stand behind him in a fancy black ball gown. She came straight to me, of course, and told me everything. Rivka batted her eyelashes at him, and he stroked her hand. I cursed under my breath, glaring at her. "Luckily, I've already started the project I told you about earlier. We elite have chosen for a reason. Now that I'm king, I thought I might need more protection. So I claimed a whole class. Renitent, like you. Faster and stronger than any normal chosen." "You took their eyes?" I asked. "My chosen will mirror my image. But I didn't do it just to be cruel. You see, to break the limitations of human biology, first you have to hurt them. Badly." He stepped behind one of the girls and curled his long nails down the side of her cheek, turning her chin. I could make out the faint raised skin of a scar. I felt sick as I realized he'd branded them with his initials, like cattle, and he was planning to do the same to my sister. I took shaky breaths, listening to the sound of dripping from the roof onto the stone courtyard outside. Was it raining? Or were my senses just picking up ambient noise and filling in the space between? My blade was wet, slick with blood, but with fresh elixir in my veins, I was ready for a new challenge. "To make someone renitent," Nigel said, "you need to hurt them deeply. Give them a lot of elixir. They need to be wounded, or the elixir will burn through them and inflame their minds. So, wound, heal, again and again. Each time the elixir takes a stronger hold, never enough to be close to death, but it trains the mortal body to adapt, cells swelling to absorb more. It's no wonder you're so defiant, so broken." "You disgust me," I said. "I'll put that on your gravestone." He took off his jacket and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. Then he took a sharp dagger and held it up to his own chest. "What are you doing?" I asked, my eyes widening. "Feeding my creations." He sliced himself across his smooth chest and stomach, then his wrists and arms. The young girls crowded around him, greedily licking the shiny, dark blood from his chest. They pushed each other out of the way, writhing like leeches until the wounds healed themselves. My nostrils burned from the potent scent of Elixir.
"Listen to them, the children of the night,"
Nigel commented over the sounds of slurping.
"What pretty music they make."
Theatrical, even for you.
"You haven't read Damien's favorite book? I'm surprised. All that time in the library before the trials?"
He flipped his wrist, and the Chosen formed a line between us. They were a few years younger than me, but fierce and hungry, now buzzing with Elixir. I could see the addiction in their eyes, the blind loyalty. They couldn't be reasoned with, not while they were under Nigel's sway. When they attacked, it came from all directions. I felt like I was fighting an inky octopus, lashing out with thorny black limbs, like a spider with fangs stabbing from all sides. Even as I blocked and spun, I felt the bite of their knives slipping through my defenses. The wounds were superficial, but draining. My energy leaked out with each puncture, like a deflated balloon. I felt an arm snap and kicked two so hard I heard their ribs break. But the others were so fast and furious, I felt like I was swinging at bees. Finally, my blade connected, running straight through a girl's chest, her face inches from mine. I saw the pain and anguish in her eyes before she went limp. She collapsed at my feet when I pulled out the sword.
"That's enough,"
Nigel said. The remaining Chosen backed away warily.
"I can see there's still room for improvement."
"What's the matter, Cyclops?" I asked. "Let me guess. Never learned to share your toys?"
"Now, Emily, that's not very kind of you towards my disability. Don't feel bad just because you've been outsmarted. I've been around a lot longer than you have been."
He turned a chair around, revealing a pale boy slumped and curled into a large pillow like a pet cat. "Jamie." A new row of guards stepped forward, rattling shields, their heads covered in helmets and armor. The curates returned, pushing a bound figure between them with a bruised cheek and black eye. Curate Marcus. Nigel smiled at my stunned expression. Rivka whispered something in his ear. Then she knelt down before him, pulling her hair out of the way and lowering the strap of her gown. Nigel fed on her until blood was dripping down her shoulder, staring at me the whole time. Then he stood, his lips stained scarlet.
"Who should we kill first?" he leered. "Your brother or your priest?"
"You're no king," I spat. "You're a monster."
"All kings are monsters," he grinned. Zhu Huaikan, for example, was the 12th emperor of the Ming dynasty. He basically seized the throne, even though his family had no imperial lineage. In 1524, he jailed or executed his opponents. Above all things, he desired the legendary elixir of eternal life.
I was only half listening, scanning the room for an advantage. Far away, I could hear footsteps pounding up the palace stairs. Allies? Or more enemies?
He collected the menstrual blood of female virgins and combined it with mercury to make a potion he called red lead. Young girls were held captive to brew this potent concoction, fed only mulberry leaves and rainwater to keep his substance pure. Concubines, beaten and starved, tossed away if they became ill. In 1542, the women attempted an assassination, in what history refers to as the Rennian plot.
"Sounds like the bastard had it coming," I said.
"It took 16 women to hold him down,"
Nigel continued.
"One tried to strangle him with a ribbon from her hair, then a silk curtain cord, but they weren't able to tighten the noose. Someone reported the attack to Empress Fang, and they were captured. She had them executed with a slow slicing, a death by 1,000 cuts, as well as their entire families. Zhu renamed himself Jiajing, or admirable tranquility and stopped holding court for 2 decades. Under him, the Ming dynasty had a long, stable reign, but eventually he fell into decadence and disregard as his country deteriorated from within and he succumbed to the toxic mercury in his elixir of immortality.
"Why are you telling me this?" I snapped.
"Don't you see?" Nigel asked. "Nothing ever changes. Not really. Whether or not King Richard completed his elixir, who's to say things would ever be different, that they ever could be? Blood, toxins, royal concubines. You think you're something new, something we haven't seen before. You think the elite are monsters, but deep down we are humans, just like you, just like Zhaijing. Because the most valuable resource on Earth is time, and men will pay anything to have more of it."
"Hasn't anyone told you not to play with your food?" Rivka chided him, slapping his shoulder. Then she strode toward me with a pair of handcuffs. "Put these on, if you want your brother to live." I glared around at the room, and then back at Curate Marcus and my brother, Nigel's hostages. Could I beat them all by myself? With the elixir rushing in my veins, I almost felt like it was possible. But before anybody else killed them, that seemed unlikely. I let her place the cuffs around my wrists. She shook them to make sure they were secure. "Do you mind if I kiss her goodbye?" Rivka called over her shoulder.
"Knock yourself out,"
Nigel replied. She winked at me slowly, then brought her lips up to my nose, nibbling on the tip before pushing her tongue into my mouth forcefully. Something hard and metal hit my teeth. I felt the outlines of a small key with my tongue, and there was something else, a spicy scent that lingered in my nostrils. Antidote, I was pretty sure. And she'd just fed Nigel. So she was on our side after all. But was it enough to weaken him? There was a commotion at the back of the room when the doors burst open. I barely saw Tobias and Penelope fighting with the other elite in the room. They moved so quickly, just blurs smashing furniture. Kamina strode in, carrying an unsprung bear trap like a shield. She slammed it into one of the guards and promptly cut him in half. "Are we late?" she asked, stepping to my side. "Just in time," I said, spitting the key into my palm and twisting my wrists until I could unlock them. The Chosen and the rest of the guards rushed at us, but Tobias grabbed control of them, freezing them in place with his powerful compulsion. "It's over, Nigel," I said, pushing my way towards him, raising my sword towards his neck.
"Oh, I don't think so,"
he preened, folding his fingers together. I heard a clatter of weapons behind me, and then a strange silence, as if the room had suddenly been cleared of souls. I turned around slowly to find my allies, holding their weapons against their own throats, their eyes wide with fear. Even Tobias, pale and trembling, was unable to break the spell. "How are you doing this?" I asked, turning back towards Nigel. "I know you aren't strong enough to compulse them."
"I told you earlier." He smirked. "You just weren't listening."
I heard the creak of a side door, and then footsteps as someone else stepped into the royal hall. I gasped when I saw his face, a face that had been unchanged my entire life, peering down from portraits and paintings spread throughout Algrave. The face of the king I'd killed. He held up a hand, like a gesture of greeting, and everything disappeared. An explosion rushed past me, and the floor washed away like water. I felt like I was sinking through darkness, and then I was in the sunlit room of an old house, and everything else felt like a bad dream. My skin was clean, and I felt no pain. The anxiety and fear washed away, leaving a calming joy I had only felt a few times in my life. Nearby was a painted rocking horse and a cradle. I looked down at the dappled golden sunlight around me, my gaze landing on my round belly. I should have been surprised, but somehow I wasn't. The cabin was perched in the meadow of a small peninsula of land, surrounded by water and framed by a large waterfall and tall pine trees. Through the open window, I could almost feel the cool mist on my face. The green leaves from a tree outside sparkled like holiday lights. I felt someone step behind me and turned when they reached for my waist. Damien, his cheeks rosy and his blue eyes vivid. "Is this real?" I asked. "What happened?"
"Don't you remember? We won, Emily. We beat them all."
"But the king—"
"That was weeks ago. We're safe. I've always wanted to come here. I used to dream about this place. I wanted to show it to you, so we came together for our honeymoon."
"We're married?" I asked. He smiled, nodding to my finger, where I found a gold ring. A new one, not one I recognized, but it looked like an antique. In the center was a large, dazzling diamond. I turned it in the light, marveling at how a simple prism of cut stone could become so mesmerizing. My brain felt like it was full of sticky cobwebs. The confusion turned to slight annoyance that I couldn't remember his proposal or our ceremony. I felt like something had been taken from me. But Damien was just watching me with his large, thoughtful eyes, and I had a feeling we'd had this exact conversation before, more than once. "It's beautiful," I said, which was enough to draw a rewarding smile from his lips.
"Almost as much as you,"
he whispered, drawing closer.
"Together, honestly, I'm overcome. The effect is quite arresting."
I pressed my fingers against my swollen abdomen, feeling new life kick beneath my palm. I placed my hand over his so he could feel it too. "What if she's a monster?" I asked. "A muted?"
"It doesn't matter what she is. She'll be beautiful, like her mother,"
Damien said, his eyes soft, lifting my chin.
"You make the world warm and kind. These past few days have been the happiest of my life."
Then he kissed me and pulled me closer to him. But something was off. He felt different and smelled funny. I looked up at him through my eyelashes and tensed as the color of his eyes shifted from blue to green. I struggled to push him away, but he caught my wrists.
"Don't struggle," he said. "It'll all be over soon."
Then he kissed me again, but his face was old and rough. The face of his father. The king kissed me, then bit my lip hard enough to draw blood. I slapped him, reaching for his throat. I sucked in a breath as he stabbed me, and the dagger pierced my abdomen. This time I felt the pain. It felt like I was cut in half, like I nearly had been by Damien's sword in the mountains above Squirmhead. Somehow I'd survived that. I could survive this, too. I bit his hand until it bled. He tried to cover my mouth as I screamed. I kicked at his legs until he lost his grip and stumbled to my knees, my vision blurring. When I looked up again, the cozy room was gone. I was back in the meadow outside of Algrave, and there was snow on the ground. I had one hand placed protectively across my stomach, gripped with a sudden, irrational terror that I'd lost something important, but found only the deep knife wound staining the snow red beneath me. The king was dressed in splendor, a white suit, golden crown, and a long, dark beard. His sword, the one he'd lost, was longer and heavier than I remembered, hanging from his belt. The one I used to kill him. The one he'd stabbed through me. Is that how it happened? Is this what he looked like? My memories seemed to slip away, growing fuzzy and distant. It was so cold I was shivering, but this couldn't be real. I glared at the bloody dagger in the king's fist and the bright red stain on his lips. Then I spotted the teeth marks I'd left on the side of his hand, and the crimson stains that splattered across his palms and fingers, like the marks I'd worn since birth. "I killed you," I said. He smirked, still clutching the ornate dagger as it dripped blood into the snow. He licked its edge with his tongue, cleaning the sharp edge, tasting me.
"You freed me,"
he responded. The voice was low and rough, not quite as I remembered it. I realized my palms were empty and held them up to study them, as if unsure they were my own. Didn't I have a sword? I squeezed my hands into fists experimentally, but felt nothing but cool air and icy snowflakes that stung my skin. "How do you know about this place?" I asked, looking around us. A small mound towards the center was all that was left of the muted deer with 3 eye sockets. I could barely make out the skull and bones poking out from under the thin layer of snow. The prize that had started all of this. A deadly game, without rules, that somehow I was still playing, as if I'd never left the meadow at all.
"You know it, so I know it."
The king shrugged.
"This place, it's important to you."
He raised a hand, and I felt him slithering into my brain, looting through my history.
"Why do you think he brought you out here?"
he asked.
"Your father, that is. Have you ever thought about it?"
A memory formed, vague and irresolute, just a blur sitting in the tree line nearby. A young girl and her father. He looked so tragic, his face sadder than I'd ever seen it. Broken. His eyes were wet with tears. I asked him what was wrong, but he brushed his eyes and told me to pack up, because we were going home.
"Why did a girl from the compounds need to learn how to hunt, to fight?"
the king prompted, with a knowing look.
"He was teaching you to survive, because he was going to force you to leave."
"That's not true." I gritted my teeth, feeling fury flood through me. "He loved me."
"You still believe that? After all you've learned, he took you in, but then had kids of his own. You were dead weight, even dangerous to his real family. In his last year, each time he took you to hunt, he considered leaving you behind. But he never had the strength, so he took the coward's way out. I think you've always known."
My mind raced through every memory I'd had with my father. I always thought he'd been preparing me, knowing if he was gone, someone would have to look out for his family. But there was something in his voice, in his expression. I hadn't understood it at the time. I growled, charging at the king with my bare hands, sprinting across the meadow. He tossed his dagger, but I swatted it aside. He unsheathed his sword and took a swipe at me, but I twisted over the lashing blade, reaching for his head. I wrenched his shiny crown down around his neck and twisted it sharply, sawing through the flesh beneath his jawbone. He exploded into dark butterflies that swarmed my eyes and nose, forcing their way past my lips and down my throat until I was suffocating, digging into my skin, a kaleidoscope of blinding colors. Something rippled in the fabric of the space behind it. I pushed through, and the world blurred. I was spinning in a hall of mirrors, seeing the king again and again in every direction, grabbing Damien by the neck, stabbing through his heart, killing him in 1,000 ways, each more brutal than the last. I could smell the blood and hear the agony in his voice. "Stop it!" I screamed, covering my ears with my hands. He grabbed my wrists, binding me in place. His fingernail was long and red. That one incongruous detail was the first link. I seized it and ripped it out. The king snarled in pain, but it was too late. The illusion was fracturing. The floors, the mirrored walls, then the panes of glass seemed to bend and crack around me. King Richard's face shattered and slid off. revealing dark eyes and red lips. I clutched my chest, taking a deep breath when I realized I could breathe again. We were in a ballroom with long curtains near open windows. The guests danced or chatted silently around us, without faces. I heard the hum of the glowing chandeliers and light piano music in the background, the floral fragrance of the flower displays on the tables. I was dancing with a tall woman. I knew this memory. "It's you," I said, pushing through the compulsion. She lifted a hand towards me as the pieces of the king's face tried to rearrange themselves, but this time I fought back, flinging every broken shard to the floor like a shower of sparks. She stumbled backward several steps. I barely recognized Damien's mother, Mrs. Hartman, apart from old photographs. She looked so different from the rotten lump, the caged beast she'd been when we found her. Nigel had let her feed. "You're so strong," I said. "So are you," she nodded, with a polite curtsy. My mind was clearer now, but I couldn't remember why we were fighting. We'd left her in a cage, but only after she'd kept us trapped in her illusion for days. With the king dead, wouldn't she want to see her son on the throne? I must say, I was surprised to find this memory. It's one of mine. But I get it, she said, looking around the room. This was before it all started, the last time I loved my husband. When he left me, he took samples of my blood. By isolating and replicating that memory, he got to keep those feelings and weaponize them. All the chosen are loyal to their personal elite in principle, but harboring some love, my love, for their king as well. Well, it didn't work. Not on me. "And you killed him," she purred. "Are you here to avenge him?" I asked. "Your business with him is your own. He probably deserved it. We would have had our own issues if we'd ever had the chance to meet and discuss our grievances. Plus, his absence allowed for my welcome. Nigel has been most gracious." "He's not your friend," I said. "He's using you." "It's nice to feel useful after all these years. But don't worry about Nigel. He's nothing to me." "Then why do all this?" "My husband ruled long enough. Now it's my turn." She shrugged. "I'll wear his face if I have to. Damien is too young, too fragile. I need to protect him. He never wanted any of this anyway. It's my burden to bear." "What do you want?" I asked. "Two things," she said. "You've taken my son, so I'll take yours. I'll raise him well, a proper king. You don't need to worry about anything. Come, take your prize, but leave my kingdom." "My son?" I asked, feeling my stomach. The dagger wound was deep, but already healing from the elixir in my system. "You're pregnant. I can taste it in your blood." "This child is already promised." "I assume you'll be married," she pushed on, ignoring me. "I'd like to come. After all, it would only be appropriate for the new queen to attend. You'll be my daughter-in-law. When my grandson is born, we can rule together. Damien needs a mother. You can't care for him alone. You can't give him what he needs." "I can try," I said. "Don't be silly. It was your helplessness and frailty that charmed my son in the first place, no doubt. I like to think that's a legacy I left him. He needed someone to protect. One person to excuse all his sins. To love him anyway. And it was you. A surrogate mother of sorts. But you're no longer needed. And if I refuse, I'll put you in a cage until your womb is ripe, and then leave you to rot. So, an evil queen instead of a vampire tyrant. The threat was galvanizing, and I felt a burst of power rush through me, the last of the elixir in my system flaring like sparks before dying out. I used it to break out from her illusion, just for a moment, but it was enough. Now that the spell was broken, I could see the strain as she kept the others entranced, the sweat on her brow. She lashed her twin blades playfully, but she was no fighter. She'd never had to be. Even so, there was nobody else strong enough to stop her. It had to be me. "Let them go," I said. "Or what?" she asked, tightening her grip on her weapons. I smiled at her, feeling the tension between us. She was using some of her focus on holding the others still, but the majority of it was on me as I fought to resist her compulsion. So I stopped resisting. She stumbled forward, and I felt her mind grow like an icy cage around me, deep and impenetrable. But just before it went dark, I focused all of my will on Kamina's arm, raising it like my own, and threw her spear. It was a single, fluid motion, flinging the weapon a dozen paces to my left in an ally's hand. It missed, sailing by her and clattering against the stone walls. But it was only a distraction anyway. As it flew, I shifted Luke's body to aim his crossbow and squeezed my finger around an invisible trigger. The bolt sank deep into her chest. It all happened in a second, but then the curtain dropped. Weapons clattered to the ground. Nigel's remaining chosen were frozen in place. I nodded to Tobias, his face pale and his arms trembling. He'd seized control of them all, for now. The queen was slumped over, breathing shallowly with the bolt still embedded in her body, her fingers sticky with blood as she pawed at the wound. Even so, Penelope held a firm grip on her shoulders, a knife at her throat. I picked up my sword, rounding on Nigel and stretching my neck. "You've already lost a lot of blood," he said, backing away. "We don't have to do this." Augustine had taught me more than I knew. I'd taken Nigel's queen and had the false king surrounded. There were only a few directions he could move, but all would end in death. I took a wide swing with my sword, which he blocked easily, catching the edge of the sword in his palm, squeezing it and letting blood drip down the steel. "You are fast, but not fast enough, not strong enough, not for me." He seemed half relieved, as if he hadn't been quite sure. "I would say," I whispered, leaning in closer, "that I'm exactly fast enough." I nodded down towards my left hand, and the syringe I'd already jabbed into his thigh. I pulled it out, his expression filled with panic as I closed it in my fist. "Or maybe you're just getting slow. They say not to bite the hand that feeds you, but we are the hand." Rivka appeared behind him, breathing from a small black box, and then exhaling a cloud of vapor in his direction. "The antidote," Nigel said, staring between us, his one eye wide. "You poisoned me." "Only a little," she giggled. "Sorry, hun. It's not you. It's me." He flew at her, tearing into her throat with his clawed fingers before tossing her into a corner. One of the curates rushed to her side, holding the wound as blood pumped between his fingers. The elixir sparkled on her lips as he gave her a measured dose. Nigel raced for the exit, but he was too slow. Kamina stepped in front of him with a battle cry, stabbing through him with a massive, jagged spear she'd taken from one of the royal guards. Enraged with elixir, her eyes burning with grief and anger, she lifted him up like a wriggling squirrel on the end of an arrow. He sputtered, leaking dark elixir like rain. Splashes of his blood fell across her face like war paint. Then she let him drop like a sack of potatoes. I heard something break. Still, he clawed to his feet again, holding his chest, his fine shoes stained in a puddle of his own blood. He scowled at me, a cornered animal, fierce and hungry. I paced after him slowly. "Run to the door," I said.
"What?"
he spat. "Those wounds are deep. You're not healing. You're human now, no longer a threat to anyone. So let's play a game. For your life. See if you can get away before I catch you. Run to the door," I glowered, "and maybe I'll let you live." Nigel looked like he was going to attack me or argue. But then he just turned around and ran. Kamina glared at me. "We can't just let him escape," she hissed. "He'll get what's coming to him," I promised. I followed him down the stairs, tracing the thick trail of deep purple vampire blood on the polished marble, tracking him, hunting him. He was still fast, but I didn't need to hurry to catch up. He hesitated near the front door, peering into the smoky dawn. Trevor was gone, but the entrance was still ringed with unsprung steel traps and the remains of battle. I avoided them and dragged Nigel outside by the neck, hauling him down the front stairs. The air was cool, with the fresh scent of blood and elixir. Bodies lay in piles, and flames licked a few of the nearby buildings, the dark smoke turning a hazy orange in the sunrise. When it first touched his skin, he grinned at me, wild and feral. But then his eyes turned to horror as his skin started to burn.
"What have you done?"
he asked, raising his arms. "Oh, this?" I asked, holding up the vial of antidote with my fingers. In the light, he could see it was still mostly full. "Yeah, I lied about that. I gave you enough to slow you down, but not enough to change you. You've lost a lot of blood, but you're still elite. You'd probably heal, in time, once the antidote runs out of your system. Too bad we won't find out." I held him down, and he resisted, thrashing at me with his fangs and claws. The venom rushed hot in my veins, burning like acid, but my grip was like iron. As he slashed, the wounds dripped blood before healing again. But it was only a breath, a heartbeat, until the sun came up and he burst into flames beneath me. Still, I held him, as his flesh melted and sizzled, until his skin shriveled away, leaving bone. My fingers clutched tighter around his neck, my skin warming in the heat of dawn, until I was holding his spine. I squeezed so tightly his neck snapped, and his head fell to the side, cracking open against the marble steps of a fountain. Wind gusted my hair to the side, a nervous energy like a scream, my skin trembling. I wanted to keep fighting, keep killing, but there was nothing left standing in my way. 22. Sunrise in the Citadel of Lights. An empty throne. A carpet of blood. It didn't go how I'd planned, but it was over. I wasn't sure what to do next, so I stood there in the morning light, waiting to come back to myself. But I didn't know who that was anymore. I was torn between rushing back into the palace to check on my allies, or returning to the cave to find my sister and Damien. But I didn't have to wait long. They found me. I was scanning the damage of the Citadel, the empty streets, filled with death and destruction, the warm sunlight glinting off chunks of broken glass and fallen swords. Then I saw two silhouettes at a distance, tall and lean, with pale skin, and a small girl clutching his hand. Dark birds scattered at their approach, spinning circles through the rising smoke. I couldn't tell who was leading who, but it didn't matter. I rushed down the wide palace steps, vaulting over broken and scattered remains of Slagpaw and guards, and more human bodies than I'd have liked, each face burning in my vision like a ghostly specter, until it felt like I was being chased by an army of vengeful spirits. I rushed into Damien's arms, squeezing him so tight he winced. His skin was warm to the touch, his cheeks flushed, He looked so vulnerable. I brushed the hair away from his cheek, searching his eyes. I didn't know what I was looking for. Forgiveness? Anger? Would he want my life in exchange for the immortality I'd taken from him? He looked like he'd resurrected from the grave, which he basically had. Torn clothes, covered in blood and grime, lightly singed by burning flame. But he was alive. My sister was still squeezing his hand tightly, reluctant to let go. A dirty blindfold covered the top half of her face, shielding her against the harsh light of dawn. I touched her shoulder and whispered her name, and she clung to me, holding me around my neck so I could lift her up. I looked worse than Damien, I was sure. A bride of death. He stood a few paces away, just out of reach. The gulf between us felt impenetrable. "Nigel?" he asked, his body tense, his face cautious. "It's done," I said. "I wish I could have been there for you." It might not have helped. I took his hand, and when he didn't pull away, I felt a warmth like melting honey butter rising through my body. The three of us made our way back towards the palace. Some of the citizens were putting out fires with buckets of water, but most of the streets were still empty. The few guards we saw were slumped in corners, their uniforms disheveled. There were still far more of them in the city than the rebels, but without a chain of command, they weren't eager to attack, and were no doubt nursing hangovers from the intoxication of Elixir. Damien wasn't the only elite who'd been turned. A few others were standing in stunned reflection, their faces turned up to the sun, like wildflowers after a spring thaw. I wondered how many we'd managed to poison, or whether a few had done so willingly. The others were waiting on the steps of the palace. Luke, April, Trevor, Camina, everyone I cared about. Almost everyone. Trevor was human again, his clothes in tatters. He was favoring one leg, and the one that had been caught in the trap was bent and warped, like the bone had set wrong. He looked sick with fever, but he grinned at me as we approached. "The others? Penelope and Tobias?" I asked. "They got somewhere safe before sunrise," Camina said. "Small room, dark curtains. But Emily? What is it?" I asked. "Your brother was too weak," April said. "He'd already lost too much blood." I steeled myself for confirmation that Jamie was dead, another casualty in my brutal war, but something in their faces led me to the truth. "You gave him Elixir," I guessed, and he turned. "He's safe for now," Trevor said. "You can see him tonight with the others." Damien was seeing the sunrise for the first time in a century, and my brother would never see its light again. "And the Queen?" I asked. It felt wrong to use that word, but I wasn't sure how many people knew Damien's mother's real name, and it was too early to have that conversation. "Locked up, restrained. Tobias is keeping an eye on her. As long as she doesn't feed, she's not a threat. But a decision will have to be made." "It will be," I said. "But let's discuss it later." "There's something else," Luke said, his eyes dark. "There's another bomb. I found out earlier from Jacob's people. His plan was to destroy the palace. If you weren't successful." "But I was," I said. "Still," Luke said, "I have a feeling this isn't quite over." I nodded. I'd led a bunch of rebels into the Citadel, and now there was nobody left to stop them. They were my responsibility. I glanced up at the palace, feeling a shiver run down my spine. Was there another bomb hidden inside, with my brother and elite allies? They were trusting me to protect them, and I'd smashed open the door to their sanctuary. The thought made a rush of anxiety flood through me, but I couldn't see how the rebels would have made it inside, when I'd barely been able to get in myself. Curate Marcus came down the steps from inside, supporting a small figure with curly dark hair. Rivka was alive, and still human, but had a nasty scar across her neck. I left Damien and went to meet them in the threshold. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you both." Rivka's eyes were bright, but she didn't respond. She just touched her throat, and then her lips.
"She might get her voice back," Marcus said. "Right now she needs rest. We all do."
I heard gunfire and turned in the direction of the renewal center. "Stay here," I told the others. "Take turns guarding the entrance. The palace is the safest place for now, at least for today." I sprinted towards the renewal center, unsurprised to find Kamina right behind me. The elixir was fading, and I felt a dull ache, almost a painful desolation, but I couldn't relax yet. Jacob and Steve had set up a command post in front of the elevated cathedral. There were only a handful of rebels left, but the assault rifles made them seem impressive. A few dozen royal guards blocked the door, and there appeared to be some kind of standoff. But then I heard the growls. Elite were squeezed into the shadows around the citadel, little dark pockets of fangs and claws. The humans were rounding them up, snaring them with ropes, and dragging them into the sun to burn, or else just shooting them with arrows and bullets until they gave up their precious elixir. Steve raised his rifle towards us as we approached, but Jacob pushed it down. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"The elite need to be put to death before sunset," Jacob said. "Otherwise, this all starts again."
"That's not your call to make."
"It is now. The city is ours."
"No, it isn't," I frowned. "You didn't earn this victory. I gave it to you. I killed Nigel. You think you'll steal it from me now? I've already lost too much."
"Damien is human," Jacob said. "Do the elite guards even follow him? The Covenant? The Kingdom? Who is to say what rules or laws govern this place anymore? In the wilds, it's not the victor who gets the spoils. It's whoever is left standing."
"Then let's ask them," I said, turning to the remaining guards, who appeared to still be loyally defending the kingdom that I'd just destroyed. "You've never had a real choice about who to serve, only been given drops of elite blood to chain you. You're preventing the rebels from looting the renewal center because Elixir is the lifeblood of the Covenant. But look around. The streets are red with Elixir. Drink your fill and remember who gave it to you. The king is dead, and so is the usurper. But the Covenant lives. It lives in me and in the king's son. I swear to you, the citadel will be rebuilt, but we've had enough fighting for one night." Looters were already sponging up the elixir, dragging away elite bodies, hacking them into pieces and draining the blood in buckets, hanging them up and removing the heads. I watched a man pull the fangs out of a charred vampire skull with a pair of pliers and place the teeth in a leather satchel like a trophy. The guards looked skeptical as I freed them, but they seemed content to drift away from conflict.
"They killed my men," Jacob said with a frown.
"Of course they did, and you killed theirs. But we aren't on opposing sides. Not anymore. You've rounded up the elite in the renewal center, and I heard you have a bomb. Another surprise? Tell me the truth. You would have blown me up if you could have."
"Without a doubt," Jacob said, "but only as a contingency. As for the elite, the old ones will always be a danger. The new ones have skulked into the shadows to sleep or feed. If they survive until dark, they'll be hungry. But you have the antidote, so they can take the antidote or burn. But it must happen today."
"That's no choice," I said.
"We can't allow them to retain their powers, regroup. There's too many, they're too strong. There will always be another Nigel, a new contender for the throne."
"No, there won't," I said, crossing my arms.
"What do you mean?"
"I think we've had enough of kings. Why don't we, all of us, agree that our differences can be settled, not by violence and power, by respect and trust?"
"I don't trust them,"
Steve grumbled.
I never will.
But you trust Emily, Kamina said. All of you. At least enough to put away your weapons. A temporary truce until new terms are met, terms that serve everyone.
You've been useful, Jacob said, but we can't just leave the details up to you without assurances. And wasn't this always the plan?
I narrowed my eyes and studied him. He was looking to leverage the threat, to improve the terms of his deal. But I was in no mood for negotiations. All I saw was another threat to destroy. Let me clarify the situation, I said. You've got to make a choice about whether to kill the few dozen elite hiding out in there, or wait and hope to reclaim the kingdom's stores of elixir after dark when they've cleared out. But then you'd have hungry vampires roaming the Citadel. But here's the thing. Elixir is highly flammable. Most of us are drenched in it. A bomb, plus the crates of elixir in the renewal center, there's no way to tell how large of an explosion you'll end up with, or whether the flame will consume us all.
She's bluffing,
Steve growled. I saw him raise his arm, his thumb massaging the red button on a transmitter device. From 30 feet away, I moved like lightning. It was like a flinch or a flex, but the world flashed, and I felt my sword cut cleanly through his wrist. I was a dozen paces behind him when I heard him scream, but I was still fast enough to pick up the transmitter from his disconnected hand, pry the twitching fingers away, and turn off the device. Jacob went to help Steve wrap up his severed wrist. The other rebels trained their rifles on me, but seemed uncertain.
So it's like this? Jacob asked. We turn on each other so quickly?
I offered him peace, I muttered. He chose violence.
It's nothing personal, Jacob said. It's the Havoc way. We must always press the advantage.
Agreed, another voice spoke. Sasha, with at least 20 soldiers behind her. Her dark blue cloak swished in the early dawn. We came to help Emily, but we don't know you. As far as I can tell, you don't belong here, and are only making the situation worse. We will allow you and your men to leave. You may camp beyond the gates.
Unless, Amir said at her side, you'd rather just die now. Our arrows are sharp, our lungs fresh. Whatever Emily has promised you, I suspect she's good for it.
Right now, you have allies in the Citadel, I nodded, both elite and human. Allies who have made promises. But you can only reap the rewards if we maintain power. Jacob smiled, his lips tight, his eyes approving.
You trust Emily?
He asked Sasha. Yes, she affirmed, keeping her dagger close. I wondered who would win between them, but had a feeling Sasha could throw a knife faster than Jacob could fire his pistol, and the rebel leader seemed to reach the same conclusion.
We have that in common, then. Let's not spoil this victory with politics,
he said, suddenly magnanimous. He waved his hands for the rebels to lower their weapons.
What's done is done. Let's agree, for the moment, that we are not enemies, and sort the rest out later.
Curate Marcus and Luke had caught up to us, watching from the side. But now that the tension had been diffused, they stepped in to help manage the situation.
May I suggest, Marcus said,
addressing the diverse group of survivors,
that we first focus on sealing the gate. The gunfire will only attract more slagpaw, not to mention all the elixir.
Better to just keep the streets clear until dusk, Kamina said. The elite can finish off the slagpaw at night while we rebuild. Mending the gates will take time, but we can barricade them for now. Do it, I said. Get the guards to help. They should listen to Damien. They all recognize him.
And we'll need to put out a statement as soon as possible, Marcus said, to the citizens of the Citadel. But it can wait until we've had a chance to clean up,
he said, his eyes drifting over my shredded and stained attire. Marcus, can you take Sasha and our guests to the palace? There should be plenty of space. Luke, maybe find somewhere for the Havocs?
What am I supposed to do, commandeer a building?
The tunnels, Trevor said, joining us. It had taken him longer to cross the Citadel with his injured leg. Giant cavern under the Citadel. You'll love it. It's like Havoc, but with more mold. And bats, I said. Charming, Jacob grunted. But I'm sure it will do. I wanted to go find Damien and my sister, but there was one more thing left to do. I walked back towards the palace, passing a pile of steaming slagpaw carcasses. Mostly they lay where they fell, but someone had made an effort to push them to the side of the roadways. There were more citizens now, organizing themselves into small groups of activity, putting out fires or tending to the wounded. April set up a temporary medical tent, and Curate Marcus and a few of his friends passed out elixir to those who needed it most. The elite, the new dangerous ones, were rounded up and fumigated with antidote. Most hadn't survived. I studied the bodies, looking for people I recognized. I hadn't seen Tate and Augustine since last night, but I trusted they were somewhere safe. The citizens of Allgrave, however, part of me was afraid I was the only one left. But finally, I saw Amber's red hair and choked back a sob. The elixir had peaked and was fading. As it did, my frail human emotions felt overwhelming, and the simple fact that my best friend was still alive, after everything I'd put her through, was a flood of relief and joy. I felt tears on my cheek as she hugged me. I was self-conscious of my appearance, especially after Curate Marcus's barb, but Amber didn't seem to notice. I did as you asked, she said, finally letting me go. I got in touch with the rebels. Curate Marcus helped us hide out earlier, with Garth and some of his soldiers from Icklebot. I got everyone I knew, everyone I could think of, except your siblings are still missing. They're all right, I said, mostly. Then Mary found us. She gave us the antidote, a lot of it. That's why we didn't turn like the others. How many survived? I asked. I don't know. We're all split up in temporary housing, crammed together, but at least half, maybe? I'm not sure. I felt a mixture of loss and gratitude. It was hard to conceive we lost half a compound overnight, but the casualties could have been worse. I bit my lip, thinking about Master Swoboda and Jessica. Who's in charge now? Amber asked. I guess we are, I shrugged. We walked together back to the palace. A larger group had gathered near the entrance, now that the fighting was over. I found Luke and Trevor first, sitting off by the side with a handful of rebels, smoking and drinking whiskey. Trevor had a hat over his face and was soaking up the sun. His leg was mangled, but had been dressed in bandages and a splint at least. The warmth on my back suddenly made me feel drowsy. Damien was at the top of the stairs, with Lorelei not far away. Even without the crown, he looked like a prince. Tall, handsome, with a smooth authority born of power and privilege. But it was surreal to see him outside, his golden hair in the sunlight. To find such a famous elite immune to the solar threat in the sky above seemed to herald something grand, some cosmic mystery. I wasn't the only one who thought so. Without seeking it out, people were already turning to Damien for advice and guidance, even after all he'd been through. I was glad it wasn't me. I wasn't ready to govern a whole city. Damien met my eyes and smiled. He excused himself and strode towards me. "We've been waiting for you," he said. He gazed up at the palace, gesturing towards the doorway, but I hesitated. "I don't feel like going back inside," I said. "I get it. I never felt at home in there either. My place?" "Sounds great," I said, taking his hand. I grabbed Trevor and Luke and sent Kamina to find April. We passed Emma on the way, and then Amir. By the time we reached Damien's apartment, there were 9 of us. We crowded around the big dining room table. I noticed the dust first. The apartment hadn't been cleaned in weeks. "Is there food?" I asked. Damien didn't eat, and nobody had been living here since I left the Citadel. Confiscated these from the rebels. Luke grinned, pulling out a large sack full of eggs, bread, and produce. The looting had already started, Trevor added. It's not like we could just put things back. I wasn't much of a cook, but Emma and April took charge of the kitchen, raiding the cupboards until we had a pretty satisfying spread of omelets, sliced tomatoes, buttered toast, and coffee. After breakfast, the others split off to explore. Damien owned the whole building, apparently, with 2 more connected apartments, as well as his private fortress nearby. Nearly enough for everyone to have their own bedrooms, but they seemed content to crash on the nearest soft surface. I felt my own eyelids grow heavy, but waited to make sure everyone had what they needed. Emma left to find the others from the strip and run some errands for Augustine. We tucked Lorelei into a small room with pink wallpaper. One of the servants' quarters, probably, but it seemed to suit her better than the opulent master bedrooms. Damien made a trip to the library, and he returned with a stack of illustrated fantasy books. He settled into a wooden chair and started reading to her. When I returned to the kitchen, only Amber, Kamina, and Amir were left. They helped me bring the empty dishes to the sink. I half considered washing them, but decided to leave it for later. Kamina was telling the story of the first time we met Damien's mother and how good the food had tasted when we were under her influence. She's too powerful to let be an elite, Amir said. We have to stop using that word, I said. But you're not wrong. What should we call them? Amber asked. Altered, Amir suggested. Improved, enhanced. The teeth and the blood, Kamina added. The pearl and the ruby. We'll figure it out later, I said. I'm sure we will. Amir excused himself, and we walked him to the front door. Before he left, he held up a fist and pressed something into Kamina's palm. A small, gold-and-blue sand beetle, made of metal and stone. We can't raise the dead, he said, but our taxidermists are the best. Jasmine will be given a proper burial, with the full honors of Denvado. But we brought this, so you could say goodbye. He pressed the top of the locket, and a compartment popped open, revealing a lock of dark hair tied with red ribbon. Since you were married, he continued, you're a citizen of Denvado too. You're welcome to attend the funeral, and even stay with us, to learn more about her culture, if you'd like that. Kamina nodded, but turned away, hiding the tears on her cheek. She hugged Amir, and we said our goodbyes. It felt strange to say farewell to people I barely knew and feel like I was losing a piece of myself. We were all together, for the moment, but soon we'd split up again and be separated by hundreds of miles. We'll need to send an emissary to Squirmhead and Icklebot, I said. You could go home, for a while, if you want to. I'll bring Master Svoboda's body, she said. When you're ready, I said. Maybe you could replace her here. And do what? Kamina asked. Train Chosen? Will there be any Chosen? Honestly, we haven't figured everything out yet. Well, until you do, maybe it's time we showered? I smiled at her, squeezing her hand, then found my way back to my bedroom. So much had changed from the early days in Damien's apartment when I was all alone, when a look, a touch, would sustain me for days. This apartment had always felt like his. Now it was mine. But did Damien feel the same way? Now that he was human, would he even want me like this? The covenant bound us together, but our roles seemed undefined. Was he still a prince? Could our relationship be salvaged after what I'd done to him, taken from him? I took a long shower, staining the tub red until the water ran clear. Now that the purification engines were off, the Citadel had a surplus of power for hot water. Damien was loitering outside the hall when I came out wrapped in a towel. He seemed awkward or embarrassed, and thinner than he should be. Somehow, it was even more attractive to see him this vulnerable. I wanted to grab him and kiss him, but I didn't. There's some clothes in your room, he said, clearing his throat.
"But they haven't been washed in a while. I found some more stuff in my room that might suit you better."
I'd only been in Damien's bedroom once, when I snuck in to spy for the rebels. That felt like ages ago. We'd been together in Icklebot, but so much had happened since then. I hadn't even considered where we'd sleep, since we each had separate bedrooms, but I didn't want to let him out of my sight. "Lead the way," I said. His bedroom was brighter than I remembered, with large windows that let in the sun. It had a slightly musty smell, like it had been empty for a while. Damien showered while I changed. He must have ransacked the building to find clothes for me, but the choices weren't bad. Soft, lightweight linen and cotton. I chose a pair of gray shorts that hugged my hips and a white sundress. The rest I put aside for the others. Damien came out in a towel, his skin glowing. I made no move to leave, and he didn't seem to mind my presence, so I sat on the bed while he changed into a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Then he leaned back on the bed, against the pillows. After a moment, I settled in next to him, and he raised an arm around my shoulder. We stayed like that for a few minutes, feeling the warm sunlight on our legs, listening to our breaths and hearts mingle. "What's it like?" I asked. "Being human again?"
"Strange," he said. "Foreign. I feel so weak, so slow. I was still basically a kid when I turned. Most of the cities were wiped out. War, famine, and then, of course, the fighting. Earthquakes, extreme heat. I explored for a while. I followed the news until there wasn't any. Mostly, I was trying to survive, to feed humanely without risking my own life. Hunting while being hunted, never trusting anyone. Afraid, hungry, alone. By the time the ash started, the news had long since gone silent. It was a blessing of sorts. The human population shrank drastically while the compounds grew. The world was dead, except for my father's little portion of it. Then one day I ran into his soldiers and followed them back to the Citadel. I hated him for it at first, but I came back. I watched the humans grow. So innocent, so happy. Compared to what was out there, during the race wars, the culling, the decade that followed, maybe I was naive, but part of me wanted to believe.
"In what?"
I asked. In him. In the magic of it. That maybe something good could come of all of this. Something better.
"Are you angry I killed him?" I asked.
"I helped, remember?" he said. "But no one should rule forever. The temptation is too great. I thought eventually I could take over my father's kingdom and run it better. It just needed more time, more stability, and then slow, subtle changes. I thought I could be the one to do it. In time, I found someone to share ideas with. But we argued. He wanted immediate change. I was more patient, lost in theories and philosophies. I never had any intention of going back, of becoming human again. I'd grown too comfortable, maybe. I didn't want to risk my position.
You didn't want people to get hurt.
And look what happened to Quandam. All of them. Punished for my carelessness, because I dreamed too big, trusted too much. And now, after all this,
I grabbed his chin, steering his face to meet mine, and kissed him. The sadness and regret in his eyes melted away as he reached around my waist to pull me closer.
"What was that for?"
He smirked. "Nothing. Just wanted to shut you up and remind you that I'm not my grandfather."
"No, you certainly aren't. Especially in that dress."
"Maybe I should take it off then." I quirked an eyebrow. He leaned in to kiss me again, but this time I pulled back. Forget about the past. What about the throne? The kingdom?
"The only place I want you sitting on is me,"
he said, his voice deep and husky. He grinned, with a wicked gleam in his eyes. I punched him lightly in the shoulder. "I'm serious," I frowned.
"I don't care about all that."
Damien said.
You've turned off the ash. The humans are free. Let them deal with the rest of it.
Even if we free the compounds, we'll need to protect them. Are we still doing the covenant, the renewal services, the choosing?
Maybe, instead, we can offer scholarships for extraordinary artistry and invention. Those selected will go to a university in the Citadel for training. They can return after 4 years and serve their community, or move to a new compound if they choose.
I like that, I said. Though the compounds should have universities too. Education should be a right, not a privilege.
We'll need a lot of books,
Damien said. Between Augustine and Sam's collection in the Shire, we must have thousands already.
We can start with that.
Damien nodded.
Send the files and print them up with the royal press. It hasn't been used for much, but I think it's around.
So it's settled, I said, linking my fingers in his. We'll go into the book business. He flinched when I reached for his mangled hand, the one missing 2 fingers, but I brought his arm up and kissed his palm. The wounds had healed, but the injury remained. We'll have a little library or a coffee shop, I continued. April will come and study for school, while I play with Cosmos. That's the muted kitten I adopted. We'll read and drink tea and be happy.
Sounds like a dream,
Damien said. I narrowed my eyes, suddenly cross with him. His comment reminded me too much of my waking dream while under his mother's compulsion. Sorry, I'm nervous about dreams right now, always questioning my reality, I said, shaking my head. Sometimes I think I'm still there, trapped in that throne room, fighting with the king I killed. Killing Nigel? It feels like a different life, and sometimes I'm not sure what's real.
I'm real. This is real,
he said, seeing my face.
Dream was a poor choice of words. I meant it sounds perfect. Let's absolutely do it, and soon. If that's the life you want, that's what you'll get, and I'll spend every day making you happy. We'll start libraries in each compound, trade with the Havocks and Augustine, print so many books they'll have to sell them in stalls along the riverbank.
That's not great for business.
It's a risk for sure, he agreed. Free literature, an educated populace, is a dangerous thing to established systems of power.
Only when they are needlessly cruel and corrupt, I frowned.
We'll just have to do better.
By owning an unprofitable bookstore?
If that's what it takes.
He smiled. Nigel said something about your favorite book, I said. And I had a vision about a house in a forest next to a waterfall. Damien lifted his eyes in surprise. Is that a real place? Something you built? I asked.
Only in my mind,
he said.
I saw the land once, a rocky plateau in the middle of the lake, with tall mountains all around. It was so beautiful, I thought I'd end up there one day. I read Walden when I was young, and then Dracula a few decades later. That vision, the cabin, it was a fantasy at first, and then my darkest fear. To be completely alone, forever, the last man on earth, writing poems for nobody on a janky typewriter until it was out of ink, creating something new when everything was coming to an end, a letter for no eyes, no heart.
Well, screw that, I said, because now you have me. Wait, poems?
Song lyrics, he clarified.
What do you play? I asked.
Piano and guitar, mostly, he said. I used to, anyway.
He pressed his 8 fingers down against the mattress.
You don't know what it was like to have so many choices, infinite possibilities, all the things you could do and be. And then it was all gone. There was nothing to do but survive. There was nothing to be but this.
You're mortal again, I reminded him.
That's right. How are you going to choose now? He asked. Between 2 maimed human lovers? By how much we've given?
Do my 2 fingers count more than his 1 leg? You idiot, I said. I chose you. I keep choosing you, and I will do so 1,000 more times until you finally believe me. It's us. Forever. I have nothing to offer you, he said. No crown, no elixir. You have nothing I want, I said. Except maybe your smile. I'll take that. And your nose. And, well, all of this. You can lose the clothes, though. As you command, he said, peeling off his shirt with one arm. I think I'm going to like this new arrangement. I smirked, snuggling closer to his bare chest. You're not the only one. Besides, maybe I'm the monster. Nigel cut off 2 of your fingers. I took 5 of Steve's. I didn't even think about it. You were defending yourself and the Citadel. Just because a rose has thorns doesn't mean it's dangerous. Grip it too tightly and you will bleed. I'm sorry, I whispered, after a long pause. I took the sun away from you. And then you gave it back. I stole your immortality. You broke the curse of my isolation. I'd rather live a lifetime with you by my side, Emily, he said, raising my chin, than an eternity without you. We drifted off to sleep, our limbs wrapped together, like a puzzle only we could understand. Whatever came next, we could handle it together. Epilogue. The next month passed quickly. I spent days inside, being sick, hungover from the nearly fatal amount of elixir I'd consumed. In my absence, the Citadel managed to come to an interim peace deal and band together to clean and repair the damage. It would take months to fix everything, but by the time I left the house, at least most of the blood had been scrubbed away. There were dinners and ceremonies, but I let Tobias take the lead and kept socializing to a minimum. Damien seemed busy as well, but he'd come home every night to tend to me, bringing me dinner and snacks, a movie we could watch together. Sometimes the others visited, but soon I had to say goodbye as the visitors returned to their home compounds. In the weeks that followed, the soldiers focused on clearing and guarding the main roads between the compounds, so people could travel freely. I'd managed to fulfill my debts, pay what was owed, and things mostly went back to normal. We knew we couldn't change things quickly, so we did it slowly. I still had no official role, but I didn't refuse when Damien invited me to Gostras, one of the remaining compounds I'd yet to visit, for some kind of unveiling ceremony. There was only one more promise I had left to fulfill, my private deal with Augustine. I hadn't yet told the others, but the bulge in my belly was just starting to show. I expected rumors, a chosen getting pregnant when the elite couldn't conceive, the crime my mother had suffered and been punished for, through no fault of her own. But people would assume that it was Damien's, maybe because I was renitent, or maybe because he was no longer elite, or the way we clung to each other, finding every opportunity to hold hands and nuzzle each other's necks, recharging from each other like a private renewal ceremony whenever we could. There were conversations to be had about whose child I was carrying and what would happen to it, but I couldn't begin to entertain them, not when I'd promised to give it away. It felt cruel now, a twisted sacrifice after the last battle cries had faded and the bodies had been buried. This new life, this small miracle, felt like the only real thing I'd created, growing inside me. But it wasn't mine. I felt a protective distance from it, but couldn't picture its face, and was trying not to bond with it, because I already suspected how much it would hurt to be separated. I thought about bargaining with Augustine, renegotiating our contract from a position of power, but I knew it was futile. Augustine had spent hours trying to make sure I understood the gravity of his deal-making, and he'd be disappointed if I tried to renege on my promises now. Still, I could make every assurance to keep it safe, protected. Augustine had disappeared after the battle. No doubt he'd organized his own escape, for him and Tate, escorted back to the strip under the cover of darkness, leaving us to clean up the board. I didn't blame him. This was never his fight, though I wished he'd felt some kind of duty or obligation. We weren't friends exactly, but it still hurt a little to feel like a transaction completed. But we'd traded a few text messages since, with Augustine's men helping Zane set up an inter-compound link, and tonight I'd invited him to join us, for a reunion of sorts. I felt a flicker of both fear and trepidation. The last few weeks had been full of business and work and meetings. I'd been excused from most of it, but was always encouraged to attend if I wanted. Most days, I'd rather stay inside or play in the gardens with Lorelei. She was still pale and withdrawn, and she'd get frustrated walking a new path, clutching my hand tightly. But she seemed eager to explore her other senses. April visited and brought Cosmos, and I heard my sister giggle for the first time in months, since before my choosing, as she rubbed his soft black fur against her cheek. And Jamie joined us at night, either in the apartment or up at the palace, where Penelope had found him a light-proof room. It felt like my heart was defrosting slowly, and that gave me hope that someday maybe we'd all heal, just enough to keep going, those of us who could. We were driving, this time, in a convoy of fancy cars during the day. The humans, at least. And Damien, though it was still hard to consider him as one of us. The transition had been difficult for him as well, but after the first week of watermelon, honey, and salt water, he'd started to adjust to human food again. He followed behind us on his motorcycle, with Lorelei in a helmet that barely fit her. Gostras was a village on a hill, surrounded by puffy green trees with pink blossoms. The fence was built of tall iron slats, but wide enough that hands could be reached through. At our approach, children filled the spaces, waving their arms and smiling. They followed the car into the main square, down a wide road lined with marble statues. "It feels kind of weird going in through the front gates," Trevor said over my shoulder. "No shit," Luke said. "I think I'm allergic to compounds. Look, I'm already sweating." "You're always sweating," Kamina said. "It's just the sun," April said. "We're in a metal car. Roll down the windows." The cars pulled up near a rectangular building with pillars framing the entrance, just behind a wide plaza with a raised wooden scaffold, like an outdoor theater. Bundles of thick yellow curtains covered up half a dozen concealed objects on stage. It started to sprinkle rain, so we were ushered into a covered market. I grabbed Lorelei's hand and ran for cover. Inside, we were handed raincoats. The stalls were full of colorful artwork on large frames. A few were still in progress. One of the artists handed Lorelei a wet brush and let her write her name across a blank canvas. "She could stay here, you know," Damien said, as he buttoned up my raincoat. "They have the best art schools." "I'll ask her later," I said. She's still a bit insecure about her eye. She was dressed in quality clothes from the Citadel, with a pair of dark, round spectacles that covered the scars over her eyes. In Allgrave, it could have attracted teasing, but with us, as part of a royal envoy, Lorelei looked like an eccentric princess. And the styles of Gostras, with colorful fabric and unique accessories, almost made her fit in as a trendsetter. "It's weird," I murmured, "almost like the gloves I used to wear to hide my marks. It was always something to be embarrassed about. Now it's just who I am." "The blemished huntress who seduced the prince." Damien smiled. "The distinguished beauty." "Sorry, I've been listening to Tobias practice his speeches." Put in that context, I like marked rebel better. Tobias wasn't the new king, but he was something. Chief of Political Relations, or some bullshit title. People mostly just wanted to see an elite face, and trust that somebody knew what they were doing in the Citadel. We took a small tour of the studios and a museum of preserved art from the before, then sat in an outdoor restaurant with large umbrellas and flickering lanterns as the sun began to fade. The food was surprisingly good, tender and well-seasoned. Some kind of cheesy, layered pasta and large bowls of leafy greens and vegetables. An orchestra played background music, and we watched a few dance routines while we ate. I barely noticed when the sun went down. It was still cloudy, but the moon peeked out behind the clouds and the rain slowed to a misty drizzle. A half-hour later, Penelope arrived with Jamie. He was half her height, in a fine suit, with a quiet, sullen expression. But after having been around so many elite, I knew he was just being careful. With his new speed and strength, not to mention the constant thirst, being around this many humans would be difficult. I was a little worried about him joining us, but Penelope placed a hand on his shoulder and gave me a wink. She'd keep an eye on him, which is more than I could do. Finally, the mayor began some kind of welcoming speech, and a line of local artists and administrators lined up to the sides of the stage, while a trumpet and a cello played a rousing jazz duet. Tobias sat next to me, pushing back his long blonde curls. The scent of so much elixir, so close, was distracting, an ache I could never fill. "So before the unveiling," he said, "keep in mind, statues take a while to produce, so I sent over the commission a little premature." "What does that mean?" I asked. "Just act surprised and pretend you like them." The mayor cut a ribbon, and a dozen assistants pulled the yellow curtains away from central figures, 3 large marble statues, so tall they blocked out some of the sky. Floodlights came on an instant later, highlighting their smooth features. I heard Kamina suck in a breath beside me, and realized I'd already gotten to my feet. I took a few steps closer. Lorelei came to hold my hand, and Damien and Tobias stood on either side of us. "I don't want a statue," I said, looking up at the central figure. The likeness was close enough, with my wide eyes and a fierce expression. "I know," Damien said, "but you're at the center of this." My stone palms and wrists were stained with bright red geometric marks in a neat, symmetrical pattern. A large carved slag paw curled around my legs, its long teeth revealed in a vicious snarl. I was stepping forward with a half-drawn bow and arrow. "It's about the best story," Tobias said. "A story worth telling and worth remembering. The real history that can be written about in books, with detailed lists of all your allies and accomplices. In plays or speeches, we need fewer names and faces, and more dramatic conflict. You and Damien, thrilling, but not the best story. 3 chosen from different compounds who united in sisterhood to fight injustice and conquer a kingdom. That's a story I'd like to hear." The statue on the right was of Kamina, with an axe and furry cape, in Icklebot warrior clothes with a pistol on her hip. And on the right, Jasmine. Shorter, but terrifying, with large eyes and dark hair shielded under a hooded cloak, and wielding 2 daggers in an action pose, about to strike. "I'm not sure that's how she'd like to be remembered," I said quietly. "It's perfect," Kamina said, coming up behind me. She talked about fancy dresses, but in her heart, she was always a feather. I turned around to give her a hug. "Mine, however," she continued, "I have some notes." "Sure," Tobias said, "but it would be rude to send them back now. Want me to compulse the whole compound into forgetting all about this, and we can revisit next week?" "Not even a little," I said. "And that's not funny." Penelope disappeared toward the front gate, and a few moments after that, I saw her return with a vampire in a dark suit. Not quite as fashionable as the Citadel, with a trailing cape and large hat that hid his face. But I recognized him anyway. He jerked his head, cutting down a side street, and I followed after him. "You're sure?" Penelope asked as I passed her. I'll be fine, I said, squeezing her arm. She frowned, glaring after Augustine. She'd never forgiven him for his treatment of her family in Crawlust. But I'd spent enough time with him. I knew he wouldn't hurt me, but that didn't mean I shouldn't be careful. We stopped in some kind of outdoor workshop with large chunks of marble, half carved into the beginnings of arms, legs, and faces, like people had been trapped in ice. I shuddered because it reminded me of Quandam. Augustine turned to face me with an expression of concern and guilt.
I hope this meeting isn't too great of an annoyance, he said. You look a little nauseous.
It isn't that, I said. When we first met, you said I didn't have anything you wanted.
Ah, I see. And that's changed?
He asked, scrutinizing my stomach. It has, I said. The moonlight glinted off the metal chisels and hammers around us. A small part of me wanted to find a stake and drive it through this vampire's heart, rather than give up another piece of me. Augustine studied me carefully, from a few paces away.
And you are prepared to honor our deal?
He murmured. I am, I said, squeezing my hands into fists.
In that case, I have a gift for you,
he said. He reached into his long coat and brought out a square package, wrapped in white paper and tied with red yarn. He held it out for me, so I stepped closer. His eyes were warm as he smiled at me, so I let curiosity win and unwrapped my present. Inside was a long green dress with shimmering fabric and sharp spikes that looked like leaves of grass. I held it up in front of me, and he took my hand, guiding it to a bulge in a concealed space below the satin waistband.
A dress with pockets, he said.
The Winterfest gift you promised?
I saw it in a shop and thought of you. Thought you might want to wear it tonight.
You know about that? I asked, lifting my eyebrows.
I'm well informed, he smirked, and it might surprise you to discover, but you're not my only friend in the kingdom.
Are we friends, then?
More than that, I hope,
he said, leaning in closer. The elixir on his breath was intoxicating, but I stepped away.
Have you never wondered, he said, why, of all the treasures in the kingdom, everything I could have asked for, there was only one thing I wanted?
Not really, I said. I just figured you were a sadistic asshole, trying to cause me as much pain as possible.
Check your pockets, he said.
I narrowed my eyes at him, but reached into the deep pockets of my gifted dress until I felt my fingers connect with a bundle of envelopes. I pulled them out, studying the faded handwritten papers. What is this? I asked.
Letters,
Augustine said.
From your father.
I gasped as the world seemed to go still around me. I don't understand, I said, my voice trembling.
There's one more truth I'd like to share with you. Something I omitted before, when we were strangers, but I'd like you to know going forward.
I'm listening, I said. Augustine took a seat on a block of marble, and I sat behind him. We were on a small incline, and could look out over the colorful lanterns and murals of Gostras, and hear the music down below. People were dancing in the square.
I had a brother, Augustine started. We lost touch during the chaos, but a decade or so later, we found each other again. By some twist of fate, he'd also been changed. He was too independent to stay with me in the Strip, preferring to roam and explore. But he'd visit every year. When King Richard started the compounds, there was fighting, skirmishes in disputed territory. But nobody could really oppose Richard's forces, so we learned to stay out of the way. My brother had a different idea. He decided to join. We kept our yearly visits, and he'd tell me about life inside the kingdom. We pretended he was a spy, deep undercover, and I let myself believe that for a while. Even after he took his first chosen. Said the king would be suspicious if he didn't play along. That's about when we started arguing. Years later, though, he stopped visiting. He smuggled out a handful of letters. I'm passing them along to you. I don't understand all of the details, but it seems he began to enjoy his life in the Citadel and the benefits that came with it. He asked me to visit, to join him. He was in love, he said, and he found something that would change everything. Then the letters stopped. From the few bits of intel I managed to intercept, it seemed he'd been killed.
I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding.
He was killed inside the kingdom. That alone should have been a bigger deal, as elites were promised safety and protection. I knew the king was responsible. I blamed myself. I never knew there was a child. There was always something familiar about you, even in Crawlust. But when you came to the Strip, I suspected it then.
What do you mean? I asked.
You have his nose, his eyes. But more than that, it's something about the way you carry yourself, how you look when you're worried, and when you smile.
He's my father, I said. It wasn't hard to piece together. His story matched up too closely with what I'd learned from Master Svoboda, and it was a tale few people knew about.
You promised me family,
Augustine said.
The antidote, a way to bear children of my own. But you see, we're already family. You, this kid inside you, the last family I have left, tied by blood.
You're my uncle. I nodded. I felt like I should have been stunned or horrified, but I felt relieved. My anxieties melted away because I knew instinctively my baby would be safe.
I didn't ask for your firstborn to punish you,
Augustine said softly.
I only wanted to protect you and the child, reuniting a family that my pride tore apart. He will be safe with me, but so will you. You may visit any time, and you could even move in if you wanted to. Spend a few months a year in the Strip, like a vacation. I'll give Damien and you an apartment as a wedding gift.
It could be a girl, I said, and I'm not sure Tate is the best kind of role model.
Send as many tutors or caretakers as you want.
Augustine smiled.
And she'll be allowed to visit the compounds, the Citadel. Maybe we'll travel together. She'll have the best education in the kingdom, but she'll be from the Strip.
And when she's 15?
Ah, now here's the clever part,
Augustine said.
Maybe your new plans for the kingdom fall apart. Maybe things don't change as much as you expect them to. The choosing, the renewal ceremony, or whatever new kind of system you dream up to replace the Covenant. As a resident in the Strip, she will be free of any social compulsions.
Free to participate, I mused, but exempt from all laws.
Exactly,
Augustine said.
As a precaution, you don't need to tell your prince that you sold your firstborn to help save his kingdom. Nobody should bear that kind of burden.
You want me to lie to him?
Tell him the truth,
Augustine said.
That she'll be safe in the Strip with her doting great-uncle, who is reasonably concerned about her safety, given what happened to his brother under your father's watch.
I nodded. He was right. That wouldn't be a difficult pitch to sell, and it wasn't exactly lying. We'd already discussed trading information and resources with the Strip. Not a compound exactly, but something else. It wasn't inconceivable that I'd want my child to have a broader upbringing than the one I'd experienced.
There's one last thing,
Augustine said.
I haven't received a wedding invitation yet. I'm not sure how they do things in the Citadel, but there's an old custom I'd like you to entertain. You never had the chance to meet your real father, but I'd be honored to walk you down the aisle in his place.
I'd like that, I said, with a soft smile. Augustine escorted me back to the edge of the city and gave me a brief hug before saying goodbye. I invited him to join us, but he promised to stay longer on his next visit. When he left, I felt a rush of relief and hope. I'd been carrying this fear, this burden, since learning I was pregnant, and the secret was eating me up inside. Augustine had confirmed the terms of our deal, but in a way that eliminated all my worries. The others were preparing to leave when I rejoined them. We said our thanks and shook hands as we returned to the vehicles. I asked Damien if he wouldn't mind trading places in the car. "Going somewhere? At this hour?" "Please, I have an errand to run." "Will I get it back, at least?" I leaned up to kiss him on the cheek after pocketing the keys. "No," I whispered, "but I'll make it up to you." "Don't be late for the wedding," Trevor called out after us. "I've got a surprise for you." "We'll be quick," I promised. "Luke, you're with me." Luke looked surprised, but followed me to the motorcycle. I handed him a helmet and strapped into my own. "Can you drive this thing?" he asked doubtfully. "I've had a few lessons." We waved as we sped off ahead of the cars. I caught a glimpse of Damien's worried face, and I knew the warnings he'd raise if we'd had more time. There are still mutids in the wild spaces between the compounds. It's not safe to go out alone, especially with a loud motorbike. But I wasn't afraid anymore, and the rush of the engine was exhilarating. I took a deep breath of fresh evening air, free from toxic ash, faster than I could run. The world rushed around us. The King's roads were clear and smooth. It only took us half an hour to reach our destination, the place Damien had first brought me months ago, the first time we'd kissed. The lost compound. I parked just outside the gates. The fence was falling apart in some places, and most of the buildings needed repair, but Damien and I had already visited a few times recently to clear away all the grotesque statues. We boxed their ashes up into ornate little boxes and placed them in a columbarium, raised walls with little alcoves holding the cremated remains of the dead. I didn't know their names, but we'd add a plaque and a memorial for them in a garden at the edge of the settlement. "What is this?" Luke asked, his eyes widening. "Why are we here?" "It's a little rough around the edges," I said, "but the foundations are sound. If you don't like the name, you can change it." "You're giving me a compound?" Luke asked. "Isn't this what you asked for?" "I wasn't serious. I'd rather have the motorcycle." "Done," I said with a smile, handing him the keys. "The bike is from Damien. The compound is from me." "To be what? A mayor? I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of responsibility." "Up to you," I shrugged. "Find people you trust, or give it to Jacob. Though, between you and me, I'd rather have you in charge, at least some oversight. A commissioner, maybe?" "What do they do?" "Nothing, really. It's mostly an honorary title, but it does hold power, and you act as an emissary, representing the community." "Like a traveling merchant?" "If you want. Being an ambassador of a compound would give you easy access to import and export, and Augustine is ready to open a whole new trade route to the Strip." "But who will live here? This compound, wasn't it yours? I mean, you're from here, right?" "I haven't decided where I'll stay, but I'm as much a stranger to this place as you are. I don't think anybody owns it, but it'll give the Havocs a fresh start. You don't have to be a compound if you don't want. We'll protect you if you need protecting. We'll trade with you if you need resources. But we won't force anything on you. I owe so much to the Havocs already. To you. So don't make this a big deal." "Well, in that case," Luke grinned, "I'll take it. I'll come back later and see how much work needs to be done. In the meantime," he said, dangling the keys, "can I give you a lift to a wedding?" "It's a nice night," I said. "I think I'll walk." He rolled his eyes, but put on his helmet. "Racy there," he called. I waited for him to drive off, then took out the vial of elixir from my pocket. I held the bundle of my new dress under one arm as I drank it down. I'd limited my consumption the first few weeks, and the elixir was mostly for emergencies. But I was in a good mood. I felt my body light up, hungry for it, my muscles filling with energy. I took off at a slow jog, but soon pushed into a run that I sustained for nearly an hour. I reached Algrave faster than I expected, slowing down when I saw the lights at the end of the road. The forest was dark around me, but I wasn't afraid of Slagpaw. After all the elixir I'd had, and my intimate communion with Damien, I felt my awareness seep through the dark branches, my senses easily picking up the scents and sounds of wildlife. I was stronger than I'd ever been, even without a weapon. There were a lot of people thronged around the entrance. I didn't feel like making a big appearance, so I snuck around to the back, to my climbing tree. It was so easy to jump up and wrap myself around the branch, then tiptoe across it and descend over the gate into the compound. I was like a ghost, like a shadow. Once inside, I ducked behind a shed to strip my clothes and pull on Augustine's green dress. It fit me well and was comfortable against my skin. My father's letters burned a hole in my pocket, but I'd have time to read them later. I had other things planned for tonight. The others had already arrived, and I joined them near the central square that had been prepared for the occasion. Algrave was brighter than I remembered it, and it wasn't just the return of its populace after their forced evacuation. White lights had been strung down the streets, and newly constructed electric street lamps created a soft glow. Without the purification engines, we had electricity to spare. "There you are," Mary said, grabbing my arm and placing a crown of flowers on my head. "Amber wants some help getting ready, but first, Trevor has a surprise for you. There's not much time before the ceremony." I followed her down the brightly lit streets of Algrave, noticing how strange it was to return to activity and the bustling crowds as they prepared for tonight's event. It was almost like the festival. A mood of happiness seemed to spread through everybody. I paused in front of my old house, my eyes widening in disbelief. On my last visit, it had been nothing more than a charred wreckage, but it had been rebuilt and freshly painted. Lorelei and Jamie were standing out front next to Trevor under a hand-painted sign that read, "Welcome home." "It's as close as I could remember," Trevor said, nodding to my siblings, though they remembered more than I did. "It's perfect," I said. "Come inside," Lorelei said, pulling my arm. "I took your old room," she said, leading me upstairs into the attic, and then showing off some of the new appliances and features that Trevor had custom added on request. "Jamie will keep his room, and you can have Mom's. I may stay in the Citadel a while longer," Jamie added, "but we'll come back for visits, family holidays. Trevor wanted you to have a place that was yours, and it's easier for Lorelei to get around in a place she already knows. But it's your home, too." I kissed his forehead and ruffled his hair. He frowned, combing it back into place with his fingers. "You can get settled in later," Trevor said, once we rejoined him outside. "You should check in with Amber. We'll meet up with you later." Amber had spent a few days with me in the Citadel, and before she left, I had Tobias take her shopping for a wedding dress. It wasn't as grand as a royal wedding, but for Algrave, it may as well have been. She handed me a glass of champagne when I walked in. Damien had brought a crate of them from the Citadel. "It's too much," she protested. "I can't believe the prince will be present at my wedding." "He's here as a guest, not a prince," I said, "and he just wants to make it up to you, after everything." "This should do it," Mary said. "People will be talking about tonight for years." "I'm sorry," I said, "about ruining yours." "Forget it," she said. "From what I gather, you saved my life. I guess it almost makes up for stabbing me." "You stabbed her?" Amber said, turning around in surprise. "Only a little," I said. "The Citadel was tough on everybody," Mary said, sipping her champagne. "But it worked out for the best, and us Algrave girls have to stick together." We raised our glasses for a quick toast, then gave the cue that we were ready. A band played during our entrance, with Amber in her white dress and veil, and Mary and me walking behind her as bridesmaids. The ceremony was in a tasteful outdoor garden to the side of the renewal center, in a white gazebo surrounded by heavy bouquets of flowers. After we played our parts, I took a seat between Damien and Tobias for the rest of the vows and the exchange of rings. Tobias was scribbling something down on a pad of paper. "Getting inspired?" I whispered. "Writing my speech for your wedding," he said back. "I am the best man, after all. Tell me what you think of this. For a century, the elite chose companions, and if they proved worthy, gifted their spouses with immortality. Now, for the first time, a common has chosen an elite and given him the gift of mortality instead, so that they may grow old and die together." "It's not terrible," Damien grimaced. "The speech is just a start. Maybe I'll turn it into a play." "We haven't even set a date yet." "Yes, and you have no idea how frustrating that is for me." "We just want to have a plan first." With our official roles in the kingdom yet to be defined, it was a little difficult to think about planning a royal wedding. If Damien took the crown, I'd be a queen. But we'd both rejected that idea, for now. We hadn't, however, come up with a suitable alternative. "About that," Damien said, "Tobias and I had an idea, and we wanted to get your feedback on it. Picture this," Tobias started, raising his palms like he was framing a window into the future. "We melt the crown into 3 ceremonial daggers, or keys, maybe. Not one throne, 3 equal seats of power. 1 vampire, 1 havoc, and 1 citizen. A truly united kingdom." "Not a kingdom exactly," Damien cut in. "We'd also have a senate, made of 2 elected senators from each compound." "How many compounds is that now?" I asked. "It depends on what we include, but if we count the Citadel and Quandam, and then add Havoc as a loose, broad community, and the Strip as a distant state, we'd have 12. 24 senators," Tobias added. "Not a bad start." "So who gets the daggers?" I asked. "That's the part we need help with. We have our own ideas, but we wanted to hear your thoughts." I bit my lip, thinking it over. "It should be someone who fought for change," I said. "Someone we can trust to put the kingdom's best interests first. Penelope, for the elite. If you want the best story, it's hers. And she's not as old and jaded as you guys. Think she'd do it?" "I don't know," Tobias conceded. "She was adamant about not becoming some kind of queen if I took the crown, and since we've been charged with rounding up all the slagpaw, she's been talking about taming them, turning them into pets or some kind of wildlife preserve." "Like a zoo?" I asked. "I'll need some help with that, actually," Tobias nodded. "You and I are the only ones strong enough to compulse them, at least until we get them moved someplace safe." "It's better than hunting them down," I agreed. "But after that, I think she'd be happy living in the Citadel. She might agree if it was mostly a ceremonial position." And then Kamina, for the citizen. I figured she'd want to replace Master Svoboda, but if we don't keep the choosing ceremony, we probably won't need to train Chosen to protect their elite companions. I'd make her a general, but I think she's had enough fighting. "We'll probably reduce the size of the army anyway," Damien said. "And for the Havoc?" "April," I said quickly. "She's the only one I trust, and she's smart. We could even separate each position slightly to focus on one area of development. She'd be science or education." "I like it," Tobias said. "And I think I could sell Penelope on a fancy title, like Minister of Culture or Commerce. Kamina could be Minister of Justice." "Maybe," I said. "Or health, if it means something like sports and physical activities." "There must be some laws, as long as everyone obeys them equally," Damien said. "We're not going to become a den of iniquity." "Augustine has some ideas," I said. "Take nothing by force is an easy one." "Education," Tobias said. "That's the first thing. Real knowledge. The curates, the renewal centers, they will become universities.
Renewal services will continue, but without the blood mythos, the salvation rhetoric.
No elites? I asked. Damien made a face.
I can't believe we called ourselves that. I've never liked it. Somehow it spread in the compounds and got stuck.
Well, I suppose that's enough plotting for one evening, Tobias said with a grin.
We can sort out the details later.
After the ceremony, there was dancing and drinking. I helped Lorelei fill her plate. I saw Damien share a flask with Jamie, who he'd taken under his wing. Someday, the blood would run out. We'd have to find some way to deal with that. But for tonight, I was glad the elite were getting what they needed. There was a large table of presents, and people came to pay their respects to the bride and groom. I slipped away to the edge of the garden for some fresh air. The lights were a little too bright with the elixir in my system. Trevor joined me. I thought he was going to ask me to dance, but instead we enjoyed the music in silence.
I rescind the offer, by the way, he said.
What offer? I asked.
I always thought we'd have a wedding like this, here in Allgrave. It's what I've always wanted.
I see. And you don't want that anymore. So this is like a reverse proposal?
Anti-wedding vows, he smirked. Will you do me the honor of never being my wife, but always being my friend?
To not have and not hold, in happiness and health, sickness and death?
You were the prettiest girl in the dirtiest neighborhood in Allgrave, Trevor said, turning towards me with emotion in his dark eyes. If I clung to you too hard, wanted too much from you, it's because I had nothing else of value.
And you found something else? Or someone else?
It's not that. I've just seen so much more of the world now. It's like the heat of the forge, maybe, necessary to bend the steel. But when it goes cold, the steel maintains its edge and finds its own purpose.
So what will you do next? I asked.
I don't know, but I've been talking a lot with Marcus.
Don't tell me you want to become a curate, I asked.
Not exactly, Trevor said. Not like it was before. But the renewal ceremony, it wasn't just about the elixir. It was about hope. People need something like that. Something different than politics. More subtle than revolution. And safer.
You sound like an old man, I joked, but then saw the sadness in his eyes. What is it? I asked, suddenly tense.
I swore I wasn't going to tell you, he said with a grim smile. But I feel older, at least a decade.
I studied him in the soft lights at the edge of the garden, surrounded by flowers. It was so subtle, I hadn't noticed it at first. But besides the cane he used occasionally now, he had a few light wrinkles around his eyes and a streak of gray hair. The renewals might become universities or healing centers. We were just discussing some new roles. You could be Minister of the Education, maybe, or Health. If you want, I can put in a good word for you.
I don't need a fancy title, he said. Just something to occupy my time. Maybe earn enough coin to buy whiskey.
Whatever it is, I said, squeezing his hand. Whatever you decide, I support you 100%. He went to get another drink, and Damien found me a few minutes later. We strolled together on the edges of the revelry. I was in a strange mood after everything that had happened. I was happy for Amber and to be united with my family in Allgrave, and I was grateful I got to share it with Damien this time. He was more handsome than ever, in a dark gray suit trimmed with light blue silk. I tugged his hand when we passed the renewal center, ducking inside for a quiet place where we could be alone. Inside, it was mostly dark, apart from a row of votive candles. I need to tell you something, I said, taking his hands.
Finally, he said. I've been carrying this around for weeks.
He pulled something small out of his pocket and handed it to me. It was the little wooden airplane I'd won for him at the marketplace in the Citadel. You kept it? All this time? I asked.
For the baby, he said. His first present.
You knew? I asked, my eyes widening.
You're not great with secrets, Damien said. I assume this is the last one you've been keeping, unless there was something else you wanted to discuss in private.
He raised an eyebrow, and I leaned up and kissed him. It was a relief to share this with him, and I realized I had a few anxieties left to express, things I hadn't been able to admit before. She might be part elite, like you, or part slagpaw. I'm not certain.
She'll be perfect, Damien said, because she came from you. Strong and beautiful, like her mother, and I'll love you both, as long as you still want me.
I'll never stop, I promised.
Forever, then,
he said, brushing his lips against the back of my hand. Then he took the toy airplane, prying off the wings to reveal a secret compartment inside. Something sparkled in the darkness, and he pulled out a diamond ring before getting down on one knee.
This is how we used to do it, he smiled. If you hurry, you might be able to catch Amber's bouquet.
I don't need flowers, I said, or a big ceremony.
In that case,
Damien said, his blue eyes twinkling,
I can get Curate Marcus in here to marry us tonight.
We can't do that to Tobias, I smiled. He'd be devastated. For tonight, this is enough. And my answer is yes. This has been Tomb of Vampire, Kingdom of Blood and Ash, Book 4, written by D.S. Murphy, narrated by Kim Churchill. Thank you for listening.